around, and it is gone. Spencer Torkelson gets a hold of an 0-2 slider, sends it up into the people to give Detroit a 2-0 lead.
I thought my headphones were broken, Jake. You might as well get that microphone in front of you early on this morning. Good morning, Metroplex. Monday edition of Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan.
You're right back there?
Dude, I don't know. The person running Westwood 1 just didn't jump to break when we were supposed to, and it threw everything out of whack. So,
well, Drake's out, so everything probably falls
that's
apart.
probably
Yeah, I mean, when he's gone, it falls apart. All I could hear through the glass, though, was there was no audio, and I just heard Jacob repeatedly saying, "Oh, my God. Oh, my God."
You didn't hear it? I thought my headphones were out. Did they go out over air? You heard it through our soundproof
I heard through the
walls.
glass. Yeah, through our wonderful soundproof walls over here.
It's the Monday edition. We are live,
Monday.
as you can tell, here on DFW Sports Station. RJ Choppy out on vacation. Pepe back from Mexico tomorrow. I'm Sean Treef alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we have a show for you today. Jacob Ray is in running things for Pepe as the Texas Rangers lose 2 of 3 to the Detroit Tigers. I was about to send y'all, I would have been blamed for this, of course, but I was about to send y'all the no-no alert. With the way Jack Leiter started off in this game, I was like, oh my God, he is mowing them down. He looks absolutely fantastic. He racked up 5 straight Ks through 2 innings. And then it all fell apart, as you just heard right here on Rangers Radio.
Yeah, and that's how it's typically gone for the Rangers. It feels like, every other game this year is that it'll be just, kind of holding them off, and then the dam will burst a little bit. But no, he looked super strong early on in that game. And I mean, especially the whole fact of just all the swing and miss stuff that he had going yesterday. He is... The upside with him is so high, it feels like, and it's just a matter of, man, if you can get him just a little more consistent, that's like 200 strikeouts, that's a 3 ERA, that's what that should be. You're starting to see a little bit of the upside. Now it's just a matter of, can we get some of the consistency? And that was an issue for them, again, over the weekend with Rocker. And Rocker having some issues, and only the difference was Rocker didn't have swing and miss stuff going on Saturday. And I saw Chuck Cooperstein tweeting on Saturday, and he's like, "Dear God, what would it take to get Kumar Rocker out of the starting rotation? This is embarrassing." It was just going off on it. He was not happy with Rocker.
I would like to hear, you know what, next time, maybe the rest of this, I would like basketball to be more in full swing with the Mavericks, but could be perfect. I might want to hear old Cooperstein in studio to co-host.
Oh, I bet he...
Back in the day when RJ fell in love with him. Because he is... what I grew up on, that's WFAN radio.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't grow up on WFAN, but more East Coast radio before other stations around here started reciting 60s albums in the middle of a playoff run. But, man, maybe Chuck Cooperstein for a show or for a couple hours.
Man, he was that was the first sports talk radio show I listened to.
Was he solo?
No, it was him and Newey. It was right when they launched ESPN in 01 or 02, and they were the afternoon show from 3 to 6, and they were...
I could hear Newey trying to settle him down right now like Newey does on my phone calls.
Oh.
Read that. I got this book for you.
No, that's new Newey. This was when Coop would get going, dude, and he'd just be chuckling in the background, loving the meltdown.
Throw kerosene on it.
Yeah, he'd love it.
2 runs, 1 run, 4 runs. This game falls apart in the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th inning. The Rangers lose 7-1. Jack ends up with 10 strikeouts, but the ERA now is at a 5.45, and Bobby Bell just doing a fantastic job of owning his victory with a lot of humility as the Texas Rangers offense scores 7 runs in 3 games.
I don't understand, though. They were on the road. So what happened?
Choppy in these undercover... I'm trying to imagine RJ in a fight with his wife where he's just sitting on these things. That's RJ. He lets everything build up. You never know. And then when's the explosion going to come? He's just sitting on these topics, and he's been waiting for this home road split thing to really blow up. But it's going to blow up in his face because I'm not having it anymore, and the offense, as you've been saying all off season long, it's just not there. It's just not good enough. They don't have the horses.
He will ask in every baseball interview we have for the rest of the season. Hey, Booney, this road, why do they hit so much better on the road? What do you think that is?
And you know what it's really probably going back to with Choppy? He's still trying to ultimately win his they shouldn't build a new stadium argument when he said he'll never step foot in the new place because it's got a roof. He's really trying to deep down take it back to that.
That's definitely it, because he also said
he wants the Cowboys corners to fail to win that argument. He wants Bland to fall on his face. He wants Jermod McCoy. He's waiting for Caleb Downs. The first time Caleb lines up in the nickel and loses in the slot.
No, I thought y'all said we didn't need a real corner.
Yep.
It's like, it's because he gave up a 7-yard slant. Okay, I got you, Chop. But no, this is the this was. I don't know. To me, anyway, I felt like everybody. I was feeling insane all offseason. To me, it was incredibly predictable that the offense was going to struggle again. They didn't do anything. They added in Nimmo. That's great. That was not. I'm not saying that Nimmo was a bad addition, but they needed to do what the Cowboys did this offseason, which was we're cycling out like everybody as much as we can get rid of people and bring new people in. We're going to do it. I don't know if it'll work, but it's going to be new. I know it's not going to be the same guys walking up there and just saying like, well, we hope it'll get better. And it's the hold and hope strategy from Chris Young that he's tried the last 3 years.
And Nimmo exits on Friday again with that right hamstring tightness. So that was the second straight game he exited with the same issue. So you lose 2 of 3 in Detroit. You're back against the Yankees tonight in New York. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 3 in a row. They're sitting on top of the American League at 23-11. Rangers are second place in the West, 2 games under, behind the Athletics, who are 18-16. They still have a negative run differential. They are the only team in baseball leading their division with a negative run differential. We're a half a game up on the Mariners, who have lost 3 in a row. The Armpit is 7 games under, and they're the Angels. And actually, the Astros have the worst run differential in the division. They're not in last, though. LA is.
And after this weekend, the Texas Rangers are officially the lowest scoring team in the American League. So you still got the Mets and the Giants that are worse off than them, but this was it. It looked, the first couple weeks of the season, it looked better. It didn't look great, but it was a little bit like, again, to draw the comparison to the Cowboys defense, like it looked like, hey, we got that, just be middle of the road. Be middle of the road and continue to pitch well. Maybe we don't expect you to pitch quite as well as you did last year. Last year, you were at such a high level. Maybe you regress a little.
Like Cowboys offense.
Exactly. But bring it up a little bit on the offense, and you're going to be a contender. And that's what it looked like the first couple weeks of the season, and now we've reverted back to just you cannot hit the ball over the fence.
It has been an amazing start to the NBA playoffs.
Wagner hits a pair. Final seconds. Jenkins looking. Jenkins puts it up with a buzzer. It's good! A three-pointer at the buzzer. Dennis Jenkins puts the Pistons up 19 with a quarter to go.
2 Game 7s yesterday. They both ended up being duds as Detroit pulls away from Orlando. And you had the Cleveland Cavaliers doing the same to the Toronto Raptors. But we start with that series right there. Mike Breen with the call on ABC and ESPN because of the game that will forever haunt the Orlando Magic, leading by 24. First off, they were up 3-1 in the series. They led by 24 early in the third quarter. They're 23 minutes away from taking out the number 1 seed, but an all-time collapse with a playoff record. 23 missed shots over a 12-plus minute span. They actually went, I think, 45 minutes of real time without made baskets. They went scoreless from 7:46 p.m. to 8:31 p.m. And the 23 straight misses, the most by any playoff team this century, going 4 for 37 in the second half.
They scored 19 points, which is a pretty bad quarter. They scored 19 points in the second half, which is just, it's unreal to think you could have been up 24 and you score 79 points in a game. That does not, that is the most Jekyll and Hyde performance that you could possibly have. And for Detroit, it's, good for you. I'm glad for Detroit. I like the Pistons a little bit. Like I like that core that they have. I love Cade.
Rubbing off. He's going to come in here to do crossovers and fadeaways for you now in a commercial break.
He's going to be doing his. It's not even going to be jump shots. He's just going to do like the wind sprints up the court, like.
Or just watch his Instagram story.
There you go. But I really like Detroit. I was bumming that they were going to get bounced out of here because it definitely looked like when it got to 3-1, it's like I don't know how quickly they're going to rally here. This is that whole theory of like young teams in the NBA have to learn how to lose. Like you generally go through when you look like you're ready, you go into the postseason. It's very rare you just go into the postseason the first time and win the title. Like you get bounced early, you get the heartbreaking, you got to learn. Everybody's had to do it. Like Jordan, Kobe, go up through the list. Oklahoma City had to do that recently. You have to figure that out, and then you'll bounce back, and you could actually win in the postseason because it matters they're the experience. But Detroit being able to rally back behind this, I think is great because that's a fun team to watch. I would much rather have them in the second round than Detroit, and it's been a good run for the NBA.
Cleveland over Toronto, but the game that absolutely made my weekend happened to the massholes.
Right back to him. Maxey again to the rack. Another deuce. Tyrese is taking over.
Tyrese Maxey, local product, Pat Doney, throwing out the old NBC5 in-studio visit as the Philadelphia 76ers come back from down 3-1 and eliminate the Celtics, who were without Jason Tatum in this game. Oh, my gosh, this was glorious because I thought that Philadelphia was going to choke this thing away.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about somebody who I think has a real opportunity to sort of rally and save their legacy a little bit here. It would be Embiid during this postseason run, which obviously Embiid's a great player and he's won an MVP before and everything else. But I mean, just he has become a little bit of people ran out of patience with him. First, it was the injuries early on in his career where he was never available. He was never out there. Then he finally got there and he was the whole trust the process guy, the face of Philly.
Look how he was going up and down the court the other night. And then the post game, he's like, I'm fine. I feel great. I was faking.
Yeah. And now you've got the whole issue of, or not the whole issue of, now you've got the opportunity to kind of seize that a little bit, jumping back in. They rally, they beat Boston. They're going to have another chance, a big chance against the Knicks to kind of rally forward and take out a big dog. And so, I mean, if they can catch fire and make any sort of a run, the Sixers with Embiid, healthy enough and able to play at the high level that he can, that instantly will flip his legacy as much as anybody we've seen in recent history.
Boston, the 14th team in history to blow a 3-1 lead and the 4th to do it with home court advantage in the matchup. Ha ha, see you later. Screw all of you. Got a tweet last night saying, maybe it's a good thing the Stars didn't get this.
Tied. Gets it back to the blue line. Here's McCart. Shooting and scoring! Second of the night for Cale McCart. And once again, Colorado up by 2.
Kevin on Twitter said, if you take your TV remote and click it forward a few speeds, that's what the Avalanche look like. Holy damn, the Wild may have done us a solid. And Jacob Ray was all over this one last night. It was 5-5 after 2. Each team putting up 5 goals apiece, and then the absolute eruption from Colorado. Were you checking this one out first and foremost, Jake? 9-6 Avs.
I wouldn't even say checking out. I logged into Reel to see because you wanted me to grab some highlights, and I was like, there's no way. I think it was 4-3 at the end of the first period or something. Just ridiculous. I woke up this morning and I was like, I wonder what that score ended up. 9-6 is just brutal.
It feels like with the Cowboys, right? They barely win the East, or they barely miss out on winning the East, and then the playoffs start, and you're like, oh, we don't belong up in that.
The Avalanche scored in 33 minutes of ice time between the second and third period. They scored more 5-on-5 goals in that 33 minutes than you did during the whole first round. They outscored you 5-4.
What?
Yeah. They had, in fact, last night they had 9 goals, but 7 of them were 5-on-5, and you scored 4 in the first round. And so, now I will say this: what I am going to say is, It's embarrassing to look at that and go like, wow, the Avalanche already got it. But I will say that as good as Minnesota was also scoring last night, you feel a little better too about Otter, maybe. Like maybe Otter didn't play too bad in the series.
I said I desperately needed football after the Dallas Cowboys draft. We got it with the rookies on the field over the weekend in Frisco. Our Cowboys insider has all the details. Inside the Star with Sean and Bobby next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with something you've been putting off for way too long. I know me and Choppy did. We waited till our 40s to get our trust and will straightened out. You don't want confusion. This ripped apart one side of my family for... starts with DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Did Choppy have his Kentucky Derby moment? Find out at 7 o'clock this morning with audio here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy and Pepe out on vacay. We got Jacob Ray sitting in. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with a loaded Cowboy Monday edition on DFW Sports Station, and you got to listen at 7:20. If you are as excited about the NFL draft as I am, ESPN and the NFL came out with this production yesterday behind the scenes of getting Caleb Downs, dealing with Philadelphia. I don't know if I could be more excited about any other audio throughout the rest of the week. That's coming up at 7:20. But I was also excited to see, read, and hear about the Cowboys rookie minicamp in Frisco over the weekend.
Yeah, and you know what's most exciting about this, outside of just being able to see the players come out onto the field, is that Christian Parker was going to be talking. And Christian Parker has already proven for us at Combine and through his press conference too, he is so cerebral. And I'll be honest, for a lot of people, he's probably going to be a little boring at times. Not that he says it without any energy. It's just
he's not going to be Mike Zimmer, Dan Quinn, while mic'd up, I don't believe.
No. He's going to be boring in the right kind of ways, and in the ways of just like knowing all the answers to the test and having to explain like calculus to you.
You know how guilty I can be of getting excited with emotions. There's a picture that John Machota took. And maybe he's got to get a new one in Oxnard once Caleb gets his number straight. But there's a picture that Machota took of Christian Parker kind of down, kneeling next to Caleb. And I could see that picture on the wall at the Star while taking a tour. That's the shot. That's the picture. I went to the Ford Center, the great Bront, hooking me and the family up with a tour last week before having lunch with Bobby. And I was like, that is the shot for the new Cowboys era, right there with those two. Did you see the picture I'm talking about?
You got to get that 18 off of him, though.
That's what I'm saying.
See, that's what I'm
saying. Wait for Oxnard for the new one.
That's what he's not. And he looked a little annoyed about it. Just a little bit. That I guess Kobe Durant's got it right now. Sounds like just a temporary thing, and they'll figure it out. Like in terms of like
Carnell Tate was going to give up a ton of money, but decided against it. I think he was trying to get his 14, ended up with 17.
Yeah, you'll find maybe you'll find some local like coffee shop or somebody, maybe Just Love Coffee. Somebody will come through and just go like, "Hey, we'll buy your number," not them specifically, but you got that kind of thing going where you get a sponsor to come in and go, "Look, we got Caleb Downs as number 2," but 18, not the best look so far. But Christian Parker was happy nonetheless to have Caleb Downs out there, and we'll start off with cut 20 here. This is Christian Parker just on being able to get Caleb Downs in the building for rookie minicamp.
Yeah, I mean, I think a guy like Caleb, he's a natural football player. He's one of those, first picks in the schoolyard, you know what I mean? So he's going to have natural versatility, and just a matter of, what he can handle mentally and how we fit everything together.
I know it's just day one of minicamp, but what have you seen from him now, just being in the building and getting him acclimated to what you guys are doing?
He's the same guy we had in the building on the 30 visit, same guy we saw on tape, just an intentional person, consistent, really, just flatline, you know what I mean? Not like in terms of not having energy, but he's just consistent in terms of his approach and everything he does. You're just seeing the guys come off the board, and you're just seeing his name is still up there, and you're just hoping that we get in striking distance where you don't have to sacrifice everything to go get him. And I think we got to a certain spot we were comfortable with. Jerry made the call to go make it happen, and I'm glad we did.
What was your reaction after the pick went in?
I was pretty excited.
That's about it. The peak of his energy right there. Pretty excited.
Pretty excited.
In fact, we'll go to this is always good. We heard the quote out there or the story out there from Will McClay. He kept sending me pictures of Caleb Downs.
Will
McClay said Christian Parker just kept sending him pictures of Caleb Downs. So cut 22 here. Christian Parker, why in the world were you just sending photos of Caleb Downs to Will McClay before the draft?
Just wanted to give them little reminders. As you go through this process, we have the position meetings and then we restack the board and everything. There's a lot of names. It's not just defense, it's offense, it's special teams. So just, kind of send them a couple reminders. Maybe, you can schedule messages to get sent on the iPhone now. So you send it at night, get it sent at 8 a.m. the next morning. So when he's walking in the office, he kind of sees it and everything. So I'll say it worked out pretty well.
Very calculated. But that's encouraging to me because it seems like everybody – and you referenced the audio that we'll play at 7:20. In that, when they get the pick of downs and everybody's reacting, you can kind of see in the background, like Clayton Adams is like pumped. And it's like even the offensive coaches were looking at this, go like, that's the guy that changes the math for us.
Now, let's just explain real quick for the Tolos why we're not starting off with like on-field stuff, because we have heard a lot of draft audio. We've heard a lot of quotes from coaches. What did they actually do on the field?
They stretched in a lot of ways. That's what rookie minicamp is about. They stretch. You got to remember, it's rookies. It's a couple of first or second year guys who qualify to, like, I don't remember what the exact qualification rules are, but you don't have all the veterans out there. Like the veterans are not in the building right now hanging out with them. So it's not like they can do full teamwork. You're getting a lot of individual drill stuff. You'll see coaches kind of more teaching and going over some things, but it's not going to be a whole lot of like, wow, tell me about the play that Caleb Downs made in the secondary. Tell me about what he did. Tell me about what this guy did. So you don't get as much of that. You know what? Let's jump down to actually, let's keep going with 21. This is Christian Parker talking about how he's been bonding with Caleb Downs already, just over both of them being big football junkies.
Yeah, hit it off pretty well. I think even down to his 30 visit coming in here, he was very familiar with what we were going to do because he watched our tape from Philadelphia. The past 2 years, Jim Knowles and Matt Guerrieri, their safeties coach, came up to visit us in Philly during the spring twice when I was there. So a lot of the stuff he was familiar with from the shell system and some of the things. They played a different style, but it was very similar. So talked about some of those things on this visit, talked about his tape, and it's been the same thing, last night and today.
Now, this is what I think Sean's going to be interested in and really like. He's talking about he was already familiar with our system, and he referenced Philly there. He got asked a question at one point, and it wasn't a clip I could pull because he gave a one-word answer, but he got asked a question like, hey, you've got this system that you've learned from under Vic Fangio and stuff like that. So much talk about Fangio. How much of Fangio's defense will you be implementing? He goes, we'll see. And they go, okay. And they move on. And a little bit later, Christian Parker kind of circled back on that and said, just so you guys know, this is not Vic Fangio's defense we're running.
Yeah, I think, number one, I've had some really good examples to learn from, with Mike Elko, Mike Pettin, Ejiro Evero, Vance Joseph, and Vic. They did that, so I saw that in that style. So really just what was comfortable for me, meeting a lot together and kind of explaining the vision, getting that input, us kind of having a collective shared vision on what we want this defense to be like, because this is our defense. I don't want it to be called the Eagles defense or Vic's defense, like this is going to be ours. So we've been really intentional about going about that process, from language that we use and the workflow that we have and everything else. So it's been real fun.
Caleb Downs watched about 5 or 6 defenses, learned them based upon where he thought he could go. So the Eagles, the Cowboys being thrown into that mix, and this is part of what teams drooled over and were blown away by in the pre-draft evaluation, saying he came in, he explained our defense, number one, and then he explained like our defense with him in it, or how he would go ahead and adjust things. And that just does not happen in the pre-draft workouts. What do you think? Dumb it down for us, Bobby, in terms of Fangio's defense and the biggest differences with what you think Christian Parker will want to do.
So that's the part of this that I think the biggest thing is I think he's going to play the linebackers different. I don't think that the linebackers are going to be dropping into as much coverage as Fangio's defense has typically had them do. And I don't think that's I don't have the personnel to do what I want to do, so I'm going to have to adjust. Like, I think they pursued linebackers the way they did based on how he views things. And I think he's going to very much want, all right, we've got our front where they're going to be in there just mauling and wrestling with guys and playing this gap and a half like he talked about with us in Indianapolis. You've got the secondary, the secondary is clearly the most critical part of what he wants because he has invested all the resources there. He's a secondary guy. The linebackers, meanwhile, are going to be used, it feels like, heavily for some communication stuff, slight drops in coverage, slight switches in coverage, but a lot of it is going to be just kind of like wait, react, go, and then let guys kind of clear space for you. That's why I think they were so big on defensive line and secondary. Defensive line, keep them clean, keep the blockers off of them, and let those guys kind of see it and react and then play forward. And so with Fangio, a lot of the stuff is it's a bunch of coverage stuff for everybody in the back seven. Everybody in the back seven is involved in that.
I guess we should have looked at, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker, C.J. Allen, and how they were in coverage to kind of look Winters, to kind of look at, whether that's going to be a specialty here or not. Obviously, Dean running Fangio's system last year.
Yeah, and Dean was pretty insulated. But if you look at all those guys you just talked about, I mean, Dean and Allen especially were not considered big-time cover guys. And you've got you got somebody like D. Winters who is a solid cover guy, I think. It's not like he's top of the NFL, but I mean, it's like everything D. Winters does, which is just solid. Now, one of the things we got over the weekend that I thought was important was Christian Parker did not want to talk about two things. One, he didn't want to talk about this being Philly's defense. Two, he did not want to talk about the green dot. That question came up in some form or fashion about 3 times, and he answered too early, don't know, too early, and then was very quick to dismiss it. Brian Schottenheimer was willing to get much more into it, and even walked us up to the door of telling us who he thought it should be before he pulled back.
The green dot is it's interesting because I think some people, general fans, don't really know what the green dot is. Hell, there was never a green dot for defense up until a couple years ago. The biggest thing I would say about that is we're going to train so many people, Clarence, in the green dot that we're going to find out who's comfortable doing it. It might be Demo. It might be Jalen Thompson. It might be D. Winters. It might be whoever. And I think at the end of the day, communication comes down to not just the green dot, but the entire defense. And so if we were playing a game this week, I could not tell you who was going to be the green dot. But we're not playing a game for a while, and so we've got time. There'll be trial and error. There will be different things. There'll be different packages of guys being together. And so at the end of the day, I have my favorite, who I would, since it's a Kentucky Derby, I can talk about that a little bit. I have my favorite, not in the Derby, but in who I think will be our green dot, but I'm not going to share it with you. Okay, Jesus, like that. I know. I saw you literally raise up like, Shotty's going to drop some knowledge. No, Shotty's not. Like, unless you tell me who's going to win the Derby, I'm not going to tell you who I think the green dot's going to be.
You ready for some classic Bobby overthink? I think he told us who it is.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, is this more overthink than your Cooper Beebe wedding photo?
Ooh, yes, it probably is.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. They're both probably overthinking.
That's a lot of overthink. We'll get to that later on.
He listed when he said it could be, and he listed all the players. You never want to list the guy you're thinking of first. Right. Too obvious. DeMarvion Overshown. You don't want to finish with that guy too much. This is the guy in the middle, is the second name. And it was the only member of the secondary he mentioned. He mentioned all linebackers, then he mentioned somebody in the secondary. Jalen Thompson. That's who I think Shouty wants.
All right, there it is. Let's see if the TISM proves correct. Inside the Star here on Sean and Bobby, Choppy and Pepe out on vacation. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. Did Choppy make weight? We'll get to that at 7, and the Cowboy draft audio on the clock you have to hear at 7:20. But it turns out George Pickens was calling and searching around during draft weekend for another squad. What does it mean? We continue 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ next. But it's like clockwork every single morning.
skill set continues to improve. Great energy, but also a calmness. Easy to care for, fun to train, and will bond with you quickly.
If you're interested in Brady, get more information today at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Jacob Ray, in for Peyton Russell. Pepe will be back tomorrow, and man, he looks like he is living it up.
How quickly he was just shirtless with like pina coladas in his hands.
That boy is white. You talk about sounds about white.
Who is whiter? Is it me or him?
I think your chest hair would make you look darker.
Yeah.
Y'all were sitting there shirtless.
Yep.
Because he's got nothing. Did you see him? Did you see him on the boat?
I didn't see the picture, no.
He's out on boats. He is partying it up in Mexico.
That is the, is that?
He's going to come back. I think he's going to come back. Here it is. On the fan cam, this is Peyton now.
Uh-huh.
And then this will be Peyton.
Yes.
So this will be white and red.
And then that red will not turn into any sort of a tan. It will just peel and turn right back into that.
Yes.
But he's, do you think because it's ridiculously smooth and hairless.
Yeah.
Is that a choice at all, do you think?
No.
Like, do you think because he's such a...
It's not a choice.
He's a thin hair guy. I bet you he does get little tiny patches that he then shaves off. I think he's a shaver.
I'll bet that. I'll take that bet.
All right, where are we going to go? $50?
No, 50. I don't know. That might be. I do have a waxer though. I do have a Tolo waxing store who heard us talk about if Diego Pavia makes the Ravens, you have to wax your legs on air, and they reached out and they're down to come in studio and do it, so we can have that for Peyton as well and his chest. George Pickens was sniffing around during draft weekend. Jeremy Fowler, friend of the show.
That is the word from Jeremy Fowler. So Jeremy Fowler had gone on SportsCenter on Sunday morning, and I was looking for this cut. I could not find it. But Bleacher Report's always the ones who, I think they have writers who sit up on Sunday morning, because this is like the fourth time we've had something in recent weeks where it's like, oh, this is a significant thing that was said, and the only person who has it is Bleacher Report transcribing something at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning. But this is what Jeremy Fowler had said about where George Pickens' situation is, why he decided to sign. He said, "It's my understanding Pickens at least looked around, gauged his market, what a potential trade could look like if he could come to one with compensation and a new deal. He wants a long-term contract, so this isn't an ideal situation for him, but he signed the tag because it locked him into $27 million guaranteed. I'm told he really does like Dallas. He's been working with Dak Prescott this offseason. He's expecting to have another big year, but it sounds like he's going to have to do one more year to get that big payday down the road. So now that he signed the tender, he's good with the Cowboys. They should move forward. I'm not expecting a trade or new deal at this point, but it was sticky there for a couple of weeks where he was trying to figure out what his market could look like because they wouldn't negotiate."
Man, for these purposes, right now, having him not, go to another team and sign a contract, that stain from Pittsburgh is there. Yeah. I mean, that thing's set into the clothing.
Yeah, because, like you had said when they traded for him, he was probably, when Dallas brought him in here, was the
most toxic player in the league.
Yeah, that was the guy who had, we've told this story before. Back in the draft a couple years ago, the chatter was that Adonai Mitchell, A.D. Mitchell, went into his pre-draft meeting with the Steelers, and within 30 seconds had said something like, "Oh, you guys got my boy George Pickens. I taught him everything I know." And they went, "Nope." They didn't say nope to it, but in their heads, apparently, they all went, "Nope, not drafting that guy. If he taught George Pickens everything he knows, he's not going to be here." So that's how you could blow a 30 visit or a combine interview in 30 seconds. But that, as good as he was last year, and I think the teammates generally really, really like him. I think a lot of the coaches like him. They find him to be a little bit of a pain at times, but they like him. But that is the kind of thing he's working against and what he's trying to undo.
Brian Schottenheimer reacted publicly, Ford Center, the Star in Frisco, over this past weekend to George officially signing the tag.
was not surprised he signed the tender, and the communication with GP along the whole offseason has been great. As you guys all know, this is voluntary, but again, I think at the end of the day, I am excited to see him when I see him, and I'm not sure when that's going to be, but I just know that he's got his he knows where he wants to get better and improve, and I think that I'm looking forward to seeing him back and around whenever he gets here.
Now, look, I supported this move. Wait and see for one more year, but that's playing, video games. Real life brings moods and hurt feelings. And Shotty was asked to follow up. Could no contract impact George's mood in your locker room for this upcoming season?
I'm not going to speak for GP. I don't think, the business side of it is the business side of it, and so I know how much he loves football. I know how much he loves this football team, and I'm always going to say this about George because it's real. The influence that he has in that locker room is tremendous because of two things. The talent is incredible, but how much passion and joy he gets out of playing the game, guys feed off that.
And so that's why I was asking, because, he's going to be here, but we're not negotiating with you. He wants a deal. We can be honest about that, okay?
Of course, yeah.
So he's not getting what he wants.
Yep.
And do you have a sense that it can affect the passion, the joy that he brings to the table?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And, again, I think because George would play this game for $1 as much as he loves football. I mean, he's played this game for, I don't think he was part of the NIL deal. It was George, and maybe he was. Sorry, Kirby. But no, yeah. No, we never did that at Florida. Obviously, you can look at our record and know we're not doing that at Florida. But yeah. Sorry, Gator Nation.
It's interesting, and I'm not trying to get Micah's brother to light me up on Twitter, but all the natural comparisons. Dory Epstein came out with like a 4-minute explanation why this is not the same, but there are natural comparisons between Mulligetta and everything else. But man, I don't recall hearing them talk about Micah in the locker room, even to the degree they're talking about George. And you would think George is a much bigger problem child than Micah, and I just don't recall them talking about Micah with the leadership, the passion, or the energy amongst the other guys like this. Am I wrong?
So,
and I'm not trying to blow it up, Terrence.
No, I don't think you're wrong.
I'm just thinking of the parallel.
I don't think you're wrong. I think what Shotty said there's really interesting when he talks about, he said, I've said this before, and I say it because it's 100% true, but he has a lot of influence in that locker room, and this is not the same. He's not got the same sort of issues or anything else, but it reminded me of 20 years ago where they would talk about T.O. the same, that they would say T.O.'s influence is really strong. Like T.O. does get people to. There are a lot of people who don't like T.O. There are a lot of people who will follow T.O. into a fire because he is a charismatic, really likable guy at times. And then when he's upset about something, a lot of times it's just people are going like, yeah, you know what, you make a good point. I'm upset about that too. I wonder if that's why they're cracking down so hard on some of the things that we think are little. Like, I think are little, you think are little, or smaller issues. Like, all right, so he's not showing up to the bus on time. Is that the biggest deal in the world? But where they're like, yeah, if one guy doesn't show up to the bus, fine. If one of the guys who people naturally follow him isn't doing the stuff he needs to do, we got a whole team now that's doing that.
Like, did George make CD late? Would CD have done that?
Right. That's 100% it. Like, it could be one of those things.
My kid's acting up a little bit, and we're like, we're trying to figure out the base of the problem. He's not doing anything too bad, but we're like, is it this person? Is it that friend? You're trying to, what's the cause? Why all of a sudden this little minor shift?
Yeah, and I think that's, when he's talking about the influence there, I think that is twofold. One, I think that's meant to be a compliment. Two, I think it is a little bit cautionary the way he says it, in terms of just like, he's got a lot of influence. And so I think they're also saying that, with great power comes great responsibility. That whole thing of just, we want him to be on the ball on top of things and doing what he needs to do so that other guys follow that.
The Cowboys draft audio you have to hear commercial free in the 720 Expressway, along with best and worst of the weekend. Rest in peace to Spirit Airlines. As they came out with the announcement, they were shutting this thing down. Jacob kind of gave a look like you're going to miss it. How much did you utilize Spirit?
My dad's a pilot for Southwest, so I've flown Southwest.
Oh my God, don't let RJ know that.
I've flown Southwest my whole life.
He will try to get you to get him free flights all the time.
I don't get free flights anymore, so it goes until you graduate college or turn 21. So I'm off the dock now.
Well, he will still come up to you and go like, but your dad still knows people, right? You know, I mean, he could give me a discount or a voucher.
So how old are you?
I'm 22.
So you flew up until last year for free everywhere?
Everywhere, yeah.
Wow.
A lot of it was standby, so some of it was like stressful, but I mean, Pops pulled strings to get us in.
Yeah.
But I actually had a friend because I had to fly to San Antonio for a last minute funeral like a couple months ago. So I flew Southwest, got in. It was a one way, no problem. Like got straight there. But my buddy, he flew Spirit, and he was flying for 17 hours that day. He redirected through 3 cities, and then on his way back, he flew for 15 hours, redirected through 2 cities.
Yeah, I hate Spirit.
How did you get delayed with them?
Me?
Yeah, didn't you like have a really bad experience where you're like never again?
Oh yeah, I've had multiple bad run-ins, and I was surprised at the amount of people who were mourning this. You know, my wife was like, "Oh no, back in the day they had like the latest flight, the cheapest latest flight to Vegas." I think it was great if like you were going for a 24-hour trip, right, and you didn't need to check anything, and you didn't need to have any bigger bag. But I hated them. Good riddance. I'm glad that they're gone.
They're the budget airline for people who have to fly. Like when things come up, like a funeral or something else. Like when people have to fly. If you're tight on a budget, you can't really afford to fly. Then like it was always a really good option. It was the easiest.
Did you fly it?
Never flew it, but I know that it was something that it's the easiest budget carrier for a lot of people. I still remember right after COVID had started, and then they first started flying again. A lot of people were very hesitant about flying. One of the tweets that went like super viral was like, Spirit Airlines is just basically asking y'all for gas money at this point because they were $20 flights or something. They were insane. But yeah, this was like, and I think they just kind of shut it down pretty abruptly where it was like, all right, you guys, while you're in the air, when you land, that's the last Spirit flight, just so you know. Like people like connecting flights, I think that they ended up having to book new flights on them.
Let us know how much you relied on it, and if you are going to miss it. Spirit Airlines, they're like, yeah, customer service shut down. Don't bother calling. We will issue some refunds though for those flights that you booked. Man, now I just want to do like a 10-minute Q&A about your dad being a pilot and how cool. So work schedule was what throughout the week? It
was rough at first. So we when we lived in Chicago, he was a first officer. So his schedule was good because he was like a very senior first officer. And then when we moved down to Texas, it was so cute that he got upgraded to captain. Those schedules were brutal. I mean, he was working birthdays, holidays, weekends, everything. Now it's kind of back to normal. He's on like a Sunday through Wednesday schedule, about 4 days a week. So it's pretty normal now.
Did RJ Choppy make his weight? That in our Kentucky Derby recap next on Sean and Bobby 105.3 The Fan. But did you go ahead and make that call? Did you make that appointment?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch to Veerling. Goldswin in the air to shallow right center. Carter racing in. He dives, can't get it. One run scores, and so does another. Veerling up to second. It's 7-1 Tigers.
Jared Sandler with the call last night on your home for Rangers baseball. They lose 2 of 3 against the Tigers before the New York Yankees start tonight with the big 3. It's going to be Jacob deGrom, Nate Eovaldi, and Gore in Yankee Stadium. Rangers lose yesterday after a hot start from Jack Leiter.
Is that the big 3 now?
Who is the big 3?
I don't know. Mackenzie Gore's had his problems lately. Yeah. And now Eovaldi would not be big 3 for this season so far up until the last start, but the last start looks like he's back there. So I don't know. Maybe Jack Leiter will push Mackenzie Gore a little.
Yeah, Rocker was done after 2 innings on Saturday. He allowed 5 runs on 6 hits. He threw 43 pitches in his shortest outing of the year. They lose 5-1 on Friday. Danny Jansen with a big home run. Josh Young continuing his amazing start. He drove in 2 runs. They won 5-4. Nimmo, of course, left with right hamstring tightness. And then yesterday, Leiter with 5 straight strikeouts ended up with 10. But the Rangers offense scores 1, and they scored 7 runs in 3 total games.
Yeah, and Nimmo, the good news obviously was he popped back in the lineup yesterday. But for that to be any sort of a nagging issue, and I know he's not hitting like he was earlier in the season, the first part of the season, but if that becomes any sort of a nagging issue, I don't know how much worse this offense will look if he's not out there either. Like, I mean, it's becoming a problem.
The Kentucky Derby taking place on Saturday, and it was an amazing comeback.
As they arrive into the final furlong, O'Sally is also gaining ground on the far outside as they come to the last 16th of a mile. Denon Bourbon in front. O'Sally, a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing 2. Here's Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo and Cherie DeMol make history in the Kentucky Derby.
23-1, was in dead last, and then comes back to go ahead and win and give the trainer the first female Kentucky Derby win in history. And Bobby, you had a lot of thoughts on this event.
Were you surprised? Were you surprised that my thoughts were as lengthy as they were?
Yeah.
Which ultimately said I wasn't watching.
Yeah, I didn't know if... so this is one of those, like, not major appointments, but it's like, okay, if you're at a bar or you're at an event or maybe you pull it up on your phone, I like to see it. I'm not dying to see it.
Yeah,
I like to see it. You know, it's kind of like for the people who show up to Churchill Downs. I want to feel like I'm part of it.
I had somebody say to me one time,
and definitely for the Derby over the Preakness. Even though the Preakness is to see if someone can go back to back to set up the Triple Crown.
This is probably like 6 years ago or something like that, and I talked about how I'd never watch horse racing or these sort of things. And I remember I had a buddy who he does get into it and he does follow it, and he had said, like, you know, it's just set an alarm. It's like literally like 3 minutes. You don't. It's not like you got to commit to watching a full game. You can just be up to date with everybody who's watching just by watching for 3 minutes.
Yeah, but it's like a 3-hour Mike Tirico pregame.
I'm like, there's never any like clarity of when it actually is starting. And then I turn on, I'm like, well, it's not here. And how much longer am I going to have to watch like Melissa Joan Hart in a sundress and a giant ass hat in the stands?
You could have listened to Broadus's preview.
I did. The preview was like 5 times longer than the race. That's the hard thing about previewing a race that's 3 minutes, is that if you spend any more than 3 minutes on it, it feels like you're being excessive. But
there's 20 horses, and turns out you needed to go to the ones with the worst odds because this one won it with bad odds.
I will say, I watched the Triple Crown races, every single one of them pretty much, for, like 13 years. So it started in 2002, and it was the War Emblem horse that had won the first 2. And so I just happened to see the Kentucky Derby Then I had happened to see the second one, and then I tuned in for the third because I was like, wow, this is it could be history. And then the next year it was, I think that was Funny Side, the Gutsy Gelding. And then 04 was Smarty Jones. And so you've got all these horses that have won 2, and then they were falling short on the third. And it was really interesting to me. Well, then American Pharoah won it in 2015 and finally won the Triple Crown. And it was really cool. Because it was wow, history, something that hasn't been done in 40 years, basically. But then it also ended me watching Triple Crown races after that. Because to me, it's yeah, you guys need it. I need something on the line for me to tune in.
It's like the triple-double now for me in basketball.
Yeah.
It's like Russell Westbrook.
Used to be so cool.
He ruined the triple-double for me.
Yeah. Now it's because he was so good at it. But it becomes all right, this is just what they do now. And there was even another Triple Crown winner since then. I can't get super psyched about man, let me watch history here for something that's happened since my last kid was born.
I'll steal from RJ Choppy's email last week. He wrote, finally, the Preakness is getting moved back a week, and now hopefully we will get more great horses in and not another year where the winner of the Derby skips it. 2 of the last 4 Derby winners have skipped the Preakness. Ratings fell to their worst in 30 years. No excuse not to do this. It's the smart thing. And if horse racing purist has a problem, tell them to go clean their bedpan.
Oh.
That was RJ, word for word in the email. Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't he talking about Chris Russo there? Wouldn't that be? That's more like a Russo thing anyway, I would think. But
well, RJ,
did you watch it?
No.
Oh, okay. But that's the thing. You can watch the whole thing on Twitter when somebody retweets the 3-minute race later.
But I have to get the call. I love this guy on the call. He's undefeated, NBC, by the way, with the audio. And Tarico is fantastic. I'm assuming he did the pregame again this year. It's just so long to follow. I need the exact time, like a Stars pregame. All right, Choppy had his own horse battle. As everyone was tweeting, did RJ make weight? He's on vacation with his wife in Utah. They were going on this 3-hour horse trail, and RJ painted the picture, and I had a Tolo confirm he did the same thing, and they do weigh you. That if you're over 220, which RJ is, if you're over 220, they don't let you on this horse. And he said his wife was going to leave without him. Mm-hmm. And I was like, they're not going to have a scale. I refuse to believe they have a scale next to this horse to weigh you and shame you before getting on. And RJ Choppy did magnificent social media work over the weekend, mainly on his Instagram. First off, he just put out one picture on top of a horse. And someone was like, that's a donkey.
That's what I thought it was.
No wonder they are weighing you, because someone weighing 170 could snap that thing's back. That's a small horse, and RJ decided to video it.
Okay, Choppy here. We have arrived at the staging area for the horseback riding trip. And so far, no one said anything, so I gotta be quiet about this. Okay, nobody has said anything to me. But we are about 2 minutes away from getting on these horses. I am petrified. Okay, I don't think you guys are aware of how scared I am right now. I am petrified. I have no awareness of what it's... I don't know what I'm doing on this thing. I don't know how to ride this thing. Do I just sit there? What if it bucks me off? What if it says, ooh, I know you're more than 220 pounds, and I'm going to throw you myself? I don't know what to do. Look at the size of those animals.
So there he was, much trepidation, as this is a very, very skinny neck, but he got on. He was allowed to ride. No scale.
No scale, because he told us he had 15 pounds in like 3 days he had to lose or something ridiculous.
He was chugging soda drinks throughout the week. SODA, state of the art.
So
SOTA, state of the art.
Yep. So he was told us he had 15 pounds to lose, and then in the airport the day before, he's like, I just housed a bagel with cream cheese. It's like, well, then I know you definitely didn't cut 15 pounds in a day.
But then he said the final nail, and this was. Did you see what he ate?
No.
Double patty pastrami burger. Night. Throw in the towel.
So then
that's it. Over. Double patty pastrami burger, and put the pastrami on the double patty.
So what happened here? Did he basically make up the 220? Did he make up the scale? Did he? Is that more just kind of a recommendation, and they'll actually let you jump on the horse?
Right. Maybe they're trying to scare you to stay in shape for it.
They go find him a bigger horse. Like, what did they like? Oh yeah, one of our horses didn't make weight either. Here he is. You can ride him. Like, I got to know how this played out to where he was able to get on the horse because he did not make weight.
Well, he made a video. This is amazing. I don't know whether he made more. Jacob, I think you were all over this IG as well as myself. This is Choppy mid-gallop.
Okay, Choppy here. I'm riding this horse. I'm petrified. I think he has asthma. I think my horse has asthma. He's lagging behind. He's breathing heavy.
Because you're on him.
I'm pretty sure he has asthma. Doesn't hurt my butt as much as I thought it would. But holy cow, is my you-know-what not tight as hell right now. Okay, Choppy here. We have arrived at the staging area.
Yeah. So
he is so.
I don't know if there was anything else after that, Jake. I stopped following it.
Doesn't it hurt? Like, isn't it supposed to hurt?
Not.
But isn't it supposed to hurt like the next day? Is what it is. Like you get off the horse and then it's like, oh yeah, I feel fine, and then you're gonna feel it. Like I would assume the days after, because everybody on Twitter I did see was replying and saying like he's gonna be hurting like hell. He's not gonna be walking straight for the next week.
Yeah. Well, we will get the update. RJ Choppy on Instagram, but he did make the horse ride.
He couldn't put two and two together though and be like, maybe my horse is behind everybody because I did not make weight.
Yeah.
Or maybe they gave me a horse that didn't make weight either and he's heavier.
This horse's legs are trembling for some reason. They're shaking. He's got like Hakeem Olajuwon knee braces on the horse. This Choppy's on top.
Yeah, if the horse could speak, he's doing social media videos going, I'm petrified of this man riding me.
A Texas Tech update. That sounds like a next AI video, Choppy's horse, for tomorrow. Brendan Sorsby, under NCAA investigation for all the gambling, has retained notable lawyer Jeffrey Kessler to try to regain his college eligibility, according to Schefter and Pete Thamel. If they're unsuccessful, declaring for the supplemental draft then would become an option. Sorsby would have until June 30th to declare for the supplemental draft. And then Albert Breer followed up and said, Sorsby's camp is essentially doing this to accelerate the process. They want to see if the NCAA will negotiate a settlement on a suspension, because in one of the 7 different rules interpretations I read last week, you could be suspended for time or half the season. If not, Sorsby will likely go into the supplemental draft in early July. Now, to my left, wearing his Texas Tech Red Raider hat, is Jacob Ray. Jacob, your thoughts on this entire matter?
He's never going to play a game in the Red Raiders uniform. There's just no way. Because if you let him play, you just open up the biggest can of worms. I mean, because then there's questions of, okay, well, was it because he did it as a freshman? Was it because he didn't play in the games? There's just so many issues that it brings up. And I think this is such a publicized case that they're going to make an example out of him.
Yeah, I've changed my mind back to, once I saw the amount of bets, I'm like, okay, he's probably gone.
Yeah, it was apparently a problem. See, that's the thing. Whenever they call it a problem, doesn't that just mean you don't win? Isn't that the whole point? Like, if he's winning, nobody's talking about, like, man, he's got a real problem. He keeps winning all this money. Like, everybody be like, he's good at it. A problem, it feels like, is just he's not winning and he probably keeps going back to the well. But it does make you wonder, why were you even screwing around with this when you had all this NIL money coming your way?
How crushing is this for you in terms of the Sorsby hype and paying him maybe $5 million to play?
I mean, this is like the first time I've had a college team that's a national championship contender, because I wasn't a Tech fan when they went to the national championship in basketball. So, I mean, it's exciting. It's a little crazy to me that everybody says they're not going to win. They're gonna smoke the Big 12. They still have the best roster, and it's not even remotely close. As long as Will Hammond can come out and be 75% of what he was last year, they're going to rinse the Big 12. But I don't think you're a national championship contender anymore.
877-881-1053. Start texting in your best and worst of the weekend for 740 in the commercial-free expressway. Y'all, I know I'm going to get cursed out on Twitch like usual. Fancam and YouTube. Y'all, did he cook? Did he cook? I think Stephen Jones did during draft weekend. The audio to prove it after this. But first, let me get you set up with GimmeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, your SUV, your minivan, your supercar, or your exotic. It does not matter. GiveMeTheVIN.com. Put your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option. And, man, my night was made after Bobby, I think, sent over a little clip tease from ESPN and the NFL behind the scenes of the draft. And they basically tried to get with the teams that had 2 picks. So they got inside the war room for Cleveland, the Cowboys,
Chiefs,
and I can't even really...
I mean, it was really focused, it felt like, around the Browns, the Cowboys, and then every kind of individual pick around that. They had a little bit of stuff in there from the Raiders, War Room, a lot of Schefter just on the phone working things, which I kind of wondered. I don't know about you. Did you watch any of that and go like, does Schefter want that out there, that even if you're not identifying who he's talking to on the other end, that he was talking about Cleveland's going to do this, they're going to do this, and then somebody in Cleveland go like, don't tell Schefter anything anymore. What the hell's that? Why is he turning that out to another team?
He knows.
No, but to another team might be a little much.
Yeah. So before we get to the audio, we have 3 pieces of audio. I think it's riveting, and I am guilty of overhyping what happened because I'm euphoric. And I can't watch enough Caleb Downs. I can't watch enough Christian Parker. I can't wait for Oxnard, which I never say. There's a moment before this thing kicked off between Schottenheimer and Jerry. And they're just like, hey, man, I love you. I respect you. And Jerry basically said to Shotty, I want to be the last thing. By the way, for anyone who still sticks with this dumb, old, stale Jerry Jones, meddler, interferes narrative, watch this. Now, Jerry may mess up the contract extensions, but when it comes to drafting and I assume free agent signing, watch how much he sits back. He is the fourth most vocal or active in the room. Stephen Jones is the leader here. Number 1. And I want to know at the end, truthfully, if you can be FAF and give Stephen some props. You got Will also working the phone with the other teams. It's not just Stephen making the calls. Then you got Schottenheimer, and Jerry, I think, is 4th in terms of, and that's a good thing. By the way, it destroys that narrative. But basically, Jerry, they're telling each other, Jerry and Shotty, how much they love each other. And Jerry's like, you're the last person in here I'm worried about. You be you. And Jerry's like, I want to be the last one in here that you're worried about. So we should be last on each other's worry radar.
Yeah, and he's this is something that we try to talk to people about, and a lot of people shoot it down and just, must be in the pocket. It's like, I'm not saying it's a right way to do it or a wrong way to do it. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily an unhealthy structure, but the reality is Jerry, for the most part, is a veto pen now. That's what he does, and that's out of his own choice. Like, he's structured it that way to where he has a brain trust, a consensus. There are times he doesn't agree with them, and he just lets them decide anyway, because it's like, well, I've put these people in place to know these things. So now he'll tell you the buck stops with him because he does have the veto pen. So he could have told them no and could have overruled them, but he let him do it. So ultimately it is his decision. But he uses it about as frequently as when something gets pushed through the legislature, then he's ultimately either going to veto it or let it go.
So as things were playing out with the draft, the Giants are waiting to pick at 5, and Tennessee's on the clock. Everyone in Cleveland, because they're waiting to see what type of move they're going to make afterwards, everyone in Cleveland is guessing Arvell Reese for the Titans. Mm-hmm. Everyone. So Reese goes where he goes, and Schottenheimer's initial reaction before the Giants take him is 3 offensive players. Let's go.
He gasped when they took Carnell Tate. He went, oh. He goes 3, and he's like fist. But that's when you could tell the energy in that whole room was a little like, oh, we might get somebody to fall to us.
Steven, after Arvell goes to the Giants, he goes, they got 4 ends now. They got 4 ends. And Cleveland is now sitting here at 6, and the Dallas Cowboys make a call.
I've heard about Cleveland feels like it's got to deal with somebody to move back. Not like they've got enough opportunities, they feel like. So that I don't know whether that's Kansas City or Dallas.
That's all right. You still good? All right.
So let's stay on the line. Okay. I'm going to have Coop go ahead and call it in. We'll stay on the line so Chris calls it in with interception.
I get terrible Wi-Fi here. Hey, how do I get to the alert? Did the alert get up?
All right, so we traded out 6. We're going to 9 with Kansas City. Thought being we have 3 guys that we would take at this spot with Fano, Tyson, and Maui Noah. We go to 9. We're guaranteed one of those positions. We'll see what Washington and New Orleans do. They could not get a touchdown.
So that is Cleveland.
That's Cleveland moving back to Kansas City there.
Yes. I did not think I included that in mine. I said disregard Bobby's audio that he sent. Just use mine. So now Cleveland has moved back, right?
Yep.
And
to 9.
and their thought was part of the reason I love all this is you find out who they like. So what Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, said is we're going to move back. We got 3 guys we're fine with. Fano, Jordan Tyson, and Maui Noah.
And that's why the Tyson stuff was not hype. We knew Dallas loved him. Browns, that's the first I've heard Browns loving him, but Browns loved him, Giants loved him, Chiefs, Saints took him. So, I mean, he clearly, that ended up not being smoked. The league really liked him.
So now the Browns have moved to 9. Cowboys call.
Hard to tell what these teams need. You'd have thought
they need everything. Everybody needs
everything. Downs was recognized throughout the NFL as one of the, certainly in the top 5 or 10 picks. We went into this draft saying, my goodness, I know it's important to get a pass rusher, but man, do we need to come out of here with a real nickel.
You know, you were holding on. I mean, with every pick, you were, thinking he could go. But, once it got down to, they were getting down to the 9th and 10th pick, we said, hey, we might have an opportunity here. I knew the Giants had expressed some interest, and certainly, at that time, you just really didn't know about the Dolphins.
The big thing is we're going to see here real soon whether it's worth it to go up.
The New York Giants have submitted their pick. Miami is on the call.
All right, stop it real quick.
On the first.
All right, so this is them calling Miami. Mm-hmm. We got some communication issues right here going on.
Who's wearing the green dot?
Who's wearing the green dot? So I'll take the responsibility for now till the commercial break. And I'll double check my audio timestamps. So the Cowboys call Cleveland for 9. They offer 9 and 24, and this is a scenario, right? We did these war room scenarios, and they said we'll give you 12 and 20 for 9 and 24. 12 and 20 Cowboys for Cleveland's 9 and 24. Andrew Berry said that's light on all dimensions. So we're not having that. And I didn't go to the trade chart like you have probably memorized, Bob, but that does feel a little bit light, doesn't it? That doesn't feel enough for Cleveland to do that.
It does. Looking at it here, 1350. Yeah, it would be. That looks like it would be short by about 100 points.
But the word was Cleveland was so desperate to move back, and that teams wanted to move back. There were so many of them that they may have to take a discount. So I love that Steven offered the discount.
Yeah, and they already had. They'd moved back. That's why they were probably a little more comfortable, just because, we've already picked up some extra capital. And Steven, even after they said no, he goes, 5th wouldn't help anything? Nah.
Yes, Steven offered the extra 5, and after they said no, he said, well, they don't want to fall behind the Giants for an offensive lineman.
Yes.
They don't want to go behind the Giants at 10. Now, I'm assuming, Jerry said Downs was one of 4 guys they would have moved up for. I'm assuming that this call for 9 was for Caleb.
Yep.
Do we know the other guys they would have moved up for? Reese?
Yeah, so how far they go up, quote unquote, would probably matter in terms of for instance, they were not going to move up to 6 for Downs, but they'd move up to 9, or they'd move they were within range or reason. They didn't want to give up the extra first-round pick. Anything that would cause them to lose that first-round pick, the second one, they were not willing to do, unless it was for a bigger player. So those guys would have been Downs, probably Delane and Styles, and then the 4th was going to be who did the Jets leave you? So whether it's just some combo of Reese or Bailey, whoever doesn't get picked by the Jets at 2, and if they were to slide, then maybe we'd call about it.
Meanwhile, Jerry is giving a tour to people in the room, like the guests that have come in, the special VIPs. Not just in the beginning when he gives like the little intro of, I would not like my life researched with all the dirt we get on these guys. I would not want that same thing done to me. And then like in the midst of it, and this is what drives Cowboy fans crazy, Jerry is still here. Like, this is what we could be doing here, depending on who's on the board. He's still talking to like the guests in the war room.
Yeah, now, so I watched like half of this last night at 10:30 before I went to bed. So I watched right after Dallas's pick here. Were they the only ones? It seemed like to that point, were they the only ones who gave extended post-draft wrap-up analysis from their team?
I think so.
Because I didn't notice anybody else talking about, like, man, we were so...
Maybe Spytek from the Raiders?
Spytek, yeah, but I couldn't tell if Spytek was just generalized, like, Mendoza talk versus, hey, this is how it played out for us, and we were so... It felt
Jerry
like,
and Steven went and sat, it looked like, in a conference room.
It looked like the America's Game type of interviews. Like, they're sitting there and do it. And I saw cameras in that conference room last week, like a film crew was in there, and I guess that's what that was for.
So now here's the long, extended drama of dealing with the Miami Dolphins. I did not know they almost missed getting the pick in. Listen to the communication, listen to the drama, listen to the execution of trying to move up with Miami.
Certainly, at that time, you just really didn't know about the Dolphins.
The big thing is we're going to see here real soon whether it's worth it to go up.
The New York Giants have submitted their pick. Miami is on the clock.
Well, the first thing we'll find out if Miami wants Downs.
That they might like to pick more than Downs.
They might, but if they don't like Downs...
The question is, what would you give to go one spot? It's 50 on the chart, which is a fifth.
Well, I would if I thought Miami was going to take Downs and they want Downs. Now, I'd get serious about some points, but...
you could give 2/5.
But if I'm Miami, why doesn't Miami sitting there with us? We've had as much written about us and Downs as anybody there is in this draft.
All right, stop right there.
We knew it was a long shot.
So decipher for me what Jerry is thinking here out loud. The number one thing that I'm taking away is, all right, like, we'll give up some real stuff here if we think that Miami wants Downs, but he's reasoning out loud why they may not take him.
Yeah, so initially they're talking through about, like, well, do we know that Miami would just take Downs? And I said, no, we and that was the biggest thing leading up to the draft. Nobody knew what Miami was going to do.
Well, we thought as soon as they traded Waddle, every mock draft had them taking a receiver, locked in, done.
Right, and it was a little complicated because they ended up with a second first-round pick, obviously, from the Waddle trade. And so there was a thought of, like, well, could they wait till the second one? Could they? If Daniel Jeremiah kept saying the draft is so deep, I could see the Dolphins wait until second round to get a receiver. And so it just kind of varied. And so it sounds like teams know. Like, you hear them talking about, like, Giants are going to take an offensive lineman at 10. Like, Dallas had a beat on what other teams were going to be doing. It's rare that they're kind of surprised. They were caught off guard a little bit by, Carnell Tate 4. That's surprising. They're a little surprised by that. And then the Dolphins, Dallas just was in the dark. And I think that's probably due to the new regime that was in place. But Jerry's basically talking about, Steven's trying to tell him this is how much it costs. And then Jerry was saying, I'm willing to overpay to get him. Like we can talk about losing on the trade chart a little if it means getting this guy, which, depending on the trade chart you follow, they didn't lose the Miami trade. They actually won on the points.
Let's continue.
We knew it was a long shot if we stayed at 12. He certainly was one of 4 players that we had that we were ready to put some ammo to go up to get.
Hey, Kyle, this is Stephen Jones.
Hey, Stephen, how are you, man?
Right here in Dallas, one behind you. Wondering, are y'all going to pick away, or would you be interested?
What are you guys looking?
Well, we'd probably throw in our 5th plus something. Go one spot.
5 plus. No, we're gonna stay.
Okay.
We're gonna pick. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
No good.
Miami is using all of its time here.
I really didn't think that.
So Miami shuts down the first offer of a 5th.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw with the Cleveland offer, when they were told no, they just went, nope, that's it, we're done. And so now they did offer with the Cleveland one, they offered the trade, and then they immediately offered the follow up. This one they offered
tried to throw in a fifth.
They offered the initial trade here to Miami, and then they were told, no, it's not going to do it, and they hung up the phone and kind of huddled again.
Yeah, and Will hands the phone over to up the ante. Like, Will is side texting some of these teams.
Yes, yeah.
It's not just Steven making the call. Will is also communicating.
Yeah, so, like, Will was, like, talking to the Browns on his cell phone, and then they end up calling, and so, like, the execution is more than just the phones there.
This is a scary moment right here.
Yes.
Because
I think you could hear them groan. I think you legitimately heard like a groan in the room when they said no. I think you heard someone go, oh, like you can.
Yeah.
They were.
Because you're like, they're willing to move out, and then is someone else going to jump us? So they're not sticking it. They're not married to someone because they were willing to listen.
Yeah. Actions speak louder than words. They've told you they loved Tyler Guyton. They told you they loved Mozzie Smith. They told you they loved Tyler Smith and all those different things. They've also told you they love Caleb Downs. You can tell by this audio, what they said post-draft, what you see on the camera, all those different things. They really were going to hurt if they lost Caleb Downs. It was going to be a gut punch to them if Caleb Downs came off the board.
So this is Miami saying no to the initial offer of a fifth to move up one spot.
Miami is using all of its time here.
I really didn't think that Miami in this particular case was going to draft him. But I didn't doubt a minute that somebody else would come over and trade Miami out of that spot and get him right out from under us. It wasn't a hard decision to go ahead and up the ante and make sure we had him.
The league in general, had that feeling that, the draft wasn't that deep in blue chip type, especially defensive players. So, we just decided to pull the trigger there and send the 2 5s.
Hold on here, Steve. They'll move back one spot.
You'll move back one spot for a 5? Yeah. No, we do 177, 180 if it's 2 5s. Okay, we got it. Trade in. Hold on, guys. Please be quiet.
Calling it in.
Hello, it's Ken.
Hey, this is Steven.
All right,
hey, Steven.
Stop
We're
it.
giving them our...
So explain what is happening here.
So when the trade is...
I'm like, does Steven have to do this like on his side for every single move?
So I think a lot of people assume that you just call it into the league office if you're the team that's trading out. Like whoever's on the clock, you need to inform the league. That's true, but the other team has to call too. So basically what happens is you call into the league office, and so you saw it on some of this video. Somebody took a call in the little command center, and then there was another person who had a phone who they pick up the other line whenever it rings in. But the job there is to... Dallas has to call with the terms of the trade. Miami has to call with the terms of the trade. If there's anything that doesn't match in what they said, there's no trade.
Wow.
So
it has to match up. The story's got to match.
Everything has to be clear of like, you can't just speak on behalf of Miami and tell us who they're trading. Or Miami can't speak on behalf of you and tell us who we need confirmation that's what you wanted to do. And so it removes all confusion and different things like that. And so they're supposed to both call in. If there's any sort of thing that's off, you say this year's 7th instead of next year's 7th or something like just like a misspeak, then they'll say that's not the trade. And you've got to call back and like cycle through it. And that's why it can be, especially with 8-minute clock this year, it can be tight.
And man, I want to ask Steven if that can't be...
Who'd you tell to shut up? That's what I would ask Steven. Who did you tell? Be quiet.
We need that as a drop, Jake. Go ahead and get ready to re-drop that. I want to know if that cannot be Steven's own personal cell. It has to be a separate cell that they have to get, because if there's a spam call in the middle of this or communication or someone call waiting.
The Will one? Or the big phone. So they got
the cell.
Oh, yeah, the cell. I think that was Will's. It may have been Steven's. But yeah.
But Steven's on a cell phone, too, throughout a lot of these other calls. I'm like, that can't be your cell.
Yeah.
I don't think. Imagine, someone randomly calling you.
Yeah, if Choppy was GM, his kids would be calling to be like, where are my shoes?
Yeah.
And I'd be like, I'm working, bud.
All right, so, and then the big surprise here, and I had no idea, I don't know if you did either, Bobby, the clock has almost run out on them. Now, the Minnesota Vikings were famous for this. I think 2 times in a row.
I remember it happening once for sure because it caused chaos. It caused the draft to actually move fast in the first round one year.
They didn't get it in on time, and that allows the next team to jump you and make your pick. Imagine if you execute all this. Well, we'll play the audio first. This is behind the scenes draft first round on ESPN.
Hey, Steven.
We're giving them our pick, number 12, and we're giving them 177, 180. Miami.
Okay, yep.
Are we good?
Yes.
Turn it in.
You have a deal.
Okay.
We're on the
clock. They're turning it in. We got 10 seconds, 2 seconds.
Then it's us on the clock.
Then it's us
on the clock. Better hurry up and get it in.
Pause that real quick. So that is the one point. There's a little bit of urgency to get it in, but as I'm trying to figure out who it was talking in the background, but they're trying to say, if the clock runs out, it's not a big deal. We're on the clock then, and then we run the pick in. So then we don't have to trade. And so they're getting the trade in, and they're trying to call it in, but it is one of those things where it's like, logistically, if it doesn't go through in these last couple seconds, we're on the clock.
Oh, my God.
And so
you think there was a fight between Philly and Pittsburgh?
That would have got,
would it bump down?
They're mic'd up. So if they get caught in that moment, intentionally stalling, they would get in trouble. So they weren't suggesting, it wasn't like a thing of like, let's do this. It was more just the reality of like, hey, we've called it in, but if Miami doesn't call it in time or something, like, we're up anyway. And so then we don't lose capital because they didn't call it in time. That's what happened to Minnesota. Minnesota was on the phone for a trade, and they couldn't get off the phone with Baltimore in time. And they missed, and that's when they got jumped by 2 teams.
They're turning it in. We got 10 seconds, 2 seconds.
Then it's us on the clock.
Then it's us
on the clock. Better hurry up and get it in.
Dallas has submitted its pick. Miami is on the clock.
Caleb Downs.
Great job. Not a good job. Great job.
Will's had it.
This is amazing. First off, there was like too much of a pause and gap in there after Steven said Caleb Downs. I don't know whether that was a technical delay, broadcasting, or the room was so stunned, or Steven had scared the hell out of everyone by saying, shut up. But he says Caleb Downs. There's a gap. They explode. Shoddy goes to Jerry. Phenomenal job with the execution. And poor Will McClay looked like he needed a cigarette.
Yeah.
He needed a cigarette and a beer. He's laid back in his chair like that took every ounce of life out of me. It's riveting, dramatic, incredible. Every part of the reason that I love the draft. And when you're on that coverage and y'all get that war room view to try to decipher everything that's happening.
Yeah, and even when you watch it, you don't get a sense seeing it on the war room that it was as like stressful as it was there. Like you see them on the phone, but they don't look like super panicked on their faces. They're clearly, there's urgency here. We're trying to get stuff done, but it doesn't have like a visual like that. But I mean, it's something that when I saw watching this last night, it made me just go like, to be, and I know we've always said this, but to be a fly on the wall in every one of these war rooms in that first round, just living and dying with because somebody else lost their Caleb Downs, and it may have been Caleb, but somebody else was watching the draft board fall and was having those same conversations, and it didn't come through. And how sick did they sound in their war room when that guy came off the board?
This would have been crushing if any one of these little minor details and aspects ended up like costing you.
If Miami picked Downs there, they would have just been beside themselves.
Well, if they offer the 5th, it's like, you know, you got a great deal and you undercut someone and then boom, it's sold to someone else. And you're like, if I would have offered what I was willing to go to initially, it could have been mine. So if they offered the initial 5th and Miami says no, someone else jumps them by giving something else, and you lose out on that, it would have haunted them that they just didn't give the 2 5ths to begin with.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That little minor detail.
But for all those who, and we'll hear some more of it. I don't know if we'll do it now or later, but we'll hear some more of it, obviously, in the way they work the phones. There's a thought, I think, from a lot of people that the Cowboys, when they get their trades, and they've lost trade negotiations before, they've lost contract negotiations before, but that they are just picking up the phone and going to the very top offer right away. And it's like, well, at least there's 2 instances of you saw them calling Cleveland with an offer, told no. All right, we'll bump it a little. Okay, no. All right, well, we're not going to cross that. Fine. Miami calling them, not getting it, and then going, all right, here. So they're not just jumping to, here's the best possible offer. Like I think a lot of people assume the Cowboys do a lot of times, that they're just over eager in the aggressiveness. They're working the phones and working compensation just like all the other teams do.
All right, now let's get to commercial-free Expressway. Sean and Bobby, Choppy and Pepe out. We got Jacob Ray running things in the producer chair. Now this is the Eagles back and forth which caused them to move back and still get their guy in Malachi Lawrence.
Who's the best candidates if you were them?
On who?
Got to play. Yeah.
Coming to our 20 to move to 20.
Yeah.
Philly.
Just call Howard, Steve.
Just call Howard.
Oh, well, if you call, we're going to be giving the 6. I'm hoping he'll call and say we'll do the 2-4s. We got time. We got a few minutes, so not like we're down to the 20 seconds we were. He's trying to call me? I tell him I'm calling him. Hello? Howie? Yes. Hey, this is Steven. How you doing, man? 37. Our 7th next year? We're good. No, we don't want to. We're already giving up picks for this year. We're out of them. We're out of picks. But anyway, we for sure do it for the 2-4s.
You good?
I'll throw you a next year's 7.
Okay, we got a deal.
We got a deal.
Hey, why Philly cold?
All right, stop it. So that's the back and forth with Howie Roseman.
And that's why the Cowboys have said, when Jerry talks about when you pick up the phone, you lose on the trade, they're talking about when you trade back. They know they got to pick up the phone to call when they're trading up. So they're generally talking about when you're on the clock and you pick up the phone, you're losing. And Steven's talking about it there. He's saying, this is our pick, we're supposed to hold the power. If we pick up the phone and we call Philly and we're like a little eager, then we're gonna be giving a 6th back to them as part of this. Instead, I want them to just take the 2-4s. And in the end, they didn't just get the flat 2-4s, but they did give up a 7th next year. And so that's kind of the thought, is that they think if they pick up the phone and call Howie Roseman goes, gotcha. No, you're going to be a little more than the 7th. You're going to give me something more because you clearly want to get out of that spot.
Yeah, but I just don't like it when the Cowboys don't make the call. Like, you still have to call. Like, Howie needed to move up more than they needed to move back.
Yeah, so typically when you're on the clock, like for instance, we saw it when the Browns were on the clock, teams called them. When the Chiefs, when teams are on the clock, generally it is you're kind of in the position of power of like, I'm on the clock, we'll know if people want to come up or not. Otherwise, we're trying to convince them to come up, and then we're just paying through the nose.
So this is Makai Lemon on the phone with Pittsburgh. Now, in one of the athletic recaps, which we may get to at 8:40, they wrote in here, they blame Pittsburgh for prematurely calling Makai Lemon. Nick Harris blew up with the report that the Steelers are pissed, that they're furious because they thought that the Cowboys may have done them dirty with this whole transaction.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's the reality, is that Dallas was not off the clock yet. You don't need to go call it. Like, you should not be calling players. Now, does that happen occasionally? I'm sure it does. Like, maybe somebody's not taking anybody. But once Philly calls and wants to come up, that's an entirely a Pittsburgh execution problem. And McCarthy teams have problems executing.
So this is Makai on the phone with Pittsburgh, and he notices Philadelphia trying to dial in.
Hey, why Philly cold?
Oh, Philly just traded for you.
Hello?
This is Philly. They just traded for you.
This is Howie Roseman. I'm the GM of the Eagles. How you doing? We just traded up. We're picking you. You're an Eagle. Congrats, brother. Let's do it.
Let's get to work, man.
Boom. There it is.
I would love the video in the Pittsburgh War Room.
Ooh.
Which we've only seen them, they've shown some video of them on the phone, but they've not given any audio or shown their reaction when they find out Philly's up there, and I think that's probably for a reason.
Yeah. So there it is. That was on ESPN. I was obsessed with this last night. So good job getting the audio. I still think I'm going to get a victory over you here in this commercial break. Is this a W for me or W for you?
We'll find out.
Oh,
we'll find out.
I think he feels good about his position. Other things in this.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, we have to get everyone's Steven impression on the Franklin Franco fan text.
Well, obviously.
Because he has a nice, calm, lighthearted demeanor mixed in with the, yo, everyone be quiet. Schottenheimer was stunned over Ty Simpson. The whole room is still celebrating. The Rams take Ty Simpson, and Schotty's trying to tell everyone, yo, guys.
Look.
The Rams took Simpson. Schottenheimer did confirm they had Lawrence over Allen, and Shotty was really the loudest voice in the room based upon this footage. He said, Lawrence can be a difference maker. We were all excited about this guy. It seemed like Schottenheimer was the one really pushing for Malachi to be the selection.
And I think he was pushing on behalf of Christian Parker in that moment. I mean, it's obviously Brian may have felt that way, Shotty may have felt that way, but like I think it's also just, hey, I'm in here as using my voice. I know who my guy wants, so I'm going to go to I'm up here to advocate for him and go to bat for him.
What were the biggest things you learned from this? And touch on Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones is the one operating all of it.
Yeah, and so I think, yeah, in terms of execution, how they move around, like Stephen's clearly in control. When it comes to, I don't know that it showed.
And did a fantastic job.
I don't know that it showed completely how much Will has a voice in there and what he does. Because obviously, logistically, they're trying to just show execution more than anything. But when they're talking players up there instead of just the logistics of moving around for a trade, it's going to be heavy on Will. But I think that, yeah, it is a good reflection for Steven of just, I think it shows him as being more in command than people sometimes assume that he is. Like, I think, again, people assume Dallas is going to get taken for a ride on calls, negotiations, whether that's contracts, trades, whatever
I was
else.
worried about this. With the 8 minutes, I was really, really worried. He proved me wrong.
Looks very patient and unconcerned, and just like, you know what, like we can ride this out a little bit. We're not going to panic. Telling the room, y'all shut up. Like we're trying to get on top of this. So I think that was a big impression, and also the biggest thing for me was, you know, publicly what they said, and you can visibly see them celebrating. I think when you hear how excited they are and you hear them talking about it, you can tell Caleb Downs is so different for them than anybody they've picked recently in terms of just...
I was surprised they weren't more upset when they couldn't move up with Cleveland, and then I was expecting even more panic when Miami said no to the first fifth.
Yeah,
and they did call back to up the ante, or Will was texting.
It sounded like there was a text conversation going upping the ante, and then he called to finalize, like confirm, like, hey, we're doing this, right? But I think that they can't panic, right? Like they've probably been through this 40 times. I mean, Jerry and Steven have been through this 40 times. They've probably sat in there enough times and had enough times where it did blow up on them, and other times it didn't, where they recognize you got to kind of be level here when you're approaching this.
What'd you say on my headphones, Jake?
I got the cut wrong.
Sharif wins again.
So when I pull these audio cuts, I use Twitter to MP3 converter, and the Twitter link you sent me had 2 embedded videos.
Yeah.
And it grabbed the wrong one.
Show me the baby, Jake.
Yep. It was me.
You could have stopped right there. Don't tell me the page. Just show me the baby. Commercial free in the Expressway. We'll do best and worst of the weekend at 8:20. But Cowboys jerseys are flying off the shelf after this rookie minicamp weekend. Why you may not want to go ahead and make that purchase. We'll explain on the Home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby next.
our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Thank you for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. Aiden is excited because he's fist pumping at 8 o'clock. We got Jacob Ray in for Pepe. Peyton will be back tomorrow. Choppy out this week on vacation in Utah.
Peyton will be back Wednesday, I believe.
Oh, my bad. All right.
Yeah, one more day with me.
It was good. It's been good. Been good. Till the expressway. No, Jacob Ray always crushes it. Bobby Belt has a lot of Jacob Ray stock in his portfolio.
I'm a fan of Jacob Ray.
Yep. Okay, so not surprising that best-selling rookie jerseys have come out. And sitting there at number one, the last number controversy we had around here was the Marvion Overshown.
Yeah.
Jerry, give up 0 and take it from Rowdy or not. So
and before that, it would have been, did Jerry force CeeDee Lamb to wear 88 when he didn't want to wear it?
Yeah.
That was the other one.
I think Mike Orvin was telling some story the other day about CeeDee calling for the permission. And then it was Jalen Smith. What was Jalen wearing?
Nina. He wanted to wear the Nina, the 9. Remember, he was, and so he bought out.
Nina?
That's what he would call it. He said, I got to wear the Nina, which was the.
Not Nueve?
No, he would call it Nina.
Okay.
I don't know. But he would wear 9, and that was, he bought out like all, because in order to switch your jersey number, you have to buy out the stock of, like, you have to buy out the entire supply of your jerseys at the NFL shop. Because the NFL's like, nope, to change your jersey number, we need to have all this moved. And so players end up having to spend a ton of money. I think Jalen Smith spent like damn near 7 figures to try and get that jersey.
All right, let's go 10-1. The top 10 best-selling NFL rookie jerseys so far. David Bailey, 10. Dylan Thieneman, 9. The Bears fans representing over the Jets fans. Caleb Lomu?
Lomu.
Mm-hmm. Who is that?
He was an offensive tackle at Utah. Who picked him again? I forget.
New England.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, they're just trying to get their minds off Rossini.
At number 8 is Caleb. Jeremiah Love, the weak Arizona fans.
8 is Caleb?
8 is Caleb. Jeremiah Love, 7. But look at the fan bases, too.
Whose list is this?
I think it's Fanatics, and then Fox Sports, and then DraftKings went and picked it up. Jeremiah Love, 7. Chris Johnson, Miami corner, who the Cowboys liked, at 6. Fernando at 5. 4 over Fernando is Drew Aller, the Steeler fans.
Yeah, that has got to be. So I'm looking at a different list, by the way. I've got Fanatics has the list from Fanatics gave Pro Football Talk the list yesterday, and Caleb Downs is much higher than 8 on that list. But this one here says that if you've got
I said Caleb Lomu.
Oh, I thought you said Caleb. I thought you said Caleb when you said Caleb. You were talking about Downs. I was like,
no,
that's weird.
You gave me his last name.
Okay, that's why I was like, I know. I thought you were followed up like that was the next one. I was like, that's weird.
See what happens normally throughout the week. I'm always right on my P's and Q's.
This is what it is.
See that, Jake?
So when you the Drew Aller one is interesting because he would be. We'll see who the other top 3 are, but Drew Aller being 4 has to just be that's Penn State and ended up at Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
Like that's just
a new Steeler quarterback with some hope. Like
there's that, but like also just like I would think, especially because I mean if they're taking Ty Simpson, is that jersey selling as high? I'm not sure if it is. Drew Aller, it's like, oh, that's hometown kid, and here he is. He's going to stay here in Pittsburgh. But I mean, because he's the number 1 like offensive guy, and for him to be above any other quarterback and any other offensive player, that seems a little wild to me.
So, just to recap, 10-1. David Bailey, Dylan Thieneman, 9. Lomu, 8. Lomu, Bobby.
That's Caleb, right?
Jeremiah Love, 7. Chris Johnson, 6. Mendoza, 5. Weak Raider fans. Where are you at? Drew Aller, 4. At number 3, Malachi Lawrence, Dallas Cowboys.
And,
wow.
And so here's the thing that I'm not clear on. These are just number 1 jerseys they're buying, right? Like for a lot of these guys? Because I don't think a lot of them weren't assigned numbers yet when Fanatics started dealing them out there.
That's why I think this is like
is it pre-orders maybe? Like, hey, I'm reserving a jersey number for when he gets assigned one?
Because don't do it right now. Don't do it, and we'll explain in just a second. At number 2, Jerry Jones may be ruining the fact that he didn't listen to Zach Wilczek and myself. He listened too much to Bobby Belt. Jacob Rodriguez, Jacob Ray, your boy, at number 2 amongst the rookie jersey sales in Miami.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Shut up.
This is Wilczek now. I think this is Zach bought all these. Like, that's what that would have to be. Look, I mean, this is why my theory has been out there with you about the Diego Pavia thing. Because I don't think there's just a bunch of wild Dolphins fans out there who are just like, yeah, let's snatch up our 3rd pick in the draft. Let's get his jersey. That's got to be a lot of Texas Tech people, right? Who are psyched that he's in there. That's why I think Pavia going to the Baltimore when they did, and them going like, all right, let's just sign him to a deal, keep him around here. We can start moving some merch. If Vandy fans want to buy Pavia jerseys, let's do it. And I would bet Pavia is one of the top 10 rookie jerseys by training camp.
And then, of course, number 1, no surprise, is Caleb Downs, top 10 best-selling NFL rookie jerseys so far, and the Dallas Cowboys own 2 of the top 3.
Yep, and I mean, if they would have had a second-round pick, he very well could have been that pick, Jacob Rodriguez. So they could have had the top 3. But I would say there is 1, 2, 3. So they've got 2 of the guys. There's 3 others on this list that Dallas very well may have taken. Like, been really close on it. That would have been Chris Johnson, the corner, who I think would have been in play for them in the 20s if they didn't take a defensive back first. Dylan Thieneman, who, again, if they hadn't taken somebody at 12, if they would have taken an edge rusher at 12, they would have been looking at somebody like Thieneman at 20 if he could have fallen to them, which he did. And then if you want to stretch it to a 4th, they loved David Bailey. So if Bailey were to somehow slip down, they would have gone after him. But, yeah, this is a lot of Cowboy interest here. It's Cowboy interest and then quarterbacks and a running back. But Chris Johnson going to the Dolphins, that just sounds like Dolphins fans they get 6-2. Dolphins fans are just hyped to have an era of change, I guess. Assigned jersey numbers, which is also caused a stir. Caleb Downs right now is wearing 18. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't. Like, I mean, I got to say, again, me over analyzing and overreading. Did you see the video of him running out to the practice field? No. So he runs out to the practice field for the first time. He's got the sweatband around his neck like he always does. And as he's going out there, he makes quick eye contact with the camera. And then he looks forward. No stoic face. It's like, yeah, you didn't stop to do the first time on the field or any of that. You're all business. You're here to hang out. But it's the you're trying to say that stoic look is because of. I'm just saying he's locked in. He's already locked in, okay. Sean, and he's ready to go out there and he's got that dog in him. Is basically what I'm saying. So Caleb Downs is 18 at Ohio State. He was. Number two. He's number 2 at Alabama as well. So that's kind of been his number. And who has 2 right now? Kobe Durant, who the more I've watched free agency play out in the draft, the more I wonder a couple things. It means one of 2 things. One, is Durant going to play less than we were thinking when he first signed here? And then the other aspect of it is, or do they not know about Revel or Bland's health? And they expect that, because the way they've addressed the secondary, it feels like, all right, you've poured a lot of resources into guys who are going to be one of them sitting on the bench potentially pretty frequently. But Downs getting 18 and Kobe Durant has 2. I don't know if that's a purchase problem. I think a lot of times early on you're assigned it. Like it's just one of those things where this is what we have available. You can negotiate something after that because these guys have not met the veterans yet. So it may just be a case of Downs has to wait until he gets into the summer, and then he can do that. Dak Prescott, he was not number 4 for the first 2 months he was here. Like, a lot of people don't remember that. He was 10 when he first got here. And then he ended up switching over to 4 once we got into the summer months. So guys will switch jerseys. Like you were saying, don't go buying the jersey yet. Yeah. Because it's likely to change. Like, a lot of these numbers will change. And I hate that. I wish the league would lock these guys in for like 3 years to their jersey. Yeah. I hate that. It screws the fans. I don't know why the NFL wouldn't want them to be more proactive, or they're willing to just say, all right, yeah, be a little flippant with it when there's all this fervor right after the draft to buy a jersey. Have you watched the behind the scenes that we just played in the Expressway? You saw Brian Schottenheimer waiting to give a bear hug to Caleb Downs, walking into his office before they had their little putt-putt golf match, and Schotty's like, get in here. And obviously over the weekend, he was still giddy.
The person elite, the intelligence elite. It's cool for me on the field to watch the ability for him to be going in any direction and how quickly he can get into balance. Why that matters is it matters with the ability to tackle in open field space, make plays on the ball, in coverage, time up blitzes. He's just got incredible lower body athleticism that when you watch him, he always gets into that same position where he's ready to strike with same foot, same shoulder, whether it's left foot forward, right foot forward. And the way he moves in the individual periods, which is what really most of this camp is going to be, is mostly individual. It's very impressive how he can do that.
Other numbers, by the way, in case you were interested, Devin Moore is 29. Michael Trigg, who we're going to have to dedicate at least half a segment to, with a lot of this Michael Trigg hype. The Baylor tight end, number 46. Barham is 55.
I like that.
Drew Shelton is 67. Anthony Smith, the receiver, is 83. LT Overton is 99, and Malachi Lawrence is 57. By the way, Drew Shelton said initial impressions of Caleb Downs, very impressive. I'm sorry, Devin Moore said Downs already knows the playbook and is working in multiple positions. So he already knows it.
He's already got it down. That's one of the things they're super excited about. I'm super excited about these few jersey numbers, though. 99 looks great for LT Overton. That's a perfect edge-setting defensive end there. The 55 on Jayshawn Barham, if he's going to play linebacker, great. That's a firm linebacker number. My Spectrum brain loves that. And then a wide receiver, I'm glad Anthony Smith is not doing something dumb like wearing like 14 or whatever it is. Getting 83 reminds me of Anthony Miller, the old Chargers receiver. And so feels like a nice fit. There's some good fits there. We just got to get 18 off of, got to get that off of Caleb Downs. And I'm hoping 57 isn't long on Malachi Lawrence.
Malachi, number 3, most bought rookie jerseys so far. Christian Parker on what has stood out.
We had him in the formal process at the combine. I think you see just a natural rusher on tape. He has natural instincts. He could turn his toe at the top of the rush. He plays with power. He plays with urgent effort. You see him just running down quarterbacks, and that's one thing we talk about. The 3 quarterbacks in our division are all athletic. So anybody we deploy on the edge has to be able to run sideline to sideline with him, and he had that. We had him in the room, very smart, very thorough, very just detailed in everything that he talked about, from run, pass, how we studied our linemen, just the whole 9 yards. So had really good exposure to him in that process.
Malachi, I'm transitioning to more of an outside linebacker position than defensive end than I was at UCF in the 4-2-5, learning all these techniques.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there's a really interesting quick piece of that from Christian Parker where he says, talking about his athleticism, and he says, look, we've got 3 quarterbacks in this division that are mobile. We need guys who are going to be athletic and go sideline to sideline. And again, I think that's that's like a hint of the layer of when Will McClay was talking about people don't always see true fit. Then I think that's like a layer of it, is that you got to think that when they're building all of this for months, they're taking things into account like that. Like, okay, well, let's look at where we're playing. We've got a division where we need guys who can get to the edge, because if we've got some lumbering power edge rusher out here playing for us, how many times we're going to get gashed for like 80-yard games from Jalen Hurts running around the corner because somebody couldn't get there? Like, we need somebody relentless, somebody with athleticism. I think all of that is really, really big. Now, the other aspect there, him having to do the 3-4 stand-up stuff instead of the 4-3, I know a lot of people look at that and go, well, you're just going after the passer either way. What does it matter? But just remember, when Everson Griffin got here, who was a 10-year veteran, and he had a lot of issues other than just technical, but when he got here, he was standing up for the first time, and he hadn't really done it, and going to that stance was a little different for him, and he was like, it made him feel uncomfortable. He felt like he couldn't rush the same way. So there is sort of a learning curve there.
Why Bobby wants to give it up for Adam Silver's NBA and best and worst of the weekend next on 105.3 The Fan. But what did you get this weekend at Hurtado?
lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Toronto is called.
Broken?
Toronto is called.
I don't even know.
It won't play?
It just won't play.
It's Sean and RJ here.
This is new equipment.
Huh?
This is new equipment.
When do we reset it? Do you feel like you need to do a reset like you do?
I know we need to reset the AC
on the computers or your TV at home.
Now it works.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
72 degrees in here.
It feels fine.
No, I don't think it is. We set that thing to 63 when we walked in here. It has not gone down.
All right, so NBA playoffs taking place. And if you would have, I doubt that anybody did, but if you would have put $100 parlay on the Sixers and Lakers to win their opening series, that would have brought back $4,000. The Sixers opened at plus 625 to win their series against the Celtics. Screw you, Boston. Hate your guts. I'm so happy you blew a 3-1 lead. I guess they were being very safe with Tatum because the other leg was starting to give him some discomfort. They didn't want him to blow out on the other leg and to be screwed for next season. They lose to Filthy, and the Lakers spread opened at plus 475. Of course, they eliminate the armpit as Kevin Durant could not get healthy in that series. So, $100 parlay on those two would have brought you back $4,000. I actually think it should have paid even more than that. And then yesterday, pretty disappointing Game 7s in the second half as Cleveland ran away from Toronto, and the Orlando Magic will be haunted all offseason by the blown Game 6 when they should have ended that against Detroit. So now we have the second round odds that are out. Detroit is favored over Cleveland. It's a 56% probability that the Pistons win that series.
Boy, that was a tough series for Cleveland, and Toronto's not great. And so, I don't know.
This to me is a who cares series.
Little bit, yeah. I do like...
I'm all in on Knicks Sixers, and everyone has the New York Knicks going to the finals.
I'm all about... Look, I think that the NBA, you could argue... Maybe it might be baseball. The NBA, I think all sports are better, but the NBA especially is benefited when their blue bloods, their historic, big dogs are competitive. So I like seeing a resurgence for Detroit, who was obviously one of the bigger teams in the 80s and then into the 2000s. I like seeing them be competitive and be near the top. I think if you were to get Detroit, New York, that would be the dream for the NBA. That's what they would want, would be Knicks Pistons. And Pistons, once they start, ratcheting things up a little bit, that would be good for the NBA to get that market really locked in.
The Knicks are minus 270 to beat the Sixers. That is a 73% probability that New York wins the series. I want you to guess a percentage that OKC beats the Lakers, which my father-in-law is just waiting for Luka to magically start running again because he says, Lakers are winning, I believe in Luka. And I'm like, you're just trying to channel it. He may not even play. He's not going to play at the start of the series. What do you think it is?
Percentage. Well, given that Vegas has loved the Thunder to the point that they made them it was 19.5-point favorites in one of those games against the Suns, I'm going to say that they are 90% to win.
94. Minus 1,500.
How much do you think that moves if Luka was healthy right now?
I would say it's probably 70%.
Yeah, they would definitely still be
25%.
They would definitely still be favored.
Oh yeah, and I think heavily favored.
Yeah,
and
but we've seen Luka beat Oklahoma City before.
Well, you're not going to see it now because he's hurt.
Never again.
94% for OKC, and then the Spurs are minus 800 to beat the Wolves. I think questionable for Game 1. That's an 89% probability that Wemby advances to the West Finals. Just give us OKC and San Antonio, unless Luka is able to come back. And, of course, I want to see Ant play as much as possible. So that is where things stand in the association. In hockey, you saw the craziness last night of the high-scoring affair between the Avalanche and the Wild. This was 5-5 after 2. And then Colorado just took over.
A 9-6 finish in this one. And they ended up we referenced it a little bit earlier, but I mean, the fact that they get the empty net goal and the power play goal means they scored 3 more goals against the Wild in 5-on-5 than Dallas did the whole series. We're looking up here. It's on CBS Sports right now, and Cale Makar had the quote after the game. He said, "It's just a weird game. I don't think we're going to see that again." And that's the thing. It felt like this was going to be in, like, what everybody talked about, Colorado, Minnesota, and Dallas is like 3 of the better teams out there, and that might be the cream of the crop. And so for you to end up getting a game that looks so wildly different from anyone that Dallas and Minnesota played was weird.
Game 7 in the East.
Right back to him. Back to again to the rack. Another dose. Tyrese is taking over.
13. Play 13.
Here's Hudson with a shot. Stick aside by Vasilevsky. They score! Backed in off the goaltender Vasilevsky, and the Canadiens take a 2-1 lead. What a play by Newhook. Backed it in off the goaltender.
Montreal eliminates Tampa 2-1 to win that series. So Vegas and BetOnline also sent me the updated second round odds for the National Hockey League after the games yesterday. Carolina's minus 800 against the Flyers. That's 89% probability. Buffalo minus 120 against Montreal, 54%. Colorado minus 420, 81% chance to beat the Wild. You think the Stars were saved from a beatdown if they had somehow pulled out the Minnesota series? I do.
Yeah, if their 5-on-5 was going to look like that, like if they were going to have struggled that badly, then probably. But like if we would have just seen a Stars team that represented more of what we seem to see throughout the regular season at times, then no, I think that they looked pretty even, and I would have assumed they would have given them a fight. But yeah, last night that looked like 2 different teams.
And Vegas is minus 200 over Anaheim. That is a 66% probability of Vegas taking that series. So there is your NBA and NHL updates. We got some Rangers Diamond Cavs with some breaking news to get to at 9 o'clock this morning after Below the Belt from our Cowboys Insider. Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Everything you did, good and bad. At 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. We're moving best and worst because our Cowboy audio in the Expressway ran a little bit long. 877-881-1053. The good and the bad. Start us off, Roberto.
The good, or the great, really, was got a chance to meet our show friend, Lee Bryce, on Friday night. That was great. Went to Billy Bob's. Thank you, Gavin Spittle, for putting in the call. Thank you, Anthony DiVincenzo, for hooking it up. And it was great to meet Anthony for the first time in person. I had not met him before. Got to meet his brother, Enzo, who we ended up finding out we had 1 million connections to each other through people that we knew. So that was pretty cool. But Lee Bryce, the kindest dude you'll ever meet. When we walked up, Anthony said, "Hey, this is Bobby. This is from the radio show you did the other day." And he grabs my hand and he goes, "Hey," and he puts his hand on top of mine and he shakes it and he goes, "Thank you guys for being so nice to me. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it." He's like, and just the sweet Southern boy charm. And then he found out it had been Kristen's birthday recently, and he goes, "Oh, birthday girl." And he looks at me and he goes, "Can I steal a hug real quick?" And I said, "Yeah." And so he gives her a big hug and he goes, "All right, let's get this photo." And we had 2 friends with us. He's like, "Ladies in here with me, fellas, you stand wherever you want." So he was very cool, very nice guy, and really, really good show. Before we went inside, I did have to stop Kristen, 45-minute drive to Billy Bob's. So she's like, "I got to pee." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Go over there. There's Cooper's Barbecue right over there." She goes, you can't, you got to be a customer. You can't just walk in. I was like, "Just walk in and just go to the bathroom. Say I'm meeting somebody, go to the bathroom." And then she was like, "I can't." And I was like, "Fine, we'll go through the line. I'll buy water." And so I bought 2 bottles of water, and I had to pass by the serving setup, and he was like, "What can I help you with?" And I said, "Nothing. I'm getting water." And he goes, "Oh, okay." And he goes, I'm a Tolo, by the way." And it was Luis. So Luis there at Cooper's Barbecue said he listens every morning, said he's a big fan, loves it.
See, she saved you because Luis would have judged you by going in and stealing a bathroom visit.
That's true. Yeah, would have been stealing water from flushing the toilet or whatever it was. But we ended up going in there. Luis was very, very kind.
Cooper's very famous.
Yes, and it was a great show, great time. Bumped into a few different friends. Saw Doug Dawson from the Cowboys out there. So it was a great trip. The worst.
Did you have to keep the spot?
No. The tickets we got hooked up with, they were the tables inside the setup there.
My.
Yeah, so it was very nice. It was a really good setup, and had a good night. We ended up getting home a little after midnight, but it was a great time. It's too late a show for you.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
No, I used to do 9 o'clock dinners, but those days are gone.
I could tell that was going to be too late for you. The worst of the weekend was getting dunked on by my 10-year-old and then having the group text endorse it as accurate. So I was showing the girls some songs. They were watching something yesterday. I don't remember what it was, but I was like, oh, that's like that Jordan Sparks song, One Step at a Time. And they said, what's that? And so I showed it to them. I was like, you don't know who that is? Listen to this. I showed it, and they go, I was like, you sure you don't know this? Hold on, let me pull up another song. So I pulled it up. They didn't know it. I got to the third one. I was like, come on, y'all really don't know this one either? And Laura said, I'll say yes if you don't show us another one. And then I said, what? And she goes, I just want the rabbit hole to stop.
Yes!
And I said,
Laura.
geez.
Laura.
So I texted the
You
group
are
text.
me and I am you,
And
girl.
Sean said, just like us in the studio. Yeah, so what? I always have a video or a song to show people. I'm trying to share the entertainment.
When I went out to the tour in Frisco, every Cowboys person, Bobby was out there doing a show, DallasCowboys.com, and whenever Bobby came up, I was like, how many things does he send you on the phone? How much of Bobby's cell phone have you seen? And they're like, all of it.
Oh, yeah.
Almost all of it.
But they generally appreciate it out there. I'm usually sending them...
How do you know?
Because
see, you lack in I think...
I'm sending them high-quality memes relevant to them.
Yeah.
That are very hyper-specific. I know that those are hitting with those people.
Wait till they see this latest thing you've worked on, this manifesto. Goodness. Impressive. And then you had a dinner last night. It looked like a wonderful weekend for the Bells.
We did go
That was a lovely family photo.
We went to Benihana. That was a good time. Now, we did hear there were 2 times they sang to the restaurant, like sang to a table. And I did have to put up the poll on Twitter. It was like, nobody enjoys this, right? Like, are you somebody who enjoys being sang to by the entire staff at a restaurant? And it was like 90-10 no.
Yeah.
And everybody who said if there's 10% in there, those are just narcissists who want all the attention. But there's no one who enjoys that.
Jacob, best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, so I finally got to go to my apartment pool. I've been moved in for almost a month now. And this was the first Saturday I had off where it wasn't pouring rain. So that was fun. Hung out at the pool for a little bit.
Was it bumping?
It was kind of. A lot of people tanning, a lot of books.
Cold weather? Cold water?
I didn't even test the water. I think it was cold. There was a couple kids playing, but they were in like swim shirts and stuff, and I didn't want to get in there, so I was good to go there. But the lady and I, we've been on the search for these high noon transfusion flavored seltzers. We've been trying to find these. We went to Specs. We saw they had them. I'm not usually a seltzer guy. These were really good.
What is the difference?
I don't know. It was just it was more flavor than I guess usually the ones where I'm not a big like seltzer water guy, and most seltzers just take like Topo Chico. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. The transfusion ones are really good. My worst, well, Hano mentioned it this morning so far for my worst, but we might have to do a comparison for me and Peyton on sunburn because we rolled out there. I famous last words. The UV was only 8. Got back up to the room. We were only out there in the sun for about 2 hours, and it didn't look that bad after the first 2 hours. We sat down, made some dinner, watched the Sixers Celtics game. She left, looked in the mirror as I was getting ready for bed, and I was very, very red. That's why I'm wearing a hoodie right now, baggy clothes. I'm pretty bad right now, so we might have to do a comparison between me and Peyton.
Listen to that. We were watching the Sixers game. Wow, she sat and watched the whole Sixers game. That's pretty good.
I know. It was the first game I watched start to finish this year, and she watched start to finish this year.
Best and worst of the weekend
so
here
finished.
On Sean and RJ Stop. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. All right, I stayed up way too late reading every single one of these in the NFC. Unfiltered executives on what the NFC East drafted. That's next in Below the Belt, 105.3 The Fan.
This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Have we been ignoring a serious problem with the Cowboys draft class? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. So you got lost in a sea of Mike Sando quotes last night.
Yes.
Just diving in on it. I always love these kind of articles. And
this article and the ESPN special kept me up an extra 90 minutes.
I'm trying to think. I don't know that. I think I enjoy Sando articles more, like, consistently, just knowing, like, oh, there's a new Sando article up. I think I enjoy his more than just about anybody else's, because I know generally what he's trying to do is he's trying to give you the perspective of people who are out there. He's not necessarily trying to break scoop or anything. It's just kind of a natural conversation of, like, hey, this is what we kind of thought about this is what we're doing. That's why I loved that article he had done right after the combine where they did, here we're projecting the top 10 picks for executives I talked to, and a lot of stuff in there turned out to be really, really accurate. There was a lot of Jordan Tyson love inside of that we kind of slept on as a media for several weeks until it got close to the draft.
Nick Eatman, by the way, will join us at 9:20 to recap everything that happened with the rookies this past weekend in Frisco after Rangers Diamond Cavs with some breaking news at 9 o'clock.
So let's jump into this Mike Sando article where he reached out to various executives, and as he tends to do after big events, whether it's the draft or free agency or other things like that, he likes to just kind of survey some of his executive contacts and just say, hey, how are you feeling about this team? Tell me what you think about this team. Don't tell me about your own, but tell me what you think about what this team did and this team did. Give me some of your takeaways. And he ends up with a full-fledged 2-part article for each conference on this is the league thought on what each team did. So we're going to go to the Dallas Cowboys, and this is the write-up on the Cowboys. He says, the 2 edge rushers Dallas drafted with picks acquired from Green Bay in the Micah Parsons trade, Malachi Lawrence at number 23, after trading back 3 spots in a deal that enabled Dallas to select LT Overton in the 4th round, will earn a combined $4.8 million in annual salary on their rookie contracts. That's 1/10 of what Parsons is earning on his new deal with the Packers. It's an inexact and incomplete comp. Dallas is paying Kenny Clark, Rashawn Gary, all these different things that combine $45 million per year, but it's still instructive, of course. In this first draft with capital received from Parsons, the Cowboys focused on upgrading defense using the first 3 picks on the side of the ball, and this is what the executives had to say. Caleb Downs, I could not be more impressed with him and Washington first-rounder Sonny Styles in terms of the presence they bring to the room and their understanding of football, an exec said. Downs is going to make a lot of plays. Lawrence has some medical concerns, more preventive than anything, and Barham is one of my favorite guys. He has a lot of has to make it in him.
Like I have to make it, like desperation?
Yeah, like he's got that hunger inside of him. And so that's
Wasn't
nice.
he challenging Joe Hoyt?
Challenged him to an Oklahoma drill. He was like...
was that Tyler Booker with me last year?
Yeah, where Booker was like, we can go race out here if you want, and did not look like he was joking about it when he suggested it to you. But very nice. Really high praise for Caleb Downs. Like, boy, one of the most impressive guys you'll ever see. Jayshon Barham, you guys got him at 92? That's one of my favorite players in the draft. By the way, Malachi Lawrence might have some health problems. But anyway, that's what I thought about Dallas.
What?
And I was like, what? So I don't know of any long-term medical concerns that exist with Malachi Lawrence. I hadn't heard about that. I mean, he had been banged up with a couple of injuries just like other guys are, but nothing that I thought stood out or anything that was concerning. And to be fair, this doesn't say it's concerning. He said he's got some little medical stuff that is more preventative, so just get ahead of it and different things like that. But it does make me wonder, okay, we're going to hear at the end of year 1.
Oh, man.
What happened?
Our guy.
Which guy?
Former Maverick assistant. I knew this was happening. Jamal Mosley has been dismissed after 5 seasons in Orlando. If they beat the Pistons, does he survive? I mean, I felt dumb.
Probably does, I would guess.
Because I was talking about during the play-ins, I was like, Jamal Mosley, done and over with, see ya. Then they're about to beat the 1-seed Pistons, and I'm like, okay, never mind. But there was too many rumors with him and Paulo.
Or if it goes 7 games, does he lose his job as long as it's not like he blew a 24-point lead? Like, if it's just close back and forth games at the end that they lose, does that change anything for him? The meltdown was pretty tough to take. But the Lawrence thing is a little concerning.
Send out some messages?
I did. I sent out a couple messages. I did not hear anything back. Like, I mean, the little bit I heard back was just like, not aware of anything. Like that would be a concern. So this may just be the same thing of like when there was a team out there who was a little concerned about Downs' knee, maybe. Like, maybe there's just some teams that have certain views on it. Now, 4th-round corner Devin Moore, who we've talked about, he was hurt all throughout college, had injury issues, so that's not a surprise that some teams would be a little bit concerned with that. But the write-up here makes it sound a little worse than what I think people have thought of. 4th-round corner Devin Moore was more of a speculative swing. This is what another executive had to say about Dallas's class, specifically Moore. The defense was a sore spot, and they dressed a lot of pieces. Devin Moore's injury history is concerning. He will not have a long career. But if you were going to take a risk, take it with a talented guy at a premium position that gets heavily paid in the market. If you get a starter or even a third corner, that is worth it. Okay, so we all knew that there were Devin Moore injury concerns. That's not unusual. But, I mean, shoot, we had the Southeast area scout, Eric Ellingworth, on the 3rd day of the draft, and he had mentioned the injury history with Devin Moore, and he said, but our medical team, everybody who looked at it, decided, like when they evaluated him, they said he's not got long-term concerns, though. Like, this is something that can be managed. So, again, maybe just some different team interpretations, but you don't love that 2 of the highlights coming out of these brief executive comments are, 2 of those guys are, they kind of concerned us with their medicals a little bit, especially one of them who I wasn't even aware would have been flagged by anybody. You would have just thought it was Devin Moore. Now, moving on to the next one. Do you have any thoughts on that before we go to Philly or the Giants or anybody?
No, I mean, doesn't have me glowing about Devin Moore to just think, like, magically with 17 games in the NFL, he's all of a sudden going to have improved health.
Right. Yeah, you don't expect that to just all of a sudden click in place. Now, you could say...
But Devin Moore, his comment over the weekend was like, really looking forward to, like, having all these facilities and all these resources.
So that's the thing. It depends on how. So the Cowboys, for instance, when
he came from Florida.
Yeah,
I have a hard time believing that the Gators didn't have like enough medical staff or resources.
They may have the resources, but Dallas may just not agree with the perspective of like the rehab people over there. Like, for instance, the Raiders had the resources for rehabbing and getting everything in place for Amari Cooper. When they made the trade for Amari Cooper, the Cowboys, there was a concern, or some teams were concerned about, I guess, about an ankle issue that he had. And when Dallas looked at it and got into the medicals a little bit, they had determined, okay, this isn't actually a problem. This is the Raiders are screwing it up. So, yeah, we'll still make the trade. This can be fixed. They think it's lingering. They're just not doing what they're supposed to do. So, could be something similar where maybe they looked at some of the stuff with Devin Moore and they went, this is mismanagement. This is a staff that didn't know how to handle what the issue was that he was dealing with. Over on the Eagles side, this is the write-up over there talking about it's not shocking the Eagles were the team to leapfrog the Steelers for Mekhi Lemon at number 20 after Pittsburgh tipped its hand by calling Lemon prematurely before the Steelers were on the clock.
Carthy.
A former Eagles executive said, that's the fun part about working in Philly. You know you're always going to be strategically aggressive, which is something that we've all figured out in this course. They said Philly did the same thing in 2021 when they jumped the Giants from 12 to 10 and got Devontae Smith. A different executive said, that's true. And that trade was also with Dallas, where the Giants wanted Devontae Smith. Dallas made the flip because they were like, well, we know they're taking a receiver, and we want either Rashawn Slater or Micah Parsons, so they'll end up leaving one of those for us. The rest of the write-up on Lemon, one of the executives said he can do all the underneath stuff. He's a good route runner, stays grounded, runs through the catch, has a feel for the game. He catches all the choice routes, knows how to curve routes and catch in traffic. He's got a good, solid, all-around mature game, and he plays with some urgency. The exec thought Lemon would have been best on the Rams before McVay shifted away from a 3-receiver base offense using more tight ends. One of the other write-ups here about the A.J. Brown situation, the executive said, they are bursting at the seams with all their cap troubles.
Hang on. Mm-hmm. Slow that down and put an emphasis on it, because this one brought me some joy. They are bursting at the seams with all their cap troubles. Stephen Jones said like a year or two ago that it eventually catch up to them too.
So when you structure a contract too, you've got the void years, where whenever those void years end at a contract, all that money is due on the cap right then. The Eagles currently on their roster have $500 million tied up in void years. $500 million in cap charges, which is absurd. But they say they're bursting.
And this QB right up here in a second sounds like a mess.
They are bursting at the seams with all their cap troubles. They will trade A.J. Brown. They could trade Jalen Carter down the line. They draft a quarterback, Cole Payton, in the 5th round when they have Hurts. They have Tanner McKee, who is supposed to be pretty good. And then they have Andy Dalton, who they acquired in guaranteed salary. So they have 4 and probably move on from 1. And so that's the big thing with Philly right now is a lot of people are looking at it like, you remember when New Orleans went through that? They just reached a point where it's like, you got to just eat
Sean
it.
Payton, put them in the spot.
Yeah, you got to eat it, and you got to just reset your group
Now,
at that
they
point.
do like Grenard. The Minnesota write-up is, man, look at the power Brian Flores has, but the Grenard thing doesn't make sense. A lot of people, I know you...
I think it's hilarious they made the trade.
I think, and when they paid him $25 a year, you were like, all right, I don't feel too bad about that, and I think they gave up 2/3.
Yep. But
all these executives seem to think Grenard's going to be a good player in Philly.
And Grenard in a vacuum will be a good player. Will Grenard be better than $50 million in flexibility and 2 third-round picks is the question. I would have traded a 4th for him. We were trying to figure out if we would even give up a 3rd because he's started to decline and he's getting older. I mean, he's already into his 30s, so it's a question. You want Giants or Jets next?
Giants.
All right, let's go to the
You
Giants.
mean Giants or Washington?
One of the executives said the Jets I can at least look at and say, okay, they got a lot of pieces, still don't have a quarterback, but you have all the ammunition next year with 3 first-round picks. If this was the Giants' one swing, okay, but are they better? Talking about the Dexter Lawrence trade.
Yeah, so let's slow down for a second and get into why they're comparing this to the Jets. As they're sitting here and everyone is loving what the Giants did, but these executives are highlighting what New York did more than the Giants, obviously with a New York focus.
Yeah, because they said the Jets and Giants spent more capital than any of the other 30 teams, but executives liked the Jets a whole lot more. They said, the whole thing about the Jets taking the swing versus the Giants. Lawrence's production did crater last season, but one exec thought he'd be a top 5 pick if available in the 26th draft, even at age 28.
Yeah, these executives cannot get over the greatness of Dexter Lawrence.
New York didn't draft a defensive tackle until the 6th round. The exec said, I just don't feel like this is much of a plan. Did they replace Dexter Lawrence? You can keep on trading your good players. You aren't going to replace Dexter Lawrence with the 10th pick in most drafts, let alone this one. And considering the amount of money that Dexter Lawrence signed for, 1 year, $28 million, how could you not get that done? What happened? The Giants draft could come down to what you think of Arvell Reese, the write-up says, the edge rusher they selected at number 5, which was later than most mocks had him lasting. One executive said they should have drafted Sonny Styles because he's the one that got Reese lined up every day and I think was better than Reese. Reese just disappeared in some of those games. They are talking about playing him off the ball, but if they wanted an off-ball linebacker, take Styles. He'd be the leader, the captain, the culture, the play style, everything you want from John Harbaugh's guy. Does anyone like the Giants draft? One guy did. I love what they did. They are going to run a lot of exotic fronts where they are positionless chess pieces, so you don't know who is rushing. That is going to be a bear to block up between Burns, Carter, Thibodeau, and Arvell. He has the physical tools to do that.
And then I'll take Washington real quick. This is The Athletic talking to executives about everybody's draft. Everyone loves Sonny Styles except for Broadus. He's Bobby Wagner, but bigger and faster. He has as good a traits for an inside backer that I have ever seen. Maybe Brian Urlacher, 6'5", 240, going to run 4.4, really smart, makes all the calls, very instinctive, has some untapped pass rusher ability. He was top 5 on our board all the way. And that's pretty much it.
And I think that was the guy that we had comped Styles to because it was the same transition. Safety to linebacker, same sort of stuff, same sort of size.
How the breaking news right now in the world of Major League Baseball will take over Rangers Game 1 tonight. We'll explain it in Diamond Calves with Sean and Bobby next. But did you get on over to Wild Fork?
105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swung on. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 62 to set the new American League record.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you... I forgot this was coming.
How can you not be romantic about
an 86-year-old Yankee legend who will be honored tonight? We did it.
We did, except he's 87, or was 87.
This is Diamond Cavs here on your home of the Rangers. It's Sean and Bobby. We don't have the usual how can you not be romantic, as Choppy is on vacation this week. Pepe will be back from Mexico on Wednesday. John Sterling, Yankee radio voice and icon, passing away with the breaking news that came out this morning. And of course, you are going to be inundated with all of it, as tonight the Rangers will be at Yankee Stadium to open up their series after losing 2 of 3 against Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most iconic, probably team-specific voices that we have in play-by-play of any sport. He becomes such a character at the end, and so many people used to love to joke about him. And obviously, like, the longer, like, eyes didn't get as good, so there'd be all these clips of him, but I think it caused people to forget, like, he used to be, like, a really, really top-tier broadcaster. And again, super easy voice for baseball, super easy listen. The Judge call was great. That's sad news. But 87 years old, man, I did not think he was that old even. I thought he was, like, 82. Like, I thought he was...
82's old.
I know that's old, but I'm saying I didn't realize he was, like, close to 90. I didn't realize he was pushing 90.
Let's get another one, Jake.
And the pitch hit in the air to deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. It's a grand slam.
Okay. I thought it was
Yankees way.
That and the nicknames for everyone. You know, I was thinking at the end of that he was going to say it's a grand slam for Giancarlo
Esposito.
Yeah, rhyming all the different Yankee names. Text message from Nick. It's sort of amazing that baseball play-by-play guy is a job you can do till you're 86.
Dude, I mean...
Scully.
Yeah, Vin Scully did it. Nadell's been doing it for a long time. Nadell's not that...
shots fired at Eric's birth certificate.
That's not a shot at his... Show us the birth certificate, Eric. Show us it. No, it's just in terms of, like, you can hold on to that job for... There's a lot of baseball broadcasters who hold on to it for, like, 40 years. I mean, Scully was... God, he was forever. I mean, he was like 50, 60 years or whatever it was.
So John Sterling, one of the voices of the Yankees, passing away at the age of 87. And, man, what perfect timing for them tonight at home to go ahead. And they'll have all day to go ahead and plan. Oh, man, did I mess this up that the Rangers are off today and it's tomorrow? They just had a day off late last week, I thought.
Yeah, they did. They had a day off right before the Tigers series.
Right? So they're going to get another day off. Did I go ahead and mess that up? 5-5. Yup, my bad. Me, as Dan Patrick would say.
Everybody's got off today for Star Wars Day.
Thank you, Tolo Ted. So I guess that means I'll be taking Ollie to baseball since I won't have any Rangers tonight. That was going to be my excuse.
I was going to say, you sound thrilled.
This guy died, Amanda.
Yeah.
I really got to pay homage and watch the dedications and the tributes.
Yeah.
And now they're off today. Be playing tomorrow. Thank you, Teddy Z.
You could just say it's a reverence thing. Yeah. Of just like, it's not even about tributes. It just feels wrong to play baseball today, you know?
All right, Aiden. Let's put this up. Y'all, I know I make it sound easy and make it look easy, dealing with Bobby. But this is the type of inner workings of Bobby Belt's brain. And I didn't know whether you were totally joking last night in the email, and I came to the conclusion that you were joking.
I am,
but this
for the most part.
This is the type of inner workings of Bobby's brain that I deal with every single week.
Yeah, so we've got a picture
of
Cooper Beebe's wedding. And as you can see there, first off, the first thing when I was showing this photo to Kristen, She looked at it and she's like, why is she standing the bride with Dak? That looks like they're getting married. And I was like, because he plays center.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, why isn't Dak at quarterback and the bride's at running back? I was like, I don't know. That's not the point. They're all playing their position.
Kristen can't let go of that joint bachelorette party weekend. So they got to stir up more rumors. By the way, Aiden is putting this up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, this photo that Bobby's going to dissect.
So on this photo, Cooper Beebe's at center. And he looks like, it's like the photographer's like, let's get a photo of y'all at all your positions real quick. So you got Cooper Beebe down there looking like he's about to snap the ball. He's got, to his right at the end-line tight end, Brevin Spanford. Then you've got it's right tackle Terrence Steele. Then it's Tyler Booker. And then to his left, he's got Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton. And then behind him, wife's standing there ready to take the shotgun snap, and then Dak's lined up at running back or something like that. It's just a cutesy little football photo, let's get you all lined up in your positions.
BB could be mistaken for Bobby at first. I'm going to break this down like the NFL coaches photo.
Mm-hmm.
And then, actually, no, I take that back. Guyton could be mistaken for Bobby because he is severely underdressed.
So here's the thing. Yeah, Tyler Guyton is the starting left tackle in the wedding photo. I think that's important. That sounds like he has the edge over Nathan Thomas right now as they enter camp. We've heard there might be a little bit of a competition there. I can't imagine BB would have placed Guyton in the photo if he didn't think Guyton was going to be starting at left tackle. So that's good news for Tyler Guyton right there. But
he's not looking that interested in taking this photo. He either got caught in a moment or he's just not down with it.
He looks neutral. I won't say he looks unhappy. He just looks neutral. Tyler Smith looks a little neutral, you could argue. That could just be the focus. That could just be the stoic game face. But everybody else has big old grins on their face. He looks very neutral about it, and he is very underdressed compared to the other guys. The other guys have the suits on.
Yeah, like you during the draft show.
I'm rocking with this. Looking neutral, having to do a post photo, being dressed down. I'm with Tyler Guyton all the way on this. But then you got to go. Why is he the only teammate not in a suit? Does he not care enough?
Ford's not wearing one.
No, he is. You can't tell, but if you go onto the edge, you can tell by the hem at the bottom that's a suit jacket.
Okay, my bad.
So I appreciate the vibe, but maybe this was a test to see if you're all in with your teammates on left tackle. Maybe he failed. I don't know. Did Nathan Thomas go to the wedding? Did he have a suit on? If he did, how does that get reported back to Shoddy? What does Shoddy think about those things? Maybe this was sort of a test to see if he could pass it. But overall, I think it's a nice indication that he's out there on the offensive line with his boys for the picture. But again, maybe this is a concerning test that will give Nathan Thomas the edge. The fact that he decided to go with, what would you call that? Just a sweater or cardigan or something?
Yeah. It's not looking up to par. You got Cowboy fans jumping on him, saying this is why they're trying to replace you. You're not happy. You're not dressed to the nines there. But very cool that they all get together for Cooper's wedding.
And are we underselling the fact that it is Brevin Spanford in line at tight end? Does Cooper Beebe know something? Is Jake Ferguson getting traded? These are all things that I think you have to wonder, does Cooper Beebe know? And how does that play out for the rest of the offseason?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and Bobby. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will be joining us at 9:20 to recap the weekend. And again, the way to hit us up, Franklin fan text 877-881-1053. Jeremy Fowler did say over the weekend that Adam Schefter was finally right about something, that George Pickens was looking around during draft weekend.
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler on SportsCenter on Sunday morning said that when he was asked about George Pickens signing the tag and getting things done, he said, my understanding is that Pickens at least looked around, which I think is, when he says at least looked around, how deep did they dive into this? Did they reach out to teams? Were they trying to get anything going? Or was it more like a test the market or ask around here about what some whispers are? But said Pickens looked around, gauged his market, what a potential trade could look like if he could come to one with compensation and a new deal. He wants the long-term contract, so this isn't an ideal situation for him, but he signed the tag because it locked him into $27 million guaranteed. He goes on to explain that he loves Dallas, loves Dak, loves playing with him. He's out there working, he's doing all that. But he says now that he's signed the tender, he's good with the Cowboys. They should move forward. I'm not expecting a trade or new deal at this point, but it was sticky there for a couple of weeks where he was trying to figure out what his market could look like because they wouldn't negotiate. So this sounded like he wanted to look into it, found out maybe the interest isn't as strong as I want it to be, and then ended up coming back and saying, all right, I'll sign the tag. And we had it suggested from Jeremy Fowler last week. Did the timing of when he signed it have anything to do with the Jordan Tyson buzz? that you were hearing ahead of the draft, like that Dallas could take a receiver there. Did that have anything to do with it? And I think if he was gauging a trade, that would make some sense why Dallas was doing at least a little more homework on receivers.
Brian Schottenheimer with rookie camp over the weekend. Did he bring up that big game at the end of the year that the Cowboys are never in?
Yeah, I've never shied away from it. That's the goal. Never will. I think I'm more comfortable talking about it now because I do feel like this team is built to where, I feel even better going into year 2. Thrilled about the defensive changes that we've made. I'm quite honestly elated about how the draft went. But I started that with the veterans as well. Super Bowl 61, February 14th, 2027. And that's where we plan on being. And that's a tall task, and we have to clean up a number of things that we need to improve on from last year, and that starts with protecting the football and taking it away and things like that nature. But it was proven this year by both Seattle and New England that if you didn't qualify for the playoffs, the previous year, it doesn't mean you can't get to the big game.
Yeah, and that's a lot of teams are going to be leaning on that. You're going to hear that line a lot this year about nobody thought they were going to make it, and so we can do that this year. I will say, though, it sounds a little more, it's a very subtle way of acknowledging it, but it sounds like an awareness of what's realistic for them and what's not been realistic for them, and how much they're closer now. When he says, I feel better about saying it now than I did before. And I'm curious if we're going to be able to find a way to ask him this when we're in training camp, if we get the interview and KNC doesn't steal it. I'm curious to ask him, okay, so you clearly improved your feeling about it from the end of last season and now and stuff like that, but you still had the same goal during the season. When you know that that's out the door, when you know that changes, how do you change the way you talk to your team, or do you continue to just say, guys, it's this way? Because the whole thing with him is authenticity, and he says he wants to be authentic, and guys will sniff out when you're not authentic. Well, there was a point you thought this is not where we need to be going. Did you shoot it straight with them like that? That's guys, we're not good enough right now. There's got to be changes, and you guys either perform or you're going to be out of here by the end of the year. And did he take that tough love?
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 this morning. Thank you for being a Total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as we try to get your week started in the right way here on Sean and RJ. Let's figure out the biggest things that jumped out from all the rookies, whether it's jersey numbers, whether it's Steven on the clock, and Christian Parker and Caleb Downs. Nick Eatman has it all. Cowboys Insider from DallasCowboys.com joins us next.
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cowboys rookie camp over the weekend. Yesterday, the ESPN draft special of all the drama playing out with the Cowboys and Cleveland, the Cowboys and the Dolphins, Cowboys and the Eagles. If you missed it, man, I would go back to the Expressway 720, and I could not get enough. Fantastic audio, in our opinion. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, is joining us here, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. It is the Red Zone here on Sean and Bobby 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Would you rather be on vacation in Utah with Choppy or Mexico with Peyton?
Oh, man. I would. I'd rather be with you guys.
There's the answer.
Yeah, especially since we've changed the name now to Sean and Bobby. I like that. Does Choppy even know that?
He does not. He still thinks it's the RJ and Choppy show or Bobby and Friends.
Yeah, as the studio outside says, it's Bobby and Friends on the sign-in. DJ Pridemore put that up like that.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you did it, Bobby.
I'm egoless, all right?
Nick, did you get a chance to watch the televised event yesterday? And also, what jumped out the most from the rookies gathering in Frisco?
I'll do the second one first, nothing. And then the first question, no, I'm just kidding. There's not a lot, that's going to come from that. As far as the guys on the field, I think it's more about just, some things that you pick up, with talking to them in the locker room and beforehand. We got a chance to kind of see them a little bit on Thursday. And I'll say this, that it's a serious-minded group. Now is that, this is their first time in the building for most of them. And even Caleb Downs, this is his third time at the Star. And, I mean, he's just ready for business. And that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing. But, I mean, when you just look at some of these guys, Barham, Overton, I mean, you have to ask them to smile a little bit, but they're here to work. And so I hope that mindset carries over into film study and practice and meetings and all that stuff. But right now, first impression is that these guys are serious about their job in football, and I can't think that's a bad thing.
Nick, are you more interested? Obviously, you just said there's not a lot you can see out there, but are you more interested in seeing those players out there and what they're doing, or is it more interesting to just watch Christian Parker and see, all right, how is he approaching things? How is his command as he's, first-time defensive coordinator? That's his first time on a practice field as a DC.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know it. You really wouldn't. And, he's I guess that serious mindset, it kind of starts with him, and not starts with him, but he has it as well. And, he's the whole thing, even the first press conference when they introduced him, he just doesn't seem like it's the first time that he's been in this position. Maybe that's just the on the surface. Maybe that's how he carries himself, because, he's a cool guy and he seems kind of calm. But yeah, I think, and one other thing about what the players are doing, it's kind of where they're lining up. It's not so much what they're doing out there. Nobody's going to look too good or too bad, but where are they lining up? What are they doing? One thing I really liked about the draft is, and I thought this beforehand when Parker said they were going to go multiple schemes, multiple fronts, well, you got to have players that do multiple things. And so there's a lot of tweeners in this draft. And I think that there's a reason for that. Where's Overton playing? Where's Barham playing? Even Downs is playing safety and corner. So, nickel corner. So, I think to play these multiple fronts, you got to have smart guys, but you also have to have guys that have some position flex.
There's been a lot of talk heading into the draft, and even outside of it, I know CP and Shotty both got asked about it separately, but there's been a lot of talk about the green dot and the communication and different things like that. D. Winters has spoken on it recently. They've got Jay Sean Barham, who they're working in. How do you look at the way that they're approaching it, and is that still the biggest void they have? Could they trust Barham potentially to do some of it? Will it be Winters? How do you look at that?
Yeah, I think Winters is who they brought in to kind of be the leader of the pack. Though, Overshone is not going to be out of the mix there too, and I think we've seen or heard different answers from Shoddy on, and Parker on, well, it's probably a linebacker. Doesn't have to be. So I guess, that being said, Thompson's in the mix at safety down. It's who's going to learn this defense, who understands it the most, and it's not just who understands their own position, but all the others. So I think it's okay that is still sort of up in the air. And over time we'll kind of see who grasps it better. I mean, who's going to be that quarterback that's going to line everybody up the same way. I mean, I just feel like Downs is going to be the guy. I mean, I think Downs is probably going to be the leader of the defense in terms of lining everybody up.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. As it was all playing out, because we haven't had a chance to catch up with you on air since they drafted. As it was all playing out, was that your number one scenario, Caleb getting to them, or were you thinking or hoping for something else?
No, that was the one, and for me, and I know it's been discussed and so much, but the third and fourth pick of the draft were the ones. And I remember thinking it right then and there, because I was the whole case I was saying was there's six defensive players that I think the Cowboys could use. And sitting at 12, I used it as a best of 11, like an NBA or NHL playoffs. It's like, who can get to 6 first, offense or defense? If offense wins, then you're going to get one of these players. And as it turns out, 2 of them were there. But I thought the difference was those third and fourth picks, especially when Tate went off the board and kept Reese there and play at 5. We might be 2 or 3 years down the road going, man, that sucks having to block him or whatever all the time. But I think in terms of getting down, those offensive players at 3 and 4 had to go, and it just worked out perfectly. And with all the trades and all that, but. One thing that I think is getting lost in all of this a little bit is the fact that when they were on the clock with Cleveland, when Cleveland was on the clock and the Cowboys were trying to get that pick at 9.
Yeah.
Cleveland, I'm pretty sure, told them that we don't want to move back because we don't want to lose our offensive tackle to the Giants. So the Cowboys kind of knew that 9 and 10 were probably going to be offensive tackles. So that kind of helped them do that because they knew that the Giants were wanting a lineman. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to take a lineman if the one you want goes, but, they had their pick at 10. But, it was masterful the way that whole thing went down and how they worked it. And, and you guys, I heard you guys earlier when they were playing it, and there was a good point thrown out there of we don't have to rush too much because it is our pick. Like, if we don't make this pick, if the time runs out, then it's our pick anyway. So, it all worked out.
Nick, after the first rounders, the pick that intrigues you the most is who?
LT Overton. No doubt about it. LT Overton's the one that is the most intriguing to me. And it's what I talked about with that position flex. What I like about this is, and it reminds me of a guy going back, 11 years, but it reminds me of when they took a linebacker named Anthony Hitchens, and he could have gone later, but they had this vision for him in the 4th round. They were like, this guy is what, and Rod Marinelli at the time was like, this guy is what I could see coming right in here and doing these things for me, and he did, and he had 100 tackles as a rookie and all that, and they have that vision. I heard Parker say it. We've got a vision for him. He doesn't look like our other tackles. Our other tackles are 330 pounds. This guy's 285. He's going to come in on certain situations and play, third downs, rush the passer from the interior. Like it's a specific role they have for him, and he's one of those guys, serious-minded as well. Comes in ready to work. He's got an interesting kind of body type because he's real top-heavy, strong up front. He seems like he's got some quickness as well. He's an intriguing player for me, and I think they have a good role for him.
Nick Eatman with us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, Nick, so you made a reference there a few minutes ago about Caleb Downs being the guy who will probably be the face of communication and the face of what they want to do. By the way, Sean, his excitement level, I know it because the one time I saw Nick Eatman all weekend was when he made sure to pass by the glass right after they picked Downs with a big fist pump. So he was pumped about the Caleb Downs pick.
By the way, Nick, did his... Go ahead.
2 things, though. Not just that. Not just that, I was told that I could do my podcast the next day if I got a guest. So after that call, I called Darren Woodson. I called Woody, and I'm like, Darren, I need you. You got to come on the show tomorrow. And he was like, well, we'll see. Let's see who they pick. And I'm like, oh, there's a delay. I'm like, well, they just drafted Caleb Downs. And he was like, well, seriously? And then all of a sudden I hear whoever he's watching it with, they're all just yelling in the background. So I kind of spoiled it for him. But he also said, yeah, I'll come on the show tomorrow. So I was excited about that, too, to get who everyone's saying the next Darren Woodson. I got Darren Woodson to be on the show to talk about him. And, of course, you guys have, he was excited. He tweeted it right away, but he already knew because I spoiled it for him. I kind of forgot.
No tipping picks, man.
We're talking about here.
But he was familiar with his game, right? Like, what did Woody have to say?
Well, he said, first thing Woody says is, I'm in real estate now. I don't watch film all the time, but I've seen this guy enough to know, that he can really do some of the great things. And he talked about just the lining up the guys. I mean, getting everybody in the right spot. But he also said, as a corner, the guy that can do corner stuff. And it was probably, this is the thing that I love the most about the interview. It was probably the most, this isn't the right word. Egotistical is not the right word because it's not for Woody. But he was kind of patting himself on the back more than he's ever done. And he needs to get himself in the Hall of Fame where he should be.
Yeah.
But he was just saying how he was ahead of his time. There just wasn't a lot of safeties doing what he did. Never come off the field because he could play corner if you need to. He could play free. He could play strong. He could play linebacker. And he said that Caleb can do so many things like that. And, he is excited. And I said, are you okay with all these comparisons? And he said, hell yeah, I'm so honored that people still view me that same way with the value. If this guy's a great player and they think that I was, that's even better. But yeah, it was really cool to talk to him. So my excitement, Bobby, was a little bit of both.
Did Caleb's height stand out to you at all in person when you saw him? Were you like, little tweenery here, or nothing at all for you?
No. I'm on that train. Nothing bad, but I saw him and I was like, huh, okay.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's not a big deal because the guy, he can play, he can ball, he's back there. But I was, because you hear so many things, how great this guy is, and just the excitement, the fist bumps in the room, and the reason why Steven had to yell at everyone because they were just so jacked and so pumped. And it was just intense. But, yeah, I think, at that point when you're talking about a player, you forget he's not 6'8". You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, oh, my God. And then you see him. But, he's not as tall as I thought he would be, but it's not concerning.
Nick, you mentioned putting a lot on Downs. There's obviously Christian Parker, who's going to be running the defense. How much of a risk, though, is that for the Cowboys? When you think about your defensive coordinator is a first-time NFL defensive coordinator, and the guy who is the arguably most important chess piece on your defense, being coached by that coordinator, is a rookie NFL player.
First couple games, it could be an issue because there's going to be a learning curve. So yeah, I think that's a good point, but I also think that they're not going to get outworked. I really don't think so. I think the learning curve stuff is good and it's real, but it's because you don't know what you don't know. But I think that Downs and I also think that Christian Parker are going to work themselves to the point where they're going to kind of make up the difference there. I really believe that. I think that's what makes him so good is that he absolutely loves football. You know who he reminds me of a little bit is Sean Lee. And I know they play different positions. They look different. All this stuff's different about him. But the way Sean Lee walked in the door and he was ready for football. He just was. And so I think that Downs is kind of the same type of way.
Fantastic stuff. Can't wait till they hit the field again to recap it. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Appreciate you.
Oh, no doubt. I missed you guys. It's good talking to you.
Yes, sir. Nick Eamon, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this.
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin feeling at home in his chair with RJ Choppy out this week on vacay here on Sean and Bobby. Good morning, fellas. How was the weekend?
I had a great weekend. It was an awesome weekend. My buddy retired. We'll talk a little bit about this at 11:20. C-Block's moving up today. But my buddy retired from the Air Force. And we had a really big celebration for him. And then the rest... actually, yesterday sucked.
Oh, no.
Yesterday sucked.
Best and worst. We need the worst.
You realize how old you are whenever you roll out of bed and throw your back out. And I rolled out of bed and started to stand up and went, oh, it's done. And so, that just ruined Sunday. I couldn't do any of the things I wanted to do.
Is it messed up now?
Plant some plants in the backyard. And, yes, I'm still hurting right now.
Oh.
But I took some leave this morning before I left. Nolan Ryan told me to. And so.
What was the one he did, though?
Leave.
He wasn't a leave, was he?
A leave or Advil? Was he Advil?
Advil, I think.
Yeah, he'd throw with his wife, and then she was the catcher. And he'd throw pitches to her. And then they'd both be, we're at a time in our lives.
Kevin, you'd be proud of me. I could not get enough as I had to binge watch the Hulk Hogan Netflix.
Oh, what did you think, brother?
It was awesome. It was fantastic. I have not watched season 2. I don't know. I love season 1, but I haven't rushed to watch season 2 of the Unreal.
Yeah.
But the Hogan one, and I'd known a lot of it. He did this long-form TMZ interview, but it was great entertainment, I thought.
Did you have any issue with Triple H and company sending him out for that Monday Night Raw Netflix debut when they knew he was going to get booed?
In California?
Yeah. Specifically Los Angeles.
Well, the thing also is I understand wanting to send out your biggest stars for the Netflix premiere, right? You think that some of it was intentional to get him booed?
I don't think it was intentional, but I also don't think they saved him and said, "Hey, let's wait until we're in Omaha or wherever, Middle America, where everyone would be like."
Well, man, the drug of having to, because the way Linda Hogan, is it Linda?
Yes.
The way she's come across, in the recent years, I was like, she seems like a train wreck. I guess I blame her for the divorce, but...
Did you like how every single one of her stories with Hulk ended with, and then we banged?
Yeah.
That is every story she tells in the documentary is and then we just got after
His
it.
underwear was way too small throughout this whole thing. Way too small. But what?
No, I was just alerting Alec for Friday.
Worst take?
No.
That's a great take.
Masterpiece of the week.
Oh, masterpiece of the week.
Pretty brilliant line right there,
But
Sean.
it seemed like it was his addiction to the notoriety. He couldn't stay away.
For sure.
And he started having the crazy mood swings and being gone from the house.
The only thing that I wish they would have touched on a little bit more is his relationship with Macho Man. Because that relationship is super complicated. They were best of friends.
Well, not anymore.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
Worst
dead.
of enemies. And Macho Man blamed Hogan and his wife for his divorce because they said they took in Miss Elizabeth when they were kind of having some problems and stuff. I think that would have been interesting.
Because they touched on Ultimate Warrior. And, I didn't realize that they just all thought Ultimate Warrior was too dumb to be the face of the company.
Oh, man. So
I knew about the steroids, but I didn't know about the intelligence.
There's a story going around, I think, when the Ultimate Warrior won the Intercontinental title. Everyone was like, "Are you so excited?" And he goes, "Why? It's just more luggage to carry around." And everyone's like, "Damn, man. People are working their whole life to try to get that, and you just don't give an F whatsoever."
So the Gawker case basically saved Hogan because he said he was out of money.
Which is crazy, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He said he gave Linda 70%, but still, he's making money hand over fist. How'd you run out of money?
So can I ask you this? Because I saw this from the...
Yes, I'm a wrestling expert.
318. They said, screw Hulk Hogan's racist, roided out behind. Now... I get that. If you don't like Hulk Hogan, I totally do.
Yep.
But I don't understand why, Ric Flair seems to get a pass with so many people when he has done so many terrible things, and people are still like, "Woo, the nature boy
for racism.
No, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
not
people not going to kill him for alcoholism
or sexual assaults.
Does he have like a famous sexual assault case?
Yes, there are numerous instances of stories that he told that you're like, that's sexual assault, brother. And he steals from people. He lies. He's deceptive. He's done all these terrible things. So I get it. I'm not saying you should like Hulk Hogan. I just don't. I don't understand if there's people out there who don't like Hulk Hogan but do like Ric Flair. Kind of feels like Ric Flair should be in the no category as well, unless you want to tell me separate art from the artist. And I know there are people like that. I struggle with that at times.
Ric Flair did not speak at the RNC. That's part of it in this present day and age. That's going to be a big part of it for some people, which I think is still ridiculous. Like if you've got this standard for Hulk Hogan and then it's not being applied to Ric Flair, but it's only being applied to Hulk Hogan because he appeared at a political committee. It's well, that seems a little excessive.
But the thing that's weird about that to me, though, is you know who else is a super Trump person? The Undertaker. Nobody seems to dislike him, so it makes me wonder, but I get it, maybe if it's...
He didn't stand right up there.
Yeah, and rip his shirt off.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to my TikTok algorithm. I got a bunch of wrestling videos this weekend for some reason, behind-the-scenes interviews and stuff. I found out Andre the Giant was too much in pain to even catch Robin Wright Penn when she was 100 pounds on the set of The Princess Bride. They had to lower her down because he was in so much pain. And then I heard Big Show talking about how Stone Cold Steve Austin was coaching him through a match one time and helped him realize oh, this is what the show is about.
Question for you. Do people hate Bret Hart? What's up with him?
I think
it's chip on the shoulder, never leaves. And this is the fourth time where he just craps on everyone else.
Yeah, man, especially.
And I love the Hitman. Getting his glasses at whatever Civic Center event I was at, that was more than a Hulk bandana or Ultimate Warrior strings. That's the number one thing I wanted.
He handed you his glasses?
I don't remember whether I just bought them or not.
Oh, okay. That would be awesome.
I think I would have remembered if he handed. But he used to throw them out.
So
that was my dream.
Bret Hart is the number one person people like in documentaries because he's still well-spoken. And, man, he's got a lot of stuff to say. He hates the Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan, Goldberg. He still blames Goldberg for ending his wrestling career, even though Goldberg supposedly apologized numerous times. And he's like, yeah, I'm done apologizing for that. It's unfortunate because some of the things he says, and I loved Bret Hart as a wrestler, come off as super bitter, including just in the last year or so. He goes, yeah, I don't know, man. People thought Shawn Michaels and Vince McMahon were having an affair together. And I'm like, what is the point of saying that? So that's fair.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, oh my gosh. Bobby.
Another Bobby. Just treat it like his daughter. His daughter is enough, Dad. No one cares about your cell phone.
We talk Rangers, Tigers weekend at 10 o'clock. How the Stars playoff run went so wrong. And winners and wankers of the weekend at 11 o'clock today. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Plus, we celebrate If You Believe. Star Wars. May the 4th be with you.
Oh,
well, I mean, Star Wars exists.
Well, but if you believe.
And Kevin's got the shirt on today.
He does. I said, "May the 4th be with you" to him when he walked in here, and it was like a liturgical thing at church. He was like, "And also with you."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Choppy has brainwashed his kids to like whatever he likes. Have you started that process with your oldest, or is it already done and completed?
Yeah, I've already missed and lost with my oldest because he wanted to go to Texas and stuff.
Dude, I watched your son grow up. He was just like you. He loves cards.
Except for that part.
He loves all the things. The only thing was that he decided he liked Texas.
And don't people want their kids to be better than them, to grow up and go to better schools? And
Yes, which is why I was sad he wanted to go to Texas.
Were you proud of A&M for hosting this record-setting Savannah Bananas crowd?
Man, the field dimensions of that look like so much fun, and the crowds they continue to draw are crazy. They really are. I'm impressed at how the Savannah Bananas have been able to turn this from a little niche thing into, maybe you still think it's niche, but selling out these massive football stadiums and stuff. Their marketing is just absolutely genius.
They got a great announcer too.
I'm not as familiar with their announcer.
Now they do.
bringing in the Dude Perfect guy is a smart thing. Like that was a smart thing for the A&M crowd too, for sure.
So you lost the Star Wars attempt? He went to Trek. He's a Trekkie.
No.
Oh. Do you look down on Star Trek? Is the Star Wars people you can't like both?
I don't feel that way because I like the original Star Trek, like all the movies and everything like that. I don't think there should be an argument. But if somebody's like Star Trek is better, well then I'll say
that
no.
Voice too?
It's
that
not.
seemed condescending. Not gonna lie, like that came off a little like
okay.
You do hate the Star Trek people.
If either side is like no, Star Wars is better, I'll be like we can both. You can like both.
Why do you make them sound like that?
You know
both
why?
Of the people.
You know why?
What do they do? They spend a lot of time where?
Excelsior!
Bobby, you were never Star Wars?
No, Star Wars was fine. I did grow up when I was younger. Star Trek was bigger for me as a kid. I don't know what my dad just had put those movies on when I was younger, and so I was big into the movies. But no, Star Wars was fine. I've not watched the new ones, like the ones that have been released in the last 10, 15 years.
those ones are.
They're not canon.
Yeah, they're not great.
Mike would get so mad. He was just like, so hold on. There was only it was supposed to be just one. He was the last one, and now we got all these more. Like there's so much more world out there, and Mike just could not comprehend that there was more to Star Wars.
Mike is getting a ton of national props
As
for
he should.
the broadcast
As he should.
yesterday. It was too hard for me to find.
It was on NBC.
It was on Peacock.
It was on Peacock.
What?
The upstairs TV I had didn't have the Peacock app. So I didn't
What a
know.
common man thing you just said right there.
Yeah.
Well, my upstairs TV system does not have Peacock.
Yeah, so that's why I got hooked on this behind-the-scenes Cowboy NFL draft special.
Yeah.
So I was all in on that, and I was getting ready to send out the Jack Leiter no-hit alert to the group.
Probably good that you didn't.
Yeah, very good, because when I looked back, and it was like 7-1, that was over and done with.
Did you like when Steven told everyone to shut up?
Yeah.
Shut up!
Hey, that made Steven look real
be
good.
quiet.
That was a good look for Steven yesterday.
Not
Very
just that
good.
moment, the whole thing.
Yeah, they did a really good job with this draft.
All right, boys, have a good show. We are back tomorrow with a couple of special guests for Ask Reddit, and we'll get you set for Rangers, Yankees as well. In the home of Rangers baseball, the KNC Masterpiece is next.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, good.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Why are so many girls' middle names Nicole?
Why do you know so many girls' middle names?
I just saw this one girl on, I don't know, CBS HQ. Her middle name is Nicole, and I feel like I see that a lot.
Oh, Ashley, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. He actually knows her whole name.
Okay.
And so I just feel like there's a lot of Nicoles out there in the middle name world.
Okay.
Can somebody explain that? I'll wait.
Now, well, can we continue the show while you wait?
There's also like Lynn, isn't that from the Ted movie where he's like they go through the names and
what was her name? Amber Lynn, something like that.
Tiffany Lynn,
yeah.
Tammy Lynn. Yeah, there's a lot of Lynns. So yeah, if y'all can explain, is there like a common man middle name?
I don't know.
Like Bruce. I don't know. What's
Michael?
Yeah, probably. Michael's probably, one of those.
Yeah.
877-881-1053 from the 321. Happy Captain Kirk Day. From the 469. 44, never seen Star Wars.
You realize that's totally fine. You don't have to like Star Wars.
I can't tell if they're bragging or they're like, guys, I just haven't had a chance. It hasn't come up. And I'm kind of curious on how that happens.
I say brag.
All right. I loved the Star Wars movies as a child. Which
is what they were intended for.
You know what I would do?
Children.
This was a ridiculous thing, Kevin. I would make a bowl of ice cream. It was vanilla. I'd pour chocolate syrup up on it, and then I would mix it up and be like, this ice cream's amazing. Somebody should make some like this. It was chocolate ice cream. Like, that's basically what it was. But I thought I was making something special. And then I'd sit there and watch the greatest movie ever, Return of the Jedi.
Oh.
And that was the best of all the series. And we all know that. Because whenever that sandworm comes out and eats everything, you're like, oh my gosh, don't want to ruin it for anybody.
The Sarlacc?
Uh-huh. But it was, man, that was fun. Those days. And then as I got older, continued to watch them. Was like, these are still fun. They're still fun movies. And I just like the additions. Not all of them are going to be great, but the additions are interesting and unique to the story.
Okay.
It's really about the story, Kevin, with me. I've always said. You know that. That's a fact. I always tell you it's about the story.
All right. Alec, your thoughts about...
That was kind of eloquent.
Any
I
of
liked
that?
It. Yeah, it was very introspective, Corey. I kind of like that. There's a new energy today, and all it took was today just being May 4th so we can make a pun that we're going to beat to death today.
Man, you've really hit on something that I did not expect from the 469. My ex's name is Nicole. Let's move on from another 469. My ex-wife was Nicole. I've dated two other chicks with the middle name of Nicole. And then somebody also adds, holy S, my wife's middle name is Nicole.
Yep.
Hopefully things are going well.
There are a lot. I'm telling you, man.
You know how women are.
Yeah,
I know, PJ Washington.
Yeah, man. So it's weird.
Oh, that's a good point. Do you think the most common middle name for a man is Danger?
Danger's my middle name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Something for you to consider. Or let me ask you this. Are we also just delaying time so we don't have to talk about the Rangers offense? And why is your back, as somebody texted in, already doing better than the Rangers offense?
That's actually interesting. It is. I'm on a leave. But I was prescribed some of that by the doctor.
It sounds like you're not going to be here, and that might be concerning for people later.
Yeah, I'm on a leave. My back hurts, but I'm going to be okay. I'll be all right. I've actually, Alec, as a young back injured person, that
which Alec is, not Corey.
We have to learn how to live with it and and basically stretch it and do the things we need to do in order to get better quicker, because this thing could last for a week and a half, and I'll hate life for that long because it doesn't go away. It's not one of those that you can just be like, oh, it's gone now. It just sits there and lingers all day long. But they said that I started sounding older with everything that I said I had planned for my Sunday. And that was, I wanted to plant a couple plants in the backyard. And
watch the end of golf.
Move a dresser. And they're like, every time you say something, you just sound older. And I was like, oh, crap.
Just got worse and worse.
Yeah. This might be the only time ever the bridge drop would work. Tell you a story about a bridge. That might be the only time it works, and Corey was building up to that. All right.
214 Angel Nicole Reese.
Okay.
Tell me that's her middle name.
Also, to be fair, I got called out from the 214. Why do you know so many girls' middle names? Bro, that was the most bro codeless response I've ever heard. I'm sorry for not backing you up with the bro code. Of course, we all know lots of middle names. So that's fine. By the way, we've been teaching my 3-year-old middle names, and he knows that people call us Jess and Kevin, my wife and I. And he was like, yeah, but what's Daddy's full name? And he goes, Kevin Daddy? And so we're just kind of like, don't you mark that, you son of a... That's about my 3-year-old!
Not on Friday.
You all are monsters!
Friday, it'll just be you saying...
Damn it!
That's what you want.
No! All right. I better not tell the rest of the story. All right, Go ahead and give me cut number 1, and we can pretend like the Rangers offense works for just a minute.
Smith fires, and this is slapped over third. Right by Lee, a base hit. That rolls into foul ground. Berger around third. He's in to score. Osuna's at second with an RBI double, and the Rangers lead 5-4.
Yeah, let's go.
See?
How'd the rest of the weekend go?
They won that game 5-4.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. They only play one game a weekend, right?
Their offense might have thought so.
Yeah.
Because, well, over the next 2 games, they got outscored 12-2. Because that's right, they scored 1 in each of the other 2 games. Do you want me to talk some more about the positives, or just get right back into the treasure trove of negatives from the weekend?
Let me drop a positive for you.
Please do.
Somehow they're still only 2 games back and in second place in the division. And that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, this division sucks.
And I mean the
so does the whole American
AL
League.
Stinks.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's weird to be this close, but I can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. And I think it's more bad because we discussed it last year a lot, Kevin. A lot of us were unwilling to give up on Adolis and the idea that some of those guys could return to 23 form. At some point, the light would switch back on and they would return to that form, whatever it was. And so what happened last year was we convinced ourselves, and Chris Young, I think, could be part of this because he wants to believe his guys can compete, that, you know what, it can happen and we're that close. Instead of, guys, we got to make some dramatic changes. And I know that financially they're not really in the place that they can or are willing to do that. But if you're looking at this roster right now, the reality tells me that you're still missing the talent that it takes to go above that. We're a middle team, and we actually can contend. But that's where we are right now, Kevin. And I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I feel like it's bad, but maybe it is good that you're right there at 16 and 18 and kind of rocking along in this.
Yeah, or it will encourage us all to have hopes and dreams till we get to the trade deadline and then see how that goes. There were some positive signs.
Okay,
now,
all right.
I'm going to go back to Friday for a good chunk of those positive signs. But Jake Latz, once again, in a high-pressure leverage situation, comes in there. He gets the save, spotless inning right there, and it was his 3rd save in the last 7 days. Dropped his ERA to 1.02, and Skip Schumacher, I really like this, called Jacob Latz. He's kind of the silent assassin, and I love that. We just played the audio. Alejandro Osuna hit the go-ahead RBI double down the third baseline, and early on, he's shown you a little something, and that's somebody that I have really been rooting for, and his on-base percentage has been tremendous thus far because he's been able to draw a handful of walks. Now, for the rest of it, So Saturday and Sunday, I know they looked remarkably similar. There was a couple of different issues that you ran into in both of those games. You lost the game on Saturday 5-1. I'll give you an example of why. The brutal top of the 8th inning. Rangers have 2 runners on in scoring position with just 1 out. They scored no runs. Jock Peterson grounded out to the pitcher, so no chance. You got to think, even at that point, you ground out to the shortstop or the second baseman, at least maybe you have a shot. Ground out to the pitcher, no shot. And then Jake Berger struck out on 3 pitches. 2 of those pitches were outside the zone. And so the other one that was in the zone, he took for strike 3. So theoretically, he read every single one of those pitches wrong. Mm-hmm. The 2 that were balls, he swung at. The one that was a strike, he stood there and he struck out. So that ended the threat right there. And that's something that you saw, unfortunately, throughout the weekend.
Same exact thing happened last night. I mean, almost at top of the 8th inning, you're in that moment.
Which leads you to 0 for 11. With runners in scoring position for the Saturday and Sunday games.
I'm sorry, I was thinking top of 7th. You got 1 run. But Nemo's at the plate with a couple runners on first and second. Josh Smith got on. It was nice. Durant had the double to lead off. There we go. Let's go. And they weren't able to get those guys in when you're trying to make a comeback, too. Like, you're trying to come back, and that's how you are when you're putting zeros up early throughout the game. That's what you're always having to do.
And something that you could kind of count on is going into last night's game, the Rangers had the 4th best run differential from the 7th inning on. They were plus 16, that's great. You'll take that all day long. And then what happens? It's 3-0 going into the 7th inning. You put up a run, you're like, okay, maybe, here we go. And then, of course, the Tigers answer with a 4 spot, and they run Jack Leiter from the game. Tyler Alexander can't lock it down, and all of a sudden it looks like the game is essentially over, and the game was essentially over. And I saw a lot of people after last night's game in particular, they were saying, like, not necessarily that the season was over, but they got it. You know, like, they know what this Rangers team is. It's a middle of the pack again. And it's only 34 games in, and that might be too harsh. But then again, in those 34 games, don't you feel like you've seen all kinds of signs that they're right? That this looks like a mediocre team again.
Kevin, cannot fathom. And on any given night, they can put up, 5 runs and do well. Right? But not frequently.
Yeah.
But I can't fathom being a pitcher every 5 days and the stress that comes along with, I have to be perfect today.
Yeah.
Or near that. And I know that's their job. That's what they're paid to do. But a DeGrom, like, I understand the dude can be like, I got to go do that today. I'm going to. But, man, to be a rocker and a lighter and that, that changes a lot of things in the way that you're preparing for those games. Just knowing that you have to put that up. Now, that's the desire. That's the want. That's the goal. You want to go out and have those kind of games as a player, as a competitor. But the reality is sometimes you have a tough one. And then whenever you do, you hope that your team can give you 2 runs in that inning to make you go, you know what, I'm fired back up to get back out there.
Yeah.
This is the struggle with this team at the moment.
Do you want me to give you another positive before dropping yet another negative on you?
I'll take that give me the yes. Positive, Kevin.
Josh Young, going into yesterday's game, was hitting .302 with 2 strikes.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He already has 16 hits with 2 strikes. That was tied for 8th best in Major League Baseball. One of the things that's so huge about that is, do you know last year he hit 143 with 2 strikes? So look, we've talked about his plate.
His chase.
Yes, we've talked about his plate discipline, but just look at that, from 143 to 302 with 2 strikes, and that is freaking awesome. And I would love to tell you we're going to leave this segment on a high note.
Hold on. How many games in a row has he had a hit, Kevin?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm going, holy cow. I'm going back to
56. Probably not 56.
April 19th was the last time he didn't have a hit.
Okay, very nice.
It looks like, yeah. This is a lot of games, Kevin.
Okay. I would have hoped in that moment you would
at least 3 this month.
Okay, goodness gracious. But then also Wyatt Langford on Saturday, they said he's going to be shut down for a week and then get reevaluated.
That was brutal.
So now he'll be back in a week. He'll be reevaluated in a week. So we'll see how that goes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how this Dallas Stars playoff run and by extension the season went so wrong, what to do next, and damn it, we need something positive. We'll try to figure that out too next on the
been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Zuccarello to the point. Faber. Now Hughes. A slide pass. They score! It pinballs home when Hughes initiates the play. 9:22 left in regulation. Hughes makes it 3-2. Minnesota.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We said something positive. The Dallas Wings are 2-0 in the preseason. That is a good point. And then we've got 2 giveaways today. We've got a 4-pack of tickets for FC Dallas and then also a pair of tickets for Young the Giant. So 2 giveaways today.
What?
But then, that's right.
My body tells me no.
We're going to be doing that giveaway all week. But then, right when we were playing that audio, Corey goes, "You're not going to like this."
Oh, you're not going to like this one either.
Oh, tell me.
I got 2 things. All right, Kevin.
2 things.
2 things.
Oh, that's not ours.
Do you want to hear about Jamie Benn, or do you want to hear about Miko?
Miko.
Abby Jones reporting. Glenn Gulletson says Miko Rantanen wasn't injured during the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Oh, no.
Quote, but when you're injured for that long, we went through it with Duchesne at the start of the year. He was injured for a long, long period of time, and it's hard to get on a moving train. He had a significant injury, so was he healthy? Yep. He worked hard to get back earlier than expected and got very few try-to games. I don't know exactly how that went. And so medically, yeah, he was healthy, but he's playing catch-up. And Kevin, remember we asked Robert Tiffin sometime in the middle of the season after the break, we were like, hey, what's going on with Duchesne? And he goes, you know what, this is really good. I'm about to write about this. And then Duchesne takes off. Obviously, we had to ask about it, because that's what the KNC Masterpiece does.
That's right.
But it made sense that it just took him some time to get back into the normal groove of things. So he wasn't injured. Which everybody kind of had these questions, he just wasn't good.
And that's how you knew how not good he was, because we had to potentially invent narratives for what was wrong?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so that's not great.
2 different versions of this. I'll go with the Brian Ray version. He'll join us this week. Glenn Gulletson has not met with Jamie Benn yet, but said, quote, he needs to come back regarding his future. So that is, he said he wants him back. He said Rope Hintz would not have been a player early in round 2 either. So yeah, here we go as they're doing the out stuff. See you later for the season.
Okay.
Stars conversations.
Yeah, see, I don't mind Jamie Benn being here in terms of what he means to the franchise and in the locker room. I totally get that.
You don't want him on the ice.
It's just when you're trotting him out there, and he can be out on the ice, give him a few shifts.
Can he be out on the ice? Can somebody else be out on the ice, though, instead of him? Is a question that deserves it and deserves to be in that spot.
And that's the issue that I have when you see him averaging 13 to 15 minutes of ice time per game. I'm just like, man, there's nothing else. We got nothing else that we think could be better off with that. Jamie Benn in the playoffs, no goals, no assists, 4 penalties, and a -7.
I also now understand why Brian Ray and a lot of the other people haven't quoted the exact quote from Glenn Gulletson. Here it is in the full quote, Kevin. For me, it's a slam dunk. He needs to come back, but that's up to him. He's a hockey coach using a basketball term, and people just didn't think that was appropriate. So you can't cross-pollinate.
What are you doing, man?
Yeah, what are we doing here, guys?
All right, well, that's fair, I suppose.
But yeah, listen, here's the thing. I was discussing a little bit of this yesterday. With Jamie Benn, I think you agree with this. Alec probably agrees. A lot of the Stars fans agree. It's kind of like Romo. It's kind of like Dirk. It's kind of like those things where you want to win with you want that guy who's been putting it out there for this team to have that championship in your jersey. You want that to happen. And that's what the Stars fans want, is they don't want him to go up to Detroit and snag a win, like something like that. And you just be like, he was wearing the wrong jersey when it happened. But at some point, as he just said, but that's up to him if the dude wants to return for another year.
Yeah, I don't like hearing that. I don't get it. I know we had the Renaissance in the regular season, but then the part of the season that the Stars really care about, well, we all really care about right now, happened, and it was a disaster for him. But yeah, I guess they have. Made their decision. So there's that. Somebody brought this up. I don't know if this is a positive, but we can throw it out there because I was watching this game last night. Did you get in on any of Avalanche Wild? And how many times did you think the game was over, only to see, oh crap, it's not?
I was told to pick up on the Sabres, so
okay.
I just assumed that the Avalanche are going to be in the game.
Well, yes, they were in the game.
No, in the Stanley Cup.
Oh, you might be right about that. They took a 3-0 lead on Minnesota, but they did not hold the lead the entire night. But by the end of the second period, Colorado had as many 5-on-5 goals as Dallas did the entire series against Minnesota. They scored 4 5-on-5 goals in the first 2 periods. So 40 minutes in, they had already tied the Stars over 6 games. Then if you want to make it even worse, by the end of the night, they'd scored 7 5-on-5 goals against Minnesota in 1 game.
That being said, the Wild did put 6 on them.
That's true.
And 5 in the first 2 periods.
They're probably going to have to switch out their goalie. I would assume they'll take a look at that. They lost 9-6. Now, one of those was an empty netter. But Colorado scored 7 5-on-5 goals in 1 game.
Because the Stars aren't good at it.
That is true.
And obviously, the Avalanche are very good at that, too.
They are.
And they saw something the Wild were doing that we were like, we can take advantage of that. And one thing I think, Kevin, that factors in is speed, team speed overall. With the Avalanche, they haven't. That's a huge factor for them. The other thing is the Wild did score 6 against the Stars to start the thing, so they were like, 6 is good enough, right?
Okay.
And learning that the hard way in the third period, definitely.
It is not.
But, because they were the away team, the score was 6-9. It's nice.
And by the way, I think you'll hear more from the Dallas Stars throughout the day because end-of-season media availability is
for sure.
today. Now, part of the reason, do you think this is fair to say, part of the reason the season failed is because Jim Nill just wasn't able to get the trade deadline ingredients, players, whatever, that the Stars needed. Because you had Tyler Myers, who, look, he'll be back next year. He has got a low cap hit, and so maybe that will turn around. But in the biggest moments of the playoffs, he really struggled. And then Michael Bunting, who we didn't even put in until the last game. So fair to say the Stars trade deadline was, at least as of now, for this season, a failure.
Yeah, weren't they kind of in pursuit, not at the deadline so much, but earlier in Quinn Hughes too, right? Like, wasn't that part of they were interested in him?
I don't remember that.
There was a conversation, there was some interest in it, but I was like, dadgummit, he went to them. Is it the financial part of it that's keeping him from getting what he needs or wants, or you said to make this team better?
Yeah, I mean, and then part of that was because we all thought struck the jackpot last year.
With Mikko?
Yeah, with Mikko, both in terms of players or assets that you had to give up and money you had to pay. So, I mean, that's part of the reason. Like, we got our version of Quinn Hughes last year, and he was a huge part of why you were able to make the playoff run.
Yeah. It seems like the greats are able to step onto that, as Gulletson said, that train real fast, and Mikko took too long to do that. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But, yeah, the assets that were spent to do that as well. And then just kind of looking at this team, how often do you look at it and go, what else do we need? Like, we all need these guys to play.
Yeah.
Like, play better.
Look, I am only telling you some of the things that are from me. Others
from the 903, they were interested in Hughes, but it was too expensive, as you just said, because of the Mikko trade.
And other people are texting these things in, so it's not just me twisting the knife, I promise. Logan Stankoven scored once again in his team's win over the Flyers. He's in his 3rd postseason. He's only 23 years old, and Logan Stankoven became the youngest player ever to score a goal in 5 straight playoff games.
Okay, so he scored 2 goals against the Flyers in this game. Big. Yeah, that stinks.
And goals in 5 straight games, sorry. Sorry about that. That one I wasn't going to bring up.
I don't think a lot of people, though, at the time of the trade were saying
I agree with
that
you
they
on that.
wouldn't have done that trade.
Yeah, I will say there was a couple.
It's the hindsight part that really hurts.
Yeah, I think for the most part, people were pretty on board with that. All right, Jake Ottinger wasn't as good as he needed to be in this series. I'm not saying he's the reason that they lost this series, but fair to say he wasn't as good as maybe we had all hoped and dreamed he would be in this series. He had a couple of average nights, and then game one, it was really, really bad.
Yeah. And somebody was saying from the 903, Quinn Hughes is amazing. Cale Makar, hold my beer. And we thought that Miro was in that category, and this wasn't his best playoff.
And that's another thing, and maybe we'll pick that up as the week goes along, but it's not just the playoffs. I think we all have to kind of come to the understanding that Miro Heiskanen is just not as good as we all hoped.
He's very good.
He is very good. Yeah, he's good, but he's not in the great category that we all hoped, and he's not even in the higher end of very good, I think, is concerning. But a lot of that gets overlooked because he plays a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I think his biggest asset that he gets credit for...
He's played hurt, too.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's great, and that is important. But also, is he just on the ice a lot? And we're like, man, he's on the ice so much. That's awesome. And, that's great, and you do need that, but sometimes you need a little bit more. And does he always provide what you're looking for? I don't think that he does. All right, do you guys have any other reasons or diagnosis for why this Stars playoff series and, by extension, season went so terribly wrong?
Okay, so the season injuries, that was the biggest factor. It was a weird injury, not weird, very similar to what you see in hockey, but a lot of injuries that took place that were significant and took guys out for a long time. So I'll put a lot of that on the season overall. I do wonder, he's been around it for a long time, but the experience as a head coach and knowing your team well enough, if Mikko's not there, don't you have to figure out a way to get him into it?
Yeah.
Whether it's calling something to set him up or like Jimmy Johnson would always say about Michael Irvin, hey, if I needed to get him the ball early because that's just what he needs. And if that's your star player, you got to figure out a way to do that. And I think that's just some of inexperience and that part of the process of being the head coach. New to this whole thing, and we got very used to the luxury of DeBoer going, this chess match will work its way out, we'll finish this series at least, and get another round in.
Will it make you feel any better if the Wild gets steamrolled? Like, if they lose in 4 or 5 games, does that make you feel any better? And you're like,
no, because then I'm that much further away from the best team.
That's a good point.
And being this close over the last few years, you're like, well, we're right there. We just got to figure out how to get past that. Yeah. And now it feels like you've taken 3 steps back. Yeah. I want the Wild to go out there and fight for 7 and it to look pretty damn good. And you'd be like, okay, what are those pieces? Or maybe, Kevin, maybe getting dismantled by Colorado is the best thing so that the team takes a very good, hard look at itself.
From the 903, if all the players are there and all the ingredients are there, then it's only a lack of coaching that doesn't get you where you want to go. And see, I just don't agree that all the players and all the ingredients are there. I think there are I think a lot of that is there, but it's that last little bit that really makes, like, if you say ingredients, isn't there always that extra little something that really makes the recipe work? And for whatever reason, that seems to continually be missing for the Dallas Stars, more so this season than in the past 3 seasons. I'm not saying the coach can't be a problem, but I don't think that the rest of the roster is set and ready to go, if not only for the coach. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Well, could be worse. At least we aren't the Giants. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it'll be a Monday show with Chris Young joining us at 4:20. You can...
to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Kicks and deals. And that ball was clubbed deep to left field. Nothing that Osuna can do but watch. It's way out of here. Dylan Dingler with his 6th home run of the year. And the Tigers have a 3-0 lead.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I am told I need to go to Corey for I have no idea what.
Well, Tyler Sagan said he'll be ready for game 1 of training camp next year, Kevin, so that's good. But
I believe that he will.
This is from our friend Robert Tiffin.
Game 8.
Robert Tiffin, Kevin. You like his reports?
I do. His last email had a Return of the Jedi reference in the title.
Rope Hintz says he tore his hamstring in 3 different spots. And then he followed up and said, some uncertainty on whether Hintz said 2 or 3, but we'll review the tape today. That being said, 2 spots in your hamstring that you tore it at least.
Yeah.
That's just that's terrifying. So that's
what
he was dealing
heal?
with. Not fast.
Okay. And that's why it was like, hey.
We don't know. We'll find out. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go on those updates. We'll have more from Robert Tiffin hopefully tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow at noon. Thanks for, man, I need to stop going to you if you're just going to have nothing but really terrible news. Can you at least, even if it's something like, hey, my kid's graduating. Can you sprinkle in something positive for God's sake?
I will keep an eye out for better stuff.
Okay.
Like that.
All right.
More positive things.
Right now, I guess, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Where at least we aren't the Giants. Now, it is true, the Rangers' offense is terrible. The only 2 teams who have scored fewer runs than them are both terrible. So let's start with the Giants. Man, the Giants know the most exciting ways at times to lose games. They went 0-6 on their road trip. 3 of those times, they were walked off. The other 3 times, they were outscored a total of 15-1.
Oh.
Which did you prefer? Knowing in the 4th inning or whatever the game's over, or thinking you got a shot until the very end only to get that rug pulled out right from under you?
Man, there is something that takes about 2 days to get over a brutal loss like that, a late game loss where you think you have it. That's one of those where you just kind of have to be like, what? And really break down what happened. So that one I don't prefer, Kevin.
Okay. Let's go
ahead and blow it out.
Okay, let's go from that to he's trying. Some sad news for the Yankees, both on and off the field. Ben Rice, who's had a phenomenal start, especially power-wise, to the season, exited their game yesterday against the Orioles. And then John Sterling, the longtime radio voice of the Yankees, he passed away at the age of 87. He was part of the team's broadcast for 36 years, called more than 5,400 regular season games, more than 200 postseason games. And at one point, he had broadcasted more than 5,000 consecutive games after starting with the Yankees as a pregame host. This is the exact trajectory I imagine that Jared Sandler will have someday. So that is sad for them. Now, let's go to, well, the ABS can be confusing. I take you to the Red Sox, who, well, they've obviously had their own tough season. But Willie Abreu, he was up at the plate. He had 2 strikes on him. It was a 2-2 call. Fastball. Ball 3. Abreu tapped his helmet for the challenge. To which the umpire looked confused and then had to remind him that he had just called it a ball.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I want that to be a strike.
I don't think that's...
I want the count to be appropriate so I can swing away.
First of all, I think that's a terrible strategy. But to be fair, once you tap your helmet, don't you need to go to the ABS? They did not. And they all had a good chuckle about it.
Oh, and they didn't go to it? I think if you tap it, you have to.
Yeah. But they didn't.
And I think that's a good learning moment for everybody to be paying attention to what's going on at the plate. Dead serious. I think they should have done it. Just because it was in your favor doesn't mean you can't challenge it.
That would be an interesting learning opportunity. They did not challenge it, and then on the next pitch, he walked, even though I guess the ABS could have switched that into a strikeout. But they had a good chuckle, and all was fine. Now let's go to the Braves. They have been incredible to start this season. They brought back Spencer Strider, but at the same time, they've had to put Ronald Acuna Jr. on the injured list with a strained left hamstring. Now, luckily, that does not sound as bad as the horrifying things that you just told us about Rope, but still bad for the Braves nonetheless.
You know, Kevin, they won the NL East in 20 and 22, right? 21-22?
And a World Series.
And never had as large of a lead in their division as they do now. 8.5.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What's amazing to me about that is not only that massive lead, which, by the way, you know what the biggest lead is in the American League? 2 games. Actually, that's the biggest lead in any other division in baseball. 2 games, except for the NL East, where the Braves are ahead by 8.5, but also they're up on the Mets by 12.5. The Mets have played 34 games, and they're already 12.5 games behind.
When do Mets fans, do they go, you know what, we're not paying attention anymore? Or do they say, no, we're going to suffer through this?
See, it's the second one for sure, because I think that is the lament of the Mets fan, right? Is, well, we'll be here. It's going to suck, but we'll be here. All right, let's talk about the NL West, shockingly enough. Now, they did get back on the board yesterday. Both the Padres and the Dodgers won, and they've both still had really strong starts to the season. But after Saturday night, for the first time in Major League Baseball history, every team in a division had at least 3 consecutive losses. After Saturday night's game, the Rockies had lost 3 in a row, shocker. The Diamondbacks 3 in a row, Padres 4 in a row, Dodgers 4 in a row, Giants 5 in a row. So they had a combined losing streak of 19 games in that division. And that was the first time it had ever happened in baseball history. Like I said, the Dodgers and the Padres did rebound. But the Padres might be the weirdest team in all of baseball, as they are 20-13 with a run differential of -1.
Okay, that's weird to be a -1 team. But
you know who else has a -1 run differential?
Rangers.
The Texas Rangers.
And the Marlins.
And they're, yeah, that's true.
We're the same.
So, but at least with that, they're both 16-18. The Rangers are -1. The Padres are -1, yet the Rangers are 16-18, and the Padres are 20-13.
How are the Cardinals 20-14 with a 0?
Yeah, because they're better.
Like it
is confusing.
You've tied every game.
Not that. Now, let's go to more history. Nick Kurtz. Unfortunately, he did not draw a walk on Saturday, but he did have 2 hits, but we were tracking his walk streak. He has not gotten a walk the last 2 days. His streak ends at 20 straight games with a walk, tied with Barry Bonds for the second longest streak in MLB history. And then remember the weird thing that we learned, that I believe the National League started tracking walks 3 years before the American League did for some reason. Then let's go to the Pirates. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeated their opponent 17-7 on Saturday. Everybody in the Pirates starting lineup recorded at least 1 RBI. That was the first time since 1975 the Pirates had done that. And they all had at least 1 RBI by the end of the 4th inning.
Oh, nice. That's what I want the Rangers to do more of. Why can't the Rangers do more of that?
Yes.
Let's all have an RBI.
Have an RBI?
In the next 4 innings.
Oh, everybody on
in the next 4 innings, Kevin.
Last 2 games, they've scored 2 runs.
So have an RBI is probably a thing that we could ask for.
By the way.
Man.
Do you know what happened the last time they were able to achieve that? They won their division. Now, it is true. They are tied for last place in their division right now. However, they are 19-16.
Good for them.
Which would be first place in our division.
Well, look, man.
But they're tied for last in their division because, of course, everybody in the NL Central continues to be above 500.
You know what? All that tells me, Kevin, is that in our division, it just means more. because everybody's more competitive.
Okay.
In their division, nobody's competing. They're just they're getting these easy wins. They're easy wins.
Okay.
These are tough wins that we're having to get here, Kevin.
So you would not point out that the American League has the same number of teams above 500 as the NL Central, and that means it means more for the NL Central.
No.
You choose the opposite.
No, they're
viewpoint.
easy wins that they're getting, not tough stuff.
Okay.
All right?
So they don't have to
look
play
at their runs against
each other.
Let's total up their. Dang, actually, that's a tough division, dude.
Yeah, their last place team is a plus 31. The team they're tied with is a plus 45. How is that possible?
They're all playing the worst divisions. They must be beating up on somebody out there. We got to go find out what that is. Who is it that the NL Central is just owning right now?
And by the way, keep an eye out on this. Obviously, we've discussed quite a bit. Cal Raleigh's had some ups and downs, especially downs to start the season. He is currently awaiting an MRI result for discomfort in his right side. And Joe Ryan left the Twins start yesterday after only 2 batters with a sore elbow. We'll look for an update on that, but obviously that is very concerning to hear. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, wankers and winners of the weekend right here on The Fan.
The more time you... K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wankers and Winners of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Would you like to start with I was combining winners and would, I think. The winners or the wankers?
Let's go with the winners, Kevin.
Okay, Alec just said to check your phone, but your
go to him.
phone
he said
is
go to him.
updating. All right, Alec.
Go to Allie Medford.
All right,
at
Alec,
his news
go!
desk.
The Dallas Mavericks are hiring Masai Ujiri as the team's new president and alternate governor, according to Shams Charania and Tim McMahon of ESPN.
What happened with him that Toronto just said no anymore? What happened there? But this is good. I think this is a positive move. This is a good move.
I mean, I feel like this is something that a lot of Mavs fans wanted to happen quite some time ago. So, that is big news. Do you feel bad at all for Michael Finley?
I mean, I do. But when it comes down to it, don't you want to hire the best person for the job?
Sure.
I love Michael Finley, and we had a great conversation with him, and he will always be one of my favorite Mavs of all time. I do wonder, when you're doing the interview process of things, and you look at all these candidates, how much being a former player on your team weighs in that, and how much seeing a successful championship team be built also weighs in. So I think that ultimately you want them to go out and hire the best person, and the Mavericks feel like this is the best person for this organization right now. So I love Michael Finley, and it does stink, but this is a really interesting hire.
Yeah, the 2013 Executive of the Year obviously architected getting Kawhi, constructing that championship team. Clearly, he has plenty of experience in the league, some ties, of course, with the Mavericks. This is an interesting move indeed. Okay, we like it. Everybody, thumbs up.
Yeah, obviously I want to do a little more understanding of how he built that Toronto team, and I'd like to know a little more. And obviously, whenever he sits down to have the conversation with the media, these things are going to come out. But what happened? How'd that go for you? What did you learn from it? Because this is pretty interesting. This is a very interesting hire, and a dude who was, for a while, I thought, very well sought out by most of the league.
The press conference will be tomorrow. What's really interesting is the ability to succeed at multiple different places. I mentioned he was Executive of the Year. That was with the Nuggets before moving on to the Raptors with the Nuggets, and the Raptors record of 690 and 504. That was the record of his teams, and they made the playoffs in 12 of 15 seasons. You remember going back to, I think it was Patrick Dumont who said this is like, hey, we're shooting high. We're shooting really high. And some of the names that we had heard were really high. And I feel like Ujiri is, pretty well respected across the NBA in a whole lot of these circles.
Okay, in 19, that's what it was. There was a moment where he was trying to get somewhere. A security guard stopped him. That's what that was. Okay, I remember that now.
But they did still win the championship. So who really won that?
Him.
Exactly. All right. Man, for the 214.
He was also named Officer of the Order of Canada in 2023.
What the hell does that mean? What is that?
I mean, the Order of Canada.
I don't know what that is.
It's a Canadian national order, Kevin. It's like the second highest honor.
I don't think you can say the name in your description.
It's like the second highest honor for merit and system of orders, decorations, and medals of Canada.
Okay.
So, and he got named an officer of it. So
from the 214, this was all part of Nico's plan. I don't think so. From the 214, from another 214.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yes. How has he won a championship? Yes. From the 325. Wow, are we going all in on Kawhi for 1 year? I don't think that is the case.
But that's an interesting question. I do like that.
Are you positive about that though?
Yes.
You are?
1,000%.
Oh, my goodness. But you also said we weren't getting Caleb down.
If they go all in on Kawhi Leonard, I'll get a 76ers tattoo on my neck. Because I want attention.
Okay.
At least you're honest.
That is in reference to Dave Portnoy, but I don't totally see why would it be a Raptors or a Kawhi Leonard tattoo?
Kevin.
That's on radio now. We're going to come back to that.
Not going to do it. Sorry. I was joking.
What the hell?
You know better.
You just said you would.
You know better.
And then from the 817, one step closer to getting Angel Reese. Also, no to that, and I thought we were done.
He was with the Tempo for a little bit, so that's a big deal. He was with the Tempo.
Doesn't he own part of
the
them?
Toronto Tempo?
Okay, all right.
Networking.
Networking. I like it.
No to all of that. Yes to the hire. I do like that. All right, so let's go ahead and lead off with the winners. I think you have to go with then. At least it feels like on the surface, the Dallas Mavericks as a winner for making what feels like a good decision.
I think this is a positive hire for the Mavericks for sure. And especially, I think the biggest deal there is you're looking for direction.
Yes.
More than anything else, you're looking for direction. And you're looking for somebody that has the ability to kind of communicate their vision, their goal for all of this thing. And Nico lost the trust of everybody with the Luka trade. He thought, I'm so powerful. I've made so many good moves already. I can do whatever I want, and it'll be fine. And it just didn't work out in that manner. So with him, I think this is a positive move in a new direction to build around your one superstar that you drafted number 1 overall last year, and say, let's build the empire around you.
Tim McMahon and
it'll strike back.
Oh, there you go. Tim McMahon and Shams Charania were reporting that the Mavericks had also had some discussions with the president of basketball operations for Minnesota, Tim Connolly. So they really were shooting for some bigger names in the sport. I think it's a win. We will see how it all plays out. Also, winners, the Dallas Wings and the Golden State Valkyries. Now, the Dallas Wings are winners in part because they're 2-0 in the preseason, but also, did you know that the value of the Dallas Wings has gone up 66% over the last 18 months? They are now valued at $325 million per Sportico.
Multiple reasons it should go up that way. Reason number one.
Page. Or probably the new facility. That
was reason number 2. I think Page is the number 1 reason.
Okay. Then ESPN already has her ranked as the 8th best player in the league.
Yeah. Then the new facility that they're getting ready to add to. Obviously, the functionality of that's a big value for you. But the player, you have a face to say this is our franchise. And then having another number 1 overall pick, consecutive years to be able to do that with, and, stories that are going on around it. I think and Kevin, quite honestly, they made some good moves this offseason to put themselves in a good position to be a good team.
By the way, leading the pack for WNBA values, the Valkyries are valued at $850 million. So, holy smokes, you look at those values up across the board for WNBA teams. The Savannah Bananas, one of the winners of the weekend. They drew 102,000 people at Kyle Field over the weekend. Have you seen the
Kyle Field?
Kyle Fieldman's. So, did you see the dimensions for the field where they were like, hey, I know you would think we would switch this up, but not really.
Did they make it look like the Polo Grounds?
Actually, kind of, except in right field instead of center field.
All right.
So the dimensions in left field, 185 feet. Because again, this is a football stadium, and they did not really change it. Center field, dead center, 261 feet. So what would be at best, mid to shallow fly ball would be a home run in dead center, and 375 feet in right field and 429 feet at the deepest point. And that does not sound right to me based off of those pictures. It looks like it's like 600 feet away.
Hold on. Yeah.
It's incredible.
So hold on. Right field went all the way to the end zone?
Yeah, I think
or whatever.
so.
That's the way they should be.
Yeah.
No, Kevin, that's how it should look. If you're going to do it on a football field like that, they need to be like, screw it. We're not putting a fence up. Y'all are just going to have to run and go get the ball if we hit it out there.
But theoretically, wouldn't that be 360 feet?
Sure.
So it looked really fun, but more importantly, they drew 102,000 people. So regardless of what you think of the product, there are enough people out there who love it, whether it's a one-off or not, and they've been selling lots of tickets.
If there's one thing I have learned about our generation and younger is that they like bits.
They do.
And it's a bit, and it's a fun bit, and sometimes there's some really cool stuff. So congratulations to them. And like I said, getting the Dude Perfect guys out there for some fun, smart.
Well,
generate that audience.
Especially at Kyle Field, since College Station kids, that's pretty awesome.
For real, yeah. You generate that audience, though, smart.
Golden.
And our buddy Kevin Sparkman.
That's right.
Sparky doing his thing.
Doing things. Golden Tempo won the Kentucky Derby. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't have spoiled it for you. Give me cut number 6, where what I just said happened is what is about to happen.
Denon Bourbon in front, both sending a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing too. Here's Golden Tempo, and Cherie DeVaux make history in the Kentucky Derby over Renegade in a final time of 2:02.27 seconds.
Now, the history reference was DeVaux became the first woman trainer to win the Kentucky Derby. And one of the things she said afterwards is, I'm most excited that I do not have to answer questions about that anymore. And also, that's a real quote. I did not make that up. If you're wondering, how popular is this? Kentucky Derby drew 19.6 million viewers across NBC and Peacock. That is the most watched run for the Roses, on record, up 11% over last year. But a lot of people stopped down and tune in. Like, this draws more than an NBA Finals game or a World Series game as a one-off.
Yeah, and it's 2 minutes, like you said, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes of...
what do you think is the average viewership then? Are people like, hey, let me know when the race starts. I'll give you 5 minutes.
It is, so there's not a lot going on, right? The weekend, like for things that are going on around that time of day, it's very easy to turn that on and just be like, okay, we're doing stuff. Have a little party around it. Do your own little betting at the house, or plays, if you will. And then do kind of those things. And I think for something like that, Kevin, because of that, it makes it easy to draw that for a period of time. But I do bet that 2 minute max is the peak. That 19 million, that draw is the peak moment of. But isn't it like
for
a 15 minute quarter that they want to draw for? I don't know how TV ratings work, but I feel like they want that for 15 minutes. But for 2 minutes, that's strong.
And if you're a big fan of watching somebody on a horse interview somebody else on a horse, I always think that is super duper neat. All right. Do you want the wankers of the weekend?
Yeah, let's run it.
Wrexham, one of the wankers of the weekend. They had a chance to get in the playoffs to make it to the English Premier League, which has been their goal all along. Unfortunately, they had a draw while Hull City was victorious, and that bumped them out of qualification for the playoffs by 2 points. They were looking for their 4th consecutive promotion. Getting in that tournament, finishing at the top of the tournament, would have put them in the English Premier League, which would have been an amazing story, but instead, they didn't make it.
Now they'll be relegated? Is that how it works?
No, they still stay in that league, and they just got to do the whole thing over again next year. Why are you so sad about that? I really would.
I stopped paying attention to Welcome to Wrexham a couple seasons ago, and it wasn't because they were showing the girls' team. That's not why. It was I was like, okay, I understand what they're trying to accomplish. Maybe I wanted to see how far they got, but now that I know they're not getting relegated, that would have been a cool twist. Like, they get relegated, and then now they got to fight further to get back up. But, here we are.
And sticking with soccer, Inter Miami. Inter Miami was up 3-0 and they ended up losing to Orlando City 4-3. On the MLS website, they said it was one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the league. And afterwards, Inter Miami didn't put any of their veteran high money players out there. They put a bunch of young players out there for the media.
Oh, really?
Do you think that makes Inter Miami a wanker of the weekend for, maybe not putting the real people out there and putting some other folks out there to take the heat?
Yeah, that's not very cool of them to do that.
Not cool!
Yeah, we want to hear answers from, like, Nico.
Yes.
Which we do have an answer from him, by the way.
Oh, I hope he does say that he was hurt.
He wasn't hurt.
Oh, crap.
He just wasn't good.
Okay, well, let's stick with Miami. Did you see Miami's quarterback, Malik Willis? He threw out the first pitch on Friday night, and it was one of the worst first pitches you'll ever see. He said afterwards, I slipped. Now, I didn't see the video of him saying that. I just read it, so I don't know if he was laughing or joking or not. But that first pitch was really, really terrible.
I did not see this, but now I'm going to search for it.
Watch the first pitch. The first pitch is awful. I just need to find the audio of him saying he slipped.
I need to see the video.
See if he was joking or not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
You know what? There was a party over the weekend, but I also want to talk about how you would tell people about DFW. Next to The Fan.
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shooting percentages remain high in this game. Dallas 55%, San Antonio 54, and that's a high percentage shot. It's Cooper going all the way to the cup.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're going to switch some stuff up a little bit today. We got C Block in just 1 second. But if you missed it, about 25 minutes ago, the Dallas Mavericks have hired Masai Ujiri as their new president of basketball operations. He has previously held essentially that same position with Denver and Toronto with a total record of 690 and 504. His teams made the playoffs in 12 of his 15 seasons. I believe it was 12 straight seasons until his final 3 years in Toronto. And look, Toronto had 5 straight losing seasons before Ujiri got there. Then he turned them into a playoff contender, made the playoffs 7 straight times. Raptors won 6 division titles, had the best record in the East in 2018. And then in 2019, they won the title. And then the Raptors parted ways with Ujiri in 2025. Like I said, I believe they had missed the playoffs 3 straight seasons at that point. He was also one of the architect of the 2013 Nuggets team, which won 57 games, tied for the most in franchise history, and was named the 2013 NBA Executive of the Year. What'll be interesting to go along with all of this is co-interim general managers Matt Riccardi and Michael Finley. What's going to happen with them? They've been acting in that position since Nico got fired on November 11th, and Riccardi is supposed to be one of the team's representatives along with Rolando Blackman at the draft lottery in Chicago this weekend.
Okay. During that time, Kevin, I think he did inherit Dwayne Casey and had him in throughout all of those playoff losses up until that Nick Nurse hire. And I do wonder then, like, the working relationship with Jason Kidd, knowing him, and, like, he didn't just come in and fire. You know, he came in and said, I'm going to try and build with you. Got to a certain point and then losing in the conference finals, still, you know, doing what they could do to get there, but then actually going and saying, all right, we got to go different direction with the coach, making that work. So interested to see how that working relationship will go together as well.
And there was a period of time where, I mean, surely this was one of the most coveted basketball minds in the NBA. Now, some of the shine has fallen off with the way things ended in Toronto, but he's going to have the opportunity to rebuild that and show what a great mind he is in basketball once more. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, Kevin, I do have some more Stars updates.
Oh, are they good or bad?
Do you want the wanker or the winner?
Ooh, wanker.
Miro Heiskanen said he tore his oblique in the final matchup against the Wild before the playoffs. So in the regular season, he did that and said it kept getting better as things were going along, but he said he was never actually back to being himself.
Okay, so he was hurt.
Yes.
Okay.
Miro Heiskanen, that is. Yeah, Miro Heiskanen.
Oh, not Mikko.
Yeah, Miro Heiskanen.
Okay. Well,
so
that's not great.
It stinks. But, you know, hopefully he can get better. But Jason Robertson said he felt this was the biggest step of his career this season. He said he and Neil agreed to wait on contract negotiations until after the season, and those will begin soon.
Okay.
So you looking forward to that now?
Yes, I am also looking forward to how they balance that all out. Because if you bring back Jason Robertson, that takes out most of your money. And obviously, I guess I don't feel like you can bring back the same team, but we'll see. I like it. I thought Jason Robertson was very good this season. Unless somebody is willing to throw a ridiculous trade at you, then, well, let's listen.
Like what, 3 first-round picks and...
I mean, shoot. You'd have to listen to that, right?
The next greatest hockey player of all time?
Jason Robertson.
Oh, okay. Guess what, though? Also, Jake Otter talked. Quote, don't think I accomplished any of my goals.
That is fair.
I want to win a Stanley Cup. I want to win a Vezina Trophy, and I want to be a starting goalie for Team USA, and none of those things happened.
Wow.
The Team USA thing, dude, I think burned him down.
Yeah.
Not even getting some, I think he was just upset about it all, and that may have crushed him, his confidence this year. But he says he plans to get some advice from Ben Bishop this offseason.
Ooh.
So that's positive.
That's one of my questions is there another level for him?
Yep. Like Wembanyama. Like we all assumed there was another level, but what did he do? He goes out and he works with some monks. And then, he does all these different things.
Whatever he's doing is working.
And Dirk was the same way, right? When every offseason, Dirk was like, well, I'll learn saxophone, or I'll shoot bricks, or I'll build a brick wall, shoot over the brick wall until my shot's perfect.
Yeah, that was the thing. Every year you knew he would come back with something new.
Yes. That's what we're hoping for Otter.
Agreed.
And Miro. And Miko. And Jason. And Wyatt. And all of them.
Yeah.
And better.
Especially Thomas Harley. We'll talk about him more in a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially him.
I wanted to play this from the Pick Is In. This was on ESPN last night. And it is on replay in Espanol this morning if you wanted to watch it on Disney ESPN app. I thought the show was very interesting because we discuss these trades all the time, right? Like we discuss all of these potential trades. Would you do this for this? And we're always like, yes, I would do that, or no, I wouldn't do that.
Right.
But a lot of times we don't discuss why in the F would the other team do that. Mm-hmm. And the one with Cleveland was kind of interesting because Cleveland was like, that does not move the needle for us at all. Shut up and go away. It felt like.
To be fair, though, wouldn't you rather have that answer quickly instead of,
waste my time.
I'll let you know.
Hang out the phone, look at everybody and be like, yeah. He said no. And then Dallas had the conversation with Miami, and they were like, would you be interested in this and a fifth? And they were like, nah, not really. Hung up. I'm like, oh, crap. What do we do here? This is Stephen Jones later after they get this thing going.
No, we do. We're 177, 180 if it's 2 5s. Okay, we got it. Trade in. Hold on, guys. Please be quiet.
Hello, it's Ken.
Hey, this is Steven.
Hey, Steven.
We're giving them our pick, number 12, and we're giving them 177, 180. Miami.
Okay, yep.
Are we good?
Yes. Turn it in. You have a deal.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't. We're on the clock.
We're on the clock. They're turning it in. We got 10 seconds, 2 seconds.
Then it's us on the clock.
Then it's us on the clock.
Better hurry up and get it in.
Dallas has submitted its pick. Miami is on the clock.
Caleb Downs.
That's intense, dude. And I know
like it.
This year it was shrunk down to 8 minutes, and you had an 8-minute window to work within.
Everybody quiet down.
Shut up! Shut up!
I mean, which makes sense. If you're going to have to do this quickly, you don't want to call Miami and people are like, woo! In the background. You're like, hey,
trying to get this deal done.
Exactly.
And so I thought that was I really like this, and I'd love to see more of this in the future. And I think that this is Jerry Jones has got to love this. He's the first person to open those cameras up to people in the war room and say, hey, who wants to see this? We're going to stream it. And then I don't know how many people in this show, Kevin, I don't know how many people do this, but Jerry Jones, about an hour before, is showing everybody around the war, some season ticket holders, some clients and stuff. He's like, hey, this is a war room, baby. And I'm like, oh my gosh. But that is Jerry. But this is one of those things where I love the access to hearing those negotiations, the conversations they're having amongst each other, hearing Will McClay chime in, those kinds of things I think are very cool.
Is that his primary function right now,
Jerry?
too? As kind of a tour guide and stuff and a hype man?
Jerry Jones is the Cowboys.
Because when you heard him in that clip, he had to be like, yeah, do it. Yeah. But he felt unnecessary.
He gives the final word. Steven's doing all the things back and forth, doing all the work to get it done because Steven has been there for every step of the way, too. Alongside Will McClay in that group. Those guys are digging deep, and Steven's in those meetings with them, and Jerry's there, but he's like, hey. Now, that being said, it's kind of how we want it, right?
Yes.
Jerry is the ambassador of fun. He is the one that everybody he's going to crack a joke and do those things.
I like that, ambassador of fun.
Yeah, he's got that going for him, and he's got the charm that still sells to everybody out there.
Right.
Hey, man. Yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of what you want. And that is I thought that was a really interesting moment, though, an intense moment for the Cowboys to try and get that deal done. And then they also showed the one with Malachi Lawrence trade, and that was interesting as well. So thought that was a lot of fun.
And I really like the end result of it because initially with Cleveland, they were shooting for 9 and 24, I think, and they would have taken Downs at 9, and they still would have taken Lawrence at 24, and they would have given up a 5th-round pick. And instead, they ended up long-term giving up 2 5th-round picks and getting 2 4ths back. So, by not doing that deal and get the other 2 pair of deals, they traded 1 5th for 2 4th-round picks.
Yeah.
So, obviously, common sense would lead you to know that's a great deal.
And with Cleveland in that moment, they went with an offensive tackle. And the Cowboys were like, okay, we want our safety because they were afraid that the Giants would take a safety.
Yeah.
And they take the offensive tackle, and then the Giants take an offensive tackle too.
And somebody said, they waited till the last second. What if it hit 0? It was the pick before them that I believe was hitting 0 on the clock, and they were up. But there is precedent for that. The Minnesota Vikings did that, I don't know, several years ago. And that means the next team can turn in their pick as soon as they want. So if you're pick 12 and it hits 0, pick 13 can be like, here you go, here's my pick.
It was the Cowboys that took advantage of it.
And supposedly Minnesota was just trying to save money on draft slotting, which... what a weird way to do that.
And then over the weekend, Saturday, here in the C Block, this is a weird time for anybody right now. They're like, hold on, what's happening here? We appreciate you being with us, Tolo. Congratulations to Technical Sergeant Travis Tucker, Air Force Security Forces Combat Arms Instructor, on his retirement party, the United States Air Force, on Saturday. Shaq was invited to the party. Unfortunately, he had other duties regarding his NBA playoffs, so he did not come.
Did he send a Zoom video or a FaceTime video?
Nope.
Bummer.
Here's the thing, though. I had to speak at this.
Oh.
I did not know I was going to have to speak until I got there. And so what I was asked to do was read his certificates of retirement and his congratulations. My friend said, I wanted you to be there so that you would read Donald J. Trump's name on the commander-in-chief part. And I was like, okay, I got you.
Should have got Adrian to do that.
And also, here's the thing. I also said Donald Trump because I was like, dang it, I missed the J. But then I thought, the J is Corey's. I am Corey J.
Oh.
But at the same time, I don't know if... Do I send him an invoice for this, for the $300? When I speak, I have to be paid.
Oh,
and
goodness.
So do I need to deliver this invoice to him, just text it to him, a link or something?
That feels right.
To fill this out.
Yeah.
But this was one of those rare nights, Kevin. I did have a Tolo pop up, and he wanted to talk a little bit about Cowboys and Rangers and stuff like that for just a minute. But it was one of those rare nights where it was mostly free from having to discuss the world of sports that we discuss all the time. It was just a lot of listening and laughing, and those are nights that are rare in DFW. But it was a lot of fun for me.
I like that.
That's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
That's nice. A happy thing right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Cowboys rookies are already really popular. And when the NFL schedule...
peeve that is, like, doesn't Jerry want the NFL to be like, hey, let's do this. Let's go ahead and make this a big day. Celebration day for the schedule release.
But don't you think he loves it even more, the mystery of, yeah, it'll be next week, unless it's the week after.
Or the week after that.
Yeah, that feels like classic Jerry. Like you're the news and you're like, what soda is going to kill you? We'll tell you after the kids' corner. Like they got to keep you around for that last part. Holy
Nice!
Oh my goodness gracious. That scared the crap out of me.
I mean, just a little bit more over here. Alec,
there's holy moly. I know it's not. I know he's probably not going to kill me, but I'm not 100% on that. Alec, there's a Darth Vader behind me, and
you almost cussed on air.
I did because just imagine. You're just living your life, doing your job, and you look over and it's Darth Vader. And we were just talking about force choking people in the office and stuff. And so this is kind of freaking me out.
Does Darth Vader talk? And does Darth Vader do interviews? No, yes or no? Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. There you go. He said it in a less menacing voice. Part of me was worried it was Derek Holland. He was like, hey, it's me.
We wanted to appropriately surprise Kevin, the biggest Star Wars fan we know.
That is amazing.
And this is Twolo Vader on the Twitch.
Oh, I freaking
he reached out
love
and
it.
said, I'd love to come up, and I was like, absolutely.
You know what's really intimidating is he's standing right behind me, so every time I kind of look to my right or left, I can't totally see him. Oh, my goodness. So...
Oh, I did a video again.
Good job, Corey.
I thought Corey had said he might have a surprise. So when he was on his phone, I thought he was going to bring in like Tiff's treats or something. I did not think that Darth Vader would be standing right freaking there. And this is like, this is legit.
That is legit awesome stuff right there.
This is freaking incredible.
Alec, can we find a mic real quick to hop him on just real fast because none of the microphones work?
I said any of them.
Oh, any of the microphones.
Darth, yeah, that would make more sense than none of them
Darth,
work.
if you could grab that microphone directly in front of you, we'll turn that on real quick. It's a man. You guys actually,
that is incredible.
Y'all, we've seen you before out in the world. Can you kind of get in there and tell us a little more about what you guys do?
Yeah, my name's Chris. I've been a Tolo since the format flip from country way back.
Wow.
Then. If you're a listener back then, I am tall Chris from the dodgeball days.
You are tall.
Yes. That's why I'm Vader.
And intimidating.
Yeah. So I am a Star Wars fan, but I'm also a member of the 501st Legion. It's a global costuming group that we have movie-accurate costumes, and we give back to the community through charity events, hospitals, visits, sports, anything. I'm doing, I'll be Vader at Texas Rangers later this month.
Nice. That's cool. And that's why I don't want it to be weird. I was like looking over at your legs and stuff because I saw his lightsaber. But that I thought it could be weird that I looked over at his legs and I was like, ooh. So, man, that costume is incredible.
It's very hot.
And it's scary, too.
It's full body. It's actual leather. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
very sexy.
I'm glad we did that today and not July
This
the 4th.
is the right day, too,
yeah.
because it is May the 4th. That
makes a lot of sense.
It is our Christmas.
How much time did it take you to put all of this together?
For Vader, about a year.
Okay.
A little over. Sometimes it can be quicker if you're a little more handy and you 3D print parts, but I'm not handy, so I have to order everything.
I get it. Now people are encouraging me to join the dark side.
Are you going to join the dark side? Because he's a big Luke Skywalker
I'll never
guy.
join you.
Our motto is bad guys doing good.
There you go.
Oh,
I like that.
Kind of like Wreck-It Ralph.
We also work with the good guys. They attend our events as well.
That is so freaking cool. And how can people, is there a spot they go learn more about it, check it out?
501st.com. explains our mission. And then through there, you can get to the North Texas group. We're very active. We have events almost every weekend, multiple days a week.
I'm on the website right now. It says, we are stormtroopers, we are Sith Lords, we are bounty hunters.
Isn't that cool?
This is so cool.
Yeah, and this is my only costume. We have other members that have multiple costumes, and they'll do multiple events in a day and change into different costumes. It's amazing, and just the smile on the kids' faces and the parents' faces when they see us, it's just so rewarding, and it's such a good cause.
And Kevin, I think the first time I remember seeing them, they may have been at one of our first MP events.
Okay.
I was at My Possibilities. There was I think it was like a running event or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Santa Run. Yeah.
Yes.
That was the first time I ever met them.
We emceed. That is so cool. That's so nice that you bring so much joy to people as well.
Yeah.
You brought joy to me. First, it was terror. I want to make that very clear. Now I'm in the joy phase.
Good.
I was in the terror phase because I knew something was going on, because all of a sudden it looked like Corey was filming.
I was.
And I looked right at him and I was like, is he filming me? And then I saw Alec take note and I was like, holy. And then I
almost said the S word.
Said the S word, yeah.
But we're glad you didn't.
I know where the dump button is.
Yeah, he knows exactly where it is.
Okay, yeah, that would have. I mean, look.
Also, he would have had to choke slam you.
If this one were.
Let me ask you this. Do you think this would be a valid excuse in our meeting afterwards? I'm sorry I said the S word, but Darth Vader was standing in the doorway and I wasn't prepared for that. That feels like a logical explanation.
Chris?
I'd allow it.
Yeah. See?
Okay, yes.
He's been around a lot longer.
Yeah,
so.
I've met Gavin back when he almost had hair.
Oh,
okay. Oh.
Well, you took away some of my high ground right there. So
high ground.
I will try to tell you one more positive thing, I guess. Did you see that? This is so weird to keep talking about not Star Wars things right now. Did you see that Damar Hamlin was part of a group that set the Guinness record for most CPR trainings in an hour? They got 1,293 people who completed CPR training in an hour during the NFL draft to set the Guinness Book of World Records.
That is really actually a very cool thing, considering what we all saw on that night.
Yes.
Considering everything and how important it was, and obviously how important it was to him. Somebody asked if you can spell the website 501st.
Yeah, so 501st. There you go. .com. Can I just ask you one more on-air question? Do you ever just have the costume on, even though you're not supposed to go do anything, because it's awesome?
Sometimes it makes me feel pretty.
I like it. Sometimes it's not about the other person. It's about how it makes you feel.
If you had it, you'd be sauntering around the house.
100%. I might not ever not have it on around the house. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was freaking awesome. Coming up next, how locked in are you usually on the Cowboys OTAs and mini camps and the news that happened this weekend? We'll do that next, and probably more Vader stuff on The Fan.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got even more Cowboys news to get into in this segment, carried over from Gridiron in case you missed it because Darth Vader showed up. I know that sounds like the rantings of a lunatic, but it all happened.
And here's the thing, Alec, you know how much Kevin works and loves his work. And Kevin does not like to leave anything on the cutting room floor.
Nope.
So I know all that content that he had to evade for just a little bit to get it. Evade.
I get it.
As Darth Vader just stands outside of our window and stares at
that's weird. It's awesome, but it's weird because I feel like if I mess up, he's gonna hold out his hand and I'm gonna go.
But it's all that extra work that Kevin has. He's just like, was it worth it to lose that work for just that little bit of time?
Yeah, I feel
even at the
like
end there,
it
you're
definitely
like, I have
was.
to get this story.
Did we take pictures later? Did I put on the helmet and try to engage in Star Wars dialogue back and forth with Aiden? Yes, all of that definitely happened.
Awesome.
All right.
So Darth Vader's still in the building.
Okay.
So just keep on. Keep everything in mind whenever you're discussing.
Means you better do this part right, Corey, because I feel like.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
No.
Will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see FC Dallas play Salt Lake this Saturday, May the 9th at Toyota Stadium in Frisco. These tickets are courtesy of FC Dallas. You can go buy tickets from FC Dallas, or you can win them for free right now. A 4-pack of tickets, 877-881-1053. And that is the first of our 2 giveaways today. Now, let's get into Dallas Cowboys stuff and a couple of things we didn't get a chance to throw out during Gridiron. What do you think about the fact that Brian Schottenheimer said he has no plans to discuss the decision to accept the franchise tender with George Pickens? Like, he signed it. It's a done deal. Do you think that matters whatsoever? Because Schottenheimer said, I don't think there's any real reason for us to have that conversation.
With who? With us in the public, or with?
No,
with
I'm
Pickens?
saying with him and just him and Pickens.
So based on everything that I heard from him over the weekend, it was just like, I've been in constant contact with this dude. Why would I even we already were on the same page. He's made it sound that way the entire time. So if that's the way that he's approaching it, and then I'm perfectly fine with it. He's looking at it as, I had a player that was in a contract situation. I don't get in the way of that. I treat them the same way because they are my players. And honestly, Kevin, you don't want a coach to get involved in that unless they're coach GM.
Okay.
Because that can change a relationship. And Shotty doesn't want the relationship to change. He just wants to be like, I'm a coach, you're a football player. Let's go do our thing and let's go win a Super Bowl. That's what they want ultimately, so perfectly okay with that.
Okay, now,
let the business people do the business talking.
I hear you. Now, Fanatics announced the 10 best-selling rookie jerseys in the wake of the 2026 NFL Draft. Some of these were fairly surprising to me. Like, I would have assumed Fernando Mendoza would have been higher, but number 10, David Bailey. Then Dylan Thieneman, Caleb Lomu, so some love for the offensive line there. Jeremiah Love is 7, Chris Johnson 6, Fernando Mendoza only 5, and Drew Aller number 4. So the top 3, Malachi Lawrence, number 3.
Whoa.
Jacob
the 20th pick.
That's your 23rd?
He would have been the 20th. 23rd pick.
That's true. He would have been the 20th pick, 23rd pick, 24th pick.
Yeah.
If they would have made that other deal.
Yeah.
Jacob Rodriguez is 2nd, and Caleb Downs is number 1 on the list. So I just want to point out 2 Dallas Cowboys defensive players in the top 3, pushing quarterbacks back, including the number 1 overall pick, pushing Jeremiah Love back to 7, in case you ever wondered. Now, if we can only win football games.
Okay. I think that's on the way. All right.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I really do. Obviously, confidence is high after the draft, but I think it's on the way. I hope. I got a lot of hope. I think when you get people like Caleb Downs in the building, that's a good thing for your team. It can only be good for you, is what I think. But it shows the continued power of the Cowboys, right? In that their guy got drafted. But Kevin, it wasn't just us locally here talking about how good Caleb Downs was. How many people across the country were just like, this is my top player, or one of my top 3 players? Like, he's that good.
It is very rare that the Cowboys are universally praised for, honestly, anything outside of TV ratings and value, but it does feel like pretty much everybody was on board with this pick.
Even pre-draft. Like, pre-draft, people were just like, this guy, this is a dude you're going to love. And all the things carried straight from draft to after draft, so that was a positive thing. But then I wonder also how often like an Ohio State student or an Ohio State person is like, I got to get one of those Cowboy jerseys. Now, I do also have the question. I can see
that. Yeah, being at a big school like that, it helps. But then I think about Lawrence. He's not from a school like that.
Power of the Cowboys. Now, did all these people order the number 18? Or is it the number 1, like the number pick or the year? Because if they ordered 18, Caleb Downs said in conversation about, will you be wearing number 2 at training camp? He said, let's just wait and see. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I wonder, because I don't think he wants, 18 looks like a 5th receiver. And we don't want that dude to be looking like a 5th receiver out there.
Yeah, because Caleb Downs, did have 18 at the OTAs, and
doesn't it look like a 5th receiver?
Yeah, when he said we'll see how it goes, I guess that's not the most encouraging thing, but and if you care, by the way, numbers for the new Cowboys rookies, at least initially, Camden Brown is 6, Jordan Hudson 16, already mentioned Downs 18, Devin Moore 29, Dominic Richardson 43, Michael Trigg 46, Langston Patterson 47, DJ Rogers 49. I'll give you the other half in just a minute because I don't want to just be reading off numbers because that feels kind of insane.
There's some numbers are cool though.
That's true. So rookie minicamp over the weekend. You want to start Malachi Lawrence. Malachi Lawrence did some one-on-one work with the Cowboys pass rush specialist, BT Jordan, over the weekend, and those two are working to make his pass rushes more efficient. And I know one of the things that Jordan said straight away, and I do like this, is that Malachi Lawrence is very technical.
Good.
And then Lawrence said that of Jordan, and he said, when it comes to my steps, I don't want to be taking false steps.
No, you want everything to be with purpose, to be intentional. This is Christian Parker, Kevin, talking about Malachi Lawrence.
We had him in the formal process at the combine. I think you see just a natural rusher on tape. He has natural instincts. He could turn his toe at the top of the rush. He plays with power. He plays with urgent effort. You see him just running down quarterbacks, and that's one thing we talk about. The 3 quarterbacks in our division are all athletic. So anybody we deploy on the edge has to be able to run sideline to sideline with him, and he had that. We had him in the room, very smart, very thorough, very just detailed in everything that he talked about, from run, pass, how we studied our linemen, just the whole 9 yards. So had really good exposure to him in that process.
That's been consistent the way that he talks about him, but that section right there, Kevin, about the division and having Jackson Dart, having Jalen Hurts, having Jaden Daniels. What do you know about all 3 of those guys on third down and pass situations? He can break out.
Right.
Now, he is working a little more as like one of those outside DeMarcus Ware type dudes where he's going to be standing up, doing a little bit of something different. He'll still use his pass rush moves to get there, but to be able to chase down with his speed, to be able to chase down those quarterbacks on third downs and not get an extra set of downs because of that is going to be really important. This is where it all starts in these mini camps, which you love.
Now, look, for the rookies, I think it's really important. Otherwise, I think it is a giant waste of time to talk about them for a lot. So let's go to Jayshon Barham, the 3rd-round pick. Schottenheimer said he was going to start at inside linebacker. On Friday, Christian Parker said he was going to be getting work at Mike linebacker, obviously an area of need for Dallas. On Saturday, Parker pulled Barham aside during the linebacker positional drills and did one-on-one work with him. One of the things Barham said afterwards is, I feel like my ability to run sideline to sideline, take a hit, take on blocks, get off blocks, being able to cover tight ends, running backs, whatever. I feel like I'm a football player. So whatever it is, DN, linebacker, I play football so I can do it.
Yeah, you want the
I like that.
You want the flexibility from the position or from the player more than anything else. Like, Kevin, we talked about Micah in such a way that he never was. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Micah here. Micah became a edge rusher. And it was like every single down he could do it. But when we looked at Micah, what was the first thing we heard those first couple of years? Chess piece.
Right.
But he wasn't. They didn't use him that way. And I think that's ultimately, you get these guys that they can do these things, but you make them do the difficult things and learn those. Those should be able to make him a more flexible player for this team.
I don't think this will surprise you to hear, and this is definitely not just for the Cowboys, but Brian Schottenheimer talking about the rookie class, he said none of these guys are in great shape right now. You might have saw a few guys getting sick yesterday, a little bit of vomiting going on, but I think that's the thing. Is like every time you level up, you think you're in shape, you're in great football shape, but you're not in NFL shape. And I think that's one of the points of this rookie camp is just to show you, hey, I know you think you're in great shape, but this is what we do. And you're like, holy crap.
Welcome to the level up stage of life.
Exactly. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I wanted to point out a couple of players that were part of this mini camp. So, first of all, we have Shiazuk Pete. He is looking to make history. So, he is a giant man. And his parents weren't like super duper tall. He's 6'8", offensive tackle, undrafted free agent out of Kentucky. His dad is 6'1", his mom is 5'5". And Pete pointed out that he is from the Navajo Nation. He pointed out that the average man in the Navajo Nation is roughly 5'6". Which is more than a foot shorter than he is. So, obviously, he's
got his dad's height.
I see. Even that, I don't know about that. He's plenty used to standing out. If he makes it, it would be the first player specifically from the Navajo Nation to be in the NFL. So, I think that's pretty neat.
That is a really cool story.
And then I take you to Zach Switzer, the running back from Presbyterian, who is the grandson of Barry Switzer. That is correct. He talked about the impact that his grandfather had on his football career when he was at his locker on Saturday, and he goes, this for sure, 1,000%. I don't know what his future holds. Well, either him or Pete, but I think it's really cool that somebody who won a Super Bowl as the coach of the Dallas Cowboys, regardless of what you think of roster construction and everything like that, his grandson is here trying to make the team, and they're trying to make other history.
Oh, just like the EJ Johnson or EJ Smith conversation. That would have been cool if that would have been something to sue.
Yeah, like even if that player maybe is not going to make the team, not going to make a big impact, I think the fact that they're here, giving it a shot, I think that is really cool. Now, next up, you're going to have another mini camp this weekend, and then you move into the OTAs. June 1st and 2nd, June 4th, June 8th and 9th, and June 11th, all right? So that's what you're looking at after that. The veterans will be joining these workouts on June the 1st. Mandatory mini camp, June 6th through June 18th, and then, of course, training camp will get going in late July. So I know we went through a whole bunch of news, but how much are you guys usually locked in on these mini camps anyway?
Oh, it's fun. It's fun to know, to hear the things coming out of it. Definitely fun to hear, see that they're out there. Obviously, what's the one thing we always say? Health. Just come out of it healthy.
Yes.
Let them get their work in, get excited. But Kevin, those real things start to play out more at the games and preseason. But then the next mini camps, you start to get a little more of an idea of the structure of where guys will be. Like, who are they getting reps with? Why are they getting those reps? Those are the questions we'll be asking. But seeing I do love hearing Downs and from Devin Moore, he already knows the whole playbook.
It's amazing.
He already knows the whole playbook. And guess what? He's going to know your playbook too soon. So get ready.
Pete was rocking with jersey 75, Barham 55, Lawrence 57, DJ Withers 59, Drew Shelton 67. Sidney Fugar, 69. And then the last four for you, Anthony Smith, stop at 83. Kevin Gilliam, 94. Tommy Dunn, 95. And L.T. Overton, 99.
Good number. I like that number for him.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you like 99 better than 0?
I like 99.
I say football number.
On somebody like that's big and plays on the outside like that, on the defensive line. I'm okay with that.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we might just do another ticket giveaway. Plus, for the first time ever, Dallas Stars overreaction or reality.
experts.
Back again for Heiskanen. Wrist shot taken, fended off, they score! Out in front, Wyatt Johnston in the right place at the right time. He does it again, and Dallas wins Game 3 in double overtime.
Don't worry about what happened in the series from there. It's time for our first ever edition. Yes, I know. Thank you. I'm going to get Vader to force choke you. So it's time for our first ever edition.
Banana.
Hey, in the very first movie, it looks like he spit up a piece of orange.
Yeah, we have to look into this now. Kevin said that earlier, and I'm
That's
like,
what
well,
I
crap, now I got to go watch
Looks
and
like
check
he
it out.
he coughed up a bit of orange, and then he was dead. So
I think he could have bit his tongue off. Maybe that was it. Or maybe his throat box exploded. Is that what it's called?
Now?
Throat box. Everybody has a throat box, right? So we talk.
Larynx?
Voice box.
All right. This past Thursday.
Pharynx.
Stop it. Dallas Stars overreaction to reality. This past Thursday should be the final game Jamie Benn has played for the Stars.
I believe so. It didn't look like a good product on the ice. There were some moments of just, what? And that's not how you want to remember Jamie Benn. Now, unfortunately, that might be the last play we get from him.
Right.
Is that feeling of that. But I think it should be, especially if you're looking to be a better team. He has a lot of cachet with the team and the fans and everything. But can a better player or two be on that line and maybe get more production out of that line? And that's the question that Jim Nill has to answer this offseason.
Alec, what say you?
Reality, it should be. The Renaissance is fun while it lasted because we simply did not expect much because we were kind of having the same conversation this time last year. So whenever you saw some of those flashes of vintage Ben, you're like, oh, cool. Wasn't really expecting much. So it's fun because you were forced to watch it. It doesn't mean I agreed with it. It doesn't mean that I wanted it to happen. There's just so many. It feels like every veteran or young player that you have tied up long term, they have no movement clauses as well. So I kind of just want to clean out whatever I can clean out easily and try to supplement from there. And he's one of the most expendable pieces.
Dallas Stars overreaction or reality. Whether Ben returns or not, the Stars must have a new captain next season.
Yeah, reality. I mean, if we're moving on from Ben,
even if we're not
moving on from Ben, it's not going to happen. But reality is,
doesn't that seem like a bad idea?
Yeah, but it's just that's kind of the way hockey is. They're just very traditionalist in that manner, where they're just like, we're going to keep this thing going as long as it can because they want that dude to win with the C on his chest.
Yes,
but I agree with you. But that's mostly because I think he should not be on the skates next year.
Alec, what say you?
Another reality. It's got to be somebody else because whenever it's just got to be disheartening for any fan base when you're talking about in a playoff run somebody that should be a healthy scratch being your captain.
Yes.
Alec, too, didn't you hear? We heard from Robert Tiffin last week. Minnesota was goading him into fighting them. Goading him into let's charge it up, and then he said no.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
And when you need that injection from somebody, it's got to be that guy. And if that's all you can offer at the time, then that's got to be the thing. Especially if you're putting yourself in the penalty box for other dumb things. Might as well go in for fighting. When you can't find a way to contribute, and he couldn't.
Overreaction or reality, the Stars can win a Stanley Cup with Jake Ottinger as their primary goalie.
I think that's I think it's reality.
Okay.
We've seen him at what we thought was his best, and it's really good. Is that still there? That's the thing that I just don't know. But I do think that it's a reality because I think he's got the talent to do it. The sharpness just faded this year. And I think that what he said after the season, I didn't accomplish any of my goals. Right. That's frustrating to hear. But I think that he needs to now go on a journey, if you will, Kevin.
Vision quest, perhaps?
A vision quest. That's a good one. He needs to go really take a deep soul search and say, why did I let not being the Team USA goalie affect me so much?
Okay.
That should have been a forced driver rather than something that put him down.
Oh, you think it was a limiter instead?
I thought it was.
Oh, fascinating.
I think it was something that, like, he was, I think for the section of the season, it was bam. And then the other part was, he just kind of, well, now that the Olympics are over and those fluky goals were still getting through, I thought it was a problem for him.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? The Stars can win a Stanley Cup with Jake Ottinger as their primary goalie. .893 save percentage in this series, 2.83 goals against.
Reality, I think they can. I've seen teams win cups with good goalies before. You know, everybody in playoffs, you always get way more critical about your goaltending because, of course, it's the easiest thing to
give up
point at.
0.
Yes, they always should. Every single playoff game, they should pitch a shutout because that's how it works in the NHL. No, it's not. I've seen it happen with okay goalies. I like what Corey's saying because I think his quote today about how he didn't accomplish his goals and he mentioned the Team USA thing, for Jason Robertson, it didn't seem to bother him.
Yeah, that seemed to be the one where he was like, I'll show you.
Yeah.
But also, he's in contract season.
True.
And I don't think he was the reason his coach got fired.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so I think that's something that should motivate you going forward, and you say, how about I go get a Vezina instead?
Yeah.
You know, and I prove you wrong in this situation. That just seemed to slow him down. So whatever is like 2 steps below whatever Aaron Rodgers decided to do a couple years ago, that darkness retreat, whatever is like 2 steps below that, let's do something like that, reset. We need to go into next season just with different goals, honestly, because if your goals are just going to beat yourself up throughout the season, we need to take a different mental approach. So as long as the brain works, we love that phrase around here now, as long as that's intact, you can. He just needs to tune that and get honed in on the mental side of it again.
I believe this is the 13th season that they have done it this way. But overreaction or reality, the NHL should change its playoff format prior to next season.
As much as us fans think that, there's no way the dude who's running the league does.
I think you're probably right.
He loves the idea that you are getting maybe now what he would have loved more is more game 7s in this first round. Between two.
Why couldn't he get as many as the NBA?
Yeah, that's what he ultimately wants is for game 7s to exist between 2 really good teams. A Wild and Stars game 7, that long of a series, it's going to keep people tuned in longer. I understand why he's doing it. He's doing it because ratings drive the money in their business.
Don't you think if they keep scoring 15 goals per game, that the Wild and Avalanche series will drive people?
For sure. They'll be like, oh my gosh, the sport's changing.
Yeah.
Did they
the
make
greatest thing I've ever seen.
Make the net bigger? But yeah, I think that fans don't want it. And we've been in the unfortunate situation of it's worn us out every time. Our path has been so difficult because we're not in the right division. We have a stacked group there. It's really tough, but I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, Kevin.
Alec, the NHL should change its playoff format prior to next season.
Reality, they should. And it's unfortunate that they're not going to.
Yeah.
And they're not even going to blink about it because that's one thing that they really do have over the other leagues right now is they can say from the moment the postseason starts, you're getting chaos, you're getting best on best. The moment it starts. You can't really get that because in the NFL, you're going to have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, hobbling in with 8 wins, in a playoff game, and they're going to lose by 2.5 possessions. You're going to see that in NBA basketball. We've seen some awful playoff games already this season. The NHL loves that. They want that high-octane energy, and they want chaos, and they want upset. They want people to be mad after the first week of the playoffs, which sounds counterintuitive, but it drives ratings and it gets conversation going, so it's going to stay that way.
Dallas Stars, overreaction or reality? Glenn Gulletson is the right coach for this franchise. Now 2-8 in the playoffs.
Overreaction.
Oh,
maybe one day he'll prove me wrong on this, but I thought things were kind of weird this year. There were some moments that I was like, he navigated through well. Good job, but there's nothing that tells me right now he's a championship standard coach. It's just the reality right now. He's got a long way to go before he gets there. But hopefully he finds his core that fights for him on a daily basis. But right now, Kevin, I'm going to have to say that's an overreaction.
Alec, what say you about Mr. Gulletson?
This is tough because
Thank you.
At the point of the hiring, we're all kind of like, meh, you know? The names compared to him out there, you're like, retread? Really? That's what we're going to do. And then he impressed me early on in the season, calling out his team in the media and everybody seemingly waking up overnight. Seemed like the messaging was there. I mean, the power play, we've talked about that at length. That's what he's good at, and it was very good. Special teams in general was just good. Physicality seemed like it got turned up a little bit, and then you get to the playoffs where it matters the most, and it seemed like nothing really worked. And there was a lack of effort in terms of adjustments, it felt like, in the playoffs, too. You finally put some of those trade deadline acquisitions to work, and you switch the lineups when you feel like, at least morally, you're already defeated. So in the playoffs, I don't think so, and that's what matters to me, so I'm going to say overreaction.
Overreaction or reality? Jason Robertson will be on the Stars next season and far into the future.
And
there's a bonus question with this one.
Reality.
Okay.
And here's one of the reasons why. Kevin, after the game, did you see the picture after the game? Jim Nill goes and congratulates the group on the other side after their game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
There's a picture out there, and they were like, is this normal? And then all these posts of people saying Jim Nill is the class of the class. Like, he is just that good of a dude. A player that arrived here said, whenever I got to Dallas, he drove me and my wife around showing off the city. And then, that's just who he is. And we've talked to him plenty of times to know, like, it's always a pleasurable talk. I think he carries himself in a certain way, and there's this level of honor that he likes. And I think having Jason Robertson be part of this team for a long time, I think is part of that. But I also look at it, and I look at it a little differently. I'm like, I want somebody faster. So maybe Jim Nill's like, no, I got a good character guy. I want to keep and hold on to him. I'll get other faster players to go around him.
Alec, overreaction reality. Jason Robertson will be on the Stars next season and for far into the future. Bonus!
Oh, no.
You would trade Jason Robertson and 3 first-round picks for Connor McDavid.
I'll address the bonus first. Easily, yes.
Wow!
And 3 times on Sunday. I'm doing that. You talk about it.
Eh?
Yes, you talk about it. He is in the conversation for future greatest of all time.
Right.
And at least for my age group, he's the greatest.
Yeah,
he's the greatest I've ever seen. So I would do that in a heartbeat. But will Robo be here? Yes, he will. Because I think Jim Nill operates in the same way that Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones do at some points. That's my guy. I found him. I take a lot of pride in that. You're getting a second contract here, and you're going to stay here for a long time. This one, I think, is very warranted, especially after this season. I saw all the changes that I wanted to see out of Robo. So I think it makes sense. Obviously, another $12 million, I'm assuming, salary going towards one single player. That stings when you've got a lot of big contracts on this team already, but I think in the long term, it probably is the right decision, and I think that if Robo wants to be here, which I think he does, I think he's going to be here long term.
I do like that idea. If Gulletson was the reason that McDavid came here, he was like, I want to go to Dallas to be with Glenn Gulletson again.
He'd
be like, oh my gosh, Jim Nill was playing chess.
So 3 first-rounders and Jason Robertson for Connor McDavid.
Is he worth that?
That is what you have to decide.
The answer is yes.
Ooh.
Especially if you were going to lose Jason Robertson anyway at some point.
Which you might not necessarily.
You could, though.
You could. All right.
Again, Kevin, I ask you this question. What are the 3 great motivators? Contracts can be one of them.
No, you're right. One of the things I pointed out before, though, is when Jason Robertson signed his new contract, the very first year of that contract is when he had his best regular season ever.
Mm-hmm. He also had a grudge with America this year, so.
Oh, man. All right.
So there was 2 motivators.
That notwithstanding, one more for you.
The American.
You give me a lot to think about. So, Thomas Harley, before this season, going into his contract year, he had a plus-minus of 28, plus 28 2 years ago, plus 32 last year. Signs his new contract worth an average of $10.587 million per year. And this season, he's a plus 3. He was a minus 10 in last year's playoffs, and this year he had 0 points in the series and was a minus 6. Overreaction or reality, signing Thomas Harley to that massive extension was a massive mistake.
Overreaction. I hope.
I don't know about that.
I hope.
Okay.
I want to get it. I want to get him in a non-Olympics year. I want to get a lot of these guys in a non-Olympics year back and see how that happens.
I could see that.
But that's what I'm holding on hope to. For
Alec,
now.
Overreaction or reality? Thomas Harley and giving him that massive extension was a massive mistake.
I want it to be overreaction. I'm kind of with Corey. You know what? I'm going to say overreaction. I'm going to steal Corey's line of thinking. I was going to say reality, but give me a season where that is the one and only thing where he is focused on, and then I'll readjust my line of thinking. I don't know. That it has all the makings of what I was just talking about. I found this guy, we're going to go ahead and pay him before the rest of the league discovers him kind of thing. And you moved just a little bit too quick on that. I think you did move too quick on it, but the deal is done. I think he's a good player, and I think he's the right kind of player for this team. So I'm going to give him one more year before I make assumptions.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Alec, if you can give me cut number 9, it is time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment.
Final seconds. Jenkins looking. Jenkins puts it up with a buzzer. It's good! A three-pointer at the buzzer.
So we had a trio of Game 7s yesterday, 2 from the NBA, 1 from the NHL. The Detroit Pistons, they defeated the Orlando Magic 116-94 in Game 7. That had a few different ripple effects, but I think it actually goes back to the game before that, Game 6, where the Magic should have closed everything out. But because of this, the Orlando Magic fired Jamal Mosley after 5 years as their head coach. And if you were looking for Paolo Banchero to say everything is just going to be fine, think again. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I mean, look, I know the right answer is to say, oh, yeah, everything's good. We're on the right track, but we haven't gotten out in the first round in 3 straight years, so I can't say that, which probably didn't help his coach's job security. But you know what really didn't help? Friday night. The Orlando Magic, they were primed to stun the Pistons in 8-1. They were going to win in 6 games. Then the Orlando Magic missed 23 straight shots. That is the most consecutive misses by any playoff team this century. Now, I'm going to put that in another perspective. They went from 7:46 Central until 8:31 Central without a basket. That is 45 minutes of actual real time that elapsed between baskets for the Orlando Magic. They're out. Pistons advance, and Orlando's head coach got fired. Now, the other Game 7 that we saw yesterday was the Cavs defeating the Raptors. But what set up that Game 7? Because it looked like the Cavs were going to lose in 6 games. It looked like their season, the Raptors were going to lose in 6 games. It looked like their season was over. And then R.J. Barrett came to the rescue like he totally meant to. Cut number 4. I'm going to give you the perspective on this. He takes a 3 for the win. It bounces off the back of the rim and goes, I don't know, like 8 feet higher. And then I'll let you listen to the rest.
Raptors looking to force a Game 7. Down 1. Barnes on the move. Toss out. Barrett 3. Off the heel. And in.
The off the heel and in. I decided to look it up because I know how to party. It took a full second kind of closer to 1.2 seconds for that ball to go back through the hoop after going off the rim. It was wild. That place goes crazy. Toronto wins 112-110. Woo! And they get to party for a day and a half because then they lost to the Cavs, and that series is over. Pistons and the Cavs, they'll get going tomorrow, 1 versus the 4. Knicks versus the 76ers happens tonight for game 1, the 3 seed against the 7 seed, which leads us to how in the world the 76ers made it here. They upset the Boston Celtics prior to defeating the Boston Celtics in game 7. Alec, would you like to take a guess as to what the Celtics series record was when they led 3-1?
Oh, man. Probably undefeated.
32-0. That was the most series wins without a loss, up 3-1 in NBA history. Then you have the 76ers going into Game 7, trailing a series 3-1 to begin with. They were 0-18. The most losses in NBA history without a series win. So you had the most undefeatable team up 3-1 against the most defeatable team down 3-1, and the 76ers got the job done. The Boston Celtics became just the second team in NBA history to lose a playoff series despite winning multiple games by 30 or more points. You should really think about that for a second. They won multiple games in this series by 30-plus points, and they still lost the series. They joined the 1959 Hawks, who also did that. And you're like, wow, that's the saddest news I'll hear about the Celtics today. Is it? Because the Boston Celtics also became the first team ever to have 3 different starters, Luke Garza, Baylor Shireman, and Ron Harper Jr. with 0 points in a playoff game since starters' numbers were first tracked in 1971. The first playoff team to have 3 different starters with 0 points. So they're done. They're out. 76ers move on, and they will play the Knicks, like I just told you. And Joel Embiid wants you to not sell your tickets to the game in Philly. He said, man, it felt like Madison Square Garden East last time we played the Knicks. The 76ers are looking to limit the zip codes that can buy tickets for this. And then Joel Embiid said, I think he was kidding, but if he wasn't, we should really figure this system out. He goes, if you need money, I got you.
What? Okay, so I need to get some tickets in my possession.
I think you need to probably be from Philadelphia or show that you're a diehard Philadelphia 76ers fan. Let me ask you this. If you had a neck tattoo of the 76ers, would that show that you were a diehard fan?
I would hope so. Either that or you made an awful bet.
Well, that leads us to Dave Portnoy, the purveyor of Barstool Sports. He loves the Celtics. They lost to the 76ers for, all of the reasons I just threw out to you. He called Sixers fans delusional for thinking that beating the Celtics means the team has any chance to win the NBA championship. Then he said, I never do this, which means, obviously, you're about to do it. I never make gimmick bets, but I'm so sick of you 76ers fans. And then Dave Portnoy said that if the 76ers win the NBA championship, he would get a neck tattoo, a 76ers neck tattoo. Then he goes, I don't have any tattoos. That's how confident I am that you guys have no effing chance. So congrats, you won round 1. Who effing cares? You scumbags somehow think, that's what he said, think this changes the rivalry. You beat a bad Celtics team. Who effing cares? Now, Alec, we have talked about this many times. What do you think about Mr. Portnoy making the bet where he has nothing to win and only a neck tattoo to lose? Also, do you kind of think that's how Cody Rhodes got that one tattoo?
Yeah, I love the actual story of how Cody got that. He was like, I didn't think that the tattoo was going to take up that much space, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's permanent. Yeah, this goes against your golden rule, Hagee. Don't make bets where you have nothing to win.
Even if you got like $10,
yes.
I'd be like, okay, well, that's something.
Like, hey, one of you guys has to sponsor, one of you 76ers fans out there, one of you guys has to sponsor the next episode of Pizza Reviews or something.
Right.
Spend the $25 for me. At least something like that, even though he's a billionaire, sure. That's just dumb. But hey, Dave Portnoy, he's a known attention seeker. So it makes a ton of sense. For him, it's very on brand. That is something that I would never do. But the beautiful thing that came from this is now Corey doesn't know because he's not here, that I'm going to isolate that clip of him where he said that, and that's going to be played on Friday.
And that was not taken out of context. By the way, do you think that there's a little tiny part of Portnoy that wants them to win now so he can get all that extra attention?
Oh, yeah, because he's a businessman at the end of the day, and he knows that it's going to generate impressions. So there's at least a 15% side of his mind where he's like, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever.
Right.
And I've got the money for either a cover-up or a laser tattoo removal.
By the way, from the 940, I'll make my buddies an idiot this week. I texted when Boston was up 3-1 that Boston would not lose another game until the NBA Finals. Oh, well, they won't lose a game in the second or third round.
It's true.
Positivity. Go ahead and give me cut number 10, will you please? Because the dream for Canada is still alive.
Here's Hudson with a shot, sticked aside by Vasilevsky. They score! Banked in off the goaltender Vasilevsky, and the Canadians take a 2-1 lead. What a play by Newhook. Banked it in off the goaltender.
And the Canadians would also win that game 2-1, and we have an astonishing statistic about that. And that means there is still one alive. The Avalanche, Wild, Golden Knights, Ducks, Sabres, Hurricanes, and Flyers are all from America. But the Montreal Canadiens, they were victorious, which means the country of Canada has a chance to break its 33-year drought when it comes to winning the Stanley Cup. Now, let's talk about the most astonishing thing that I could possibly tell you from that game. The Montreal Canadiens had 9 shots on goal in that game. The Colorado, no. Well, I guess they won. But think about this. Montreal Canadiens, 9 shots on goal. Colorado Avalanche, 9 goals. They both won their game yesterday. Obviously, in decidedly different ways, as we've talked about. The Colorado Avalanche, through 2 periods, scored as many 5-on-5 goals as the Dallas Stars did in 6 whole games against the Minnesota Wild. Then, by the end of the night, they had run that tally up to 7. They defeated the Minnesota Wild 9-6. But what I really need you to know is that while Colorado scored 9 goals, the Montreal Canadiens had 9 shots on goal, and yet both of them still won. But I'm not going to say congratulations because I don't want Colorado to have success. Now, let's talk about the Buffalo Sabres. They were, in fact, victorious. So they advance past the Bruins. They will play those very same Canadiens in the Eastern Conference semifinals. This was the first playoff series win for Boston since 2000. Nope, let's try that again. For the Buffalo Sabres. There we go. Buffalo Sabres. Since 2007. That's why I was getting tripped up. That ended the longest drought in the NHL, which now belongs to the Detroit Red Wings, who have not won a playoff series in 13 years. The once mighty city of champions. Well, they haven't even won one playoff series in 13 years. And then if you missed what we said earlier, Logan Stankoven at 23 years old in his 3rd postseason, former Dallas Star, became the youngest player ever to score a goal in 5 straight playoff games. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got AM on the FM coming up next, but I feel like...
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
Right now.
We'll win a pair of tickets to go see Young the Giant on July 11th when they come to the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory. You can buy tickets from Live Nation or you can win them for free right now. Young the Giant, caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Next up, AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus prediction markets are getting out of hand. Next on The Fan.
RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on.
DC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on this giveaway, we will be doing the Young the Giant ticket giveaway all week long. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. That was majestic. I love it. 877-881. It's very fun. 105-3-877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus how scientists might be benefiting from prediction markets.
Oh.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. It's a crazy story, I promise. Guys.
Doesn't that make you a little nervous before you even tell the story of being the scientist being like, I don't know, the prediction market says this?
Yes, because it got to the point. I was even telling people at Pluckers for the draft party, I was like, hey, if you have no clue who some of these prospects are, just follow the money at this point. You know, like if you see some odds and a name is trending real hot, at this pick, at pick number 17 or whatever, you should probably just go with that one because these prediction markets are way ahead of everybody, it feels like. I mean, to the point where I even got an ad for, I think it was Polymarket was trying to predict what featured artists are going to be on Drake's new album.
Oh.
And they're like, hey, this artist has a 70% chance on this market to be on the album. I'm like, we're doing that? That's a thing? We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But Kevin, I don't know if you knew this. Today is May the 4th. And that means today is Star Wars Day.
Damn right.
I don't know if you knew that. It's not like we had any special
I think every day is Star Wars Day.
That's fair.
Yeah, Darth Vader showed up and scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, you almost cursed.
I really did.
It was pretty great. I was even telling him off air, I was like, you know, that was genuine. He almost let it fly. Like, he was actually caught off guard.
I know it would have been problematic and you have to dump it and everything, but if I was so shocked, I just said that.
It would have been worth it. Like, it would have been valid, at least. You know, like, I can't say you were wrong in the moment. Is it a violation? Sure. But you weren't wrong.
That would be one of the fun things to, like, go in front of the FCC, and they're like, I apologize to the committee. Darth Vader showed up in the doorway, threw me off.
And I literally, I texted somebody right after, and I was like, I just had a 5-minute conversation with Darth Vader. That's how my Monday is going. And they're like, uh-huh. And I'm like,
it's
promise,
a weird deal.
Promise it's not an acid trip. It's just called working in radio. But because of it, the question of the day for everybody out there on the fan text, Twitch, and YouTube want to hear from you as well. What is your nerdiest interest? 877-881-1053, because everybody's got one.
See, I kind of hate this question because I'm like, well, it's Star Wars or professional wrestling or cards or Legos. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah, you're just like me, because whenever I think about, my number one is probably pro wrestling, because you look at my social media feeds, that's what you see a lot of. What kind of cards do I exclusively collect pretty much? Wrestling cards. But whenever you catch me out of the house on a Monday night or a Friday night, I'm watching pro wrestling in person. I'm spending my Saturday nights watching PLEs. That's what we call them now, Kevin. Don't you dare call them pay-per-views.
I will always call them pay-per-views.
Yeah. I mean, it's still pay-per-view if you really think about it. That's probably my one nerdiest interest, and I'm like, it's especially fun. You guys joke about it, but it's true. On the dating scene, it's like, at what point? I saw somebody tweet this, and I think it was the Public Enemies podcast, a wrestling podcast. They're like,
they have a podcast?
Yeah, they were like, at what point do you tell somebody that you're seeing, okay, so I'm a huge pro wrestling fan. Like, fellas, at what point do you break that ice? And I'm like, I say it pretty quickly, just so if you think it's dumb, if you think it's quirky and you don't like it, we can move on with our lives.
Okay.
I make it pretty obvious. I've got pictures on my Instagram feed with Nick Nemeth and the Hardy Boys. And like, you should know. You should be very well aware. I know that people out there like to do their social media investigations on people before they actually meet up. So you already know my life story at this point. You should probably know that.
I mean, that's probably just a product of the time, but I never did that. Even when I started dating Jess, I didn't look up anything about her ahead of time.
Yeah, that's like a common thing now is like I've heard people like, oh yeah, I even looked at your LinkedIn. And I'm like, I don't even update that. Like my headshot is still one of my college graduation pictures. Like I don't even use that, and you're looking for info there, and they're like, oh yeah, I see that you connected with some people that I know. I'm like, okay.
Wow.
We're doing a lot here.
Do you like that, or does that scare you?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I like that you're careful. In this day and age, you can never be too careful.
Yeah.
Because there is so much information. Use it. Like, it's not illegal what you're doing, but at the same time, it's like, the fact that you knew that I was at Monday Night Raw on October 23rd, 2023 is kind of crazy.
Did you? Okay, so I guess the version of stalking I've done today then is, did you know that today you can go see the G-Bag Nation at the Mexican Bar Company at the District in Willow Bend from 2 to 7? Boom! Pre-Cinco de Mayo celebration.
What a great time. There's going to be some great deals, and obviously when the Nosebleed Boys are out there and you're talking about Cinco de Mayo,
baby.
You can imagine that there's going to be some good times to be had today. So crosstalk with them coming up at about 1:40-ish. But yeah, you could throw pro wrestling in there for me. I would say technology is another big nerdy interest for me.
That feels like something, at least I'll just say in the dating world, that would feel easier to talk about because you can find more people that are like, oh my gosh, yes, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it definitely is. But one thing that I've noticed is certain things just don't stick either. Like, you get to the conversation about, like, what do your parents do? And my dad, I'm like, he works at a data center. Data centers are kind of a hot commodity right now, very polarizing. People don't really like them. It's like, I promise this has been a 25-plus year thing. It's not a new AI takeover thing. It's part of the business, okay? It's just terminology. It's nothing bad. They're doing good work over there. I promise you that. But yeah, since
sounds like a lot of propaganda.
I mean,
I don't know.
Hey, you ingest it how you want to. That's I just from my lips to your ears. All right. I'm gonna bury that one. I'm done.
That's what he says on the date too. Boom! That too.
Gonna talk about the newly single moms again too. Is that what we're gonna bring up next?
What a day that was when people were like, pay it forward's a scam, and did Alec hook up with a single mom? This is a weird day.
And I will say, I went on a date on Saturday night, and I had to explain that.
Was it a single mom?
No.
Oh, because that would have been perfect. If I can tell you the logic of King of the Hill, you can get quite the bargain if you're willing to go with a single mom. That's from
Kevin.
King of the Hill, not me.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
But yeah, my dad working in tech my entire life, I've kind of just been around it. He builds computers for fun. He builds servers for fun, in his free time. So, like, I've just naturally learned about tech.
And he's gotten multiple people to marry him.
That's right. So maybe that means a good sign of good fortune for me in the future if I just really lean into the nerdy stuff. I mean, my PC at home I built myself just because I was like, gives me something to do. Why not? But
you might not start your first date with that.
No, I don't. I definitely don't. I start with this because this is way cooler than build computers and Lego sets for fun. There's another nerdy interest, the Lego sets. That one is a lot easier to introduce to people, though, because people my generation, they're kind of getting back into Legos.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are just like, oh, me too. I'm like, well, do you have like 24 sets like I do? It's probably a problem.
That would be a weird response. I like Legos too. Oh, really? Do you have as many sets as I do?
You just got to establish dominance.
I wouldn't say that either.
From the 817 coin collecting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know our old friend Carter Freeman was into that too. My dad went through a big coin collecting phase too. There's so much. I don't have the bandwidth to do all the studying and research behind all that, and getting baited into thinking that, what is a just, maybe like $1 coin is a $500 coin.
Yes.
I feel like I would slip through the cracks way too easy.
From the 469, I could tell Kevin was really big with all the ladies back in the day with all those hobbies. Here's the thing, though. I always just cut right to the chase. I was like, this is how I am. So if you don't like it now, well, you won't like it later either.
See, from the 214, baseball for me.
Yeah.
It's easy to get nerdy about baseball because of all the numbers and stuff, too.
And that feels like a great thing to connect with somebody on, whether it's a friend, whether it's somebody you're dating, family member. That feels like a powerful connecting event.
100%. From the 469, World of Warcraft. Yep, I'm a true nerd. I grew up playing that, too.
Is one of the greatest South Park episodes of all time.
100%. That's where the Leroy Jenkins meme came from that you love to quote it feels like 2.5 weeks it gets brought up again.
Ever since I learned about it a month ago or whatever it was. Like, you guys looked at me dumbfounded that I did not know what that was. And I was like, sorry.
That's one of my favorite memes ever. It's never going to die. I love it. There's some interesting responses I'm not going to read on the air because I could get clipped and then I would be replayed at 1:30. On a Friday because, some people talking about body parts. Interesting. From the 817 live streaming, it's probably Aiden Butler texting in. I know he usually does. But, the Twitch and YouTube stuff, I tried it in high school, doing, I think, like Overwatch and different games on the PC. I tried the streaming live, and then I realized how much of a grind it really is.
Yeah.
To even get somewhat of a following, even to get the 15 people that would show up every day, to get them to come back, is so difficult.
Yeah, because I think, unfortunately, and I mean, this happens with so many different things. People see the folks that are really successful, or they hear the crazy subscriber numbers or how much money they make, and they're like, oh, I'm going to do that, not realizing what a trudge it probably was to get there.
It's a full-time job for those people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's a true full-time job, and you see, like, some of them crossing over into the pro wrestling landscape because everything is pro wrestling, Kevin.
Damn right.
I Show Speed. He's probably streaming right now. I don't actually watch his stuff, but
still took the sickest spear I think I've ever seen.
Yes.
I thought he was dead.
He got destroyed. That was incredible. And the commitment to the bit, I love it. But, stuff like that. He's literally streaming during those appearances. They have crazy camera crews following him, and they're vlogging. You're seeing some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that because of Unreal, is now not so behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It was crazy to see clips from his YouTube channel of full production meetings that were happening, planning out that spear and planning out his run-in with the tag champs and everything. I'm like, this just feels wrong. Why am I seeing this?
From the 940 fish tanks. That seems like something that would be fun to be into. Scuba diving / the ocean. From the 561, I'm a certified dive master, but my wife won't let us move to South Florida. Boo.
Boo. The fish tank one is interesting because, again, the bandwidth, there's so many fish in the sea, literally and metaphorically, So we had a massive fish tank growing up, and I was kind of tasked with keeping one of them clean, one of the smaller ones, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and a lot of money, and getting the fish adapted to the different kinds of water and the different scenery and stuff. It can kind of shock their system and stuff. I can't go through that. Like, the emotions that they go through, you have to deal with all of them.
Would you ever use that as like a veiled threat to somebody you were dating and they're like, wow, I love all your fish. How did you get into that? And you just kind of looked at them in case they've displeased you. And you're like, well, I just learned that there's always plenty of fish in the sea. And then you just kind of look at them for a second and see if they get the implication.
I kind of like it. I think I'm going to write that one down.
You're welcome.
Guys, you might want to write this one down. Scientists are using prediction markets to predict outbreaks of different diseases.
What?
At this point. Spencer J. Fox at Northern Arizona University, he forecasts different diseases like COVID-19, the flu, RSV, stuff like that. That's his job, to forecast what the outlook for these diseases is inside the United States. And he said, quote, everyone is looking for an edge on forecasting infectious diseases, and we're constantly on the lookout for new data streams. And he gave an example saying in June of 2025, prediction markets, including Polymarket, projected that there would be around 2,000 cases of measles in the United States by the end of the year. They were only off by a couple hundred.
Whoa.
So they're actively using these, and Americans are predicted by the end of this year to put hundreds of millions of dollars on different kinds of health-based predictions like this. Because you can, and people are making money off of it. Corey told the story about the guy that changed with a hairdryer. He went up to the city's weather thermometer and changed the temperature with a hairdryer just so it would pay out. You can literally predict anything and make money off of it. And now scientists are saying, hey, thank you all for doing that, because it's kind of making our jobs of forecasting potentially deadly diseases a lot easier.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way for us to learn anything, not from history, but because there's money to be made.
Yes!
And you're like, oh man, do you want to get on this measles gambling? And you're like, oh, we should be careful about that. Those numbers are getting high. That might be the only way that we learn.
Welcome to 2026.
Yeah, that does make me a little bit sad. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk more about the Dallas Mavericks' new president of basketball operations, but also with the stars out, the Mavs long done, the Cowboys training camp a couple months away. What, besides just the Rangers, has your sports attention? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First pitch to Vierling. Golfs one in the air to shallow right center. Carter racing in. He dives, can't get it. One run scores, and so does another. Vierling up to second. It's 7-1 Tigers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. That would be the final score as well. The Rangers a couple games under 500, but somehow, some way, still in second place in the god-awful, I almost said AFC West, AL West. So my question here for everybody right now is, the Stars are out. The Mavericks have been done for a long time. Cowboys training camp is still a couple months away. What, besides just the Rangers, has your sports attention right now? Because I specifically wanted to bring up something that it was kind of wild to me. This is the first season in 5 years, so go back to the 2020-21 season, that neither the Stars nor the Mavs have been in at least the Western Conference Finals.
Jeez.
Yeah, so it's been 5 years since, don't even worry about the first round, and it's the first time since 8 or 9 years that the Mavs didn't make the playoffs and the Stars are already out. So it's been a long time since you've been out this early, but it's been a long time since you haven't gone really far. So it's been 5 years since either the Stars or the Mavs weren't even in the Western Conference Finals, and they didn't even make the second round. So there's kind of this sports void right now at the beginning of May that to a certain extent is usually filled up for a lot of Metroplex sports fans by the Stars and or the Mavs. And so I know the Rangers are there, and the Rangers probably for a whole lot of people are going to lead the way, and we can definitely have that discussion. Rangers are off today, which of course will lead to a full show for the G-Bag Nation at the Mexican Bar Company at the District in Willow Bend. So that means 2 to 7, and then the Rangers will get back at it tomorrow on the road against the Yankees. So I totally get it if the Rangers are the answer for a whole lot of people. Outside of just that, I am curious what people are going to be focused in on from the 972 Formula One, from the 469. NASCAR has a lot of my attention. So early on, the racing sports have taken the lead from the 817 NASCAR and Texas Longhorns softball, and from the 214. The Dallas Wings, even though I missed the first 2 preseason games. Well, the good news is I think you're fine because, well, even AZ Fudd, guest of the KNC Masterpiece, is lost on what's happening in the WNBA so far. Did you see, Alec, what she said after the second preseason game?
I saw a little bit of it. It was interesting.
So she says she's a little bit confused by the WNBA foul calls. She said, I thought you could be physical in the W, and anytime you touch someone, it's a foul. And so, look, assuming she doesn't get fined for that, and I know she didn't get fined after the first preseason game, so hopefully she's good. But, man, I like that kind of fire and feistiness right there. Is she wants to be physical. She wants the game to be more physical, and so I think that is a positive. We've talked about it. We were out there at Dallas Wings Media Day. I'm definitely more interested in the Wings than I ever have been.
I am, too. Because whenever you get talent on your roster, it's instantly more entertaining. But the idea of Paige with experience now,
And like I said, ESPN, not me, not you. ESPN already said she's the 8th best player in the league.
Which by the end of this season, I think she'll be much higher because she has a better team around her, for one, but two, you've got the experience factor, a different system that I think personally benefits her play style more. And again, some of the additions that they made in the offseason, she doesn't have to be the primary ball handler possession by possession. It can switch up. You've got different guards that can create their own shot now. So it's a lot more interesting. On top of the fact that I think the league itself is just garnering more interest by the day. And I think there's a lot of good competition in the league now. I think you're going to find yourself, if you choose to attend these games, you're going to be like, there's some really competitive basketball being played, and you're going to be really shocked by the presentation of it all. And there's some fun characters to follow, too. Like, we joke about Angel Reese and stuff, but she's a character.
No, you're right. I have just gotten to the headspace because of all of our fine listeners here where I hope she does not do standout things, because then I know we're going to get inundated with Angel Reese stuff.
Hey, you should have been proud of me earlier when we were talking about the NBA playoffs, because in that Magic meltdown, it was actually the battle of her ex-boyfriend versus her current boyfriend. And I was trying to find a way to get that in there for you, because everything on the KNC Masterpiece ties back to Angel Reese.
I mean, it does feel inevitable at this point. Sometimes I think people overestimate my knowledge about the dating lives of some of the athletes, and they're like, but you know what was really happening. And I'm like, I do not know what that is in reference to. I just saw somebody bring up from the 817 FC Dallas. All their games are battles, and Musa is on fire right now. I'm just going to say, I'll let you judge for yourself. Michael Collodi comes on the KNC Masterpiece. Then he has a shutout, and FC Dallas gets the 2-0 win on the road against Red Bull New York. Coincidence? Well, Michael Collodi is really good, so it could be a coincidence, but Corey would be disappointed in me right now if I did not take some of the credit for our show. So I will say that. And then there's this from the 817, nothing. This is a time for sports cleansing.
Cleansing? I kind of like that. A purge, if you will.
I wish I had the discipline for a lot of things, but I wish I had the discipline for that, where I could be like, you know what? Next 2 weeks, like even if I didn't have this job, next 2 weeks, I'm just not going to care or let my heart get broken by professional sports. I do not believe that I possess that. And then this one from the 817, ones to the sky, and they put, stay with me now, IYKYO. Now, I think it was supposed to be IYKYK, but they went ahead and spelled it out anyway, perhaps because they put that O instead of the K. But ones to the sky, if you know, and you know how that goes. If it rains, it pours. No, that is an old thing about Roman Reigns. I'm glad as long as he has the belt and he shows up, then I'm good with it. But that is a professional wrestling reference right there from the 903. Stanley Cup is all I care about, stars or no stars. And I will say, what a weird, I guess, kind of positive about this, if you want to put it that way, is you don't have to get as emotionally invested, but you can still have fun. You know, like if the Philadelphia Flyers are in a knockdown, drag-out, triple overtime game, I can be like, wow, this game's wild. And then when it's over, I just move on with my life. Versus if it's the Stars, then you're like, son of a gun, or probably other things closer to what I almost said when I saw Darth Vader earlier. Yeah. That was a real thing that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can still enjoy it, but you're not as sad. Like, one of the greatest games I've ever seen, I know a lot of people feel this way, was Texas against USC in the national championship game back in 2005. But I wasn't like live or die by it because, of course, my favorite team was not in it. And I could just enjoy the spectacle that was sports. And sometimes that can be more fun.
Isn't it kind of refreshing in a weird way when your team either doesn't make the playoffs or they get bounced in the first round, and then you're like, okay, it's not scouting, it's not projecting, it's just, can I get a good game?
Yeah.
You know, they're, especially with the Stanley Cup playoff, because it feels like the later you get in to this race, you start to see the more intense games. You get some of the best action, as we described earlier on in the opening rounds, but I feel like the intensity gets turned up just a little bit where you are on the edge of your seat. Like, I felt like that way really with the entire Stanley Cup final last season. Even if some of the scores weren't exactly what I'm painting here, it was like, it just felt like every possession, every time they crossed the blue line, it was like something could happen very, very quick, very physical. I love it for the hockey playoffs. Obviously, I want the Stars in there, but I do kind of like that I can just sit back and be like, that's some really good sports happening right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From the 214 hockey playoffs, from the 972. World Cup starts next month, but I'm not even excited, unfortunately. So I have follow-up questions about that. I'm very excited, but I will admit, especially with America kind of lumbering along in the middle of the field, I'm not necessarily excited for their chances, though I would love to be proven wrong, as much as, we have 9 matches here in the Metroplex, and that's the most. So I wonder if that person is not excited because America's middling chances, or it's because everything, it kind of feels like you're being gouged on the World Cup. Like, I know merchandise is going to be crazy because parking is crazy and tickets are crazy and everything like that. Somebody just said baseball and boxing season. I do believe Canelo Alvarez just got called out over the weekend. And yes, I see every single person that is texting in about Angel Reese. I see it all from the 903. I am actually more in the know about this than at any point in the history of my life. They said they're just waiting around to see if Arsenal is going to crap the bed in both the Premier League and the Champions League. So the reason why I know about that more than at any point in my life is because my older son Brandon loves Arsenal. And so their chance to win their first Premier League in like 21-ish years is kind of teetering on the brink. If Manchester City can win 5 straight to close out, I know he would be sad about that, especially since he thinks all his teams are mediocre. He was like, it'll be just like the Cowboys. So I am actually in line with that for the first time in a long time. So...
Oh, no.
Here's the thing. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you mention Angel Reese, even for legitimate purposes, that just feeds into this explosion of new texts because there was a decent amount of them. But then once it got brought up, even for legitimate reasons, there's 8 million more texts about that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And then this is a good point. Next week, Dallas Card Show. Woo! Dallas Card Show coming up. So that means, and I've been informed, we'll bring Kate up, that people would like it if I was nicer to Kate. Kate and I get along very well.
Do you?
Well, we do. We do. But yeah, Dallas Card Show coming up next week and next weekend. So I do believe we should be doing our show out there next Friday as well. And then people saying Little League, they're getting into UFC. And then that person did follow up and said, I'm excited for the World Cup, but exorbitant ticket prices have kind of killed my vibe. And then the NBA draft lottery, I believe, is on Sunday, if you're curious about that, with Ujiri, now the new president of basketball operations for the Mavericks. Reports are that he will decide the fate of the 2 current co-interim GMs, including one of them was supposed to be with Rolando Blackman at the lottery on Sunday. So if we don't hear an official announcement, whether or not you see him there on Sunday might be the determination you needed to know about whether or not he keeps his job. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live from the Mexican Bar Company. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday.
Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's take you to the Mexican Bar Company. Gentlemen, how is you? And will you tell everybody where is you today?
Yes, would love to. Doing great, Hagee. We are live Mexican Bar Company here off 75. At the spot that used to be the
actually the tollway. Yeah, tollway.
Oh. We're at the tollway.
Yeah,
we're
tollway.
At the tollway just north of the bush.
Yeah.
Used to be shops at Willow Bend. This is now just the Bend.
Oh, I like it. Much more cutting edge. Now, Zach, how are you doing? Because I have heard that perhaps one Bobby Belt is running amok once again, and perhaps he has hacked your Facebook.
Yeah, I was just talking to Eric about this. I'm a little bit concerned how he got into the Facebook. I don't believe that I've ever accessed it at work. If I have, then maybe that's how it happened. Otherwise, do I need to change all my passwords? Does Bobby just know all my information and how to get in?
It's very resourceful.
It is a little bit concerning. I mean, I think the post, once again, hilarious. But dang it, he got my poor mother. My mother even thinks that's a legitimate post.
Wish he'd fix my Twitter while he's at it.
Yeah, sorry about that, Broadus.
Yeah, it happens,
Are you guys feeling good about Masai Ujiri, the new president of basketball operations for the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, you'd have to feel good. I mean, he's the guy that pulled off the trade for Kawhi Leonard, brought the championship to the Raptors. Well respected around the league, so giving you a legitimate, incredible front office guy, a clear leader, who's been there, rocks the hell out of his suit. Probably is the best suitsman amongst your NBA executives.
Good looking dude.
So there's a lot to like about him, but yeah, just a credible steering, guiding hand for this basketball team.
What about the rest of y'all fellas? You all like it? Unanimous?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was he was clearly on the short list. I don't know if he was their number one option. It felt like they maybe had a couple other guys like Tim Connolly there with Minnesota, but of course that was not going to be something that was going to be granted to the Mavericks to be able to talk to him. I think maybe Bob Myers, if Bob Myers would have been willing to relocate and get in the mix there. But the Ujiri stuff, like McMahon says, that Dumont met with him in Vegas, like a 4-hour meeting back in December. So this has kind of been something that's been in the works. I don't think it was just like a late pivot. Okay, we missed out on Connolly and Bob Myers, so let's just jump into the Ujiri waters. That's clearly been a guy that they have been identifying, and they wanted some stability. They wanted a big name, which he is, a guy who's sort of been there, done that. And he was the executive of the year with the Nuggets. He's drafted pretty well. When you look at some of the drafts that he's had, Van Vliet was an undrafted guy that they developed. Even bringing in Nick Nurse as coach,
sure.
And you seem like you're pretty good with Jason Kidd there, but just in general, a guy who has done a lot with a big trade, won a championship, drafted pretty solid. And then he's identified a championship coach as well in Nick Nurse. So I think this is pretty solid. I don't know that you could get too much better than this.
It's a tougher job than it's ever been, too. So I think it's crucial that you get it right, because it's not just waiting to draft superstars and then try to money whip free agents and then keep throwing money at it as your payroll gets larger and larger. Like, working the cap is harder than ever, and because of it, you have to be pretty clever in how you acquire good players, and then you have to marry that to a coaching style and a system of play that can equal results if you want to stay up there. So there's so much more to it than used to be. So and I think you can be fairly confident that you have a guy that is going to be able to incorporate all those things that it takes to be a successful basketball GM right now. But look, it's wide open. There's no repeat champions. There's no building a roster that's going to crush the league for 5 years. Every 2 years, you got to remake your basketball roster in the NBA now.
Are you worried the Thunder are going to change that?
No, this is the end of them. They're about to be hit by the realities of paying players.
I like it. Now, on the Cowboys front, one of the things that came out from this weekend that I thought was really interesting is Schottenheimer said, hey, we're going to train so many people in the green dot, whether that's Overshown, Thompson, Winters, whoever. How important is having that versatility and having so many people that are able to do that?
Hope he's not like saying that he's going to have a bunch of injured players on defense and he has to have them all ready to go. So, yeah, no, I just, to me, it's, listen, I just kind of, I've always been just, you need one or two guys. Just whoever the one or two guys, just to identify. And obviously, by saying they're training a bunch of guys, they don't know who that is, you know?
I mean, that's the whole deal. They have
no
obvious
idea,
choice.
and I would have hoped that they would have maybe had an idea. But yeah, this is one of those things. I think we make a really, really big deal about it. I think communication overall is the most important thing. You know, when you look at your teams and
just
stuff
collectively.
Collectively. I mean, how many times were they out of position last year?
Yeah.
You know, in making mistakes. You know, the green dot guy, yeah, great. You communicate with the green dot guy. He calls the defense. Boom. Now, how about the communication with everything else? That making sure everybody's lined up and, you know, and locked on to where they need to be. Too many times last year where they were out of place. If he told me they're going to work harder on that aspect, I would say, okay, well, that's a step going forward. The green dot stuff, I think, is just what it is.
Yeah, careers are so short, and a lot of these guys haven't been on the field long enough to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So if you have a guy who's super smart and is a great communicator, it's a massive advantage. I remember Leighton Vander Esch on what was that called, the Legend Show? Was that with Brad Sham on Monday night or Tuesday nights during the season?
The Cowboys Hour.
Leighton Vander Esch jumped on the Cowboys Hour, and he was talking about how Sean Lee impressed upon him how important it was to be a great communicator. And he spoke for probably 5 or 10 minutes about how much of an advantage it is for teams that have a guy that can help the kids and then the slow learners make adjustments even as the snap happened. Like post-snap in that half second to a second, he's hollering at guys like, bro, you got to get over here and you got to get over here. And without that communicator, guys are just running around improvising.
Yeah, you look at what happened with Roy Williams when Darren Woodson went away. Roy Williams was no longer a football player for the Dallas Cowboys because he didn't know what he was doing. And Woody lined him up and put him where he needed to be. This green dot stuff, we're making way, way, way too much of a big deal about it. Give me the guys that can communicate and kind of put themselves in the right position to make plays.
Which is pretty much what Scott Simons told us on day 3 of the draft. He was like, yeah, we're going to have a couple of different linebackers work on this, but, I mean, Caleb Downs is going to be that guy. I don't think we really need to overthink it. That's why you drafted him. Caleb Downs is day 1. He will be that guy for you.
Are you guys particularly locked in on Wild Avalanche? And then we're also getting the news that Tarek Skubal is going to need surgery. He will be out 2 to 3 months.
It's a huge loss. Cy Young potential
door
winner
swings
there.
open.
Yep,
This is why he was so ticked he didn't get the big contract.
I get it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep, that cheap Tigers organization. Or maybe they end up being right. Maybe Skubal's never the same. I doubt that. But I did not want to watch the game, and then I got kind of suckered into it when I was like, holy crap, this thing's actually amazing.
It's a nutty game.
It was 2 teams that seemed like it would have been a sweep in the next round for our Dallas Stars. And maybe that's just you're sad and you're just in the moment, but Colorado just seems like they're on a different level. They look like they were just about to destroy Minnesota. And then credit the Wild for coming back, eventually getting the lead. But a 9-6 finish, like insane, just bonkers offense.
Is it if the Avalanche ended up winning in like 4 or 5 games, is that going to make you feel like the Stars are even further away, or do you think that's more matchup-based differences?
I do think there's something to the matchup, but I mean, the Avs kind of seemed like they were the class of the league all year long. I didn't want to think the Stars were that far behind. When you add in the injuries and just really just the lack of how well they played in the postseason, this wasn't going to be their year. It might just and you've gotten the better of Colorado here recently, so maybe it's just their turn.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today, and where can everybody find you?
They were 8 minutes from going up 3-1, Hagee. Don't lose the faith.
Don't lose sight of that.
Okay. I'm here for you, brother.
I appreciate that.
You need somebody to lean on. We are live at Mexican Bar Company here in Plano, and it's a great place to be, whether that's today during the Nation or tomorrow for Cinco de Mayo. They're going to have a DJ playing music 3 to 6:30 tomorrow afternoon, then mariachi from 6:30 to 7:30 for your dinner. But we're here to kick it all off here at Mexican Bar Company
off the toll road here for the next 5 hours.
So you think it's going to be a good show? Or
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Higgs.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Go see them at the Mexican Bar Company today or go party out there tomorrow for Cinco de Mayo. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Mexican Bar Company here, 2405 Dallas Parkway. We'd love it if you could join us. They're staying open during the redevelopment here. The shop's at Willow Bend, undergoing a $1 billion transformation. They could end up hosting the Dallas Stars' new arena. But we're here for a Cinco de Mayo Eve party. This is one of our absolute favorite places to broadcast in all of DFW, and we'll tell you why. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander back in the Pim Cup, Master Control, 75 and 635. Fixing to go a full 5, absolutely flawless. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. Ross Lebinsky's, he is remote engineering. Aiden Butler is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Gentlemen, good afternoon. How the hell are you?
Wonderful. It's great to be back here. You know, we love Mexican Bar Company. I've already got a to-go order from the wife. She's a big fan of this place. Their chicken's absolutely outstanding. The plantains are delicious. Heck, the guac, the queso, and pre-Cinco de Mayo vibes. I mean, Eric's already trying to get me to dip into the tequila shots. I'm like, dude, can we hold up for a second? Can we just get to the 5 o'clock hour?
Well, look at that selection over there. It's calling your name.
It is, dude. It's going to be screaming at him for the next 5 hours. He had a lime in his water. I thought, okay, are we going with like a 16-ounce tequila right now?
I'm just trying to fake you out, but I'll tell you what, when we start getting to closing time, I might dabble with you.
So we have news, a lot to react to, a big sports weekend, but the Mavs did replace Nico. They hired former Raptors GM and VP Masai Ujiri. This afternoon, the press conference will give you takeaways from that, but basically you had a 6-month process to find a replacement after firing Nico in November, and they selected the guy who's going to lead them into their next era of the franchise and try to build a contender around Cooper Flagg. Ujiri with championship experience. That was the 2019 Raptors that he built. The trades for DeMar DeRozan as well as Kawhi Leonard, which ultimately catapulted that team to the title. So, I mean, this is a good day for the Mavs, isn't it? Good day for Mavs and the fans for believing?
Yes, absolutely it is. I mean, the fact that it's not Nico Harrison is the first thing. And then having a guy with the type of resume as Ujiri and the type of respect that he has around the league, and a guy that has done it in a small market. Right? Like he's had to do it in Toronto where you're not a free agent destination. Like you got to draft well. And then you got to capitalize when there's a trade opportunity for you. He was able to do that with Kawhi Leonard. But I think drafting extremely well is something that he is definitely going to have to do, especially in this day and age with how restrictive the cap and things like that are. Like you got to be able to draft extremely well. He's got a proven track record of doing that. And so I do think this is a pretty solid hire for sure.
And doing it in multiple places, to your point, what you said about the Denver Nuggets, he's had success. And yeah, I really thought that it was going to be Dennis Lindsey, and then you got the report from Mark Stein over the weekend like they haven't even reached out to him. So you brought up Connolly, and it didn't seem like Connolly was going to work out. So then I was thinking that there's got to be another dark horse candidate. And then boom, today we get the Masai Ujiri news. I'm thrilled by it. I mean, it's no disrespect to Michael Finley. I would not have been overly excited if that was the route they had have gone. And maybe Finn does have the ability to have that and be a good GM in the future. But to get a guy with skins on the wall that has relationships around the league, that has made 2 teams that were struggling before he got there into contenders, I love it. I think it's a great move for this organization.
Ultimately, it comes down to, can you nail this pick? Can you get Derek Lively healthy? How long can Kyrie Irving stay in close to his prime and be, a championship level point guard for you? And that's an unknown after he sat out the entire season. But I mean, this is a game where so much of it comes down to how fortunate you are that the right player is available to draft. And then can you make a couple of trades here, to balance your roster or to find value where others don't see it? And, so often that requires a significant amount of luck.
Sure.
But the great news right now is, to me, you have a really good talent base. even though the Luka thing happened and you had to move on from Anthony Davis and you didn't get much back, I do feel like they are the right draft pick and a veteran away from at least being a playoff team next year. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, you're gonna continue to see the Cooper Flag ascension, and that's all-star caliber right there. And then the Kyrie question is fair, but when you have that much time off, it's I think fair to be hopeful that Kyrie's going to come back and be a pretty solid version of himself, and just that duo right there between Kyrie and Cooper Flag is going to be outstanding. But keeping the bigs healthy, the Gaffords and the Lively, that's going to be huge. But yeah, this draft is going to go a long way for you as well.
I kind of want to move on from these guys. If it's like Finley and those guys, Riccardi and those guys end up staying, I would rather him clean house. Anybody that was involved with the Luka trade needs to no longer be working for this organization.
Well, Shams was saying that Riccardi and Finley, their futures will be determined.
Well, they need
after they
need that needs to be. If there's people that Mark Cuban's coming out and saying, "Oh, Michael had nothing to do with it," this, that. Nah, that's not true. That's not true at all. Listen, there's certain people in that organization that knows who were involved in the trade. But if you were on board with this, if you didn't stand up and fight and all that, and it doesn't sound like either one of these guys stood up and fought, then I'm all for moving on from everybody. I'm for just a complete clean slate of people here that we need different decision makers and different influencers in the basketball operation, and people that can evaluate. We can all evaluate Cooper Flag. Doesn't take much to do that. It's the other aspects that need to be picked up here, I think, a little bit.
Does that bleed into Jason Kidd for you, or do you feel like maybe that's where it kind of stops?
You know what? If they want to move on from Jason Kidd, if the new director, the new GM, if he says that's what he needs to do to have his guy to be able to do this operation the way it needs to be done for us to win and have, and be in the playoffs. And I think injury had a lot to do with Mavericks not being in the playoffs. I get that, but I'm kind of on board with the if the new staff feels like the head coach is not the right guy, you should have that opportunity to move on to your new guy.
Yeah, certainly. Like, there's enough in there where if, as a fan, the Mavs decided to move on from Jason Kidd, you okay, that's an understandable decision.
Sure.
I also think that he's done enough good that if you decided we want to hang on to Jason Kidd because he won a championship here and he's one of the best point guards of all time, and damn it, we had some good success. Jason Kidd and Kyrie Irving appears to be a pretty good setup as far as the brain trust of your head coach and point guard combination. But at the same time, if you decided that we want to create more of a clean slate and go forward, I get it.
Yeah.
The more important thing, though, is that you're processing good decisions, you have good communication and good scouting, and those good processes and that good scouting can make its way onto your roster, whether that's on draft night or with trades.
Ownership needs to move on from anybody that was involved with Mark Cuban.
With Mark Cuban?
Yeah. Mark Cuban, Mark Cuban's having buyer's remorse because he's now seeing what the prices of franchises are, and he's moving on. He feels like, he's trying to buy the team back, all that kind of stuff.
There's some toxic distraction in there.
You do not need anybody in this organization that is tied to Mark Cuban in any way.
And that's fair to him, because I think that's just the truth. That's absolutely fair. If you're Mark Cuban, even you would have to acknowledge this sort of attempt at a hostile takeover.
He did.
Me, publicly saying these things. I think he's hurt because they're about to buy him out, and he's going to be less relevant than he ever was. If I could snap my fingers though and make Mark Cuban the owner of this team again, though, I would. But to the Jason Kidd thing, I don't think you need to move on from him.
I'm asking
because I trust him more than Dumont. I don't want to risk that Dumont's naivete about building teams is going to get this team in trouble.
Let me ask you this question then: are you okay with this current hire? With
Ujiri? Yeah.
Okay. If you're okay, aren't you okay with Dumont because Dumont made the hire?
I could be better though.
I think you could have done a ton better than what they did. But you know what? To me, if you're Patrick Dumont, I would have I would have pushed for Bob Myers. I would have pushed for, I would have pushed those things. I wouldn't have, you could have people tell you no. I mean, maybe he had a bunch of people along the way. Yeah. I just don't want it to be a lazy hire. I don't want it to be a, hey, Dallas Cowboys, come on in.
I knew Mark was kind of one of us. And the Adelson and the Dumonts.
I think Mark's painted himself like one of us.
Fair enough.
I think he's painted himself that way.
Fair enough. I just trust him more than I do these guys.
He did build, a 20-year, 50-game winner. Took a Maverick franchise. There really wasn't much of anything.
Never evaluated correctly the market when it came to free agency. Always thought that he had a destination city. The draft gods smiled on him. When you look at the coaches he's had here, the guys, the players they have, the legendary Hall of Fame type players he had, guys that how they were able to get those guys. Listen, he's done a lot of things. And listen, I'm not giving Jerry Jones and anybody over at the Mavs or the Stars a pass either now. But, we could talk about the Stars right now to me are like, 50 wins, big deal. What has it got me? It's got me watching Colorado and Minnesota play right now.
Well, Mavs did get a championship, yeah. And they probably should have had 2 if it weren't for the refs in 2006. I mean, he did a lot of good. Building a team that
I think he always acted like he was a step ahead.
Yeah,
and he really wasn't.
He misevaluated the free agency stuff post-championship.
He felt like, well, I'm businessman. I understand this cap situation and all that better than you guys.
But he didn't trade Dirk. No. There's nothing Mark could do that's worse than Dumont greenlighting that thing. I think that's so bad and has left a stain. Now, when you talk about the stain, though,
if the conspiracy theories hold true, you ended up with Cooper Flagg. If you want to believe in conspiracies,
I still don't think that makes it right.
Somehow you're helping the league, Dawson. You like to say this. Yeah. You sent him to L.A. What you got back for it was an absolute joke. But what you got back as far as players that are, but then you got the Cooper, the Cooper Flagg pick.
Well, you could drive 120 miles an hour to Austin and you'd get there in under 2 hours, but it wouldn't mean you did the right thing. You might be like, wow, look at me. I pulled it off.
Yeah.
No ticket. I got to judge you on your process and your decision making through that process, not ultimately the end result. But I think you make good points. And that is the world wasn't perfect with Mark Cuban. I would rather have that. And even though Dumont has hired a competent guy, I don't think he can, totally expunge this team or remove the stain that is on this team from the Luka trade. And I don't know what that future date is,
There's a lot of people still working in that building that had something to do with that Luka trade.
Maybe they got to win. Maybe we're 2 or 3 years away from building a team good enough to win. Maybe it's just going to take a decade to turn over enough of the fan base. Maybe enough old crusties got to give up their season tickets and make way for a new fan base that doesn't have the Luka baggage. I don't know, but I do know Dumont's tied to it. And while Mark Cuban hired Nico, he never would have done that, and for that reason, I trust him more.
I'm asking this question: if you're in the organization and you know what a pain in the ass Luka was, do you feel any different?
Oh yeah, and I think you can talk about his injury right now.
You and I, we've had
guys got a hammy again.
We've had 6 years worth of shows here talking about. Luka looks overweight. He's not moving his feet. He's not doing
Double
this.
Chin
He's not
Doncic.
doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, Fupa.
Yeah, we did that for 6 years.
Yes.
That's a great looking top right there, man. My man
walking in with the doing all right hoodie.
Yeah,
is that what that is?
How about that? That's the doing all right hoodie. That's did. Cool. He went on Crown Global Media and bought him a hoodie. Right. I love you, sir. I really do.
All right. We love Mexican Bar Company, which is where we find ourselves broadcasting today for a Cinco de Mayo Eve show. DJ tomorrow, mariachi tomorrow. This is redevelopment. The shops at Willow Bend undergoing a $1 billion plus renovation to transform it from the enclosed mall it was to an open-air mixed-use district called The Bend.
with restaurants and all that. So the restaurants in Crate and Barrel and the Equinox and the parking garages are all going to remain here and operational through this transition. But it's going to be an amazing spot. And the good news is the best Mexican food in town isn't leaving as they transition through a Mexican bar company right off a toll road in north of Bush. All right, we're coming back with Wolchuk's Top 10 and our G-Bag of the Day champion, buddy. Where are you taking us today?
All right, it is May the 4th be with you. National Star Wars Day, the top 10 best movie franchises of all time. 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation.
But first, Tolls, I want to tell you about my
Mexican Bar Company here, 2405 Dallas Parkway in Plano. Please join us. We're having a feast. Cinco de Mayo is tomorrow, and we are live at Mexican Bar Company, one of our absolute favorite places to broadcast because they have the best Mexican food. That's really what it comes down to, doesn't it? You want the place with the best food?
Oh, absolutely.
Great atmosphere.
It's got it all.
Great customer service. It starts with the food, though.
It does.
And they crush every element, every genre of running a great restaurant. Mexican Bar Company nails it. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, it's a good vibe Monday. Mavs got a new GM, or president of basketball operations.
Oh, yeah.
Looks much better on the business card when you're the president of basketball operations. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag.
Yes. Yep. All right, I believe this will be going for 2 today at 5:30. Maybe 2. I believe it's 2. I believe so. We have some parking lot problems, this piece of audio. This man was sitting in a grocery store parking lot, and his door just tapped the other guy. It was just a tap. It was nothing serious, but in this day of trolling and rage baiting, it turns serious for content.
House accident. You can film whatever you want to.
I'm just letting you know, you slammed your door.
I didn't slam my door. Open the door. I got in the car and the door.
No, I'm telling you, you slammed it. I was sitting in there.
You didn't slam it.
No, you did slam it, dude.
This is slamming the door. I opened the door.
Look, hey, look.
Open the door and let it go and hit your car.
Hey, all I'm saying is there's
all I'm saying is nothing there.
Okay.
And it was an accident.
Okay, I got you. But there's no dent in my car, so it's all good. But listen, you got to be mindful of that stuff. You can't just like...
I'm not a little kid, man. You don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you got to be careful. I know what the I need to do. Just be mindful.
Well, you need to control your door when you're opening it is what you need to do.
I know to do that. I told you it was an accident. You saw it was an accident. Okay. Don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you need to be careful. You need to.
Well, you do. You need to be mindful.
I was mindful. You need to be mindful. How to
you ain't mindful because you hit my car.
So what? It was an accident. I told you that.
I don't care, man.
And what?
You have to be mindful. It's just not cool.
I know it's not cool. Nobody did that on purpose, and you know that.
Okay. All right, man.
Okay.
All right. There's no mark on my car. Have a good day.
All right. Talk to me like that, like I'm a little kid.
Could leave it alone.
Well, just be mindful.
Just be mindful. I told you that.
Dude, you're not mindful when you open up your door.
When you open the door and it hits my car. And hit your car. Nobody did it on purpose, and you know that.
Can you actually believe this?
Yeah.
Can you actually believe this, dude?
Yeah, I believe it. Can you believe you about to get your ass beat?
Uh-oh. Woo! This one popped off pretty quick there.
I liked it when he said, you need to be mindful to not tell me to be mindful.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that the first couple of times.
That could become a drinking game. Drink every time this guy says mindful.
Yeah.
Just be mindful about it.
You're going to be
You won't
hammered.
be mindful.
The champ faces challengers tonight at 5:30 right before LA Live. No Rangers game tonight. They will be back in action tomorrow.
It's probably good. Let's go ahead and get our minds right tonight, boys. That wasn't exactly a good closing to the series.
We do have CY coming up at 4:20. I think the toughness of the questions gets just ratcheted up a little bit. 1 degree hotter today, right?
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of fans that were ticked off.
They were ticked off.
It got hot last night on Twitter.
Over the last 3 weekends, I think the timeline lights up with, that's it, boys. I'm done.
Yeah.
They can't bleep and hit. We're 1 month in. And it kind of looks like a continuation. So maybe the trade conversations are firing up out there at the headquarters in Arlington this afternoon. They sure as hell would be if I was in charge. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 2:20.
All right, thank you very much. Happy May the 4th be with you. It is National Star Wars Day.
Is it?
It is. And I've got the top 10 greatest movie franchises of all time. Now, there is some Stars news. The Stars went ahead and did their exit interviews today. And we might just get the new Stars Arena right here where we're located right now at Mexican Bar Company.
Boy, I hope so. I hope they're.
That's what I'd bet on.
I hope they're pushing it along.
It'd be great. It'd be great for my hometown, that is Plano, Texas, to get the Stars here. Now, I am moving to the Salina area, so that wouldn't exactly help me. I'll still be driving quite a ways.
Town's not big enough for the both of you, Wolchuk.
You know what's crazy?
But I'd love it.
It's only 8 minutes longer for me to get here than to downtown Dallas from Sunnyvale.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good location.
32 minutes.
It's a good spot, man.
Yeah.
Good spot.
That bush works wonders.
It does, gosh. You're
right, Dawson. That
love the bush.
works wonders. You're right about that.
It sure does.
Top 10 bush list.
Top 10 bushes
for you.
Well said.
I'll workshop the top 10 bush list for you. We can make that happen. Our friend Leah Simakopoulos with some really good info on our Dallas Stars. Jason Robertson said that he felt this season was the biggest step of his career. He said him and Jim Nill agreed to wait until contract negotiations until after the season was done. They're going to start those soon. Nate Bastian broke his hand. Despite that, he would have been available to play Game 6. They decided not to play him, but if the series had gone on to Game 7, they moved on to the second round. Eventually, Bastian would have been available. Jake Ottinger said, I don't feel like I accomplished any of my goals. I want to win a Stanley Cup. I want to win a Vezina Trophy, and I want to be a starting goalie for Team USA, and none of those things happened.
Wow, he went over on his goals list.
He did, and he called himself out.
That can be deflating.
Yep.
I'm waiting for you to give us the news from Leah here that the Moose Mikko Rantanen was skating around with a catheter all series.
Glenn Gulletson says Mikko Rantanen was not injured in the playoffs.
What?
But that it was hard for him to get back to full speed after the Olympics.
So it's just rusty.
Now, Mikko Rantanen didn't want to say what his injury was from the Olympics, but said he felt fine by the time the playoffs rolled around.
So there was an injury.
But was there?
But was there?
We have Moosegate. Was there an injury? And I'll tell you what, Mikko Rantanen, I think we all know that you're awesome. But when you look over and Logan Stankoven is just an absolute buzzsaw and maybe one of the best players in the entire Stanley Cup playoff right now, and if Carolina keeps on winning,
now, wait a minute.
You need this to come out and say you were injured.
Wait a minute now.
You'd rather have Stankoven?
Wait a minute now.
I wouldn't rather have Stankoven, but it doesn't help that he's crushing it, and Mikko Rantanen's now saying he wasn't hurt when he played really bad.
Stankoven then?
Well, did Mikko Rantanen play well, Brian?
I don't think he did, but man, last year I think he played pretty well.
Last year he was fantastic, but this is a what have you done for me lately?
You living in the
lately
past?
business here, Brian.
I'm living in the past.
And so if Mikko Rantanen says that he wasn't hurt and Logan Stankoven's crushing it to go and take Carolina to a Stanley Cup final, it's just not going to look good for our guy Mikko.
Maybe we shouldn't have Olympic hockey. How about that?
No, don't you dare take away our Olympic hockey.
Ass on our country.
Come on, did we not win a gold medal, Brian? Are you un-American?
No, I am American, but maybe if our best players are not ramping back up after the tournament, need to think about.
You know what? I'm with you. Only Team USA can have their Olympians in. Everybody else sit.
You know, in soccer, we have a term for this where you're just not right. It's called being in form. And if you're not in form, there's just something that's missing.
Yeah,
in form. You're not seeing the game right. Maybe you're pressing a little bit. You can't explain it, but it's the biorhythms, and it comes and it goes, and you don't really have any control. You can only try to lock in and do your best.
Yeah.
Felt like the Moose was white-knuckling it the entire series.
Yep. I agree. Did not look like
leaking confidence.
I find it hard to believe that he I think that Olympic injury definitely was still lingering. And if he doesn't want to tell us what it is, I respect you, sir. But I think you should, just so the rest of the public doesn't
Makes
start
no
coming at you.
excuses.
Are you encouraging him to maybe lie about something right now?
Yeah, I think you need to put out a white lie. You need to do something, because I'm telling you right now, I can already see it. If Logan Stankoven goes on this magical fairy tale run, and the Carolina Hurricanes are skating around with the Stanley Cup over their shoulders, Stars fans are going to be like, what the hell? Did we just make a terrible trade?
Mikko just needs to come out and say, I got Deion Sanders
year we
toes.
didn't think it was a terrible
No,
trade.
but it's not last year, Brian. We're living now in 2026. Things have changed. We got new information.
I got Deion feet, man.
I think that's just kind of what happened to him. Last year he was great for a couple games, but there were a lot of times where it was like, man, when's Mikko going to save us?
It was
again?
like that Game 7.
Yeah.
That Game 7 was amazing, and we'll never forget it. And I do think that he is.
Well, you have
unreal. No, I haven't.
Maybe he emptied his tank on that night. And
He
it
might
can never
have.
be refilled again.
He's
like-
run out of gas now.
It's like when Draymond punched the talent out of Jordan Poole.
There's no way to get it back.
It's
I hope
gone.
that's not the case, because
Just out.
you're locked up to a really long deal with him.
I like your reasoning that they've been through a lot of these to the finals type runs, and they got just wore down.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to that.
tired.
I'm going to hold on to that all offseason.
Tired out Edmonton.
Look at how it works in the NBA sometimes.
Yeah.
Some of these
It's
teams
possible.
they have
2 or
these
3 year runs.
Yeah,
about what you got.
What LeBron's played, and this is just me being sensational. LeBron's played like 6 extra years because of playoffs.
It's true.
I mean, it's something like that, right?
It is kind of crazy, and at 41, he's still doing what he's doing.
But that's what I'm saying. He's played 6 years worth of playoff games. Added on to his career. Come on.
LePEDs, man.
No, there's got to
I'm
be
not
something to
happy
that.
with the way this thing ended, but man, to say that you think you're losing the trade, I don't think is right.
Well, Stankoven's been incredible.
He has been.
And I'm forecasting how the fans are going to feel.
Oh,
and that's definitely already I've seen that pop up over social. So Carolina Hurricane fans, I'll say this, are going on a victory lap. Like they fleeced the Stars.
Yeah. Well, it's a fun topic, but I think you might be more wrong about this one than you were about Eovaldi last week when you were doubting him. You know.
Well, I hope that I just keep
just a bad series.
Not doubting Mikko. I just think that he needs to put out that he was hurt. Just
You're
let us
saying
know.
like say you had broken ribs.
Yeah, just let us know what happened, man. You were playing with a partially torn
Appendicitis.
MCL or something.
Collapsed lung.
Something crazy. Now, Rope Hintz had 2 tears in his hamstring. Poor guy.
Okay.
And he was
Wait,
trying to
each
come back and
hamstring
play
had
for that.
one, or one hamstring had 2?
One hamstring had a tear in 2 different spots.
Ow.
Terrible.
The double hemi pull?
But he was still getting close to returning. That's how just
that Olympic hockey will do it
freakish
to you every
these guys
time.
are. Well, Rope, that wasn't an Olympic
need to
hockey
think about
injury.
that.
But gosh, that Olympics
You don't
was
know that.
amazing.
You don't know what type of wear and tear led to that.
Well, no, he
Sure
did
I
say
do.
that he heard it against Minnesota in the regular season.
Right.
So, I mean, we do know for him that it wasn't that.
It's lying season.
Yeah, well, it's not apparently because Mikko's not lying, Eric, and we need him to lie. And then finally, before we get into our top 10, I don't know if anybody cares, but Skip Bayless is going to appear alongside Stephen A. Smith on Friday's episode of First Take.
Oh, my God.
First time since 2016. You think they're going to draw numbers?
Oh, they'll draw numbers. It honestly is probably a reach. They're probably not happy with their numbers, and so they're like, let's just throw a Skip Bayless.
Should we try this again?
Do you think he'll stay forever?
I think he'll probably. I think he'll get one of those rotating cast of characters that Stephen A. likes to have, where it's like on on Wednesdays it's like it's Doggy Wednesdays with Mad Dog.
Oh,
right?
Friday.
There you go. Maybe they get like a TD Tuesday with Skip Bayless.
Did Skip bring Stephen A. on? Did he bring him on? How did that work?
Yes,
How'd that
Skip brought on Stephen A. years
See,
ago.
that's what I'm saying. I think he's throwing him a bone. He's throwing him a bone saying, hey, listen, bro, you made my career what it is. I'm going to try and get you back in the good graces of media.
Yeah.
Because nobody really likes you right now.
Oh, we got Avs fans chiming in now. As an Avs fan, Mikko disappears in the playoffs. Usually get used to it. He's kind of like Dak Prescott. All right, why do you got to sideswipe on our guy?
How many
Dak
Avs
like
fans do we have in the chat right now?
Just one from the 860.
Okay.
But I'll never forget watching that Game 7 on the cruise last year, and I had a big group of Colorado fans, and I'm very quiet the entire time at the bar, and then all of a
Why do I
sudden
not
that
believe
third
you were
period
quiet?
happens, and it was 3 goals from the Moose, and I'm partying, and I'm giving them the double birds, and I'm like, ha ha ha, bleep you.
Just throwing sausage fingers around the bar that night.
It was awesome. They were actually really good guys.
Later.
They were probably thrilled that Pete DeBoer got fired because they're like, we just can't beat Pete DeBoer. Like, Pete DeBoer has our number, even going back to Vegas. All right, top 10 greatest movie
We need
franchises.
to work on that 6 men on the ice bit thing.
Yeah, that'd be a good bit.
That would help.
On National Star Wars Day, your honorable mentions, we've got the Rocky franchise.
Honorable mention,
huh? Honorable mention, man. There's a lot of big-time movie franchises out there.
Listen, if all of these are going to be like Marvel.
No, only one's Marvel.
All right.
How would you calling its list out?
Well, I just the Marvel stuff.
I know you just weren't ever into the Marvel thing, but it is huge.
We
Let's
made
be
it to
real.
2015 over the weekend. We're on a Marvel marathon. Got to be 30 movies in there.
It's unbelievable.
We're having a great time,
and most of them are good, but there's a few that really stink. that
Yes,
you could skip.
there's a lot of them that are bad.
The Thors are not
like
very
a word
good.
with you, sir.
The Thors can,
But if your kids are like, want to hang out on the couch and watch something, it's the perfect thing for a dad with kids right now. Make them, get a thing going. Movie night.
I like it.
Get your popcorn ready.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
because it's a beach show.
It's relatively wholesome.
Hey, when's the last time you made some cookies?
Yeah.
Get those brown butter cookies going, baby.
Make some cookies for this thing?
Mission Impossible, honorable mention. Great.
Seen
And I think
every
that
one
just
of them.
ended.
On charter flights, every one of them.
The Terminator franchise.
Seen the first one?
The Spider-Man
more than two?
franchise.
Maybe seen the first one?
Yes. And I think they even tried to do some reboots. I think that's where we got the Christian Bale screaming audio that Lucius has played from time to time.
Oh yeah, when he crashes out on set.
Yeah, it was bad.
Is that COVID?
I don't know. I think it was before COVID.
Tom Cruise crashed out on set, didn't he?
Tom did too.
Yep, he did.
Tom did too.
All right.
A-listers can crash out once or twice.
The Spider-Man franchise, because you got a bunch of, and that wasn't into the MCU. Sony had to get purchased by Disney. Previously, Sony was.
I think we're still waiting for the Spider-Man actor of record. They've all been trash.
Gosh, man.
Every single one of these
You just
pathetic
don't like
losers.
Spider-Man. You think Spider-Man as a character is a pathetic loser. You've explained
I
that
just
to
don't
us
think
before.
anybody can play him right.
That boss of his,
we'll
is
get there.
badass.
We'll get there someday.
Right. We need to get back to this. I need to know who you want. Like, what actor
his boss is always yelling at him
to play a Spider-Man, because I think we've kind of tried all different angles here. We've got like the more adult version. We've got the kid version now with Tom Holland. We kind of had the in-between with Andrew Garfield. I don't know that there is going to be a right version for you.
Dawson wants him to
Do
be
we have the right Batman
emo.
yet either?
You know, a little bit more emo.
I did like Christian Bale as Batman.
A little more emo, man.
Back to the Future, honorable mention, number 11, just on the outside looking in. And I think that would probably be in our top 5 as a show. I think we do like Back to the Future quite a bit.
Love it.
Number
Had it
10,
on VHS as a kid, probably watched it 200 times.
Yeah, you're probably one of the bigger Back to the Future fans I know. James Bond is at 10.
Oh,
James Bond, 10th greatest movie
10th?
franchise ever.
Oh, jeez.
Jurassic Park.
It's only been around since 1958.
Coming in at number 9. Personally, I got to say, I think the first Jurassic Park's awesome. Afterwards, we're a little overrated here. I don't think any of the reboots have been. Jurassic World was meh. It was okay. But the new one that just came out with Scarlett Johansson, poochies. Terrible. Skip it. Don't watch it. Waste of time.
Wow.
Pirates of the Caribbean
That's
comes
an
in at number 8. The Batman.
They're all the same.
Batman movie franchise at number 7. That should be way higher. I mean, the Dark Knight trilogy just by
Pretty
itself.
Good.
Come on now.
Then you add the different bad guys and stuff.
Yeah,
They've
amazing.
done movies about. Yeah.
Indiana
Penguin.
Jones. Oh, Penguin. Oh, Penguin could fit in that.
Kidding me?
Absolutely.
Penguin
Indiana
was
Jones
really
at number
good.
6. Harry Potter at number 5.
Never seen one.
Lord of the Rings at 4, and that's number 1 for a lot of people.
Never
I mean, the
seen
Lord of
that
the
one
Rings
either.
is fantastic.
You go Rings or Potter?
I just was a Harry Potter kid. Like, I grew up in the Harry Potter generation. But I think overall, if I had to sit down and watch 3 movies, it would be Lord of the Rings.
You wear that like a badge of honor?
I do. I love Harry Potter.
Every once in a while, Wolchuk will just draw the lightning bolt on his forehead
That's what I
just for
thought.
funsies.
Expecto Patronum! Number 3 is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Number 2 is the Toy Story franchise, which is still going on. And that is one thing I'm excited about with my girls. I'm ready to rewatch all the Toy Stories.
Yes.
Those are fantastic movies. But number 1, on May the 4th be with you, the greatest movie franchise in the history of movie franchises is indeed Star Wars.
Bravo.
So you watch what, episode 3, 6, 7, 2, 1. How does this thing work again? Heggie was trying to explain
Dealer's
it to me
choice,
one
bro.
Yeah, I think, you know what, you just do whatever makes you feel better. And I'm excited for The Mandalorian and Grogu
Just
coming
binge
out
it.
May 22nd. Just shameless
Dawson
plug.
told me The Mandalorian sucked.
No, he
It
didn't.
did
He
at
loved
first. It got really good. I
Did
would
it?
I would see it through.
What do you do? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
flip-flopping.
I would say the Star Wars was great 20th century.
Man, The Mandalorian, you said it sucked, and I didn't watch it.
It sucked for a while. The DJ will be here 3 to 6:30, spinning all the fun music and mariachis from 6:30 to 7:30. That is tomorrow, but this is the future. You're looking at a massive residential facility with family townhomes and hotels and 2 million square feet of office space. So they're redoing the Willow Bend area here. Used to be the shopping mall, but through this entire transition, Mexican Bar Company is staying open, so you can still access the best Mexican food here in town. What Brendan Sorsby's trying to pull off out in Lubbock to get himself back in the game, we'll tell you about that. Then we'll get Joseph Hoyt Morning News talking Cowboys coming out of rookie minicamp here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we continue to recap the Cowboys rookie camp with all the audio you need to hear, and we'll get you set for Rangers, Yankees in New York, plus 2 special guests for Ask Red at 7:40. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. mensteclinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the On-Time Experts, we remove all that harmful buildup. Go to theontimeexperts.com and schedule your $59 tune-up today. The On-Time Experts, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
You know, there's nothing I hate more than dishonest business practices. So I built the company GiveMeTheVin.com around this slogan. We do what we say we're going to do when we say we're going to do it. At GiveMeTheVin.com, we show up at your house, check in hand, pay off your payoff. It's just that simple. GiveMeTheVin.com.
We're the only 5-star BBB rated car buyer out there.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof.
And at all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation. We are live Mexican Bar Company here in Plano off the toll road just north of the Bush. Would love it if you could swing on by, as they have amazing food that we've been enjoying here at the breaks, and we'll continue to do so all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. So Rangers are off this evening. They'll be back in action tomorrow visiting the New York Yankees. The Mavericks hired former Raptors GM Masai Ujiri as their new team president and alternate governor. So that's the biggest breaking news story of the afternoon if you're just jumping into your car. But if you're looking at college football right now, you happen to be a Tech fan, or you're just super interested by this Brendan Sorsby story, we have the latest there. He's lawyering up. Pete Thamel and Adam Schefter reporting Sorsby's retaining the legal services of Jeff Kessler to try and regain his collegiate eligibility. Kessler very well known for his work in several notable cases. High dollar, big time sports lawyer. I can't even imagine how a judge is considering granting the eligibility. I mean, the rules are pretty clear here. But if you are spending big money for a lawyer like Jeffrey Kessler, I imagine you have to believe there is an angle that you're going to work here to try to become eligible. So if I'm Tech fan here, I'm pretty eager to find out like how much of a shot he's got. But at this point, I just don't know. Like, lawyers are going to take your money. Lawyers are like, yeah, I'll write this up for you and take it to court and argue your case in front of a judge. It'll be,
that's
couple $100,000.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering is like, okay, so this is just a no-brainer deal if you're the lawyer. You're not looking at it like, okay, clearly I have a path to victory here. It's just I'll take it and see what happens, and maybe I know I'm going to lose, but I'll just collect some money along the way. Or does a lawyer of this caliber want to make sure I'm only getting into bed with people that I feel like have a legit case to win?
He's beaten the NCAA before.
Yeah, he has.
This guy's
he has.
Wasn't he doing the Deflategate?
He's the reason why schools is $20.5 million to distribute among their athletes and stuff like that. I mean, he was the lead attorney on that. So he has a history of going after Big Brother and winning. So yeah, I mean, I'd have confidence too if you told me that I fought cases against that type of body, that power, and won. Yeah.
The House versus the NCAA in 2025. He was one of the main lawyers there, so maybe he knows they're vulnerable, but that to me is just totally different. We're talking about how the hell did we get to a place where just having the players play and not pay them is normal, right? So it really made sense from a labor standpoint that eventually lawyers and judges would get together and be like, holy crap, we should be paying the players, right? Yes, we should. It's probably un-American and really not ethically proper, is it? No, it's not. We should be paying the players one way or another. We have rules in place that have been in place for over 100 years in American sports. You can't gamble. Yeah. You can't gamble on the games you're involved in. And we're not talking about preventing him from making money. We're just talking about enforcing those rules. So if Jeff Kessler can get around that would be a massive surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tech right now, they're probably, at least talking with my brother-in-law at Red Raider Sports, like their best hope is, does he get maybe a half-season suspension? And then their schedule's easy enough to where they can probably withstand that, and then you just get him back for the second half of the season in the playoff, because they're a team that can compete to win the Big 12 with him or without him. But in terms of actually doing any damage in the CFP, they're not going to be able to do that with Brendan Sorsby. That's why they went out and got him. So they're still praying and hoping that there's some angle or way, like, hey, him getting out in front of this, like what we talked with Chris Level last week. Him raising his hand, saying, I need help. Look at me. I'm taking the actions. I'm accepting accountability. I'm going ahead and I'm seeking, medical help for this. I don't know. I think you're right. Ultimately, he's going to end up going to the supplemental draft. But Tech is, they're hoping and praying that somehow this lawyer can get him out of it.
I actually give the kid some credit, because what if he would have just kept this quiet, and then in the season, then all of a sudden it happens? At least now he's given him a chance. He's given him enough leeway. This is something that didn't happen in August. This has given him enough enough opportunity to, if I'm Tech, if I'm Joey McGuire and that crew, I'm kind of thinking about, okay, what's my quarterback situation look like now? I'm on the phone maybe talking about money that I could go spend and get somebody else to transfer? I mean, the portal window's open, or not open, it's closed now, but, can you plan that ahead? I mean, I don't, like I say, you got to find a way to think that you're not going to have this guy. You just have to.
Oh, yeah. I think you have to be.
But he gave them enough leeway.
He
gave them enough time.
He got plenty of time.
Like, it wasn't like all of a sudden, like all this hit the fan in week 5, and now he's not available for the remainder of the season.
Well, the other element is, go for it.
Well, just like Cincinnati knew about this before the season. Like,
they did a good job of hiding it then.
I would think Sorsby was made aware of this when he was in the portal and going to Tech. Like, he probably already knew this was floating around somewhere, maybe just crossing his fingers it really wasn't going to get full-on cat out of the bag. But, I think he's known about this for some level of time, and apparently Cincinnati knew about it last year before the start of the season.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati wanted to try and get $1 million back from him that he owed them for NIL, and he was like, no, I'm not paying that, and then they leaked this story. It's kind of some of the background that I've heard about this.
He should have taken 1 out of the 6 that he was getting from Tech and given it to Cincinnati. But he's not making good decisions.
No.
I mean, this guy placed thousands of wagers on college sports while he was, an NCAA
Did they say
athlete.
how he did? Was he successful with this?
I have not seen that.
No, that's a good question.
He was gambling on Indiana to win back in 2022. That doesn't seem like Indiana money line was not the move in 2022.
Probably not good at it then.
Or he was ahead of his time.
That's why he had to keep going back.
He
knew it was, man, this program is on his way up.
At some point, that shoe's going to drop.
He was like the Beatles. He was a little before his time.
Now, if you're Sorsby, do you want to get this tied up in court and fight this, or you just want to snuggle up to the NFL and figure out this supplemental draft deal?
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'd much rather be pursuing, because that's more of a certainty.
Yeah, I think that, I guess you have till after June 30th or somewhere around June 30th is when you declare for the supplemental draft. So you have some time between then. It's like we might as well
a couple of months to work.
Fight the good fight, and then the only thing would be like, how much money are you going to blow on the lawyer situation if it's all going to result in you having to go to the NFL anyways. But I guess it's like, hey, let's just try. Let's try and see if we can get this thing won, and if not, then we always have in our back pocket, we can just punt and go to the supplemental draft.
Okay, and then I'm not approaching this story at all, from any sort of biased perspective. I know Wolchuk's a Tech fan, but for me, I like every college football team in the region. I want them all to go undefeated and win the national championship. So I'm not approaching this as a Texas Tech hater or fan or anything like that. I think it's a fascinating story, and I wonder how the NCAA is going to decide to adjudicate on this, because you're setting precedents that are going to impact multiple programs.
Yeah,
and you're looking at thousands of kids and a lot of poor decision makers. And Greed's undefeated. So I think this is just scratching the surface of the players that have kind of fallen into this trap. I mean, you're back home. You're 19 years old, a complete idiot. You're at the bar, in that time between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and you tell your buddies, hell yeah, dude, put this on me. I'll fumble in the bowl game. It doesn't mean anything. It's happening everywhere, I bet.
Yeah,
get you $500, get you $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to guard against that for sure, and so laying the hammer down right now would do a lot for that. I wonder how much the argument is going to be on Sorsby's side of things of like you said, he was 19 years old or whatever when he was gambling on IU, right? Yeah. The team that he played for, gambling on college football. Like, this is like 4 years ago now.
Does he have it hasn't been going on?
Yeah, it's not
the only
something
thing he did on college football was that, right?
Yeah, like the real rule breaking here is gambling on your sport and your own team, which was in 2022. Can you make the argument that, hey, the things weren't as clear at that point? Like, the gambling stuff was just kind of...
That's what you can try.
Like, you can try that and just say, like, hey, clearly he hasn't done it since. He's been gambling, but he hasn't been doing it in the most egregious way since 2022. Is there anything that we can... And again, I think best case scenario is like what Wolchuk mentioned. It's like half a season.
Yeah, and then how hard does the NCAA want to play? Do they want to make this story go away, or do they want to make an example of him? I think that's a very interesting point.
For sure.
You could say 4 years ago it was a lot
lawless land that had just broken out. The kid learned it was a horrible idea. It could cost him everything, and he stopped. And because of that, maybe a judge or the NCAA itself isn't really thinking that you need to do a full suspension, and maybe you could get some sort of preferential treatment. But that would have to be a judge and a system that's very flexible to the idea of rules.
Right.
You know, and I'm used to being in a world, especially in college sports, where the rule is the rule, and we will do some extra egregious stuff to punish you. Go ask Des Bryant having a lunch. Can't play football anymore.
Wow.
Like, that'd be a massive pivot. We got 1 down, 4 to go. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, will recap the Cowboys rookie minicamp with us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
But Tulos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. You could change a kid's life by donating that rundown vehicle to Cars for Kids. And here's the deal. It's so easy. All right, free towing.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan as we are live at Mexican Bar Company, 2405 Dallas Parkway, right here up off the toll in Plano. Love it if you could join us just north of the bush. We'll be here for the next 4 hours. Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. They're going to have a DJ. They're going to have mariachis. It's going to be a terrific time here starting tomorrow afternoon and into the evening for your Cinco de Mayo fun and your Mexican food deliciousness. It's the Mexican Bar Company. Is Joseph Hoyt. Dallas Morning News joins us now here in the nation. And a good afternoon, Joseph. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, fellas, but I wish you would have told me where you guys were at, because I would have loved to do a little Mexican food and some margaritas after work, of course. But it sounds like a great time.
Yeah, well, we got 4 hours remaining in this show, Joe, so we would love to see you and talk even more Cowboys with you. Of course, the big news coming out of the weekend is the rookie minicamp. What was the biggest takeaway from that 48-hour experience for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was just kind of seeing a lot of these rookies, in the Cowboys kind of ether. I think one thing that people, say across the NFL is you don't really know what you have until you have them in their building. And I think in terms of like Caleb Downs, for example, that's a guy that lived up to everything so far. Obviously, it's early on, as advertised, though. I think, we kind of wrote about it right after the draft, but this is a guy that prepared for college defenses when he was a high school recruit going to visit these different schools. He did the same thing in the transfer portal. Before the draft, he did it with 5 to 6 NFL teams, including the Eagles, in the chance that he ended up with the Cowboys. Obviously, that worked out. And this is the guy that Devin Moore said that Caleb Downs has the playbook down already. And it was kind of implementing it and going through install with it. I think that might have been the most impressive thing, is that Caleb Downs, with high expectations and obviously without a lot of on-field work, the mental side kind of lived up to what we expected.
It seems like Christian Parker, as a coach, really gets onto the field and is teaching individual techniques. Quite a bit more than I've been used to with defensive coordinators. What have you seen on that topic?
Yeah, no doubt. I think one of the things that, I talked to Zach Bond at the Pro Bowl about was how Christian Parker worked with him specifically, right? And yeah, we think of Christian Parker as this corner developer, the secondary guru, but he said he was doing so much with the linebackers as well. And you saw that in action. Yeah, he was working with Caleb Downs. Yeah, he was working with Devin Moore, but he was working with Jay-Sean Barham too, really, purposefully on little details. And that's a guy that was compared to Zach Bond by the Cowboys front office in terms of how they might utilize him. So I think that was cool to see with Christian Parker, was just how hands-on he was with not only the corners in Caleb Downs, but also some of those linebackers as well.
All right, so you brought up Jay-Sean Barham. How were you feeling during your interaction with him when you asked him, did you ever run an Oklahoma drill? And he looks you dead in the eyes and says, we can do one right now. And I know you have that warrior competitive spirit about you, Joe. Have you gotten back in the weight room? Are you preparing to make this happen in Oxnard?
Oh, yeah, I did some combine workouts. I'm ready to roll. No, it was funny because I said, yeah, let's do it. I'm ready to go. And I was kind of expecting like a LOL, that's kind of funny, right? Jay-Sean had this stone cold face of like, no, I'm serious. Like, let's strap up and go. And I think, honestly, it could have been anyone asking that question or anyone even kind of flirting with the idea of going up against him. This is a guy that's physical, he's serious, and I'll tell you what, he is everything of the 6'5", 6'4", 245 pounds that he's listed as. I don't think the Cowboys have had a linebacker on the inside this big in quite some time. To kind of get a little bit of insight into his psyche, he compared himself he said he wanted to be like 3 different linebackers: Ray Lewis, Azeez Al-Shaair, and Fred Warner. Fred Warner is more of an admiration for him, what he wants to be. He says that he's a hard hitter, take your head off kind of guy like Azeez Al-Shaair right now. So I don't know if I do want to be on the receiving end of that, if we're being completely honest.
He's violent, man. He really, really is. Where everybody was kind of what you got to see lined up, what they were doing with some of these guys, did anything stand out to you of maybe where they were working position group-wise?
I think one of the interesting things was Drew Sheldon working at guard. And obviously they're kind of in the distance, if you're familiar with the Cowboys practice, how the offensive line is the farthest away from Cowboys media. But the fact that they're kind of putting him there, too, to work a little bit, I thought was interesting. The way that they talked about him from an athletic standpoint, this is someone that makes me think that could be a developmental Terrence Steele replacement at right tackle, specifically down the line. But I think the fact that they used him at guard, and they'll probably do the same at training camp, is kind of interesting as well. And then Devin Moore's height is something that stuck out to me too. Just I'm wondering how, in a versatile secondary, what they really see from him. Is he only an outside boundary corner, or can he do multiple things? I think that's something that piqued my interest too.
Hey, Joe, I have a question. After watching these clips of things that happen in the war room, do you have a better feeling of, like, Stephen Jones and how they operate? Like him basically telling everybody to shut the hell up, and how calmly he handled that? Because I've been in that situation, too, where you're down on the clock. But it seemed like the trades he made, just kind of, I think it painted Stephen Jones in a little bit of a better light for Cowboy fans, you think?
Yeah, no doubt. I agree with you, Brian. And I think it was interesting to just see kind of the handle that they had in moments of intense, intensity, I guess you could say, because, they'd obviously done the groundwork and laid things with the Eagles in terms of potential trade partners. And I think the fact that they offered Miami first, a fifth rounder, kind of early on the clock, said, hey, it didn't go well. And then as the clock ticked and they had the idea that someone might jump ahead of them to take Caleb Downs and what heartbreak that could have, Brian Schottenheimer had that list. I think just the ability to look at the board, say, hey, here's how many points it would take to get up. Let's offer another fifth. Let's go over the top and do this just to secure our guy, even if there's only 10 seconds remaining. Because I think you can look at that and also say, hey, maybe they gave up too much just to move up one spot when they were 10 seconds away from getting Caleb Downs anyways. But if they're sitting there and Caleb Downs gets taken by someone else who made that trade within 10 seconds, I think we're talking a little bit different about that Dallas Cowboys first round.
Might have had a Stephen Jones behind-the-scenes crash out there.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. I thought it was fascinating. He looked like a draft day movie kind of scene playing out beforehand. I thought it was pretty impressive and some good behind-the-scenes stuff for sure.
He was smooth, he was in control, and he was nice. He was nice to people, so it was a good look for Stephen Jones. Do you think if there was a dramatic moment or a bad moment, the NFL would show that, or do you think that the teams sort of have some editorial authority when it comes to that stuff, Brian? Joe?
I would guess, yeah.
Yeah, it was to me.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, when you got the New York, the trade table saying they got to make a pick.
Yeah.
That's what they were going to let them screw up. They Dallas had to follow through, and they were able to get it through. So. Yeah, that I think that part of it is, the parts that you don't see. But, yeah, Dallas was able to kind of rally after all that and just get the pick in when they needed to.
You think they got so excited and locked in on the trade that they almost forgot to turn that pick in?
I think Steven immediately, he learned from the Roy Williams trade that we did in 03, or that draft, I think it was in 03, where we were on the clock, and Chris Hall goes, did someone turn the trade in? And Stephen Jones went, oh, my God. And so I think he learned from that. But, Joe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that it was a pretty calculated, just well-done effort by Stephen Jones and the Cowboys to get that pick in, to know the trade, to know the circumstances, and to kind of operate. He was quarterbacking. Honestly, I think that's probably the best way to say what Stephen Jones was doing, almost doing audibles at the line of scrimmage. But to your point, if things didn't go as well, I don't know. Maybe if you have the type of intense behind the scenes information that we got from that.
Interesting. It's Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News here. You guys have been asking some great questions of the leadership about linebacker. And I just wonder if at this point it's sort of starting to look like they're going to play the summer out and see what they have in camp and preseason, then maybe make a decision, because it just doesn't seem like there's much urgency to do something else.
No, not at all. And I think that those are the type of questions that come when you're talking about projection versus placement, right? You're not just placing a typical green dot linebacker in and saying, okay, this is the guy that's done it before, let's do it. Ironically, a guy that's done it before, they did add in Curtis Robinson, who did it next to D. Winters last year in San Francisco, one of three guys that did it. So I do think if you're looking at who might do it, part of me thinks D. Winters will get the first crack, and, being next to Fred Warner, having Curtis Robinson to guide him, as a potential veteran asset there, now in the Cowboys locker room. But, Shotty's also brought up Jalen Thompson as someone who could do it. DeMarvion Overshown has obviously been working with Scott Simons longer than anyone now on this Cowboys roster. And then, I know they ruled it out initially, but if Caleb Downs is this savant IQ, and I know he's going to have shifts and motion checks to kind of handle on his own in the secondary, but if he's this savant and can do what he's doing, I wouldn't rule it out, honestly.
Joseph, one thing that kind of stood out to me was the Cowboys did come away with this draft without taking a running back. Now, they did sign a free agent, and then they brought in Barry Switzer's grandson as well. But what do you think about the depth behind Javonte Williams, and was that kind of a sign that maybe they are really high on Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa?
Yeah, I think Phil Maffa specifically. I think that they almost look at Phil Maffa as a 2026 draft pick, right? And obviously he got in at the end of last season, but this is someone that they loved. You know, when you kind of get the IR designation right before the 53-man cut day, I think it's kind of telling about what they think about you and how they don't want you to end up in the free agent market, right? And I think there might have been some suitors out there. So I think it's not only a compliment specifically to Phil Maffa, I think it's also a testament to what they think about Malik Davis. What Malik Davis did last year was not easy, right? To go from being cut, you know, and then coming late into training camp and then, you know, being a practice squad guy, settling in as the backup personal protector, and then popping off some big runs when you're called upon. I think that impressed a lot of people in the building.
Joseph Hoyt, Morning News here. How much Navajo Nation history are we making here with Mr. Pete?
I mean, he's the first one to have a crack at the NFL, and, you know, I had to do some research just to make sure, because there's been plenty of Native American athletes, you know, in professional football. But in terms of the Navajo Nation specifically, this is something big. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you guys watched the interview, and fans, I don't know if
it was awesome.
It. Go back and watch it, man. He's incredible.
Wise,
light, nice, and very wise. And I'll tell you what, I mean, this is a guy that was a preferred walk-on at 6'8", you know, coming out of a small school in New Mexico, went to New Mexico State, earned his stripes, and then became a really sought-after guy in the portal who started 12 games at left tackle in the SEC. Like, I don't know if this is someone just to write off for being nice and a good story. I'm very, very curious to see what he does when training camp does roll around.
Does it seem like they're prospecting or churning tackles and trying to find the next class of guys more so than usual?
I think so, and without, you know, devoting the resources they usually do, right? Like, they usually, if you look at recent past, it's first-round pick here, first-round pick, and yet they still are entering the season with a major question mark at left tackle specifically. You know, I don't think that we're going to be talking about Drew Shelton or Shiaj Pete as potential left tackle replacements, right? But I think that they want some competition there. It kind of comes with the territory when Tyler Guyton hasn't been consistently on the field or hasn't been consistent when he's been on the field as well. I think that this year, when they weren't going to devote resources to it, you might as well get some intriguing guys. And I think with Drew Shelton and his athleticism specifically, maybe working with Clayton Adams and what they could do, I think that that's something to keep an eye on down the road when that need becomes a little bit more pressing.
How is the George Pickens story evolving, as it was reported over the weekend that his agency was attempting to find a trade partner and somebody willing to give him a bigger contract?
Yeah, I think that was just natural, especially when the non-exclusive tag was applied to him. I mean, this is, when it comes to Pickens, I think it's pretty clear, right? Like, there's a floor now with what he's going to get, you know, by signing the franchise tag. But there was admiration by his side to get a lot more than that. The gap between what he wanted and what he's going to get on this tender is vast. So I do think that whenever that happens, you have inherent questions about just what his future is going to be here. I've been kind of saying it, you know, from the beginning. I think the logical route is he plays this tender out, and then that might be the last year with George Pickens based on the cost that could go up if he does really, really well next year. So I think we're going to kind of see what happens. The next turning point date is going to be June 16th when mandatory camp starts, and we'll see what happens.
Gut feel, Joe. Caleb Downs will he repping the number 2?
I think so. On a gut feel basis, they've been too coy about it. You know, I think Kobe Durant, you know, I think there might be some negotiations probably going back there. I mean, obviously Brian Schottenheimer said as much. I'll tell you what, he looks good in 2. It's a good number for him. We know what it looks like. It hasn't stopped jersey sales though, knowing that he's potentially 18 or number 1 or number 2. Like, that has not changed the thing. Obviously, he's the number 1 jersey seller among rookies right now. And if that 2 were to be the case, I think that those numbers would only skyrocket.
Well, you're the man, Joe. We'd love to see you over here at Mexican Bar Company. But if not, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I might have to bring the corgi over and get it.
Please do.
That would be amazing.
I'll pet
Would
that
love,
pup.
Would love to meet the corgi. There he is. Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Is maybe you want to grab your four-legged friend. They have plenty of patio space here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it dog-friendly? I don't want to speak for them.
We can find out.
We'll find out about that.
We'll find out.
That's a good
I'm just
clarification.
going to say no
Chuck.
there, Dawson.
Eric will find a way to get rid of yours.
Well, I'm sure you'll be chomping at the bit to say yes to a bodega brunch,
Yes.
which is every weekend from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. here at Mexican Bar Company off the toll road in Plano. Celebrate Mother's Day and Father's Day with the bodega brunch options. Mariachis going to be here as well. That's what is that? Dia de las Madres, Monday, May 11th at 6 p.m. That sounds fun, doesn't it? That's next Monday night. They got mariachis every Monday. They got all the fun. And an evening of honor is coming up benefiting Plano Police and Fire on Thursday, May 14th at Mexican Bar Company. You can find out more information about that online. We're coming back with the C-Note, things we learned from the show. The pick is in, and rookie minicamp takeaways coming up next. Then we'll get Krusty's Corner here. It's the G-Back Nation on the Fan.
Mexican Bar Company here in Plano, right off of the toll, 2405 Dallas Parkway. Alrighty, and we got the C-note here for you. Things we learned from the show. The pick is in. What was the most interesting thing for you? At 877-881-1053. If you want to text into the show, just leave your name and city you're texting from. The pick is in, pretty dang good. You can find it on the ESPN app. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. I think it's been a while since behind-the-scenes content hit this hard for Cowboys fans. Cut number 1, here they were trying to work a trade with the Browns to get up to 9.
They're on the clock.
They're on the clock. I offered their 9-24 for 12 and 20.
And say, what else would you want?
Best caller. Yeah.
Is this Andrew?
Yeah. How you doing?
Hey, this is Steven. Are y'all going to pick away here?
We are. We wouldn't do the swap of the first round.
Okay, if we threw in a 5, would that change it?
No, that wouldn't really move for us.
Doesn't move the needle. Okay.
Yeah.
So appreciate you.
I appreciate you, though.
All right.
All right. That's a lot.
I keep hearing Cleveland wants an offensive lineman, and they're worried New York's going to take it. They don't want to get behind the Giants.
That's right.
Okay. Wow. That's
he's not wrong.
And ended up working out for him. Because Cleveland then takes Fano. And we saw Cleveland, when they moved back from 6 to 9, they had the 3 players. It was Fano, it was Malinois, it was Tyson. So Tyson goes at 8. They're like, all right, they thought Fano was the best tackle in the draft. So they take him. Malinois goes at 10. Cowboys are feeling good. I mean, it
worked out for him, though.
It really did.
With Malinois being on the board, because Malinois was going to – he was not talking to the Giants people. They were going to take downs.
If Malinois was gone.
If Malinois was gone, they were going to take downs is what they were going to do. So worked out good. Draft gods are smiling on you.
I wonder if that's Jay Glazer talking to him about the O-line.
Who knows?
Could have been working the phones.
He's letting
there.
him know.
Steven, here's what's happening.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I found it fascinating how much more in control Stephen Jones was.
Yeah.
You know, like we've seen subtle signs of it over the last 10, 15 years, but I think this TV show was another significant step in the, hey, Steven's kind of, calling the shots, and I'm sure Jerry's still very influential and, has a very strong voice, maybe even has the ability to make Steven stand down at any time.
I think he can veto.
Yeah. I think that's fair, but, for all intents and purposes, it does look like Stephen Jones is the owner and general manager of the Cowboys.
I think so, too.
On draft night, anyway. Okay, and then here they are as this deal comes together with Philadelphia.
Oh, well, if he call, we're going to be giving the 6. I'm hoping he'll call and say we'll do the 2 4s. We got time. We got a few minutes. We're not like we're down to the 20 seconds we were.
We're not going to be on the clock.
You trying to call me? I tell him I'm calling him. Hello. Howie. Hey, this is Steven. How you doing, man?
32.
Our 7th next year? We're good. No, we don't want to. We're already giving up picks for this year. We're out of picks. But anyway, we for sure do it for the 2 4s.
You good?
I'll throw you a next year 7.
Okay, we got a deal.
Politics and football make strange bedfellows. The Eagles and Cowboys made a trade.
Drop 3 spots.
He picked up 2 4.
This is Tess.
Yes, this is Stephen Jones. We're trading this pick to Philadelphia.
Okay.
We're trading pick 20 for their pick 23. And and we get their 114 and 137 in the 4th.
Okay.
And
One
we
second,
get back our 7th next year.
7th next year. Okay.
So they got
It's like the babysitter picked up the phone on trade day.
Yeah.
I mean,
right?
No offense to the young lady sitting at the trade table, but it's like, oh, yeah, this is Stephen Jones. Okay. Yeah.
I wonder what was going on inside her mind.
Yeah.
You know, I want to say as little as possible. Just listen and try to record this information because you might be on the clock, and if I start talking for 8 seconds, you might get hyper pissed off at me.
And what if you wrote down the wrong thing?
Yes.
Like, I wonder, has that happened before?
I'm sure it has.
They accidentally oh, no, that's not what we traded. What are you doing?
Yeah, you know, you're watching the draft, and I know you're doing the draft now as a big shooter up there with Broadus at the start, but I'm sure you remember you're watching the draft, and one trade gets reported, and then an hour later there's like, well, there's a clarification.
Yeah.
I imagine, you know, it was in that, you know, that process of it and being under the gun.
I guess so many years of like working with Joel Bussard at the league office, you know, it was like you're so used to hearing that voice.
Yeah.
You know, and Joel's been gone a while, but, you know, now it's these.
That's Joel's replacement,
it's like
the babysitter.
Joel's replacement, the babysitter.
So they got him for 2 4s, and they gave back a 7. At the beginning of that cut, did he say they were willing to give up a 6?
They were willing to give the 6, yeah.
This is where I'd be terrible at it. Because like the previous trade with Cleveland, when they said that the added 5 wasn't enough, they're going to stand in there and pick. I'd be like, dude, we got to move up now, right? What's a 5? What's a 6? What's a 7? You can have them all.
Find 2 5s.
If we're talking about trying to go for Caleb Downs or trying to make a trade to get your 2 4s, we need these 4s right now.
Yeah.
I can't let a 6 or a 7 get in the way of, you know, our opportunity to get picks 115 and 130 or something like that.
Well, you kind of get a little bit of an idea of why Jerry and Steven throw around 3s and 4s.
And they love it. You know, you can tell in their voice they're energized.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, Jonathan Mingo, we'll give you a 4. Yeah. And they don't even think about it where I'm like, oh, no, I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, and I think it's another thing that they just love the deal and the negotiation and the back and forth of it and not making a mistake. But I think early on it would be easy to say we're chasing a big fish, and that matters so much more than having these extra draft picks, you know, that are going to be real long shots to even make the roster.
Yeah, and I think Bobby pointed out this morning, like the idea that Stephen Jones, they're kind of encouraging him, like, hey, you pick up the phone and call Philadelphia and see if they're willing to dance with you here. And he's like, well, hang on, we got some time.
Yeah.
Let's make them pick up the phone, because if we pick up the phone and try to get this, we might only get a 6th out of it. Right? Philadelphia will give us their 6th, then we move down a couple of spots. But if we hold our water, let's let them get uncomfortable. Howie picks up the phone. Now all of a sudden we're getting their 2 4s.
Yeah.
You know, and so like just being able to stand in the pocket there when you have that pressure and you're trying to navigate whatever it is, and you're like, well, let's let them pick up the phone first. Like Dallas picks up the phone to move up, right?
Yeah.
You're the team moving up. You got to kind of make that call. But allowing Philadelphia to be the team that says, okay, instead of us calling you, Philly, and see if you want to dance, we're going to wait for you, and out of that, we're going to be able to get the 2 4th-round picks as opposed to just getting your 6th if we picked up the phone.
Yes. Whoever talks first is going to lose some value there in those negotiations. That's a great point as well. But hell of a job by ESPN putting that show together, and hopefully that's a new normal. Jeremy Fowler on SportsCenter talking George Pickens. Says he did look around, gauged his market and what a potential trade could look like if he could come to one with compensation and a new deal. Fowler said on SportsCenter, Pickens' agency, as he was sitting there on the tag before he signed it, as they, you know, got closer to the draft, wanted to see if they could pull something off, but he wants a long-term contract, so this is not an ideal situation for him. Just further clarifying what we've been wondering, I've been questioning since, what was that, last Thursday when the news broke he was finally going to officially sign his tag. Does that mean he just wants to be on the Cowboys, or does that mean that, you know, he has decided that this is his best possible option right now? But number one priority for George Pickens, long-term deal with the Cowboys. Number 2 is not, okay, I'll just play on the tag and prove it. It's, I need the long-term contract. I mean, that's the difference of like $100 million.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and clearly, I think that was maybe a last-ditch effort. Like, hey, right around the draft, things can happen. Let's see if we can get a deal done. If not, we'll just accept it for what it is, and we'll play on the tag.
Okay, the Cowboys signed DJ Wingfield, offensive lineman from USC and Purdue, free agent deal. Apparently, he was pretty damn impressive at this weekend's rookie minicamp. Very talented guy. He got a big NIL deal from USC last year. I think it was like $500,000. and then was ruled ineligible by the NCAA right before the start of the season. So he went undrafted. I don't know what the backstory is there, but this was Brett Tessler, an NFL agent, tweeting this himself. My client, DJ Wingfield, has signed on with the Cowboys. So that kind of goes to that question I was asking Joseph Hoyt about. It just seems like we're throwing a number of darts on the board right now trying to find our next offensive lineman, and hopefully one of these hits, couple of them hit, you could find yourself not having to draft a tackle next year. How amazing would that be?
Incredible. And they've had some, look, they're starting right tackle now as an undrafted rookie free agent. Ronald Leary was an undrafted rookie free agent.
They do better doing it this way than they do drafting them.
Yeah, they've found some diamonds in the rough here, so maybe DJ Wingfield can be the next in line.
The Steelers got this dude at left tackle, Dylan Cook. He was a college quarterback at North Dakota something or another, or South Dakota.
Wow.
And it just wasn't going well enough for him. So before his senior year, he was like, I'm going to try to be an offensive lineman. And then had gone undrafted to Tampa like 3 years ago, and had just been working practice squad stuff. Finally, the Steelers have a need, like after Thanksgiving last year, stepped in, and for 5 or 6 games has PFF scores that put him at above average.
That's a crazy story.
Yeah, so now he's like, holy crap, I'm about to get a legit left tackle bag if I can just stay healthy and do that a few more times.
Wow.
All right, you never know where these guys can come from. And, I like seeing it that the Cowboys are giving themselves multiple opportunities here to strike gold. Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next as we broadcast live from one of Krusty's favorite restaurants in DFW, Mexican Bar Company here, 2405 Dallas Parkway. You're hungry, you're getting out of work, you want some delicious food and beverage. We'd love to see you join us here. We'll be broadcasting till 7 o'clock. Brian, what's in the corner next?
Yeah, well, let's talk about this Kentucky tackle that everybody's fallen in love with. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about Window Nation before we do that, though, because if you want or need new windows at the house, Window Nation has an amazing opportunity for you right now. Buy 4.
Market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Mexican Bar Company, 2405 Dallas Parkway. They are absolutely remaining open through the redevelopment here at The Bend, Shops at Willow Bend. They want to let you know that, and they have a heck of a Cinco de Mayo party starting tomorrow at 3 o'clock here. It is Mexican Bar Company, and it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that for me. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. Thank you to Mexican Bar. It just shows, guys, when we kind of we hear ads like on our station and we kind of talk it into existence.
Yeah.
Like, gosh, we need to get back out there, right?
Yep.
2 days later, we're back out
Bar.
here. How about that, huh?
Like, gosh, I hope we get asked back to Mexican Bar Company.
This place is incredible. The food's incredible. The fact that they use, as a foodie like myself, the fact that they use pork rinds as a vessel for dip. Are you kidding me? The guacamole sits well on it. The hot sauce seeps into the actual pork rind.
Yep.
The queso holds on it well. I mean, it's
descriptions.
just one great bite after another. I love this place.
Yeah, it's a good pro tip.
I think when I get fired, I'm going to come over here and work. And this place is unbelievable. It is. Dawson, you're right. It's one of my favorite places. We do a lot of great remotes. But this is one when they say, hey, yeah, Mexican bar. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's all go. So come on by. Make sure you hang out. Dawson, did you almost say Mardi Gras? Did you almost give it a Mardi Gras call? Did you say that?
I believe I did.
I was like going to Cinco de Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
You know.
Similar vibes.
Very Cinco de Mayo, and they got some great specials tomorrow as well. That happy hour is rocking. It's Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, they do.
The fact that Cinco de Mayo lands on a Taco Tuesday.
Meant to be. It's special.
Yeah.
We might need to just do the whole show from here tomorrow.
Can we do a booth? Can we just make a booth over here where we can
just sleep here,
work
Joe?
from?
Can you set that up for us?
Yeah, just a booth over here, like just hang out, just kind of work over here. But thank you again for that.
Like Michael Irvin at his restaurant. Just put a big glass window there with a studio on the other side of it.
You know what? I mean, literally, we always talk about Dardian.
Yeah.
I learned from Dardian from you young folk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, about, and like the doors are open in the back, like the whole back patio's exposed. I kind of feel like I'm out here Dardian again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it was at LSU back
back,
in the day.
baby.
Way back in the day.
Fresh air, beautiful
fish.
I love this place. I'm sorry, I'm going on. All right, I'm going to talk about football a little bit. Hey, by the way, talk to a scout, Wolchuk. Ooh. Talk to a scout. Doesn't think our Tech quarterback's a first-round guy.
Okay.
Doesn't think. I reached out.
I reached out.
Probably right.
I reached out to
he's no Ty Simpson.
Nah.
We can all understand that.
I reached out to a couple of different teams to see the guys who have this area, you know, just to see if they're like, hey, can you tell me? And then one of my guys like, well, he left my area to go to, so I got to ask my, you know, and like that kind of thing. So I'm like, okay.
Got it.
But anyway, yeah. Do you think he's a first-round guy?
I didn't watch
I didn't
enough
see a
of him
bunch
at
of Cincinnati tape. I was
really
watching
tell ya.
Cincinnati defensive tape.
That's a surprise if Wolchuk doesn't think a Tech guy's a first-rounder, even though he hasn't played a
not
game for him.
yet a Tech guy. Well, he is a Tech guy.
I'm married into a Tech family, and I have developed quite a love for Texas Tech athletics. I mean, Joey's our guy.
Yeah, Joey's a big-time guy.
I definitely pull for the Red Raiders.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the scouting report says about others that they think. But one team did get back to me this afternoon and said, I go, hey, first-round guy, ? And it's like, nope, not a first-round guy.
Okay.
So we will see. We will see. This will be fascinating, too, by the way. It's a supplemental draft.
Yeah.
Because usually the supplemental draft is a big bag of nada. You know, it's a big bag of nothing. And sometimes the way it works, you know, you tell the league, hey, we're not participating. Then they only work with the teams that are participating, and then the league says, okay, what round would you take this guy in? So maybe if this guy's if somebody sees him as a first-round guy, which one team hasn't, But man, would you be willing to, if you were a team on the back end that maybe evaluated?
There's no way I'd commit a 1 right now for a guy that we're not sure is a first-round quarterback, but I'd love to put in a 2 if I think he could be. You know, it's just the thing that we could end up having a top 10 pick. And obviously he's not a blue chip, no doubt about it.
Sure.
Or otherwise it'd be a bigger story.
You know, it's funny how the fact that he's probably the highest paid quarterback in the country, right? When it comes to NIL money.
Yeah.
Him and Arch, probably both of them kind of in that.
But there's going to be better prospects. If we end up with a top 10 pick and we get Sorsby out of it.
What if you don't have a top 10 pick? What if you're one of those teams at the back end? Like, what if the Rams didn't have they didn't have the 13th overall pick?
Okay.
And you're thinking that if I'm the Rams, we need a quarterback. We evaluate him, and we're picking at 26. Is this your opportunity not to have to go up there? I wonder.
It could make sense for a great team. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like if
our quarterback gets hurt, we're still winning 11 games. That's who would make sense to use a 1.
See, that's what I'm thinking. Like if I was
Minnesota
a team,
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if I was a team that like, man, this year I've got to go get a quarterback. And maybe you evaluate this guy and say, you know what? This guy might be better than Ty Simpson and others like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that a team, and I think Shefty was on this morning with McAfee and said he does believe if he enters, a team will use a high pick on him. Yeah. Now, is it a first? Maybe not. But I think it's second would make a lot of sense. Minnesota's a team that makes a ton of sense to me that I think is going to be pretty competitive. You got Kyler. But I agree with you 100%, especially like the Rams would have been the perfect team. They've got their guy now, but maybe there's another team that's kind of in that same realm.
Yeah, I was just thinking about if you were a team on the backside of this draft and you're thinking, we're picking 24th and we have a chance to maybe add this guy.
What about Houston? Is that crazy?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Like C.J. Stroud, do they want to commit to that?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that a little reckless?
If you evaluate and you think this guy is one of the best quarterbacks in the country in this draft, now I mean you'd have to compare him to, with the other ones,
Manning and Moore.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see about Sellers, and I guess our guy Mestamaker's getting a lot of love right now. Carr at Notre Dame.
Sure.
Yeah.
I watched that Carr enough to think I don't know about that.
I don't get the hype there either, but
I know.
I think I might just be a Notre Dame hater a little bit.
There's a lot of Notre Dame lovers in this world. All right, hey, Zach, how do we say our guy's our first name, our tackle from his last name's Pete?
Yep, that's kind of just what I've been going with, Brian. It's just Pete.
Shayaz,
Pete?
Yeah.
Shayaz Pete?
He answered it in the interview.
Shayaz
asked him
sounds
off the rip, like, how do we pronounce your name? And I think it was Shayaz or Shayaz.
Shayaz. Gosh, I actually got
It's a huge dude, 6'8", 309.
This guy's 6'8".
Crazy.
And he's 322 pounds. And I'm going to tell you this. Watching him play. Zach, go ahead. I'm going to let you go ahead and give your scouting report because I know you did the work. I'm going to give you a little credit on this one.
He played a lot. I mean, 42 of 45 starts in his career. Transferred from New Mexico State. Started at left tackle at Kentucky. Brian, to me, and I'm curious if you saw the same thing.
Yeah.
I was super impressed with his ability to sink his hips and get his pad level down for how big he is.
Amazing how he was able to do that.
You don't see guys that height that are able to do that.
How many guys we watched, like that kid World and all? We watched all those tall tackles that couldn't bend their knees.
No.
And this guy, how does this guy go undrafted?
I don't know.
How did I not look at him initially? Here we go. I'm glad I caught up with it here. But I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to blow smoke up everybody's rear here right now.
Okay, because I'm feeling a little bit of a breeze down there.
No, it's this fan that's like knocking you out. I mean, this fan is like intense.
It's like a cool smoke.
Where was this thing when we were at? Remember we were Hurtado, and it was like 800 degrees in that place.
It was here at Mexican Bar Company.
It was here, man. They do a great job.
They were just
Joe takes care of us. But anyway.
Home.
Wolchuk's right. This guy bends his knees,
crazy.
And for a guy 6'8", 322, you're sitting there thinking, well, man, look at him get outside, look at him get in space. Now, listen, he'll move a little bit in sections. You know what I'm saying? It's like the upper body, then kind of the legs are moving. It's not like all coordinated.
Yeah.
But man, when you watch him kick wide, he gets out there. I'm watching him against Georgia. I'm watching him against Florida. I'm kind of like going, okay, I see what you're doing here, sir. And then the pass block and stuff, he doesn't, he's not just really extending on anybody. or the run blocking, but he's getting his hands inside.
Yep.
And he's kind of running with guys.
Yeah,
he's running, and
he's got good grip.
Yeah, he
stays attached.
He does. Sometimes now. I was watching, just taking a little peek. I still got to do a lot more on Wingfield. I watched him at Purdue because he's dealing with that. He tried to transfer and then he didn't play.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to say this about him: 6'4", 316. Need to do some more work on him. I worry about a guy like this that didn't play football this year.
Oh,
because he's one of those kind of big guys, and you wonder about the weight stuff.
Did he kind of let himself go a little bit?
Maybe everybody sound like everything. He looked good out there moving around and stuff like that. So, but that's the one thing he could do. He doesn't. He's not the. He was playing guard. He wasn't playing. I see why they like him because he is a powerful guy at that position.
And this is Wingfield.
Wingfield. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I kind of transferred. I know I was running out of time.
Good burgers.
But Wingfield was like he's like a hit you initially and then try and stay with you, then he loses that sustain. But not having played a year again, this is watching him play at Purdue, play at the starter at right guard. But he's like a powerful guy. I could see he's kind of in the mold of how those guys are they play with over there. With the Bookers.
So they'd have the same type of play style,
the same
play temperament if they lost one?
Yeah, but just more of a just like a quick, initially quick, and then kind of as he has to really sustain, kind of loses that ability for the sustain.
Okay.
So keep an eye on that one. But they tried him out, not playing for a year. Really big guy, really powerful guy, needs a little bit better sustain. But keep an eye on Pete, this tackle from Kentucky. They might have
gotten one.
They might have got one here watching him play against some good competition.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. There's a video on YouTube calling him the most interesting man in the SEC. You watch that interview for 5 minutes, you're like, holy crap, this guy's conversation style just like pulls you in. You're like hanging on what's his next word going to be. Very interesting dude. Hopefully he can play. That'd be fun. We got 2 down, 3 to go. Mexican Bar Company here in Plano, right off the toll road, just north of Bush. They got a bodega brunch every weekend from 10 to 3. Mother's and Father's Day is coming up. And how about Latin dance Saturday nights?
Ooh.
I could see all of you guys out here cutting the rug. Actually, on Saturday night.
Salsa split his pants on the dance floor like 10 years ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Man, that sounds legendary. This is Wolchuk Stomping Grounds right here in Plano.
Home game, baby.
Salsa class starts at 10:15 every Saturday night. We're live. Mexican Bar Company. Bartender says,
the go to bartending
the best
right
bartenders.
Here. Absolutely.
Rim session coming up, Chief.
Yes, sir. The Mavericks are the biggest story in the NBA today, and historic playoff meltdowns next here in the nation. But first, I have some great news for my people in the 817. That's my backyard. The all-new Alliance Hyundai. It is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, what my buddy Ryan Watson is doing, he's the owner, Big Time Tolo. Him and his wife, Heather, they are a dynamic duo, and what they are doing together at Alliance Hyundai is truly second to none. From the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. And you can always get the best deals possible on all of their vehicles. If you're looking for the Elantras, the Tucsons, the all-new Hyundai Palisades, all ready to drive home that same very day. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And how about this? No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. Unbelievable. You can enjoy the quick turnaround service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the opening round of the NBA playoffs in the books, your new favorite to win the Eastern Conference are the New York Knicks at plus 140. Right behind them are the Detroit Pistons at plus 250. Despite being the top seed, the Knicks will open the Eastern Conference semis tonight, hosting the 76ers as a 7.5-point favorite. The Cleveland Cavaliers head to Detroit for Game 1 of that series on Tuesday night after both teams won their series last night. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
You hear it once, and suddenly it's stuck in your head all day.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
But that's not the worst thing, because we're the home of 10 windows for just $59.50, plus 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit and a lifetime warranty.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
The only way to get it out of your head is to call 469-WINDOWS or visit us online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Join us for an evening of honor, benefiting Plano Police and Fire, Thursday, May 14th, from 5 to 8:30 p.m. in the District at Willow Bend in Plano. Enjoy past hors d'oeuvres, signature cocktails, live music, and a heartfelt evening supporting the heroes who serve our community every day. Don't miss this special night at the District, hosted by Mexican Bar Company and Knife Steakhouse. An evening of honor, May 14th. More info and tickets at mexbars.com.
Mark your calendar. Alex Bregman and the Chicago Cubs make their biannual trip to Arlington May 8th through the 10th for a weekend series against Brandon Nimmo and the Rangers. The fun weekend will feature our Friday Night Red, a Jack Leiter City Connect bobblehead, and Mother's Day. The perfect time to treat mom to a diamond. Make your plans now. Tickets at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Gavin Dawson here from Men's T Clinic. It is time here in 2026. Mention me with your first appointment. Get a free in-body composition analysis and a free B12 shot. If you're tired of feeling off, low energy, weight gain, lost drive, you are not alone. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what is next? Let's stop the cycle. Do what I did. Call Men's T Clinic, the local experts in testosterone and total male wellness. Real labs, real data, personalized plan. 972-GO-MEN'S T. mensteclinic.com. Get back to being you with Men's T.
Men's T Clinic. 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Mexican Bar Company today, and we'll be here for the next 3 hours. Look at this. They just delivered tacos.
God.
Oh, my goodness.
Broadus is dibsing it already. Watch him. He's gonna go one bite taco. Oh, I thought he was going to just take that thing down and
shove that entire taco.
Would not surprise me if he took down that entire tray by the time this segment is over.
Wow.
Speaking of this segment, it's time for a proper afternoon session here, Chief. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Why not? With the Mavericks being the biggest story in the NBA today, we cut the lights out here live from Mexican Bar Company in Plano. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Move over, Nico Harrison, Matt Riccardi, and Michael Finley. Make a place for Masai Ujiri. It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks have a new man running point in the front office, and this is a champion. Okay, certified champion 2019 with the Toronto Raptors, and he's got quite the resume. Masai Ujiri's been a year off of NBA basketball. Now he's back in the saddle. Patrick Dumont says, "You are my guy." Here's Cooper Flagg, and here's Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, baby.
Here's a top, hopefully at least 8 pick in the draft this year. Let's go make magic happen together. Let's get ring number 2. Mavs got 1. Ujiri's got 1.
Hell yeah.
And we're on the mission for numero dos. How we feeling? How we feeling, boys?
I was excited when I got the notification earlier. I'm like, hell yes, let's party.
Perked up a little bit. Did you do some jazz fingers? I know when
did.
you get excited, you get a little jazzy with the fingers.
Masai Ujiri! Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, I think that they clearly wanted to try and swing for a big fish, somebody that's got skins on the wall, that has a reputation, is respected around the league. I think they nailed it. I really, really do. And I think when you look at a guy that has had success multiple places, you mentioned the drafting. He's found some diamonds in the rough with a guy like a Fred VanVleet. You go for it. You make a risky trade knowing like, oh, is Kawhi Leonard going to be here past this season? Is this a half-season rental? Screw it. Let's do it. Results in a championship for you. To win a title in Toronto is not an easy feat.
No.
And now you've got a player in Cooper Flagg that's already kind of the foundation, and you can build around him. I think he's set up for a lot of success here.
I mean, not only did you win it in Toronto, but you won it despite like not having the lottery or massive luck like fall in your lap. You identified a guy that you thought was available, and he came in, and he was the missing piece for a championship team. But in the meantime, they had acquired Pascal Siakam. They had drafted OG Anunoby and Fred VanVleet that you mentioned earlier. Like, I think the ability to identify highly skilled bigs in today's game, you know, that bring you that perimeter skill, but still are big enough to rebound and defend any position on the floor. Those are the kind of guys you want. Those are the kind of guys that Ujiri finds the teams that he coaches or front offices for.
Yeah, I mean, I think winning in a city like Toronto speaks volumes. You're not getting the free agent acquisitions. And in the NBA today, that's not really the best source of getting your talent. You usually got to trade for it. You got to draft it. And he drafted Siakam. He drafted Anunoby. He drafted Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
He developed a Fred VanVleet. He was able to identify a Nick Nurse on his staff to be like, you know what, this is the guy that I think can actually lead us here. So he's really constructed a championship team without having the advantages of being in a Los Angeles or a New York or something like that. Yeah. And so I think that goes a long way. And this was desired. I will say, like, listening to Windhorst, like, this was an opening that was very desirable for big-time dudes in executive positions, because you have Cooper Flagg already.
Yeah,
you're about to have a pretty nice selection in this year's draft, and you have an ownership group that is outside of Steve Ballmer. They got the deepest pockets in the association.
Yes,
and so
that matters.
Yeah, that matters for sure, especially with the way that they have the salary cap and all the luxury taxes and things like that. And hopefully the Adelsons are ready to commit once they get to a place of, okay, we have a legit team. How long can we keep this together? Hopefully this is a team, like when you make the argument for Cuban and how you'd rather him here, well, at least with the Adelsons, you know they got the deep pockets. Like if Cuban was going to retake over, he would need a collective of owners around him, like a group that is able to foot the bill on a lot of this stuff. The Adelsons don't need that.
Yes.
And Dumont is clearly kind of stepping aside because Ujiri gets the governor the alternate governor title as well, which is not uncommon, but it just shows like, hey, you are the guy that's running things here.
Right.
And hopefully he has much more competence than what we had in regards to Nico, but he's got a proven track record. Listen, would you have rather had Tim Connolly over there in Minnesota? It sounds like the Mavericks would have rather had him. They might have rather had Bob Myers, but Ujiri is a very solid hire, I think. And having Cooper Flagg goes a long way in hopefully being able to springboard this thing into a winning franchise in the near future.
What's the advantage of having him? Is there an advantage you have of having this guy? I know you guys were kind of walking me through some of the players and stuff, but do we have an advantage with this guy? Can we point something out that makes us feel a little bit better about? I mean, I'm not saying I don't feel good about the hire.
You just kind of
but what advantage? And I'm asking basketball guys is what I'm asking.
Yeah,
what's our advantage of having this guy?
Well, he's someone who has now done it in two different places. With the Nuggets, he was the executive of the year in 2013. So he had some success there. I think he was the one that was a part of trading away Carmelo and getting a group of guys that Denver actually had some success with for a few years. He wins the executive.
So he has
of the
an
year.
eye for talent and an idea of when to make the move.
Yeah, because I mean,
so anticipation as a general manager, maybe as a president of basketball operations, we get a guy that kind of anticipate what needs to be done.
Know when to sell, know when to buy, and know, like you said, being able to scout out talent in the draft, and that's something that he was able to do.
Okay.
So, and he's won a championship before. So he checks off a fair amount of boxes, and he's well respected around the league for sure.
Yeah, I think you have to look at where he found a lot of these guys, in the 20s.
Yeah, it's not like first overall pick, like, okay, Cooper Flagg fell into your lap. Like, you're taking Siakam with like the
27, Anunoby was 23.
So his advantage is he does have the ability to evaluate. That's an advantage.
I think that's a fair thing to say.
Elite talent evaluator.
And I think how Don and Donnie and Ricciardi and some of these other Mavs executives in our past have given the Mavs access to Europe. Ujiri has a network of sources in Africa, which is an absolute hotbed for basketball talent. So he's going to help you plug into that.
Didn't he start the league or help start that league?
I don't know.
The NBA league?
I don't know about that one, but it wouldn't surprise me. The Basketball Without Borders program, is that what we're talking about?
No, like the NBA in Africa. I think he's like one of the founders of this thing, or he was involved with pushing it along. I want to say I'm probably hitting the crack.
I can find that out.
One, but
fountain of misinformation. Live
I
from
am
Mexican
sometimes
Barco.
a fountain of misinformation.
It's all right, man. You're still enjoying the tacos. You have the sauce on your face, and you're feeling good. I'm happy for you. What do you mean?
You're over there looking at those wings like there's no tomorrow. Like the Russians are in St. Louis right now, about to attack.
Yes, he is the director. He served as the director of the NBA's Basketball Without Borders Africa program.
Yeah.
There you go, confirmed.
Yeah.
Give me some broadest fist bump, baby. You nailed that.
Yeah.
All right, so
Pay
Ujiri
attention sometimes.
is with the Mavericks. Now, how about the playoff situation?
Jeez, look at all these wings that are coming to the table.
Oh, look at
and they're fried in
wings.
tallow, by the way. These are tallow fried wings.
Goodness gracious.
Which is the top
I want to see Eric
tier.
eat a whole plate of those by himself.
You have fun with the CY interview.
Oh, it's going to be wolfing down tacos. Yeah.
I'm just going to enjoy. Just sit down. Don't bother.
CY coming up in 20.
Just make
Another
sure you ask
tough
him why
weekend.
is he worried about the team hitting.
Yeah.
Well, how about, yesterday the defense wasn't very good. Now, Evan Carter's been incredible.
Yeah.
But, gosh, he had a bit of an awkward moment.
Try to tell you guys, I saw one ball batted spring training to that second baseman.
Oh, yeah, Smith had another fumble.
I said goodbye to your league-leading defense.
Yep, Smitty did have another fumble.
It's going to be a hard thing to duplicate, that's for sure. Okay, so the NBA playoffs, man.
Yes.
Two 3-1 series blown leads. Shout out to the Orlando Magic for fumbling in a historical fashion. And also shout out to...
They fired their coach this morning.
The Boston Celtics. Yeah, goodbye Jamal Mosley, okay?
Yeah.
When you surrender a 3-1 lead and you do it in a way where you become the first team in NBA playoff history to come back or surrender a 20-plus point halftime lead to stave off elimination. Like that game 6, they were awful. Magic, the only team in the shot clock era to have a 20-plus point halftime lead, but then fail to score 20 points in the second half
That's
of the game.
Oh, my gosh.
That's how bad it was.
Bad.
I mean, it was a total drought from the field, and Orlando fumble farts that thing, and now Cade Cunningham and company get to advance. And then you have Joel Embiid and you have Tyrese Maxey putting the team on their back, becoming the first duo to each have 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists in a Game 7 in NBA history. They go into Boston, and they take Joe Mazzulla's lunch from him in his house. And Embiid was outstanding, and then by the end of the game, he's limping everywhere. And then afterwards, he's like, no, I'm good. Everything's fine. But he's always sort of minute to minute. Actor. He's minute to minute.
He had a limper.
In how healthy he is. A bit of a limper there with his knee. But Tyrese Maxey.
He wants somebody to do something good about
it. Maxey turning the corner and getting to the rack. It's like whenever he wants to. I mean, just explosive, dude.
Yeah.
And they were outstanding. And now, think about what it's been for
They needed
Boston.
prime Drew Holiday.
yeah, they needed somebody. They needed a Glove 2.0 to step in front of him. But in the last month, Boston sports fans, they have seen their head coach of the Patriots have his years-long affair with Rossini. That gets exposed. You have the Red Sox firing their manager, their last place in the division.
There's tortas and burgers.
They just delivered a torta and a burger. 2 tortas, actually.
Are you kidding me?
2 burgers.
Shut up,
Mexican bar company.
If we eat all that food, it'll be amazing, but we're going to give it a crack.
Just
right?
step aside.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Boston sports fans have also seen the Bruins lose in round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and now they get to witness, at home, the Celtics blow a 3-1 lead to the Sixers. I mean, that is a brutal stretch here.
That's not good
for Boston.
You think it's over at that point. You're up 3-1 in any playoff series, and you've done it. It's just a matter of time. And, yes, there might be a little bit of nervous. But what makes things extra bad, I think, for Orlando fans is this is now, 4 years in a row first-round exits.
Yeah.
And it's a repeat. This is back to the future. For any Magic fan over the age of about 30, of course, they remember when this happened to T-Mac.
Yeah.
With Big Shot Bob and Rip Hamilton and Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace and Tayshaun Prince. That Pistons team did that to T-Mac. I don't know, maybe it was 20 years ago. Maybe it was a little bit more, a little bit less. But
let's just remember, was that the Penny Hardaway?
That was not Penny Hardaway's Magic.
How long ago was that? That's something that didn't they suffer heartbreak in those eras too?
This might have been some Turkoglu, Dwight Howard, Jameer Nelson, Orlando Magic.
Yeah. So just an all-time meltdown there. 2 3-1 series leads get blown. Now you have Minnesota and the Spurs squaring off Game 1. And looks like after the knee hyperextension there and the bone bruise for Anthony Edwards, he is expected to play for the T-Wolves. So, and then the Sixers just got to get right back into action versus the Knicks after what was a long series right there.
Man, what a crazy league we have. Our entire lives, we've seen dynasties rise and stay there and hold off challengers for 2, 3, 4, 6 years. And now it's just like the 76ers, who have been an afterthought in the title picture. And now we're going to upset the champions from 2 years ago. And here's Cleveland figuring it out, looking amazing against Toronto in a Game 7. But I want to salute and say I'm hoping for the local kid, Cade Cunningham, who was absolutely tremendous in guiding that comeback for the Pistons. 45 in Game 5 and then 32 in Game 6, 32 in Game 7. What is this, a combined 15 of... Oh, my gosh, he absolutely went off. This is 11 of 18 from 3 in his final 3 games.
Wow.
He shot over 50% from the floor in his final 3 games. And, I think Cade Cunningham might be that next great American superstar that is about to have his coming out party. All right, Rim Session in the books. We got CY joining us next. We'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
But Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. All right, you want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Now, Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? You get your own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. They're absolutely fantastic. You are going to love them, and it all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Texans, do you work in industries such as trucking, agriculture, or construction? Then you might be operating equipment that we want to help you upgrade or replace. The Texas Emissions Reduction Plan provides funding to help Texans upgrade or replace their old equipment and vehicles. From trucks, tractors, forklifts, school buses, and more, we have grants that can benefit you and your business. Want to be the first to know when new grants open? Sign up for email updates at texasvehiclegrants.org. That's texasvehiclegrants.org.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Did you notice that we hit 92 degrees in March? That's a full month earlier than usual, and that means most AC systems already have weeks of extra runtime, and we're not even to summer. But here's what most homeowners don't realize. Breakdowns don't just happen. They start as small issues, like a clogged drain line that should have been caught weeks earlier with a simple tune-up, because small problems can turn into expensive repairs. So for a limited time, Reliant Air Conditioning will tune up your AC system for just $85. But here's the best part. When you join our Hero Club maintenance program, your AC tune-up is absolutely free, and you'll stay protected year-round. Our schedule is filling up fast, so call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your AC tune-up online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO. When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244, NMLS number 2297, Equal Housing Lender.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at AllianceHyundai.net.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,875 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey, Tolo's RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by P.F. Chang's.
Mother's Day, celebrate her at P.F. Chang's. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
All right, welcome back. We are live at Mexican Bar Company here at the Bend off the toll just north of the Bush. And it's time now for the Chris Young Show. We'd love it if you can swing on by. We'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. Rangers are off. They'll be in New York tomorrow to take on the Yankees. Chris Young Show brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm all right, guys. Thank you. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing wonderful. Thank you. Enjoying the afternoon here in DFW. How optimistic are you after this first month of the season, Chris, that this group's going to hit more than what we've seen?
Well, it's a fair question, and certainly on the heels of last season, where we really didn't live up to our offensive expectations. It's not exactly the way we envisioned starting the season. I think we started okay the first couple weeks. And over the last couple of weeks, we've slid off a little bit. Some of that's because of injury, and most of it's because of underperformance from some significant guys. So, in terms of my optimism level, I remain very optimistic. I mean, I believe in this group. I believe in the makeup of the team. I believe there's a lot of positive regression that's going to happen, and my expectation is that they are going to get hot together, and when they do, we're going to roll. I think we have the pitching to hold us steady, and as the offense gets going and we become what I believe can be a very solid offensive team, I think there's going to be a couple stretches here where we win 7, 8, maybe 10 in a row, and if we can do that at some point, we'll be in good shape.
Chris, with the Rangers being so under the competitive balance threshold, or however you say that, do you feel like it's a time to ask ownership if they want to use that to see how much you could help the offense? Are we there at all?
Well, I mean, that's a conversation for later in the summer. For right now, really, it's hard to make trades at this point in the season. There's no free agents available that would, improve our team at this point. So that's something we'll discuss later in the season. But I do think it's incumbent upon us to play well in the interim so that we motivate ownership so that we can go out and make the additions and compete for another championship.
What's your role as, management, front office management, when significant guys are underperforming? How do you approach that from your job?
Well, it's about finding solutions, and to be honest, that's how I spent my weekend. I flew up to New York today. I spent the whole flight looking at different ways that we can improve, and what's the right group of players, what's the right mix, what's the right lineup, how do we put these guys in the right positions to succeed? Are there philosophical issues in certain areas? Are there individual performance issues? Is it mechanical? Is it approach? We're evaluating all of it, and I think everybody here is pulling on the same rope, trying to find solutions to help these guys out. The one thing I am confident in is that we have a great group of guys. The care factor is extremely high. These guys are playing hard. They're wearing it when they don't perform. And maybe sometimes it's a little too much where they take it home with them. And, my job is to try to keep them upbeat, keep them positive, believe in the players that they can be, and find a way to get the best out of them. Our staff is working tirelessly to do the same. And I really believe at some point it will pay off.
We'll see why there's 29 other teams wanting to know how you build a bullpen. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And so then talk about that. And I know you're going to tell me, I've known you enough, you're going to spread the credit out to everybody. But I think the president of baseball operations has had a hand in this one pretty stoutly.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, it is a team effort, and most importantly, the players always deserve the credit. When they have success, they deserve the credit. They're the ones out there throwing the pitches and getting the outs, and so these are competitive guys, and they're working hard. They understand themselves. They're not afraid, and they've answered whatever we've asked of them in terms of different roles and taking the ball in different situations that maybe they weren't accustomed to or prepared to. Coming into the season. I think Jake Latz is a perfect example of that. He was almost our fifth starter coming out of spring training, and here he is closing games for us now, and he's doing it remarkably well. So it's really about the players, and again, our job is just to try to find the right ones and then put them in the right positions to succeed as a staff and as an organization. But the players are the ones that get it done, and they deserve the credit.
I know immediately Rangers fans went a little bit, oh no, what's going on with Wyatt after we got the news of him being set back. I don't know if that's the right word for it, CY, but what's the latest on Wyatt Langford?
Yeah, I'd describe it as a setback, or, maybe he wasn't quite as ready for game action as we thought. And sometimes you don't know that until you test it in a game. You can do all the reps and practice that you want, but until you get in a game and test it at game speed, you truly don't have an indication of how it's going to respond. And when Wyatt got in the game, we thought he was close to returning, and he felt it again. We conferred with our doctors, who decided that the best course of action is to give it more rest. And so I think for at least the next week, maybe a little bit longer even, we're going to keep him rested and see where it goes, see how he feels, and then go from there.
I know you mentioned earlier about, okay, you spent the weekend, we're trying to work on how can we solve some of these problems. This one's a little weird with Corey Seager, who's done nothing but be incredible throughout his Major League Baseball career, but it's the worst OPS of any 33-game stretch in his career. What are you seeing from Corey right now, and is maybe he one of these guys that's taking it home with him? And, I mean, when you have a guy that really doesn't have a lot of struggles that he can go back to and look at, does that make it a little more challenging?
I mean, I think it's a great question, honestly, because yes, it does, because we're so used to Corey being great, and to see Corey struggle. And by the way, by struggling, I think he's still got, the second or third highest OPS on our team. So it speaks to how good he is, but he's not his normal self right now. That said, there aren't many moments in his career where he's had extended stretches that he hasn't been himself. And while we expect him to bounce back and get hot at some point and to carry us, we do need to give Corey the love and attention that he deserves to try to help him get through this. In some ways, you're right. He probably has less experience dealing with these types of slumps than maybe other players do. So it's up to us to make sure we find ways to help him out. Corey's care factor is incredible. I mean, he literally shows up at the field and is working on his swing and mechanics and trying to find what is holding him back right now. And again, maybe he just needs to, just not take it as hard for a few days, and it'll free him up a little bit. I think all of our guys are pressing to some extent because they want to win. They know how good this team can and should be. And, Corey's no different. He's so important to us, and I do believe he will get going.
What do you think about that Jack Leiter start from yesterday? It feels like one of those games where if you look at the box score, it tells a different story than how he actually performed.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There were flashes of dominance from Jack. I thought he was really good. The first 5 innings were borderline special in terms of not giving up any hits and having all the strikeouts. And then, it goes to show that you walk a guy and then you hang a pitch and all of a sudden it's 2-0. The game changes very, very quickly. And then from there, they kind of, hit some softballs that found holes and bloopers that fell in and added on. And, you give them credit for that. They put the ball in play and they made contact and they found ways to score. They manufactured runs and we didn't do that. So, it was a tough start for Jack overall in terms of the line. One, I think he did pitch better than the results, but I think there's real progress that we saw in terms of his performance. If he takes that stuff out to the mound, he's going to be successful more often than not.
Is the defense a concern for you at this point, or is it just not that much of a priority or emphasis considering the offensive needs? Like, how are you looking a month into it with, the difference in how you guys are defending this year?
Yeah, it's a fair question again. And, yes, it is concerning in that, when you're not hitting, you got to play defense, you got to pitch. And our defense has not been up to par thus far by our standards. And so it's something that our coaches are working on. I know Corey Ragsdale, our infield coach, is all over it. He takes these things personally when we don't perform, and it's an area that he can control. So I do expect our defense to get better. It's still early, and so the numbers haven't quite stabilized. I think over the course of the season, my expectation is these guys will perform defensively like they have previously. But it's been a little sloppier than we're accustomed to, and that is something we have to clean up.
In your deep dive there on the flight, did you conclude anything that could show up in the lineup tomorrow night?
Yeah, I do think that there are ways that we need to sort of restructure the lineup and just really put the top performing hitters and the hot hitters together. We've seen moments where, we've gotten a couple on and then we'll run into maybe some guys who are in slumps and in inning ends. And what we need to do is stack as many quality at-bats together as we can. And maybe that all is at the top of the lineup and not worry as much about a balanced lineup. Maybe just try to, put the hottest hitters together and see what that leads to and, see if we can put some pressure on the other team. And that also may free up some of the other guys at the bottom of the lineup to where they're not hitting at the top and there's a little pressure off of them. Evan Carter and Jake Berger come to mind. They're both in tough stretches right now, and we need both these guys to kind of bounce back. And if we put them in, situations where there's a little less stress and pressure on them, maybe that'll free them up.
What's the lowest you could see Corey Seager hitting in the foreseeable future?
Well, no lower than 3, that's for sure. Corey hit some balls hard in Detroit. I mean, it was very cold there. He hit some balls hard, just hit it the wrong part of the ballpark for lineouts and deep flyouts. But if that is in the summer when we play there and it's a little bit warmer, he could have had a completely different series. So Corey's still swinging it. He's a threat, and I can promise you Corey impacts the guys around him because the other team knows where he's hitting in the lineup. They know how dangerous he is, and they always have somebody available bullpen-wise for a big moment in case Corey's coming up. So Corey's not sliding down in the order.
Now, you played a couple years in New York, so are you going to find some time to enjoy yourself this evening or more deep diving on Ranger needs?
Well, guys, I wear these wins and losses. When the team's not going well, I'm focused on just trying to do whatever we can to help us break out and get hot here. I really believe in this group. And so while I love being back in New York, this is about, really connecting with the staff, the coaches, the front office, and making sure that we're all on the same page and how we're going to get this thing going because I do think this team is really talented. And if it gets going, I think we can have a fun summer.
Well, love having you on the job, CY. Best of luck there against the Yankees this week. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thank you. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Cheers. The Chris Young Show brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. All right, we've hit the halfway point on the show. We are live at the Mexican Bar Company here in Plano, 2405 Dallas Parkway. And we're here at Willow Bend. This is going through a $1 billion transformation from a mall to much more of a mixed-use district. But the restaurant stays open, as does the parking garage, and all your access to the best Mexican food here in North Texas at Mexican Bar Company is unaffected. So enjoy that. Enjoy the Bodega Brunch every weekend, 10 to 3. Of course, World Cup is coming up. This will be your headquarters for the USA and the Mexico games with 21 TVs at Mexican Bar Bar Company here in Plano. All righty, we're coming back with more sports. How does the Pickens report impact what could likely play out over the rest of this offseason? That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And if it happens to you, we just highly recommend that you call the Frankels right there immediately. Roadside, the Frankels. Any local area code, then nothing but threes. Go to frankelfirm.com. You're going to be talking with the guys that have been protecting victims of negligence here in North Texas for over 3 decades. And they'll make sure you don't settle for less. That's the most important part. The Frankels actually used to work for the insurance companies, and they learned all the tricks and tactics that said insurance companies use to get you to settle for less. I mean, they'll get promoted, right? So don't be the reason your insurance adjuster gets a promotion. Make sure you don't settle for less when you're hurt, not your fault, because this is going to impact the rest of your life. That's probably decades, and you might be having plans to play with the kids and the grandkids and all that, but if you've been the victim of somebody's negligence that's going to change that, created a handicap in your life, it's time that you call the Frankels to make sure you are compensated for that pain and suffering and inconvenience in your life with the lost wages and the vehicle repair and the ambulance ride and the hospital stay and on and on. It's massive. So don't settle for less. Call the Frankels when you're hurt, not your fault. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Of course, we'll talk more about the Dallas Mavericks' new president of basketball operations. Plus, if the Mavs are going to make a run in the future, how would you rank the players and teams that most scare you? We got Robert Tiffin at noon, and it's a jam-packed show. 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro hockey futures market to win the championship. Colorado, the favorite, at plus 190. Carolina, plus 195. Vegas at plus 600. And I think it's going to be either Colorado or Vegas. I think they will meet in the Western Conference Final. I don't trust Carolina at all. Take your pick, Colorado or Vegas. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KRS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins, because they'll
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consultant Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consultant Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consultant Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
The
The rental team at ASCO is ready to help you find the right equipment to do the job. Choose from daily, weekly, or long-term rental options to fit your project's needs. Buy it, rent it, support it. We're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com for your next equipment rental.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CLEAR to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, when it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Tolos, time is running out to get 10% off your home painting project with my friends at CertaPro Painters. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can trust them to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with that free estimate, and when you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. So do what I did, schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rhino Shield.
Why just paint your house when you could shield your home? Stop repainting your home every few years. Rhino Shield won't chip, crack, peel, or fade. Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Right now, get 20% off and ask about financing. Call or visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
It's Zach Wolchuk and Brian Broaddus from The Fan, and we've been breaking down the best college players, but thanks to East Dallas Diesel, Brian and I have teamed up with Dallas Animal Services to evaluate some future best friends. What do you like about Callie, Brian?
I'll tell you what, Zach, great, disciplined, crate and potty trained, well-mannered, respectful in the home. She waits for permission to hop on that couch or bed, knows to sit, paw, and come.
This is a 4-year-old that will become a best friend for you fast. Let's clear the shelter together. Go see Callie and all of our adoptable best friends at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Alrighty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. CY just joined us, talked about moving the lineup around, maybe moving some strugglers down, some more productive hitters up. What do you think about that as we broadcast live here, Mexican Bar Company? You know, Mexican Bar Company 2 is opening this fall in Allen, so congratulations to Allen.
Well deserved.
Man, that's a big
What a spot. What a spot.
big class up right there for Allen. And, of course, Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. The fun will start at 3 o'clock with the DJ spinning the tunes, and then mariachi 6:30 to 7:30 here, Mexican Bar Company. What do you think? Is this desperation? Is this CY obsessing about things that aren't really going to matter? Or do you think he's going to harvest some gold here for us? So, Wolchuk, you know, I wanted to believe, and I was tracking it every day where the Rangers were compared to the rest of the league. And after the first couple of weeks, they were 16th, they were 17th. But then last week, there was a precipitous fall, wasn't there? And now they're like 27th in runs scored.
Yep.
They scored 1 run in each of the last 2 games. So, I don't know. When I hear CY talking about that, I love it because I know he's not thinking about other stuff. You know, he's not thinking about his oil investments or concessions or anything else, his golf game. He just wants to make the Rangers better. So I love that, but I do worry that maybe our guy spent a 3-hour flight to New York basically spinning his wheels.
I mean, at this point, I think he's probably, what else can I do? Because you are. I mean, I think that Josh Young's at least been really good so far this year. That was a player that was not good a year ago. Could he bounce back? I think Evan Carter, for the most part, has been statistically one of the best defensive center fielders in the game. Yesterday was not good. Now, second base, you've had an issue. Ezekiel Duran's been pretty good this year. Josh Smith has not been what you expected him to be. You got great starts with Nimmo and Berger. Now you've seen regression there. So I think ultimately, and I know Bobby was making the point about it, and Bobby's been beating the drum about whether your offense is good enough. And
is he doubling down on it again?
Of course he is. But it's one of those things where, like, yes, you just saw a mass exodus if you're comparing it to the Cowboys defense, where they got rid of a lot of players and now they're replacing them. I think they took a big step in doing that for the Rangers, where you got rid of Jonah Heim. You moved on from Adolis Garcia. You moved on from Marcus Semien. You couldn't move all 8, 9 in the lineup out of here. You got rid of 3 big pieces and replaced that. So I think CY did what he could in that regard. But I do get the fan base and their feelings of how much is it, all right, we're just going to wait and see and hope, because hope is not necessarily a strategy. So I do think CY is trying to figure out, okay, what is it? Is it our approach? Is it coaching? Is it X, Y, Z? But at some point, it might just be your players, and you might just have an issue where you don't have the big boppers in your lineup that you once hoped that you did.
Do you think they have an issue with identifying good hitters? Is this an organizational issue?
I think if you were to look at what's a flaw since CY has stepped into this role, he has done a tremendous job on the pitching side, whether it's the bullpen, acquiring starting talent, and getting players to come here. Where there's been a flaw, and maybe Nimmo is the one that's like, no, he was able to look at Brandon Nimmo. He's been here and been awesome. But I do think, yes, that would be a fair critique in my opinion, that they have had a flaw in acquiring the bats.
Well, be on the lookout for it tomorrow night. It'll be interesting to see because, we followed back up with it. He said, significant lineup changes maybe as early as tomorrow night against the New York Yankees as he tries to find the right combinations. And now you're just kind of gambling, right, with a guy who might have been hot the last couple of days, or the last time he faced this pitcher, he had a big night. So you're like, let's try it. And if it hits, maybe he ends up at bat in the big situation to drive in a couple of runs. But, I think over time those things kind of even themselves out, and you end up kind of chasing your tail as a result of it. And the real thing that solves it is spending money, which is why I asked CY about the commitment from ownership. We are about 3 weeks away right now from the real beginning of trade conversations. After you get through May and we get into June, it's going to be all of the baseball shows are talking about. So it's not too far away. I would hope he would have tipped his hand in one way or another, like what's ownership thinking? But right now, if I'm ownership, I'm thinking, man, we got a great pitching staff and a good bullpen. Josh Young is playing well. Of course, Corey Seager is going to be great. I mean, Jock Peterson is better, and Jake Berger's hitting for power. Like, just go get a second baseman that could hit and an outfielder.
Right.
And produce the kind of offense that you would need to make this a no-doubt playoff team. But I'm not thinking about selling. And we have $70 million under the luxury tax to spend.
Yeah, but he has to also be looking at his division, and he can't be feeling too bad because the A's are the team that you're chasing right now. And we saw the A's for a 4-game set. They've got some quality players, don't get me wrong, but the Mariners haven't hit. The Astros have been struggling. He's got to be looking at his division like, if we could just get through these games that we're having to play against. Now, the Tigers didn't throw their best pitchers out there. That's disappointing. But everything else that they've been having to deal with to stay at right around 500 with the pitching staffs they've faced, he has to be pretty pleased with that. What's disappointing, though, is if they'd have found a way to go on a streak and win 8 or 9 games in a row and then build some separation. Like, say, the Mariners are looking just like, maybe the Mariners will come back around because they're pitching, but they're not hitting at all. And the Astros, I mean, that's a team that's well below 500 right now. So he has to be thinking like, God, if I could just hold on here, maybe things will turn around. Because the rest of the division's not.
Yeah.
He's thinking if my guys do get hot, my pitching will hold up. I mean, their pitching held up all weekend, if you really want to be honest. They got into the bullpen, and all of a sudden, Detroit couldn't do anything. It was the runs that were off Rocker and Leiter and all that early in that game.
And defensively yesterday.
Defensively. And, Dawson, you're right. I mean, that's a really good question. You asked him about the defense because the defense clearly isn't as good as it was last year.
Well, the schedule's going to change, I think, on the 15th. If the Astros are still bad, you'll get Astros, Rockies, Angels, Astros again.
Yeah.
So, and CY told us he does feel like this team could put together a winning streak of 7 or 8 games.
The problem right now is we're going to watch them go to New York for 3, and it's going to be the same damn struggle. And the Yankees hit home runs in their ballpark, and hopefully you keep it in the yard. And then you got the Cubs coming in, and the Cubs are one of the best teams in baseball. So they just have not caught a break on the schedule that's allowed them to maybe string together, a significant winning streak.
Man, Jack Leiter looked really good yesterday, though, until things got away from him in a couple of innings.
Strikes.
He's incredible
First pitch strikes, 10 strikeouts. He looked unhittable there for a stretch, but maybe the defense let him down a little bit. But the offense more than anything, I mean, it's fine. You gave up 5 runs, but you guys only scored 1. So if we're talking about why you really lost, it's not the blow-up inning. It's, your lack of offense.
What would you guys think if a professional broadcaster called the Tigers the Motor City Kitties? What would you think about that broadcast?
Makes you look a little soft. The Motor City Kitties.
Was that Bassick on Peacock?
There was a professional broadcaster that said, "Hey, it's the Motor City Kitties."
No.
Is that
that's kind of weird. I think it's a fine nickname, but there's just like a double entendre factor, with the kitty word. I wouldn't want to be known as the Kitties.
Was he paying off a bet?
We're about to get pounded here.
The Motor City Kitties.
Yeah, he called the Tigers the Motor City Kitties, and I thought, man, is that a professional way to describe Detroit Tiger baseball?
Wow.
Hope you don't have allergies because the kitties are coming to town.
It's definitely not a compliment. Okay, we're live Mexican Bar Company here. We got 3 down, 2 to go. A lot of great stuff going on here at Mexican Bar Company, including the fact that we could be broadcasting right now from the grounds that the new Stars Arena is going to be sitting at. They're taking the mall down. They're leaving the restaurants and the parking garages and a couple of the other stores. They're rebuilding it with offices and residences and everything, and probably, I'm going to say highly likely, the new Stars Arena. And if that is the case, this will be your favorite Mexican spot before the game.
Can you imagine watching World Cup games here over the summer?
Oh, sounds amazing.
I mean, this is a no-brainer.
They've got Mexico and South Africa, I think, open the tournament. So they're going to have something here for that.
Sounds delicious. Literally and figuratively. We got 3 down, 2 to go. Finest coming up, Chief. Where are you taking it?
What Vegas says about the Cowboys' 2026 strength of schedule. And we asked the question, is this the greatest PR answer of all time, next in the nation?
Okay, I want to tell you about Men's Tea Clinic, though. One of the greatest DFW businesses. And our Tolos describe their therapies as life-changing. That's Men's Tea Clinic in their 5 DFW locations. You've heard about testosterone replacement therapy. Maybe you've seen some of the ads on social media. You've seen it on the internet. You've thought, should I order this up and have a go at it? Probably not. Probably not something you want to go alone. You want to tap into the medical experts at Men's Tea Clinic because they'll monitor everything that needs monitored and make sure you get the absolute most out of it. Men'sTeaClinic.com, 5 DFW locations. Very affordable cash options. They have insurance options as well. They have set the industry standard for testosterone replacement therapy, and once you get your hormones optimized, you're going to realize that, you've been running in the slow lane. You've been running on empty, brother, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. Look, we get older, our bodies produce testosterone less and less. Next thing you know, we're operating at a deficiency. There's performance downgrades that come along with that. You want a performance upgrade? Everything from the boardroom to the bedroom. You're going to be a better closer. Okay, so it starts with a quick phone call, 972-GO-MEN'S-T, or a visit to mensteaclinic.com. Salute.
Take us with you wherever
wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No NBA team has ever come back from being down 0-3 in a series and won, and that trend will continue now that LeBron James and the Lakers eliminated the Rockets over the weekend. Their prize facing the Oklahoma City Thunder in OKC. The Lakers are plus 1,500 to win the series and are 15.5-point underdogs in Game 1. Both records for LeBron James in his career. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Hi, everybody. Brad Sham for John D'Angelo. If you have a house to sell that needs work, you need to talk to John D'Angelo. John buys houses, usually older homes that need work. Condition is not an issue. John will share current market information with you so you can make an informed decision, and you'll feel at ease dealing with John. You'll notice and appreciate the considerate way he does business. Call John D'Angelo today at 214-320-8816 or visit JohnD'AngeloInc.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And, of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist's own store. Right now, take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, one of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are live at Mexican Bar Company here, 2405 Dallas Parkway. If you're getting out of work, you're looking for a place to go have dinner, this is the place to be right here if you want the best Mexican food in DFW as they redevelop this area. You know, the shops at Willow Bend been your favorite shopping mall for a long time, but it's undergoing a $1 billion transformation. During that transformation, Mexican Bar Company is going to remain open, so don't have to worry about that. And please, Cinco de Mayo tomorrow, you know, consider Mexican Bar Company starting at 3 o'clock with the DJ and then mariachi 6:30 to 7:30. It's time now for football's finest. Here's the Chief.
Now that the dust has settled a little bit, what does Vegas say about the strength of schedule for our 2026 Dallas Cowboys right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
We'll hear from the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, here in a moment. Maybe the greatest PR answer of all time. But before we do that, we take a look at Warren Sharp, and Sharp Football Analysis has put together the 2026 strength of schedule rankings from 1 to 32. If you're 1, you have
when's the schedule coming
schedule.
out, by the way, so I can work on it?
I think a week from now.
Okay, I've been seeing conflicting reports. It might be the week of May 18th. So it might be like 2 more weeks away.
Damn it!
Sometime in the next
I don't want
7
to wait
to
another
14
I'm on vacation
days.
at some point. So.
Perhaps sometime in the next 7 to 18 days. I don't know. But coming real soon, we'll get the exact schedule in terms of when the games are going to be played.
We know we're playing in week 3 in Brazil.
We are between the 13th and the 20th, somewhere between there. And I'm hoping it's Thursday, May 14th. I'm just going to put it in the card.
I think we all are. I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's fun to track that down.
If it ends up being May 20th, that might be ideal for Brian because I think he's back with us.
It's an arms race.
From
Brought us and Wolchuk working the phones, trying to put the puzzle piece together.
Just trying to
Remember, I walk in there like me and Zach are like, we don't care. And then we start digging
Get competitive.
in. We start digging in. And
No, I'm fired up about it. I had to get Brian like, what? No. I need you. Come on. Brian, work the sources.
I did.
Let's
I
go.
kind of quit. And then all of a sudden it's like, my guys around the league were like, okay, hey, man, we're playing you guys here or we're playing there. And I'm like, all right, now I got to get motivated to do this.
So a lot of the old school ways of doing strength of schedule, you just look at the teams you're playing and you look at their record from the previous year and you try and gauge it that way. But now Sharp Football Analysis takes the projected win totals for each team for that season. So it's not about what you did in 2025 and we try and figure it out. It's like, okay, you're 2026. What is Vegas saying about each team on your schedule and how many games they're projected to win? And that's how they formulate who has the easiest and who has the most difficult schedule based on what Vegas thinks about each one of your teams on your schedule. So
it's a little bit more proactive, I think, for trying to find out who the best team is. It's funny that Warren's isn't always a better predictor, though.
It's not.
No.
It's. I think it's better than just going off of the previous year's records.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, it's an inexact science.
Nah, the best way is to go win-loss, win-loss. That's the best way of strength of schedule.
Well, we can do that once the schedule comes out.
I think we're right like 70% of the time when we do that win-loss game we play. And like all these other analytical folks, I'm like, doesn't seem like they're going to get it done against the old – Buffalo's probably going to run the ball down their throat. And they were right.
They were right about that one.
They were right. Then, we'll go to Miami and we'll mess around on the goal line. We'll hand the ball to Hunter Lipke. He'll fumble. We'll probably lose that game. And we're right,
But all of the analytical stuff and the handicap and stuff and the human element, Vegas is considering all of that,
right?
Sure, and putting it into the most sophisticated equation you can get because their high rises depend upon it.
Yeah, they got a lot. They got a lot riding on this. So, for instance, you guys know what the Cowboys' win total is?
9.
Is it
I'll
9.5?
what Brian says.
8.5. Yeah.
8.5.
Sounds right.
8.5 is what Vegas thinks the Cowboys are.
That's
now,
fair.
when you look at the schedules, congratulations to the Detroit Lions, who allegedly have the easiest schedule in all of the NFL next year.
Back in the playoffs.
The Saints have the second easiest, the Bengals, the Browns, and the Jets. Those are the top 5 easiest schedules in the league. You'll find the Philadelphia Eagles sit there at 7 with the 7th easiest schedule in football.
And they won the division.
How does that happen?
I don't know how that happens, boys, but it's the reality. You have to go down to number 29 to find the Dallas Cowboys, meaning they have the 4th most difficult schedule in the NFL for next season.
Hey, Dawson, I was talking about trading or signing that quarterback or drafting in the supplemental draft.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it now. we got the 29th.
This pick's going to be good.
Yeah, we have the 29th.
Well, I guess this pick isn't going to be good because this pick's going to go to the Jets.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah, because we get
God, is that
gosh, I don't know. It's so
the less
confusing
of
with
the two.
Yeah, the less of the two.
God, is that going to hurt?
So, the Cowboys are projected to have one of the more difficult schedules in football.
And who'd you say is the easiest?
The Detroit Lions.
Okay.
Kneecappers.
Pretty dang frustrating that Detroit's
Are the
got
Lions on the
easy
Cowboys schedule? Maybe the Cowboys are one of the reasons why.
No, they're not. No, the Cowboys have, out of the NFC North, the Cowboys will see the Packers once again. But the divisions they play.
Is that away?
NFC West, I'm not sure if that's away or not. But I know they play the NFC West, so you got the Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, Niners, and then the AFC South. You have the Texans, the Colts, the Jags, and the Titans.
It is at Lambeau.
It is at Lambeau.
Yeah,
we need to go to that.
Their
game.
road games
I would
are tough.
love to. I would love to go to Lambeau.
I'd love for you. I'd love to take you guys up to Lambeau Field for the pre and post game show.
I would love that. If we can arrange that, please, let's make that happen.
We'll broadcast from Winnebago. How about that?
Cowboys got to go to Seattle, and they got to go to Green Bay. Those are toughies right there.
Yeah, and going to
Indy's
the Rams.
not easy. Houston, the Rams don't have much of a home field, but yeah, it's still a difficult opponent.
Kind of saying Houston on Thanksgiving. What do you think?
Okay.
Houston Thanksgiving Day game.
Put in the
what
call
makes you
right
say
now?
that,
Yeah.
Brian?
AFC team, kind of a deal. Maybe limited travel for the Texans.
Oh, I like that.
That would be smart.
Okay.
I like
Not to
that
make,
idea.
you kind of give them somewhat of an advantage of a 45-minute flight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Playing on Thanksgiving Day. And it's not a massive.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing there.
I'm trying.
I'd mandate that. If I was the NFLPA, I'd say we're not flying longer than an hour to play on Thanksgiving Day.
Anytime we play Houston, it's on Thanksgiving.
That's what I would say. I would say if I was the Texans, I'd fight like heck. You want to send me to Dallas? Fine. Send me Thanksgiving Day, where I have a short week, and give me a chance to compete in the game.
Short week, short flight.
Arizona's on the darn schedule again. That's an L.
Oh, I hate that, dude.
God,
That's an automatic L right there.
Is that in Arizona?
No, it's a home one.
Okay, it's a home one.
Thank goodness.
But that doesn't seem to matter these days,
it
does
doesn't. No, I thought it was just a road thing. It's not.
Could be facing Aaron Rodgers in that Arizona game.
Ooh, is he looking to go to Arizona?
That's what I'm hearing is the reason the Steelers put that UFA tag on Aaron Rodgers is they think there's a chance he wants to go play with Nathaniel Hackett, the Cardinals.
Oh,
that would be great.
Oh, my God.
Do you think he wants to do it for the peyote and stuff like that in Arizona?
They got more natural medicine.
Yeah, they got more
better than
natural
Pittsburgh
drugs
peyote.
over there for him. He
What
could
is it about
wander around in the
Nathaniel
desert.
Hackett? It's just so weird.
Maybe he just really appreciated the background in those Sedona shots from Vrabel and Rossini. It's like, you know what?
Yeah. You like the
It's
mountains?
beautiful. It's a great place to
I'd like
hike.
to drop me down right there. I'll trip balls in that
He's
mountain.
married, right?
It's an imaginary
Allegedly.
wife.
He's allegedly married. Okay, let's hear from the number one overall pick, Vegas Raiders. It's Fernando Mendoza. We do love hearing this guy at the microphone. He's being asked about whether or not he will attend the White House celebration with the Indiana Hoosiers. As national champions, they get to go to the White House, do the whole deal. So they asked Fernando if he was going to participate in that, and it's coming up next week. Here's his response.
Planning on going there? I believe May 11th is the first day of OTAs. If I'm not mistaken, I have the calendar. However, I don't have the calendar. Sorry. Well, maybe I do. I'm sorry. I gotta check Teamworks. If it is on the first day of OTAs, like I said, I'm on the bottom of the totem pole here. I got to prove myself. I can't miss practice. I don't know anything official. I don't have the calendar, but I just wouldn't, as a rookie, I don't think that's a good look. And I want to, try to best serve my teammates. And I don't know if that'd be accomplishing that goal because it's, although it'd be, yeah.
Okay. Okay. You know what? My first thought is I'm getting Mike McDaniel off this kid.
Oh, just quirky.
Yeah, quirky, maybe baked. Maybe there's a vape pen in his pocket.
No, I don't think.
You didn't hear baked at all there?
Is LinkedIn guy baked guy?
Well, I was worried about
Some
a possible,
are.
and this is rude. I was thinking, does he has like a little lisp or something with the way he speaks? But I looked up, does Fernando Mendoza have a speech impediment? And the answer is no. According to Google. He's just overly enunciated.
Dawson has him being
whatever
the
that is.
HIGH Heisman.
Yes.
I mean, look, he could go to Cal.
That was Ricky, though.
Maybe.
That was Ricky Williams. Ricky's already got that.
I think Wolchuk is guessing that it wouldn't be T.O.'s favorite quarterback. If I'm picking up breadcrumbs.
You're right. Absolutely.
You don't think T.O. would cry at the podium for Fernando?
I don't know. That is my quarterback. Maybe you would, but I think it would take some time.
Well, congratulations to Big Dom.
Oh, what did he do now?
Got the old contract extension.
And we got an announcement for it?
With the Eagles.
It's crazy the amount of respect he gets.
Does it say what his job title is?
People like this guy.
He's a nice man, but we're announcing he got a contract extension?
So he is the senior advisor to the GM, chief security officer, and game day coaching operations.
Okay.
So
Lovely.
the 3-titled man gets the extension. Congratulations to Big Dom.
I think his real is he knows where all the bodies are buried. Like, he was around as security for so long that people learned to depend on him for certain stuff. Access. He just played it perfectly. The Eagles' Game of Thrones.
Yeah, and now he
might have the best spot. Probably unfireable.
For sure. He's got a great spot, dude.
What do you think his free agency would have been like? Would there have been a bidding war for Big Dom?
I think it only works in Philadelphia.
I mean, what? Seriously, we gotta. Who cares that he got
we see
retained?
a tweet.
I mean, we don't ever hear about these guys.
See a tweet from the Raiders. We visited Big Dom today.
I mean, the Cowboys scouting department. We have no idea what they're.
They show him
Just gave him a
sidelines
workout.
standing there.
Just gave him a workout. Wanted to get eyes on him. He's still moving.
Washington wants to bring him in for a visit. He starts just making the runs.
He looks
Big
like
Dom
he should
is
be
signed with David Mulugeta.
Crap. Good luck keeping Big Dom now.
He's going to hold out a training camp, dude. Watch this.
He's the ultimate guy. You got to have a guy for everything. I think he's your one guy for whatever you need there with the Eagles. And you know what? Everybody respects him.
They do. They do.
Like Christian Parker, everybody.
Well, he's one of the. I mean,
he's Big Dom.
How could you not respect a guy who could just dial up 1-800-CALZONE and have one in your hands within 5 minutes? You know what I mean? Like, he could snap his fingers and all of a sudden here comes a cheesesteak and a calzone.
What if somebody takes
That's the pull he has in the city.
What if somebody takes that job? Say that guy gets fired, and they say the first thing we need to do is get rid of Big Dom.
They're probably not going to hire him.
I could see it.
They'll raise hell.
Like some coach goes in there and goes, "We need to move on from Big Dom.
Big Dom could be
I'm not taking this job."
He better sign an NDA before you can him.
Big Dom has power like that.
Because that book's going to be pretty
The Big Dom book.
The Big Dom. Okay.
Hey,
bad weekend
big
for
words from Big Dom.
Bad weekend for the Miami Dolphins, who watched their new quarterback Malik Willis throw out the ceremonial first pitch at a Marlins game.
I love this.
It was as bad as 50 Cents was
It
all
was
those
horrible.
years ago.
Did he throw it over the backstop?
Yeah.
No, he threw it like to the right.
It just went whoop.
It
was
went
like a hanger.
Yeah,
it blew in the wind. I don't know.
It was really, really bad. He did get in the batting cages, and I think they threw this video out there at the end because he was going viral for sucking at the pitch.
Okay.
Which, you're a quarterback.
So they showed him slamming the ball.
So he did have like a borderline 110 exit velo on one of his hits in the batting cage.
He was
okay. So and he's a built kind of guy. Unfortunately, the accuracy. His first pass at Miami. As inaccurate a pass as you'll ever see.
What if he had the catcher run from the third base across to first, and you have to hit the catcher on the move?
Yeah, we're going to run a dig route with the catcher.
I'm saying, run a curl, I'm going to throw you the ball.
I can only throw it if you're on the move, bro.
He's saying it slipped. I don't know if I buy it.
It didn't.
I think those throwing motions might be so different that it's.
Have you ever watched?
It's foreign enough that you're like, of course I can throw a baseball.
Have you ever watched a pitcher come off the mound and try and throw a ball to a base?
It's wild.
That's
crazy.
true. That's
Like they don't even know how to throw.
Yeah.
They'll throw it into the outfield.
It's wild. It's like they're throwing the ball pinpoint over the plate, and then they have to throw to a base, and they can't even get close.
Yep.
And apparently it'll be at least a decade before the city of Miami is granted another Super Bowl. So anybody who wanted to go party for the Super Bowl in Miami, apparently
they just got done with the F1 race there this weekend.
Yeah, they don't meet the qualifications anymore, and it's not about the stadium; it's about the surrounding area, which has changed really to accommodate the Miami Open and the F1 events.
Yeah. Oh, remember the national championship? It was a nightmare getting in and out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. People were having to walk 30 minutes just to get an Uber.
It's backfired.
I almost said 30 miles, didn't he?
I did. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for catching that.
So we won't get to go to Miami anytime soon for a Super Bowl celebration, which is, I would say to some
you've never done a
extent.
Super Bowl down there, have you?
I've never done a Super Bowl down there. I think the last time they did it, it was one of those C-19 skip years.
Yeah,
we skipped a couple of Super Bowls. And
yeah.
that's when they were down there. And then before that, you got to go back to 2011. when it was, Richie and Grego and Sybil and Elfin Slater and stuff heading out there representing.
Yeah, so that's pretty dang disappointing for sure. Bad weekend for Miami. And then Carnell Tate.
I mean, Miami's, the weather's just incredible. The scene's incredible.
Yeah, it's one of the more perfect cities from that standpoint.
Early February, you're not going to find better weather.
Yeah, but isn't it really spread out? Like you can't get anywhere quick.
There is a spread situation because I think the stadium's like in Miami Gardens, and so I don't know. There is some
usually down on the beach
logistical things.
I'm just talking about us because we never go to the stadium.
Right? Yeah, we never go to the stadium.
But for us, it's probably a bad situation, right?
I would imagine it could get a little bit difficult. But Miami was one of the hot spots for the Super Bowl. They won't be getting it for a while. And Carnell Tate, who said he was going to be willing to throw some money around to a teammate to get number 17 because that's the number he wanted, he settled on 14. He's like, I'm not even going to mess with it. Carnell Tate, thank God he's a Titan. I mean, that swung things in a big way in the Cowboys' favor when it comes to Caleb Downs falling to them.
Yeah,
he'll be repping that number 14 in Tennessee.
He's
not going to buy it off him.
For the Titans?
It is Shamire Dike.
He's just waiting for Shamire to get cut.
Oh, yeah, well, he just had a nice season.
Yeah, he did.
Fantasy-wise. That's the only reason I know.
I'm sorry. I didn't know much about Tennessee football there. My apologies.
No, he was just catching a bunch of deep touchdowns. He was a nice fantasy play.
Was he really?
He was the most valuable matzo baller. It's Wolchuk's team.
All right, we're live for Mariachi Mondays. Woo! It's been clarified. Mariachi Mondays at Mexican Bar Company. And that'll be going down tonight, 6 to 8. Taco Tuesdays every Tuesdays. Wine Wednesdays. Of course, the Bodega Brunches every weekend. It'll be the spot for Father's Day and Mother's Day as well at Mexican Bar Company here in Plano. We're back with the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top, get you the G-Bag of the day in L.A. live here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
But first, Tolos, I want to tell you about my number one most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in North Texas. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing and Construction. Brand new year, same old story with Greystone being number one. And you got to be careful out there because it is storm season. And storm season got kicked off in a huge way last week, especially on the east side of Dallas. Tennis ball and baseball-size hail. That is very, very damaging. And be careful of the storm chasers, okay? You need to know who is on your roof, and you do when you go with my guys at Greystone. You can visit greystone-roofing.com. That's great with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. Fantastic people. You are going to love them. And they've been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is super unique, and it's going to make life extremely convenient for you throughout the process. They always bring you honesty, integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. No cutting corners, just pure dedication when you use Greystone. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today. Schedule that no-cost inspection. And remember, with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
A new player decision maker on the Mavs.
The Dallas Mavericks are hiring Masai Ujiri as the team's new president and alternate governor, according to Shams Charania and Tim McMahon of ESPN.
And we react.
I think this is a positive hire for the Mavericks for sure.
You'll never have to wait around for breaking sports news here. Turn it on and leave it on 105.3 The Fan.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
You finally plan that family vacation and you renew your passport only to find out your passport has been denied by the IRS. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you thought the IRS can't affect your passport or ability to travel, guess again. The IRS can and will prevent the issuance or renewal of a passport for certain delinquent taxpayers.
Call the law offices of Namath and Flores today at 972-484-0-TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
At Target, finding something for every kind of mom and every side of mom just got easier. Does she love fashion? Take 20% off select women's clothing and accessories and find a dress she'll love to wear. Is she into the outdoors? Freshen up her favorite spot with up to 40% off planters, pillows, and poofs. Or keep it classic. Fresh tulips for just $12 and a dossier fragrance trio for $32. Whatever mom is into, we've got it. Celebrate mom her way, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now online. PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Mexican Bar Company here, 2405 Dallas Parkway. LA Live's coming up in 15 minutes. G-Bag of the Day's coming up in 5 minutes. And Mexican Bar Company, they're staying on and open during the redevelopment here as the shops at Willow Bend are undergoing a $1 billion transformation, plus Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. Mariachis are on their way. They're going to have a party tonight and, of course, all day tomorrow. Let's hit the expressway where we go commercial-free to the top and get you updated on everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day. The big news was the Mavericks hiring Masai Ujiri. The former general manager and vice president of the Toronto Raptors is now your president of basketball operations with the Dallas Mavericks. 6-month process to find the replacement. He's a champion. You guys thumbs up in this. He's a champ with the Raptors. Did a nice job of picking players at the back of the first round that really made that championship equation even possible. Then you trade for Kawhi Leonard. Big cojones. This guy's got some church bells to make a move like that. When Kawhi was telling everybody, I just want to go sign with Los Angeles. I don't want to be anywhere else. He said, well, we just want 1 year out of you, big dog. Yeah. And it won a championship. So I like the vision. I like the cojones. And, ultimately it comes down to, can you add a couple of more good players? But I think they did a good thing here today, Chief.
Yeah, and I was reading around. It seems like he's got pretty good relationships with some star players around the league, even a guy like Kawhi Leonard, who ended up leaving Toronto. And he's a guy that could be on the move this offseason. I don't know if Mavs fans would be excited about that or not, because we know about the injury history, but we also know that Kawhi Leonard is still, when healthy, one of the best players in the NBA. Has a really good relationship with Giannis, if you want to keep your Giannis hopes alive over there.
Let's go,
Dawson. So that is going to be something that can hopefully play extremely well, especially at a time where trading for superstar players is one of the biggest ways that you can acquire the talent these days, other than drafting it. Free agency is kind of a moot point, but if you get a superstar that's like, I want to go play for that guy, the superstar player can kind of strong arm his way right there into the Mavericks and Ujiri. So been there, done that. You mentioned the draft stuff. I think that's huge, like picking all-star caliber players in the 20s. And you've done it a couple of times. You've developed the undrafted guy in a Fred VanVleet, and then you identify, Scotty Barnes up there in the top of the draft. So it'll be fun. We're going to have to do some research projects now, see what type of players does Ujiri like, and we can try to piece together who it is maybe they're going to be eyeballing here at the top of this draft.
Woolchuck's got his 2-year-old Eliza here with him at the broadcast table. Very well behaved, Woolchuck.
She is being very good. She's probably being a little bit of a shy girl right now, but I'm impressed, Eliza. You are being very, very well behaved. Good girl.
Yeah, she's fired up for LA Live.
Heck yes,
she is. And that's just a couple of minutes away after the G-Bag of the day. Christian Parker says he's not installing the Vic Fangio defense or a Vic Fangio defense. What do you guys think about him saying that?
Maybe he wants to be his own guy. It's like when Caleb Downs was asked by a fan, hey, I hope you're the next Ed Reed. He said, I'm just going to be Caleb Downs. Christian Parker's like, yeah, I've worked under Mike Pettin. I've worked under Dick Fangio. I've got several other defensive minds that I've worked with, and I'm going to take a little bit of everybody, and I'm going to make my own Christian Parker defense. I think there are going to be quite a lot of similarities. I mean, you did have Caleb Downs with Matt Patricia as soon as they're picked, and he's like, Eagles defense, man. Just talked to Shadi last night. You know the defense. So I think that there will be CP wrinkles, but I do think there'll be a lot of similar foundational parts.
He mentioned Elko. He mentioned Mike Pettin. He mentioned Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
I think ideally, you're getting Christian Parker because he was working for Vic Fangio, who's birthed this entire genre, I think, of NFL defenses this year. He says, it's our defense. I don't want it to be called the Eagles defense or Vic's defense. This is going to be ours. We've been really intentional about going about that process, so it's been real fun. But I think the really cool thing is it shows that he is all about innovating and adding. Right. It's not like, well, here's a static thing. It's like you want the defensive equivalent of what Sean McVay and the Rams are doing, where every year they're bringing something that's like, holy cow, I guess 13's the thing now in the NFL. Or, 10 years ago was the jet motion and all the questions you could ask of the defense. So as long as you're getting that problem solving and that willingness to look into the unknown and trying to come up with the thing that's going to be the new trend, I'm happy with where we are now with Christian Parker. And then the other thing coming out of the weekend is just all the individual teaching and the one-on-one work that we were told about when he was hired. It's already coming to fruition, and working with these rookies and making sure they have the tools that they're going to need to hit the ground running here. Now, Roddy, we are live, Mexican Bar Company on Cinco de Mayo Eve. Cannot wait. The mariachis are about to show up and put on a show, and they'll be back tomorrow, of course, with the Cinco de Mayo festivities. And it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Don't know why I came. Don't know why I came. Don't know why I came in this club with you, girl. Migos been in my head all day, bro. Migos. Hey, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing out there on a Monday? Hope you're doing all right. All right. This piece of audio right here is going for 2 today. It won on Thursday, and we did not have a G-Bag of the Day on Friday, so it gets to survive. It gets to survive an extra day right here. Parking lot problems. We've all done this. Maybe tap the car next to us with our door a little bit. Didn't mean to.
And hope for the best.
Hope for the best. The number one thing you're looking for is somebody in that car.
Yes.
Then after there's nobody in the car, then you kind of go, whew, let me see if I left a spot.
Yeah. Can I rub that spot off there?
Let me see what I can do.
Buff it out with my thumb.
So there's a light tap on this man's door. He made a big deal about it because it's the internet, and this is how it goes.
Hey, that's accident. You can film whatever you want to.
I'm just letting you know, you slammed your door.
I didn't slam my door. Open the door. I got in the car, and the door.
No, I'm telling you slammed it. I was sitting in there.
You didn't slam it.
No, you did slam it, dude.
This is slamming the door. I opened the door.
Look.
Open the door and let it go and hit your car.
Hey, all I'm saying is there's
all I'm saying is nothing there.
Okay.
It was an accident.
Okay, I got you. But there's no dent in my car, so it's all good. But listen, you got to be mindful of that stuff. You can't just
I'm not a little kid, man. You don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you got to be careful. I know what the I need to do.
Well, you need to control your door when you're opening it is what you need to do.
I know to do that. I told you it was an accident. You saw it was an accident.
Okay.
Don't talk to me like I'm a little kid. Hey, you need to be careful. You need to.
Well, you do. You got to be mindful.
I was mindful. You need to be mindful.
You ain't mindful because you hit my car.
So what? It was an accident. I told you
that.
I
don't care, man. I don't care. You have to be mindful. It's just not cool.
I know it's not cool. Nobody did that on purpose. You know that.
Okay. All right, man. All right. There's no mark on my car. Have a good day.
All right. Talk to me like that. Like I'm a little kid.
Could leave it alone.
Well, just be mindful.
I was mindful. I told you that.
Dude, you're not mindful when you open up your door.
When you open the door and it hits my car. Hit your car. Nobody did it on purpose, and you know that.
Can you actually believe this?
Yeah.
Can you actually believe this, dude?
Yeah, I believe it. Can you believe you're about to get your ass beat?
Yeah, I believe it. Don't talk to me like I'm some little kid. I know what you do.
Oh, man, I did ding this guy's door once.
Oh, no.
Jersey Mike's. You know, those spots at the old studio?
They were tight.
They were so close to each other.
They were tight.
Yeah. And he was jammed up. So I get my phone out, and I'm like, bro, give me your Venmo right now, your Cash App. I will send you. What is this? $350 worth of damage? About? You know, a little ding and a paint scratch?
Yeah.
I would imagine at least. You know, what's the amount of money for a ding on your door that if somebody Cash Apped you, you'd be like, hey, we're square now, right? But he didn't want that. He was like, just get out of here. It's not that big of a deal. I was like, well, you're freaking out on me right now, bro.
Yeah, he just wanted
let me make this right.
He wanted to blow off some steam a little bit.
Yeah. He wanted to charge you up.
Maybe he felt sympathy for me because he saw the kid's seat in the back, you know?
Yeah, that'll do it.
It was a trip, though. I was like, dude, I clearly owe you, but that's my bad, you know?
That'll do it. I've been there before.
For $350, bro, you can ding me all day, okay? Just so you know.
Let's go and pull that.
Big pause. And let's go to the NBA playoffs. Dave Portnoy?
Yes.
He's a Boston fan, of course, big Boston guy. Everything Boston about him. But he's not a fan of our guy, Eric Collins, the broadcaster.
Oh.
Yeah, he thinks he's too hype.
Oh, the Hornets guy?
Yeah, he doesn't like him. But this is what happens when your team is losing.
Dude, what are these announcers doing? They're acting like this is the Game 7 final shot. This is an open 3. What are we doing? Eric Collins, put your back in your pants. It's 3 minutes. Every shot he's acting like it's Game 7 at the Horn to win it. This is unacceptable announcing.
I wonder what he thinks about Gus Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he probably hates Gus for sure. He probably hates Gus.
Can't hate Gus.
Yeah.
He and Gus work together, right?
That's probably why he can't say it. But if he feels that way about Eric Collins,
He
I feel
definitely
like
doesn't like old Gus.
He doesn't like Gus.
Yeah, 11:30 on a Saturday morning. Oh, my God!
Yeah.
It's a first down!
College football!
Jeez. Let's go to the NBA on ESPN. Inside the NBA,
That was good, Lucius.
Twitter folks were trolling Charles Barkley over his suit. They said he looks like the NFL Hall of Fame jacket he had on.
The NFL must have deducted Sir Charles because he's wearing the yellow jacket they wear.
Just for the record, I am already in the Hall of Fame, fool.
No, that was NFL.
I know that. I know.
You are?
It's okay.
You are?
Yeah, Google me.
You don't have any message for him?
Okay, Curtis.
I wore this suit because I'm taking your mom out to dinner.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That was a good one, Chuck.
That's a good one, Chuck. That's a good one. You got him.
That's good.
Yes, you got him. You burned him.
Chucky.
Still ain't got no rings, though.
Chucky, you're doing good.
Yeah. Let's go to the nightcap. Shannon Sharp, Chad Ochocinco. I can't believe I'm playing so much of their audio lately.
You are
but
playing a lot, yeah.
it's because Chad Ocho likes to crack jokes.
He does.
He thinks he's a little comedian.
That's probably the reason for their success. Where Unc go? Hey, chat, y'all want to hear a joke? What do you call a wandering nun? Like a nun that's wandering around? What do you call a wandering nun? Nobody knows? A wandering nun is called a Roman Catholic.
I heard it. Back to our normally scheduled programming.
Just goes,
Yeah.
I heard you. I heard
It's
him.
like he must have like a 4 or 5 year old in the house. I don't think he has kids.
No, he does.
Oh,
Does
he's
he
got
have
some kids. Yeah, ain't no way.
Because he's cracking jokes on this damn podcast like they come out of a 5-year-old riddles book.
Yeah.
You know, that you get at Toys R Us or something.
Yeah.
These are bad jokes.
They're terrible
But
jokes.
he's so dang likable that he's kind of pulling it off.
Yesterday's a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician Freddie Haynes over at the Wild Wild West. Now, I've done this before. I've played a stand-up comedian talking about church. I got another stand-up comedian talking about church, some church-related content. Comedian Bruce. Get crunk. Get loose with it. Let Bruce hit it. Church-related joke.
Everywhere you go, everybody think they pastor can preach. Especially black people. Oh, my pastor can preach. He can preach. Oh, Lord, my pastor can preach. I get so tired of hearing that everywhere I go. Man, we came up here about 6 months ago, man. They girl told me, I need y'all to come to my church. My pastor can preach. I said, I don't want to hear that. I said, girl, I done heard it every time. He can preach. I told the guy, man, let's go over there and see this preacher. Man, we get over there, man, the choir singing and everything. And the choir got through singing, the preacher got up to speak. We didn't know he whistled when he talked. He get up, let's give God the praise. God is getting ready to move. Hallelujah. And he's getting ready to shift. Glory to God. And see when he shift, thank you, Jesus. Glory to God. I looked at her, she said, he can preach. I said, he can whistle. Yes. God is a good God. Yes, he is.
Bruce.
That's tough for 60 minutes.
That would be rough.
I would love it. Oh my God, if I went to church and they had like a pastor just coming through, a visiting pastor preaching. Oh, I'm loving that. Oh, I'm looking around at everybody's face to see if anybody's making a weird face. So I can just lock eyes with you, bro.
Is it our stand-up comedian Bruce on the whistling preacher? I've whistled a couple of times. It's unsettling, because that's an age thing,
Oh, is it really?
You start whistling a little bit as you talk, unintentionally. Yeah.
That's Father Time?
Yep, that's Father Time creeping in right there.
Oh, no.
Chad Ochocinco, what do you call a wandering nun? A Roman Catholic. Inside the NBA on ESPN, Charles Barkley clapping back. NBA playoffs, Dave Portnoy, not a fan of Eric Collins. And you got your parking lot mindfulness champion right here, one time looking for two. I'm going to go with Ocho myself. Wolchuk, how about you?
I'm sticking with the champ.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, let's ride with the champ.
The Chief?
Champ.
Brian?
Champ.
By a score of 4-1. And still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's your parking lot dispute. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
Hey, the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Shout out to the On Time Experts. Ooh.
Salute.
Yeah, baby. Ooh. It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. Fire up this funk and let's have some.
It'll make you dance some
Everything. Everybody get high.
Roger Clemens is in George's box, and Roger Clemens is coming back. Oh my goodness gracious! Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen, Roger Clemens standing right in George Steinbrenner's box, announcing he is back. Roger Clemens is a New York Yankee.
Box! Back! It's hilarious to me. Hey, that wasn't any John Sterling stuff right there. I wanted to give some love to John Sterling. I didn't know which clip to play, actually, so I went with one I just like, and it's just Susan all over it.
I think about
the
that
foul ball.
at least once a week.
The foul ball that time? Do we have that clip?
Sterling on a foul ball?
Didn't Sterling get hit by a foul ball? It went straight back, and he was announcing it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hit him in the forehead.
Hold on, Mr. Broadus.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal.
Ow.
Man.
You can hear the wreckage.
You can hear it. He said,
That ball
so
was
many
bouncing
times.
everywhere in there.
Just to clarify, it really hit him. Like we heard it.
Yeah. R.I.P. to the legendary radio play-by-play announcer for the New York Yankees for 36 seasons. Mr. John Sterling right here, man. Passed away at the age of 87.
Man.
Yeah, that is a hell of a run.
He had a streak where I think he broadcasted 5,000 straight days. I think it was 30-something years.
That's amazing.
That he did not take a day off, miss a game.
The Yankees win. Yeah, he's got so many highlights.
Here's the 1-0. Swung on, there it goes. Deep left center. That ball is high. It is far. It is gone. But caught. Caught by Tapia. Boy, I thought that was gone.
Yeah.
So Stanton got close. He sent Tapia back to the wall to make the catch. And the Yankees come up just empty. That would have tied the game.
Sorry about that one. Probably thought for about 8 seconds they had.
Driving around their car.
Yeah! That's right, Vinny.
Yes,
we did it.
Oh, man.
That's when you knew the end was near. Just a couple of seasons ago. Yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, that was inappropriate.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. I was just going to switch to
I'm
some
holding
audio.
back. That's like the whistle, man. That's father time. Thank you. Yeah. It's natural. Natural.
The pitch to Stanton. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone out of the ballpark. A Stantonian home run.
Oh, Stantonian. Oh, that's good.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong? He's at first base.
What the hell did I do?
Stantonian single.
He's standing at first. I thought he homered.
Stantonian single.
Lois, save us.
Why is everybody looking at me like
Why
that?
is he stopping?
Ball's in the middle of Fifth Avenue for crying out
What the hell
loud.
did I just do?
Oh, my God, man. We're going to miss you, Mr. John Sterling.
Yes,
That's for
we
sure.
are.
We're going to miss you, brother. I didn't want to see that news. Let me hear this one more time, bro.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
It's gone.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal.
That's a
John.
really
Yeah, that's good stuff right there, man. We're going to miss you, brother. We're going to miss you, man. You left your mark. This is LA Live for Monday, May 4th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in here, folks. Yeah. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. The vibes here is just where I go over some things I seen and did over the weekend. And I did nothing. I didn't do anything.
Congrats.
Yeah, LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. But it was a monster weekend, a monster fight weekend.
Yes.
Yes, Saturday we had the Monster Inoue defending his undisputed titles by defeating Nakatami, whatever the hell his name is, not going to be here anymore. Yeah.
He gone.
Yeah, it was billed the all-Japanese super fight. It was amazing to watch. No, I'm lying. It was boring as hell.
Oh, no.
It was 100% boring. I'm not going to hold you.
Lucius.
I'm not even going to hold you, bro. It was a 12-round chess match.
Oh.
Yeah, but you did see flashes of the monster speed in there, but he got it done at the end of the day, so shout out to that. And monster fight at night. The Mexican monster, David Benavidez, he went up 25 pounds to put a thumping on Zurdo Ramirez. Ramirez proved to be a pretty tough dude, though. He took some whoppers from Benavidez. I'm talking about some whoppers, some 12-punch combos at full speed. Fa, 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 fa. Boom, boom, fa, 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 fa. Boom. Like, dang, that was one combo.
Dang. Jeez.
Lucius, was that what you posted?
Yeah, go look at that man's eye.
Man, it is crazy how fast his hands were on that.
It was amazing, wasn't it?
It was. I was like, going, God. And then the guy went down. I mean, he's kind of standing and just went boom, he just collapsed.
He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Tough dude, though. Tough dude. He won 6 rounds with Benavidez, the Mexican monster right there. Speed was too much. But anyway, I bring all that up to say he's the new king of Cinco de Mayo.
Huh.
Right? Can I say that? He's the new king of Cinco de Mayo when it comes to boxing on Cinco de Mayo. He called out Canelo after the fight. Canelo don't want that smoke. I'd rather see him fight Bivol or something. Canelo does not want that smoke. The monster hits way too hard.
Way too hard.
Way too hard. What else we got here? Hold on.
The girls that make them cry. Kiss the girls that make them cry.
On Friday, we got some sad news that a close family entity is going away. Spirit Airlines has ceased all global operations and canceled flights as of Saturday. I say this is a close entity to the family because this is where I found out about buzzballs.
That's right.
Yes, that's right.
And it was the super cheap flights to Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Friendly skies.
Man, see, that's the thing. It's super, super duper cheap when you just want to go for a weekend trip. Or Mexico. It's real cheap to go to Mexico. But now it's not going to be there anymore. And there's people stranded out here because you were on vacation out of the state, wherever, and then you found out that your company just went away.
Oh, no, that's
There's people
right.
stranded, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how
So
about
did they
that?
get a full refund at least?
I don't know what's going on. First, I got to get back home.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Southwest was flying the staff and pilots and stuff home. If you were a staff member or a pilot for Spirit and you were trapped, Southwest was flying you back home free.
That's solid.
Yeah.
Well, this kid's trying to raise a bunch of money online. Did you see this?
No, that's great that you said that.
Okay,
you said
perfect.
that. First of all, I just want to say that they said that the gas prices are too high to put a plane in the sky.
Yeah.
So that's why they're not here anymore. Think about all the people that lost their jobs or whatever. Yes, like Woolchuck just said, there's a young dude, what's his name? TikTok creator and voice actor, Hunter Peterson, has launched a viral crowdfunding campaign to buy Spirit Airlines.
Okay, so it's been about 2.5 hours, and y'all are really interested in all of us buying Spirit Airlines. So I made a website. It's called letsbuyspirit.com. Register your intent. I won't take any money. We're not going to use the Venmo anymore. That was kind of a joke. And we're going to try and, I guess, buy Spirit Airlines. Let's do this. You, me, I'm kind of autistic, and I really like airplanes. So vote for me as CEO. Are we actually doing this?
Well, as of today, the campaign has reportedly gathered over 88 million in pledges from nearly 125,000 people.
That's amazing.
And what do they need? 500 mil?
Like 500 mil, bro. And then after that, then you have to do operating costs, right?
Right.
So you can't keep this afloat.
No, it's probably very unrealistic, but it is kind of cool. That
it is cool.
This one guy just went to social media, is like, hey, can we make this thing happen? And now you've got $88 million. And Spirit in the Sky, outstanding song choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good use.
I'll peep that too.
Could we buy part of the airlines and use the planes for some smaller airline stuff? Do we have to? Do they need all 500 million? Could we buy part of the airline?
Hold an auction.
Yeah, but could we buy a few planes and
just a few planes off airline? A liquidation sale.
Yeah. What happened with our government? I thought our government was talking to these folks about
that fell apart.
Helping them out.
That fell apart.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope somebody buys them, Noah. It's nice knowing that if you got to get somewhere, and especially if you're flying solo, that you could probably get it done for under $200.
That's what Elon Musk needs to do. He needs to buy this airline.
But all of these airlines are facing one crunch or another. Like Delta just slashed a bunch of its in-air services because they can't afford it. They're trying to keep these plane tickets cheap enough that Americans won't stop traveling. That's what they're really afraid of. That we are going to say we can't travel anymore. We're just going to do all of our visiting and all of our business on Zoom. And we're not that far off from it. So, I think it's actually a pretty bad warning sign for what's going down in the economy that Spirit's having to shut down like this.
Yeah.
Gas prices
there's a lot going on
today.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, I mean, of course they are. And here's the thing. Well, I'm not even going to do that. But yes, it's being played with. Pause. It's being played with at this point. Hey, on Sunday afternoon, a United Airlines Boeing 767 struck a bakery truck, a bakery delivery truck, and a light pole while landing at the Newark Airport, Liberty Airport. You see that?
How? Yes.
Yeah.
Like, how did it hit those things and not crash?
Yeah. Well,
did the wheels just give it?
Because I've heard stories of, like, hitting birds and crashing. Apparently you can hit trucks that are on the road and light poles. Wow.
Yeah.
It makes me more confident in the air.
Lucius, I thought that was an AI thing. They had a camera inside the truck.
Dude was just enjoying his day. He was singing songs. He was just, really like whistle while you work. He was doing that, and then all of a sudden, boom. Hold on, I got a little piece of it. That's that fool in there singing. Oh my God.
What?
How about that?
Yeah.
He got hit by a plane.
Yeah.
He survived?
Yeah, he survived.
Wow.
What about
That is freaking nuts.
About to get paid.
Oh, yeah.
He sits up like, yes, I don't have to work another day in my life.
He's about to get paid, brother.
He's shopping for neck braces on Amazon right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that one.
You just go to the back. Oh, it's a bakery truck. I was about to say, Amazon truck, you go get one out of the back and put it on.
Another thing I seen over the weekend, in the spirit of May the 4th be with you, there's a Spider-Man running around the Houston area.
Oh.
He's been spotted a few times throughout the weekend on different locations, and he's up high. He's way up there. He's just not walking around on the ground. He's doing some Spider-Man stuff. But yeah, there's a Spider-Man running around the Houston area.
Got the outfit on and everything?
He's got the outfit on and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he's not doing the floss dance or nothing. He's like trying to stand there all stoic.
Is he swinging from stuff?
No, he's not swinging from
Pull
stuff.
anything off?
He's way up there on the